This guy just got dumped by his girlfriend in the morning, and by evening, while drinking to drown his sorrows, a spatial crack suddenly appears right next to him. From that crack, an aggressive shark gorilla beast grabs his head and lifts him up. The feeling of his legs dangling in midair is truly not easy. Ozung Sung struggles to escape its grip, but it is completely futile. Just as the crazy shark opens its mouth wide to bite his head, a simulation projection suddenly appears in the space. It displays Auto Hunt on it. What is Auto Hunt? Ozung Sung is very confused, but there is no time to explain this. He just knows he does not want to kick the bucket right now, so he tries to reach out to that system. He has to test it to know what it is. After Ozung touches it, the screen that was blue turns red, displaying 3 words. Activated. And then a freezing sensation washes over him. No doubt about it. It is really freezing, as Ozung Sung's body can't move at all. It seems to no longer be under his brain's control. Meanwhile, the crazy shark is still pouring more strength into its attack. Ozung Sung feels like his skull is about to be crushed, but his body refuses to listen. Yet, when the beast unleashes its final move, Ozung is somehow able to raise his hand to block the attack. This is definitely not his intention, as Ozung Sung's body now feels like a puppet. Although he is moving, it is completely not under his own volition, even though he does not know why. The truth is that Ozung Sung's body is acting on its own, as if someone else is controlling him. And even more surprisingly, he is overpowering that monster. His body is now brimming with strength, a kind of power he has never felt before. Ozung's body is being optimized to hunt the enemy, and the truth proves that he can indeed defeat that beast. It seems that the so-called auto hunt system is quite formidable. After punching the shark beast, Ozung hears some commotion not far away. It seems like other hunters are coming, and he can leave the situation to them to escape. However, Ozung Sung's body does not listen to him at all. When the beast stands up, he automatically enters a fighting stance. Even though Ozung Sung really wants to run away right now, the monster roars ferociously and charges at him. Ozung's fist does not hesitate and swings out. The monster has no chance of fighting back against him in this auto-hunting mode. Once again, it gets knocked away by Ozung. Not stopping there, he continues to deliver another kick to the opponent. This hit strikes the shark beast's chest, rendering it completely unable to fight anymore. It is only at this moment that the auto-hunting process truly stops. Ozung Sung regains control of his body. He looks at his hands in disbelief. It is truly unbelievable that he just defeated a 2-star monster. Ozung Sung does not know where that system came from, but clearly, it allows him to live a much better life than he does now. But just as he thought about it, Ozung suddenly felt a sharp pain in his muscles. The excruciating pain made him collapse, right next to the shark ape monster. He did not know how long it had been, but Ozung slowly woke up and realized he had been taken to the hospital. He recalled what had just happened. First, a spatial crack appeared out of nowhere. Then, the shark ape monster showed up, and while trying to protect his brother named Lei Sang Hex, he had fought it off. As he thought about this, Ozung sat up abruptly. Right. How's my brother Hex? He was extremely worried, but as soon as he sat up, the pain throughout his body intensified. His pain was still very serious, so it was best not to move too much. He shivered slightly. A strange voice suddenly rang out. Ozung turned his gaze and noticed another unfamiliar face in the room. The person introduced themselves as Chia Sinan, the head of the Administrative Welfare Department No. 2 of the Special Defense Bureau. Due to the unexpected crack causing damage to Ozung and Lei Sang Hef, she came to discuss compensation and handling, as well as the rewards for defeating the monster. Then she handed Ozung a business card. If it is the Special Defense Bureau, is not that related to the Hunter Association? He took the business card and asked. Right. You seem to know about it from your time in the military. The government will take full responsibility for the victim's damages caused by unexpected cracks, including medical expenses, lost income, and the cost to repair your brother Lei Sang Hex's shop. Shim Sina replied, handing him a stack of documents. These were documents related to compensation. After Ozung signed them to confirm everything, he would quickly receive a sum of money. But that was not the most important thing right now, so he asked Chia Sin about Lei Sang Hev's condition. Fortunately, due to the sudden shock, he had only fainted. The test results also showed nothing abnormal. Ozung finally breathed a sigh of relief and began reading the documents. The shark ape monster he defeated was worth 500,000 in rewards. Although Ozung thought this amount was a bit low, it was compensation based on the standards of the Hunter Association. In return, Chin John said that the monster would belong to him, and if he wanted, Ozung could sell it at the hunter market since he currently did not have a license there. The Welfare Administration had even created a temporary account and granted ownership to him. After conveying everything he needed to say, Chin John stood up to leave. Before that, Ozung had one more question. How much is the body of that monster worth? I'm not sure, but the body of a typical 2-star monster is not worth much. As you mentioned earlier, it is really too cheap compared to the danger to the hunter's life. That is usually the case. But compared to what I said, should not you check for yourself? She sighed and only left such ambiguous words before leaving. Ozun lay in the hospital bed, thinking repeatedly, feeling that these words had some deeper meaning. But since he was not a hunter, why should he go to the hunter market? In a moment of hazy thought, Jun Sung seemed to forget something important: the automatic hunting system. Just as he thought of this, the simulation image appeared before him again. It seems it is still here and always shows up when he thinks about it. And what happened earlier was definitely not just his imagination. However, right now, the image is dull and unresponsive. Even when he touches it, it seems that without an enemy, it can't activate. Jun Sung was too lazy to think too much and decided he would look into it later, then lay back down on his bed. He went online to check the value of the monster's corpse. Earlier, Shin John mentioned that the value of a second-level monster is quite low, so he did not expect much. But when the number 4.6050,000 appeared before him, Jun Sung was left speechless. Is this really considered low? Then how much do regular hunters usually make? Even if he captured the monster alive, its price could reach 600 million. It felt like a revelation. Jun Sung remembered what Shin John had said earlier about checking the condition of the monster for himself. Could it be that he nervously pressed on the status of the monster he hunted, and was shocked enough to sit up when he saw that the shark monkey was actually still alive? That means Jun Sung had made a fortune. The first thing he did after being discharged from the hospital was go to the hunter's market. The transaction party kept thanking him because the monster was so aggressive that it was hard to capture alive. The deal was completed very quickly, and Jun Sung sold his trophy for 420 million, after tax deductions. He was left with 320 million. This was truly unbelievable for him, as he had been working tirelessly for 9 years and barely saved 100 million. But now, just capturing one monster had earned him over 300 million. Jun Sung should have been ecstatic, but for some reason, he felt an emptiness inside, and his sense of purpose suddenly vanished. He did not know what to do next. Continue with his restaurant plans or become a monster hunter with that mysterious system. Jun Sung was not even sure if this was feasible, even though he had just defeated a second-level monster. The words of his ex-girlfriend weighed heavily on him, making him truly believe he was someone without ambition, destined for a mundane life, running an ordinary restaurant. The moment he had to make an important decision about his life felt like a headache pounding in his head. But he still needed to earn more money, so he thought he would give it a shot. Jun Sung did not believe he could not become a hunter. He decided to head to the gym. Even with an automatic hunting system, physical strength is still incredibly important. Once there, he opened the system, but the screen was still a dull gray. When he encountered the shark monkey, it was blue. But since waking up in the hospital, it has always been gray. Jun Sung was not sure if this was a difference due to hostility or just the system's response to nearby enemies. Therefore, he decided to conduct a test. He would treat the punching bag in front of him as his enemy. The moment that thought crossed his mind, the gray screen turned blue and the auto hunt mode was activated. This proved Ozun's deduction was correct. The system reacted to the targets he identified as enemies. Ozun tapped the screen. Just like before, the blue changed to red and the system automatically switched to hunting mode. His body began to lose control and react physically to the punching bag. After the day's process ended, Ozun felt a wave of pain radiating from every muscle in his body. This pain was even more intense than the last time. It seems this is a side effect of the auto hunt mode. It is always ready when it senses danger nearby, and he can activate it by pressing a button. Then it stops when the enemy is defeated, and he has to endure this annoying muscle pain. Ozun tried to move his leg, and the pain hit him so hard he collapsed to the floor. It seems the only way to improve this side effect is to train his body first. Over time, he also gradually became aware of the rules of the auto hunt system. He uses ideal combat skills suited to his body's abilities. If the enemy is defeated or he regains control, this mode will be disabled. At the same time, the deactivation process will also occur when his body reaches its final limit. The auto hunt mode will never exceed the body's inherent limits. In other words, it is like an auto fight mode in an online game, but the power to operate it still belongs to the user. Therefore, Ozun began to train frantically to enhance his physical strength. After some time, when he had become significantly more muscular and his endurance had greatly improved, that was when Ozun felt ready to become a hunter. Simply put, hunters are those who hunt monsters that invade through rifts. The government has set strict standards for knowledge, physical fitness, and survival skills if someone wants to become a hunter. They must pass tests and these strict standards to receive certification. Ozun passed his first written exam. Next, he had to face the practical part of the test. Although he had the auto hunt system, he did not dare to rely on it. So lately, Ozun had been spending all his time in the gym. His obsessive training had left others in shock. In reality, without the auto hunt mode, Ozun faced many issues. especially with movement. But he did not know when that mode would disappear, as its appearance was quite mysterious. Therefore, he had to actively rely on his own strength, in case one day he would not have this mode to assist him anymore. The next day was the announcement of the results of the physical ability test from the previous week. Ozun was extremely nervous. He had trained hard for 4 months to become a hunter. This time he scored 98 points. Just 2 points short of the clinical threshold of 100. But compared to his first attempt here, where he only scored 63 points, improving by 35 points in 4 months was already quite good. The standard for a hunter in the clinical point is a level 2 monster. This also means that your body is now almost on par with the shark ape monster you encountered 4 months ago. This is a very positive signal for Ozunung. Just as he thought about this, he suddenly heard the instructor calling his name loudly, then announcing that he was one of the selected students for the special class for the end-of-year hunter exam. This left the main character utterly astonished, as he had not even passed the clinical threshold. Nevertheless, he still followed along with the other members of the clinical class. Here, they met Kim Jix, the homeroom teacher of the special class. There are only 4 months left until the exam begins. Let us all do our best so that the whole class can pass this hunter exam, Kim Sun-jae. But at that moment, a mocking voice suddenly interrupted him. It seems a bit hard for the whole class to pass, considering that someone here can even make it past the clinical threshold. These words were clearly directed at Ozunung. But before he could react, Kim Sun-jae firmly shot back. Scores are not the only way to evaluate a hunter. Struggling with yourself until the exam is far more challenging. You do not need to concern yourself with others. Do you understand? That guy named Kang Ji-kun is incredibly arrogant. In the physical ability assessment, he scored 135 points. Ozunung vaguely guessed that the opponent was implying him, but he did not understand why he was acting this way when they did not even know each other. At that moment, the automatic hunting mode suddenly activated. Even though there were no monsters around, Ozun suspected it was because of that jerk Kang Ji-kun. But he did not need to care about him, let alone fight with him. Right now, Ozun had only one goal: to master the automatic hunting mode and quickly become a hunter. The program for the special class is divided into 4 main groups, including physical training, which is essential for fighting against monsters. Next is survival skills training, necessary for exploring the world beyond the spatial rift. The third is training in using weapons against monsters. And finally, there is simulation training with a dummy to ensure that, when fighting, they can keep the monster's body intact or even capture it to preserve the value of each part of their body. In the final training aspect, students practice on a Kenny-eating mannequin similar to a punching bag. But unlike a punching bag, when it gets knocked down, it can automatically recover and quickly stand back up. And of course, it won't just stand still like a punching bag. Although this is just a programmed object, in some ways, it is not much different from a monster. And this dummy will attack anyone who attacks it. After Kim Sun introduced the Kenny-eating mannequin to the students, it was time to get into practice. Unsurprisingly, Kang Ji-kun was the first to volunteer because he wanted to show off his 135-point physical ability. Facing the mannequin, he was extremely confident, even thinking that just one punch from him could take it down. However, his first punch did not faze the Kenny mannequin at all, as it was able to block it. When Kang Ji-kun could not even digest the situation, the puppet struck back fiercely, its speed even faster than his. Being challenged by a lifeless puppet made Kang Ji-kun extremely furious. He went on a rampage, throwing punches and kicks at the puppet like a wild beast. His roughness made the other students shudder. Brother Kikin invited him to leave the arena. He had been eliminated. It was not until Kim Sun-guk announced it that the rude behavior of the one named Kang finally stopped. Wow. He asked back, annoyed. The purpose of today's training is to ensure the monster puppet remains intact. Do not you remember? Looking at the battered puppet on the floor, Kang Kangdua wondered why he was eliminated. Reluctantly, he had to leave the arena. The next volunteer to step up was Ozun Sung. In this class, the student with the lowest evaluation score was Ozun Sung. So when he volunteered, many were skeptical. Even Kang Ji-kun bluntly said that letting him onto the stage was just a waste of time. If someone with a high score like him had difficulties, what could a low-scoring one like him do? At the same time, he also asked Kim Sun-guk for another chance. But this time, the young homeroom teacher seemed to have lost all patience. Kang Jun, you are disrupting the class. I ask you to be quiet. Kim Sun-guk's voice was icy, and his expression was intimidating. Kang Kun, who had been so bold earlier, was now scared into silence. Then Kim Sun-guk invited Ozun Sung to the arena. Standing before the puppet, he felt no tension at all, just as Kim Sun-guk had said earlier. This thing could automatically recover. Just a few minutes ago, Kang Jun had nearly destroyed it completely. But now there were no traces left. After getting ready, Ozun Sung followed the homeroom teacher's command and dove into battle with the puppet. Unlike Kang Jun, he did not rush in aggressively. Instead, Ozone Sung waited for the prey to charge at him. The puppet shot towards him like a gust of wind, then delivered a neat and powerful punch, but Ozone Sung gently sidestepped, dodging the punch and simultaneously moving in to strike the weak point at the back of the opponent's neck. Then he delivered a strong blow to the puppet's neck with his right hand. Instantly, it fell down, completely intact. This move by Ozone Sung happened so quickly and decisively that the other students were left in awe. What just happened? It was taken down that easily. They began to murmur. Ozone Sung looked at the puppet lying flat on the ground, unable to avoid feeling disappointed. He had intended to use it to study its movements. But this level was too easy, so it did not qualify for reference. Good job. That is what I wanted to teach everyone. Kim Sun-guk praised Ozone Sung while clapping. Did everyone see that? He calmly identified the opponent's weakness and attacked immediately. If you are lucky, you might even capture a monster. Monsters are money. If you want to be as rich as the other hunters, strive to be like Ozone Sung. Someone below said that the process just now went by too quickly for them to see clearly, and wanted Ozone Sung to try again. He immediately agreed, but with one condition. He wanted to increase the difficulty. And Kim Sun-ji pondered over it. The previous level was 1 star, so it seemed a bit too easy. But the difference between 2 stars and 1 star is significant. He asked again if he was sure he wanted to increase the difficulty, and the response was a firm confirmation. Yep. Even if I fail, I still want to try. That is great. If you are determined like that, then you can give it a shot. With that, Kim Sun-gi adjusted the settings. The dummy stood up awkwardly. Now its difficulty level was equivalent to a 2-star monster, matching the Sharkup monster from before, 4 months ago, when Ozunung's body was just a pile of terrible muscles. He could still defeat it with the auto-hunting mechanism. So this time should be no problem either. Ozone Sung activated the mode to observe and memorize how it fought against the monster to turn it into his active ability. This time, the dummy's attack speed was indeed significantly faster. Comparable to the shark ape from the last time, it seems that all 2-star monsters are terrifyingly strong like this. But with the auto-hunting mode, Ozone Sung could still keep up with the opponent's attacks and counterattack easily. This time he easily took down the 2-star dummy while ensuring its body remained intact. The students below witnessed this scene and were left in awe. Did he really take down a 2-star monster that easily? Could it be that it is not as strong as we thought? They whispered excitedly, and the most annoyed by this scene was that Kanjin guy. He really could not accept that someone who had not even reached the physical ability, clinical point, could defeat a 2-star monster. This loser even thought that Ozone Sung had taken shortcuts, and that the homeroom teacher was covering for him. On the arena, Kim Sun was genuinely praising Ozunung since he started as a teaching instructor here. This was the first time he had seen someone defeat a 2-star dummy so easily. The students below also began to clap vigorously to applaud Ozone Sung. A few people started to approach Lan La to chat with him. Jun Sung, have you ever practiced martial arts? I have not specifically learned anything. Most of the time, I have been self-taught. Self-taught. That is impressive. Can I call you bro? The crowd began to buzz because of Ozone Sung until Kim Sun-gik had to step in to restore order so the lesson could continue. He also quietly told Ozone that he wanted to talk to him privately after class. When the class ended, Ozone Sung went to the instructor's room for tea. Kim Sun-ji presented a data sheet in front of him, which was the data about Ozunung. Although his total score was a bit lower than the other students, in terms of balance, it was absolutely overwhelming, whether in stamina, strength, flexibility, or skill. Ozone Sung was not lacking in any aspect. He had perfected those aspects, and today Kim Jiksa had seen it for himself. Therefore, he wanted to make a beneficial proposal for him. It is unclear what proposal Kim Sun-guk made. But afterward, Dun Sung continued to train hard at the center. That night, the students suggested going out for fried chicken and beer to bond and wish each other good luck for the upcoming exam. Dun Sung joined them but did not drink because he had decided to stay away from alcohol until he passed the exam. Suddenly, someone asked, "Are you nervous?" Thinking back, he was really cool when he defeated the dummy in class. Have you decided which team to join after getting your hunting license? When asked this, Oksung paused a bit. He did not know much about teams. Only vaguely heard that they were groups managing many hunters. He had not thought that far ahead. But the other students felt that someone as prominent as Jun Sung must have received many offers already. When they mentioned this, Oksung remembered Kim Sun-guk's earlier proposal. He intended to stay here as an instructor for a while longer, then resign and start his own hunting company. Kim Sun-guk was looking for skilled hunters to sign contracts with him to lay the foundation for the company. But promising individuals were usually already taken by other companies. And then Ozunung caught Kim Sun-guk's eye. So his proposal was for him to become one of the first members of the company. Ozun Sung was very surprised, not understanding why the other party saw potential in him, when he had not even obtained his hunting license, and his scores were not outstanding. Of course. Scores were not what caught his eye, Kim Sun-guk slowly explained. If we were talking about scores, he should have focused on Kang Ji-kun with 135 points. However, what impressed Kim Sun-guk was Ozun's balanced strength across all aspects. His body balance was perfect. Every part trained ideally, even comparable to members of the world team. Moreover, he officially made the proposal after seeing Ozung Sung's movements in class during the match with the dummy. It was perfect movement, utilizing skills that maximize strength according to his body's limits. That is why I made this proposal to you. In short, it felt like love at first sight. Ha! Kim Sun-guk laughed heartily. Although it is true that Oh Jun-sung has not officially become a hunter, and is still just a promising student since he has not passed the final exam yet. But Kim Sun-guk said that as long as he accepted his offer, this issue would be resolved immediately, and the solution he mentioned was contained in a file. What is this? Oh Jun-sung asked curiously while looking at the file. This is the file about the items for this final exam. Kim Sun-guk's answer shocked Oh Jun-sung. The final hunter exam is always heavily funded by the government. Therefore, its content will be sealed until the exam day. It is kept so secure that even the judges do not know in advance. Of course, Oh Jun-sung knows that, which is why he is surprised and also curious about how Kim Sun-duk found it. But he said you do not need to worry about that. Just know that the content of the document is 100% accurate and detailed enough to explain how you should take the exam. In general, if you read through it, Oh Jun can definitely pass the final exam easily. Oh Jun, if you accept my proposal, you can become a hunter with ease, a hunter above thousands of others. So will you cooperate with me? Ozun's train of thought was cut off here. The calls from friends pulled him back to reality. They were talking about their training methods, and wanted Ozun Sung to share his. I just practiced the basic exercises by myself. You are really laid back. Really? He said the same thing when he took down that dummy. So it must be true. Just then, as everyone was talking, there was a loud bang. Kang JQ slammed his beer mug down on the table and shouted aggressively. What the hell are you talking about? You should not lie to everyone like that. It seems your family has money, and you have been studying elsewhere. But when you come back here, you want to show off that you are a genius who does not need to study to be exceptionally skilled. Kang Dian's attitude made everyone lose their mood, and Ok-sung knew that the other party disliked him. With the added influence of alcohol, he did not want to argue with him. He politely asked everyone if he could leave early, but as he passed by where Kang Ji-kun was sitting, he suddenly went crazy. Stood up, grabbed Oh Run-sung by the collar, and shoved him hard against the wall. Don't underestimate me. You bastard. Kang Ji-kun's voice reeked of alcohol. Under the influence of the drink, he became even more aggressive. Kanga knew Ozun had better movement skills than him, but he was still very confident that he was stronger. He had been annoyed by Ozun for a long time. And today, he wanted to take this opportunity to knock Ozun down to embarrass him in front of his friends. But he did not expect that this foolish action of his would truly anger someone as usually gentle as Ozunung. Kiji-kun, I really do not understand and do not want to know why you did that. But you are looking for trouble with me. Right. As he spoke, Ok-sung grabbed the wrist of Jae-kun, then continued to threaten. You and I are the same age, so I somewhat understand your mindset. Therefore, before you face consequences that you can't bear, I advise you to think again and let go of your hand. If the tiger does not roar, it is mistaken for Hello Kitty. The aura of Ozun Sung was now overwhelmingly intimidating, causing Kang Ji-kun to be so scared that he not only let go immediately but also fell backward. At this moment, Ozun Sung returned to his usual mild demeanor and turned to speak to all the other students. Sorry for causing trouble for everyone. Thank you for inviting me. After saying that, he quickly left the chicken shop and stood outside the restaurant. Oh Run-sung continued to think about the memory that had been interrupted earlier. At that moment, after careful consideration, you declined Kim Sun-guk's offer. Of course. As you were about to leave, he still advised you to think it over, because once you step through that door, you won't have another chance to become a hunter that easily. He did not expect that Oh Jun would respond with such determination. I never thought I could become a hunter easily. But I have made up my mind. I will become a hunter by my own abilities without being influenced by others. After that, Ok-sung decisively left. Kim Sun-guk watched you walk away, then smiled with complete satisfaction. Next, he pulled out his phone and called someone named Trang Hun to inform him that he had found someone qualified. Who could it be? The person on the other end asked. Who's it? A newly hatched chick. Although he has not become a hunter yet, I am sure in the future he will become the #1 hunter. Time passed quickly, and only 1 month was left until the final exam. Ok-sung wanted to prepare well to face it, no matter what the test was about. That is why he trained harder to improve his weaknesses. Currently, Ozun's weakest point is his overall physical condition, especially his stamina, so he needs to focus entirely on it. Today, while training, Ozun noticed something strange on the hunting mode interface. That area looked exactly like an item slot in a game. The place to store items. But right now he did not have any items. So why did this thing appear? The more Ojun thought about it, the more puzzled he became. Then an idea flashed in his mind. Ojunzung brought the water bottle in his hand closer to the item slot, and to his surprise, the water bottle was immediately sucked inside. That is amazing. Can it really go into the slot? So how do I use it? Ozun mumbled. The system read his thoughts, and immediately provided an answer to this question. Use slot 1 by winking once while looking at it. Ozun silently marveled at how smart this system was. He then followed the instructions, looking at the slot and winking. As a result, in an instant, his throat was filled with the taste of mineral water. This unexpected event caught him off guard, causing him to choke. He should have given a warning first. Suddenly pouring it down someone's throat like that. Orun-sung coughed and swore repeatedly. But he could not deny that this thing was pretty cool. No need to do anything. Just wink, and the water flows into his throat. The amount displayed in the item slot then also decreased. Ozun wanted to study this thing a little more, so he began to test it with various items. After that, he figured out a few rules about this. First, each slot can only contain one item. Second, the item in the slot can be taken out. Third, the items contained in the slot must be consumable. Fourth, the item can be consumed automatically. And finally, even when Ozun is using the automatic hunting mode, items can still be consumed automatically. Simply put, it is like carrying a bag without feeling heavy or cumbersome. With this feature, you can save time on preparation and eating, thus boosting your strength and extending your automatic hunting mode. Therefore, Ozun was extremely pleased with this new discovery. A month flew by quickly. And finally, the final test of the hunter selection competition had arrived. Kim Sun led the trainees to the exam hall, and Ozun was the last to get off the bus. Among the group was a sharp-eyed girl who noticed that his physique had improved significantly lately. Yeah, I changed my training methods a bit, so the results are better. Ozun replied, trying to speak loudly enough to make that guy Kang Jikun furious. In front of him now was a vast arena, and there were many more people attending the competition than he had imagined. Not all were competitors. Some were there to observe as well. Kim Sun explained that the results of this test would be announced immediately. So people from mid-sized and small teams arrived early to compete for attention with larger companies. But upon closer inspection, it seemed there were indeed more people than usual this time. When Kang Jikun heard the word survey, potential, or priority, he felt a rush of energy. As if he had been pumped up, he let out a growl and began to warm up, aiming to perform his best in the test. Ozun was too lazy to stick around and watch this idiot's antics, so he wanted to find a quieter spot to warm up. However, as he was about to leave, he was distracted by the appearance of a red supercar. Not only but the car had nearly captured the attention of everyone present, including Kim Sunuk. This was because the person stepping out of the car was L. Lo was known as the best solo hunter in the country, an individual with accomplishments that could rival even mid-tier teams. Next to him was his younger sister. Kim Sun had heard that she would be competing this time, and it turned out to be true. It seemed his trainees would have a tough time ahead. Finally, we have arrived. How do you feel? Little sister, nervous, Le asked his sister. But she responded with a fiercely determined and confident look. Nervous? Not a chance. Just wait and see. The outcome is already decided. I will top this test. No one knows how capable this girl really is, but when it comes to arrogance and disdain for others, she is definitely number one. In her eye, all the other candidates this time were low-level losers, and she did not hesitate to voice these thoughts. This made Kim Sun's group of trainees furious. What did you say? Low level? Don't go too far. Seeing things getting tense, Lai Jae quickly stepped into mediate. Sorry. My sister can be a bit harsh. I apologize on her behalf. In contrast to his arrogant sister, Lai Jae seemed to know how to handle social situations well. While apologizing to everyone, he suddenly noticed Ozun stretching alone in the distance. Just then, Ozung Sung turned around, and their eyes locked. Lee Hak was quite far from where he stood, but in an instant, he vanished and then appeared right behind Ozun Sung, as if he had emerged from thin air. It made him unable to contain his shock. That is amazing. Lee Jae observed Ozun Sung intently, like he was looking at a limited edition item. Then exclaimed, "What is going on here? What is happening?" Ozun Sung instinctively took 2 steps back, his eyes filled with wariness. The other person moved so quickly that he could not keep up. Truly a formidable opponent. Dude, the more I look, the more impressive it is. Lee Jae continued to praise. Hey man, how did you get a body like that? What do you mean? Ozung Sung spoke in a cautious tone. He did not understand why a top solo hunter like Lee Jae was approaching him, but his gut instinct told him it was not for anything good. I know this might sound a bit strange, but can I touch your body a little? Li Jieshi suggested, and this proposal left everyone frozen. Li Ye quickly explained that he meant no harm, just felt excited to see a body as beautiful as Ozung Sung's for the first time, and was curious about how he trained. Though still somewhat skeptical, Ozun Sung eventually agreed to let him touch. Given permission, Li Jieshi could not hide his excitement and proceeded to carefully feel his chest, arms, and even his calves. As he touched, he continuously expressed his amazement. Unbelievable how you managed to balance all these muscles. Seeing this scene, those present could not help but scowl. Who would think that superstar Lo Jae-hak had such a weird hobby? Ozun Sung was thoroughly bored. Lu Jae turned back to Kim Sun-guk and asked him how he trained his students to be perfect like this. Faced with that question, Kim Sun-guk hesitated for a few seconds. Not because he did not want to share, but because he also did not know how Ozun Sung did it. Sorry. That is probably something that can be discussed here. Right. Lee Hak realized the issue and handed Kim Sun-guk a business card. This is my contact information. If you get the chance, please reach out to me. Kim Sun-guk took the business card from the superstar in a daze. Then Lee Jae-hak turned back to Ozun Sung and gave him a thumbs up, once again praising that his muscles were truly perfect. He kept rambling on until his little sister could not take it anymore. And then they both left. Is Professor Kim always like this? Ozun Sung could not help but ask. I am not sure either, but he is known to be quite eccentric. Let us head inside first. The competition is about to start. Kim Sun-guk urged toward Lee Jae. After leaving that crowd, he quickly regained his usual calm demeanor. His cousin Lee could not help but ask why he suddenly acted like that earlier. Lee Jae-hak did not answer directly but said, Lino, it looks like you are going to have a tough time. You should be careful if you want to take first place. The final competition quickly began. The contestants were dressed in special outfits and entered the briefing room. The person standing on the podium explaining the rules of the competition was the main operator of this final test. Accordingly, the test would take place in the arena inside this grandstand. The contestants would fight against randomly selected monsters. The arena was designed with various environments, and the monsters were diverse. It was like a real-life hunting expedition. Therefore, the contestants would have to sign a waiver accepting responsibility for any injuries they might encounter during the test. Of course, there would be medical staff waiting outside to assist. But overall, the contestants had to prepare themselves thoroughly. Upon hearing this, many started to sweat nervously. Only Ozun and Anunseon remained very calm. Before the official test began, the operator continued to provide more information. Based on the previous 28 tests, the success rate has been steadily increasing. However, the rifts have become increasingly dangerous, and casualties have been rising. The organizers collected data and found that the number of intelligent monsters had significantly increased. There had been many requests to change the format of the test. However, it is very difficult to simulate intelligent monsters. Therefore, the examination board decided to include the strongest and most intelligent monsters possible in the test. The chosen arena this time is a jungle. The contestants will have to hunt monsters in there for 72 hours without any outside assistance, and the monsters are the contestants themselves. When the operator said this, the crowd below gasped in shock. That is right. This time the contestants' task is to capture other contestants alive. What the hell is this? Many could not take it and yelled out. The operator seemed to have anticipated this reaction from the contestants, so he calmly continued explaining. Everyone will enter the arena and hunt each other. The armor you are wearing is the basic outfit of hunters, and it has been redesigned for this test. Accordingly, this armor serves as both a minimum protective measure and a restraint device. It will absorb a certain amount of impact, but once it exceeds the limit, the armor will automatically paralyze the wearer by shocking them. That is the mechanism for the contestants to hunt each other. Wait, I have never heard of a test like this before. Another person spoke up. That is right. This is the first time. But facing unexpected situations is also part of a hunter's skill. The operator replied nonchalantly. The contestants began to complain, not expecting the organizers to come up with something this challenging this year. If that is the case, then everything they had prepared before is now useless. Ozun realized that this competition was no different from a survival battle. The contestants must hunt each other, and the last survivors will qualify to pass this test. Just then, the hunting mode switched to a ready state. This also means that Ozunung sensed the hostility coming from the opponent. While he was still wondering where that intent was coming from, he bumped into Lun Xian's icy gaze. It turns out this girl had been targeting him ever since Lovey Hen mentioned that to take the top spot, one must be careful of Ozun. But Lun Xian did not believe he could be stronger than her, and she swore that once in the arena, she would take him down first to prove to her brother that he was wrong. After announcing the exam rules, the contestants gradually exited the prearranged tunnels and entered the arena. The anonymous armor would be activated. The contestants could no longer see each other. Each contestant would correspond to a point. But if you took someone down, you would also receive all the points they had earned previously. Therefore, Ozone decided not to act recklessly but to target those with high scores. Only the top 10 scorers within 72 hours would pass this exam. After exiting the tunnel, Junsung was left speechless at the sight before him. The sky was blue, the sun was golden, and even the wind was blowing. Everything felt incredibly real. This arena looked just like a real forest. Once all the contestants entered the battlefield, the exam officially began. Junsung took a deep breath. Ready to enjoy this hunt, he jumped high and then began to glide away. Rushing into a fight clearly seemed like a waste of energy. First, he needed to familiarize himself with the terrain, then find something useful to help maintain his stamina. While scouting the path, Aksung quickly encountered another contestant. The opponent seemed scared by his incredible speed, showing no signs of resistance. With the automatic hunting mode, Ozung took down the opponent with just one punch. Even he was somewhat surprised at how easily he defeated his rival. It seemed he was too panicked since this was his first real combat. Ozung felt lucky that his previous encounter with the shark monkey beast had steadied his nerves compared to other rookies. Plus, this armor was much more effective than fighting barehanded. He had scored his first point. This really had a positive effect on Ozunung's mentality during this 72-hour hunt. And of course, through the surveillance cameras, every move of the contestants was visible from the outside. Among them, a few standout contestants caught more attention, like Lee Lunsun's little sister. Not long after the match began, Lu Xian was surrounded by two other contestants. However, 2 against 1 was unlikely to work against this young monster. Lu Xian remained extremely calm, moving nimbly and striking decisively, taking down both of her opponents in just a few seconds. Is that her pure state? She truly is a talented girl. The observers outside could not help but marvel. I am not sure myself. According to some rumors, she collaborated with some company to awaken her abilities. But honestly, I do not believe that. There is another rumor saying Genius Liha has taken a 3-month leave to train his sister. That is why she can defeat 3rd-level monsters even in a pure state. That is also why everyone ignores the other contestants and only focuses on Lu Xian's camera. Who would not want to watch such a rising star? Of course, there are those who stand out from the crowd. For example, Kim-sun, as he is intently observing his top seed. Oh Junung. Besides him, there is another pair of eyes glued to the camera, and that is Lei Jia. He is quite a skilled hunter. He is following the teachings perfectly. With enough experience, that solid foundation will become a great asset for him. Lee Hak proactively strikes up a conversation with Kim-sun Guk. Actually, these two have known each other for a while, and Kim-sun Guk is less senior. But earlier, they pretended not to know each other in front of the trainees, because Lei Jae did not want to make Kim-sun Guk feel awkward. It has been a while, has not it? I have heard about your tutoring. After observing the camera, it is clear your sister's skills are quite impressive. Kim-sun Guk politely replies. Leha chuckles, not denying that his sister has exceptional talent. So he has trained her a bit. However, this test won't be easy for Lai Un and Xian, as Ozun Sung is the biggest threat. Lee Hak seems very interested in him and keeps asking about him, but the other party just replies. No comments. Realizing he can't squeeze more information from this senior, Lai Zhou obediently turns back to monitor the camera on his sister. But he is eagerly anticipating Ozung Sung's performance, and is curious about who will come out on top. Kim-sun Guk is in no rush, as the test has just begun. To find out who the strongest contestants are, they will have to wait at least 24 hours. Oh run. I will be watching you. Show me your talent. Kim-sun Guk thinks. For those inside the arena, time drags, but for those observing outside, 72 hours fly by. Currently, there are about 4 hours left until the competition ends. Those in the observation room are gaping, all eyes fixed on one screen. A few minutes ago, Ozunung was diligently gathering materials in the forest using his item slot feature. He just collected a rice cake made from wild plants. It has some heat efficiency and pain recovery properties. The knowledge about natural supply laws learned back in training is proving very useful now. If Ozunung had not effectively applied that knowledge, he would not have been able to maintain his stamina until now. Although clearly, the plant rice cake is hard to preserve, his automatic hunting system makes it manageable. Not only that, but he can also craft protective armor in the dense forest. But there is a relatively serious problem. Oh-run is feeling sleepy. He has nearly fainted a few times already. He has no idea how many hours he has been in a state of no sleep and stress. Continuously hunting, because in the battle arena, it never gets dark. Kon has completely lost track of time. He does not know how many hours are left until the exam ends. Only that he just wants to go home and sleep right now. When drowsiness hits once again, Aksung has to bite his lip to stay awake. He must calm himself down. Otherwise, he will become prey for another hunter. Azung Sung estimates that there is not much time left, and that he just needs to focus a little more to pass the exam. Just then, the automatic hunting mode is activated, and his mind snaps to attention like a taut string. He is extremely alarmed because he could not sense the enemy's presence until the automatic hunting mode was turned on. This also means that the opponent has prepared thoroughly to hunt him down. Good reaction. Seems like you are more capable than I thought, the opponent arrogantly says. But can you block my next move? Deuce. A bunch of question marks appears over Krun Sung's head. He does not know who this person is, or how they know his name. Only vaguely guessing that they are the one who activated the automatic hunting mode in the training room. Although he is not clear about the opponent's identity, he can sense their strong, competitive nature, and also guesses that the opponent seems quite annoyed with him. If that is the case, Aksung has no qualms about fighting to the finish. He raises his hand and makes a few provocative gestures at his opponent. This drives Lun Xin across the way into a furious rage. Don't be cocky. She shouts aggressively while attacking. There is no denying that both the speed and technique of this girl are approaching perfection. It seems Lei Jie has trained his sister very well. Zun Sung can only keep dodging and deflecting attacks. It seems the opponent's skills completely outclass him. So even before the automatic hunting mode can help him counterattack, the opponent can continue to strike. Looks like you only have this one defense move. Fine. Then I will pick up the pace and see how long you can hold on. The armor has concealed Gon Sung's pale face at this moment. This is already fast enough. Can she really go even faster? Then this is not good. The battle between the two of them is incredibly intense. That is why the supervisors outside are glued to the screen. Everyone is in awe. Only Lei Jie and Kim Sun, as the guardians of these two contestants, are relatively calm, but in reality, both of them are also holding their breath, anticipating the outcome of this life or death match. Run Sung braces his hands on his thighs. Panting, Unsin on the opposite side, holding a sword, smirks and says, "You are holding up pretty well. Enough to be boring, but it looks like this is the end now. Don't strain yourself. Just finish it gently." Jun Sung does not respond. He is silently contemplating. It is already the third hour since the one-on-one duel between the two best, Jun Sung and Unsun, began. There is 1 hour left before the hunter exam ends. Run Dung squints at the person in front of him, feeling a mix of awe. The power and speed are terrifying. And with full protective gear and great stamina, there is no place to break through. It seems San automatically wants to try something, but his body can't keep going, so he can only block the attack, while he is trembling in thought. Unseen suddenly speaks up. "Alright, I have to admit Daex's words. I really did not know you could be this good. You have the potential to be a leader, that is, unless you run into me." As soon as she finishes her sentence, she raises her sword again, her gaze locked firmly on Jun. She coldly says, "Let us start with that annoying protective gear first." Hearing this, Jun Sung knows well that Unseen is going to attack. He quickly adopts a defensive stance. Sure enough, in less than 3 seconds, Unseen rushes right in front of Junung. The sword in her hand begins to swing down, but an unexpected twist causes her to be startled. The ropes wrapped around Jun's arms snap from the sword's strike, yet they scatter wildly in the air. This blinds Unseen's vision. She can't see anything in front of her anymore, but Unseen does not give up. She remembers what Jack said earlier, that there is still a way to turn the situation around. With that thought, she immediately moves behind Jun Sung. Jun Sung seems to respond, hurriedly turning his head to look back. Unseen smirks with a pleased smile. Can you react to this? But it is too late. At this point, Jun Sung can't help but panic. He can't avoid it anymore and gets slashed by Unseen. Jun Sung feels like everything might be over. You have lost, so just lie down and relax. This is not a situation you can win. However, while he is despairing, Sanguk's words suddenly ring in his ears. At that time, he once asked him what a hunter would do when cornered. Sanguk shook his head and replied, "I do not know." Although it is hard to answer such a broad question accurately, for a hunter, all dangers will approach. Sometimes, they may get separated from their group and become isolated, or they might inadvertently face a very strong monster. The food they carry might run out, or the food might alter in the combat environment, creating dangers. So they must come up with specific solutions for each situation. But for Sanguk, the most useful thing is to understand oneself and try to endure. Jun Sung listens to this, feeling confused. What does this mean? He can only see Sanguk's smile deepening as he seriously says, "No matter the circumstance, if you can endure, if you can step forward even just a little, then you will definitely find a way to survive." That is right. Why not try just a little harder? Jun Sung thinks about this and tries to use his foot to block Unseen's sword. This surprises Unseen quite a bit. Jun Sung tells himself to endure. He must endure. What is the point of automatic hunting if he is going to lose? At this moment, Unseen's eyes are filled with astonishment. She trembles as she mutters, "What are you doing?" But before she can finish, Run Sung coldly interrupts. "Let us have one last fight and see who wins. Starting with this damn wooden sword." As soon as he finishes, Run Sung suddenly raises his arm under her horrified gaze. He directly broke the wooden sword with a punch. Unseen widened her eyes in shock. "What the heck? Why did you suddenly stand up?" This exam is just a formality for her. Jun Sung is just a pebble in her path. Unseen is Le's younger sister. After all, does Jun Sung really think he can get past her here? Thinking this, Unseen immediately shouted, "You think you can get away unscathed here?" But as soon as she finished speaking, Unseen's legs suddenly trembled. She could not help but panic. What is wrong with my legs? Is this really all the strength I have? While Unseen was in shock, Jun Sung rushed in. He grabbed her hand tightly. He scoffed and said, "Let us finish this." Then he swung his fist. Unseen felt like her life was over. She could not block this blow. At that moment, Ryak outside saw this scene and could not help but sigh. The others were a bit confused. No one expected things to turn so quickly. However, Sanguk remained calm because he knew Jun's skills well. At that moment, inside the competition, Unseen was knocked away by Jun Sung. Meanwhile, Jun Sung was very confused. He did not know how things ended up like this. Could she still endure? On the contrary, Unseen was also very surprised. How could Jun Sung not be electrocuted? She could not harm him enough to make him falter. Even though he had lost all his strength, his will was remarkable. It had to end. Just then, an announcement suddenly rang out. End of 72 minutes. The match is over. Jun Sung was startled upon hearing this. Unseen breathed a sigh of relief, glad she had not lost too embarrassingly. Since the match had ended, all contestants stopped what they were doing and moved outside as directed. Jun Sung looked up at the sky, unable to help but sigh. "You messed up again." Thinking this, he let go of Unseen's hand and ran off. Unsurprisingly, Jun Sung and Unseen scored the highest in this competition. Outside, people began to discuss as they heard the announcement. A man exclaimed in disbelief, "Wait, so Ozan scored the highest?" Another shook his head in disagreement. "That will be determined by the accumulated points to be announced, which include survival points and hunting points." The other person nodded slightly, saying that if the accumulated points dominate, then Loon Xian still has a chance to come in first. Just then, the announcement rang out, and we will announce the final scores of the contestants. Shortly after, the scoreboard appeared before everyone. The one in first place is Jun Sung. Seeing this name, everyone started to murmur, how can someone show up out of nowhere and take first place in the exam? Even Lian Xian was defeated. I do not understand where contestant Ozung Sung came from. Meanwhile, in the contestants' lounge, the room was quiet until someone suddenly burst in, shattering the atmosphere. They kept rushing in, singing praises for Run Sung. But because they were pushing and shoving, some people started to get annoyed. As a result, insults began to fly, leaving the contestants in the room speechless. Even more exaggerated, they started fighting, making noise like a market. Just then, someone hesitated and walked over, awkwardly speaking up. "The person you are looking for, Run Sung, is not here." As soon as those words were spoken, the atmosphere fell silent. A moment later, someone angrily ground their teeth, saying, "What? If someone speaks up, there will definitely be a second person." They began to question one after another, wondering who had taken the lead. What kind of team lacks etiquette? If it were now, they would not have gone far. They should chase after him immediately. They had to catch Run Sung. They could not lose their means of making a living. After everyone left, the lounge finally returned to quiet. One contestant sighed, feeling that as soon as they ranked first, many people started to tail them. Everyone then began to discuss. Not noticing Unseen's dark expression behind them, she recalled her previous criticisms of Jun. And the more she thought about it, the worse her expression became. At the same time, inside a bathroom that had been locked, Jun Sung had fallen asleep inside. He was sleeping soundly, completely oblivious to the noise outside. It was not until night fell that Jun Sung finally woke up. When he stepped outside, no one was left. He sighed helplessly, thinking, "I just went into the bathroom for a bit and lost all sense of time. Is it already 3 a.m.? If I go home, I can only call a taxi." Just as Jun Sung was about to call, a blinding light suddenly shone. When he looked closely, he saw Jay stepping out of the car. Of course, he recognized him, but he did not understand why he was here at this hour. Under Jun's suspicious gaze, Jay suddenly turned to the passenger seat and shouted, "Loon San." The car had remained silent until Jun thought no one would respond, when suddenly a pair of feet appeared. He looked suspiciously at the person who had just stepped out. The person getting out of the car was Unseen, but her expression was a bit awkward. Meanwhile, Run Sung looked quite surprised. He did not expect this girl was the one who had fought with him at the end. Just as Run was feeling confused, Dai Hek spoke up. "Hey Run, my sister has been involved in a debt of gratitude." Upon hearing this, Jun Sung was even more surprised. "She is actually your sister." Seeing the person next to him not speaking, Dai felt annoyed and reminded him. Unseen. Being reminded, Unseen immediately shouted, "I really learned a lesson. Thank you so much," she said, then bowed her head to Jun. Unseen's action startled Jun Sung. He quickly waved his hands to decline. "What? I did not do anything for you." However, his words did not make Unseen lift her head. she remained bowed, sincerely saying, "And I am sorry for the arrogant things I said before. It is." Runsung waved his hands in a panic. Unseen suddenly hiccuped, then said nothing more and turned to leave. Seeing her actions, Diahex spoke up regretfully. "Even though she can be hasty, she is not a bad kid. If my sister has offended you, please let me apologize on her behalf." This time, with the experience learned from Junsung, Unseen had broadened her perspective. Now she just needed to recover to develop further. Diahex smiled and looked at Junsung, saying, "And congratulations on achieving first place this time." Junsung politely nodded. "Thank you." Daiki chuckled softly in response. "But right now, there is no car to go back. Do you want to get in my car? Unseen will sit in the back seat." Junsung thought that sharing a car with Unseen would be quite embarrassing. At that moment, his phone suddenly received a message. Junsung quickly checked and then shook his head to decline. "Actually, I already have a car." Hearing this, Dahi did not push. He smiled and said, "That is fair. You probably have a spot you are aiming for. Then I will see you again if there is a chance." Runsung politely smiled, and then Diahex got in the car and left. Just then, it seemed someone was approaching from behind. Runsung glanced back and then softly asked, "I wonder if you have a car to go home." Sir Sesanufi glanced at him, pouting. "Even though you said you would wait, you can't expect me to bring the car over now. Can you?" Chuckling softly, Runsung replied casually, "Since you got first place, let us let it slide this time. I will have you put your name on the Academy's banner." Hearing this, Semasnov could not help but laugh. If it gets to that point, it would be great for the Academy. Right. The two of them affectionately touched hands. Then Stanjeki pointed to his car and said, "Let us go then. I have something to discuss. We can talk in the car." Quickly, Asnunka's car started rolling. He drove while chatting. "How's it going? Already full of job offers?" Junsung nodded slightly and replied, "Yeah. Reading through each one will definitely take a while." These hunting team, the Milan hunting team, and even the Quoll group. Hearing these names, Sunnislink was a bit surprised. 3 offers from 2F40 companies. 2F40 refers to 2 companies and 4 groups, representing the hunting teams of South Korea. Only exceptionally talented individuals can get into these companies. Just 8 months ago, Junsung never considered being a hunter. And now top companies are inviting him like this. "I am really happy for you." I could not help but tease. "Now you must be really torn about which group to choose." Junsung heard this and let out a resigned sigh. "Shouldn't you be joking with me at a time like this?" He chuckled softly in response. "You noticed right away." Junsung, not paying attention, said seriously, "You mentioned earlier that you had something to say. Last time you suggested it to me. It was actually to test me, was not it?" Hearing this, Sunuk's face showed a hint of regret. He sighed and said, "I am really sorry about that. I had to see how you performed. And because you showed me such a simple ability, I wanted to know what kind of person you are." Junsung was taken aback. "What? How could that be?" Sunuk slowly opened his mouth. "To put it bluntly, do you know the concept of purity and enhancement?" Junsung became even more confused upon hearing this. The next day, at the Jin Tranghun Special Health Center in the Energy Enhancement Room, a place not everyone could enter, Junsung was undergoing an examination. The doctor outside was checking the machines and, upon seeing the displayed numbers, he gasped in shock. He could not believe it and exclaimed, "Holy cow. The absorption rate is incredible." Sunuk naturally followed along, waiting behind him. Hearing this, he was equally astonished. Back to last night, Jun was walking and answering Sunuk's previous question. If it is enhancement, that means becoming a professional hunter, while purity refers to not receiving any enhancements at all. Hearing your straightforward answer, Sunuk could not help but feel emotional. "You know that already?" Junsung nodded slightly and replied, "Yep. I learned about it." Sunuk picked up a can of drink from the machine and then slowly explained, "Just as you said, if you become a professional hunter, you can enhance your strength, and there are 2 ways to do it." Saying this, he handed the can to Junsung and continued explaining. "The first way is to find the missing materials for enhancement and pay for them. That is the common way to channel energy into the body. The second way is when a hunter already possesses energy. To enhance their strength, this person can transmit energy like those in martial arts, passing on inner strength to another hunter. The selection criteria will surely share some common points. It is about surgical enhancements. The most common enhancement method requires a lot of materials and is very expensive for new hunters. Gathering up to 150 million is quite difficult. So typically instead of accepting proposals for enhancement, they often sign contracts with teams for a few years." Junsung frowned and asked, "But is not that unavoidable?" Damak nodded, and Sunuk replied nonchalantly, "That is right. But is not there another way?" Junsung asked with doubt, "So that is how it is? But you have not finished your sentence yet." Sunuk sighed and said, "That is exactly 13 years ago. Back then, I was just like you, ranked first in the hunter exam. Of course, He also experienced the fame, holding that position for 9 years. But then in a moment, everything fell apart. During a monster hunt, Sunuk was careless. He acted like a fool and ended up getting poisoned. Because he was late in dealing with it. Aside from the energy, Sunuk's body was completely wrecked. Although it resumed operations after a year, it failed to return to work, having run out of materials and with a broken engine. Even though Sun Guk tried to tough it out, he could not hold on. In the end, he retired like that. Luckily, Sanuk had made quite a bit of money. So even though he did not face any difficulties in living, he still wanted to do something, especially guiding those who aspired to become hunters. Jun Sung asked him how it was, and he slowly explained, still not quite sure. Maybe that was just what was left behind. The matches I could not participate in. The position I could not wait for. He once wanted to find someone who could take his place and do that, and at this moment, Sanuk thought he had found someone who could take over. Upon hearing this, Jun Sung panicked and exclaimed, "Teacher, wait a moment," but not waiting for him to finish, Sanguk cut it. "Run Sung, can you take over? Take the dream that I could not fulfill." Sanguk was lost in thought, the doctor's voice echoing in his ears. After a moment, he snapped back to reality. He apologetically said, "Sorry. I just had another thought. Has the transfer already been completed?" Damak nodded, and the doctor replied nonchalantly, "It is almost done. But where exactly did you find him?" Sanguk heard this and approached with suspicion. "What is going on?" The doctor hurriedly explained. "The absorption rate is about 64%. That is an unreasonable rate. The transfer of energy usually only reaches around 60%. So it might have already flowed into the body and been optimized. This is the second transfer. The doctor has already used the company's resources and transferred concentrated energy first." Hearing this, Sanuk immediately panicked and exclaimed, "What? Why is that?" The doctor apologetically said, Even though you clearly confirmed that Ozan is the best hunter, I doubted it and thought it would not be easy to transfer energy to anyone, because he knew that Sanguk had worked hard to accumulate it. He intended to give it a try. If the initial transfer had not gone through a human body, the absorption rate would only be 20%. And the lower the initial absorption rate, the more useless it becomes. So the doctor intended to convince Sun Guk with the low rate. But the 64% absorption rate was something he was very skeptical about. Upon hearing this, Sanuk was astonished. Does that mean Jun Sung is currently in a state of being transferred twice? From Jun Sung's expression, it seemed that his strength was still stable. Just then, the doctor suddenly exclaimed, "The absorption rate for the second time is in." "My goodness. Is it 100%? Sanuk saw this and was thrilled. Quickly asking, "Du Sung, how does your body feel? Do you feel any pain or anything strange?" Run Sung shook his head and replied, "Although there is nothing too strange, I feel a bit confused." The doctor explained, "Once that feeling disappears completely, you will move on to the next step. Your absorption rate is extremely high, so there is no need to rush. Just take your time with the transition." Sanuk nodded in agreement. "Du Sung, do not feel any pressure right now." Jun Sung gently shook his head and replied, "Teacher, you have already helped me improve my physical strength and transferred energy to me. That is more than enough kindness. Receiving it for free like this is a debt of gratitude." Hearing this from him, Sesnun could only smile wryly. Then he spoke up, "I understand. Even though I still lack, I will do my best to make you a great hunter." Though it was unexpected, he could only rely on Sung. Dunex Dung nodded and smiled, replying, "Yep, Master. I will be counting on you in the future." But at that moment, the ground suddenly shook, startling all three of them. The red alarm immediately blared throughout the city, signaling a fissure accident. A little later, on the bus heading to handle the fissure, Jun Sung also joined in on this incident. Upon seeing him, someone could not help but speak up. "Is that young man Jun Sung? The one who just ranked first a few days ago?" But one thing that surprised them was that he did not have a badge from any team. Could it be that he was just a rookie, and not allowed to join a group, only able to be a reserve? Some speculated that Run Sung could not possibly be just a rookie. Hearing this, the middle-aged man could not help but scoff. Even if he ranked first, he was still just like that. If that is the case, then as a senior, he should give some advice soon. Run Sung heard their entire conversation, but he was not very concerned. He was listening to the announcement about the crack incident. This time, the monster was a swarm of gray ants, acting on the orders of the queen ant. After hearing this, Junex Dung fell silent in the command center as the information about the monster escaping from the crack zone was sent out. A few hours earlier at the hospital, after Run Sung left the examination room, Samguk came to ask how he was doing. He shook his head, replying that he was not sure. Still, he felt a sense of unease. Samguk slowly explained that the energy had just finished transmitting, so he had not gotten used to that body yet. If he wanted to get rid of that uncomfortable feeling, he had to try using more strength. He needed to pay attention to that, breaking free from his memories. Run Sung could not help but smile. If Sanguk said he should use more strength, Then he could lose the uncomfortable feeling and test his limits at the same time. A little later, at a corner of the city where the crack appeared, a swarm of gray ants was gathering. The hunters who had just arrived saw the large numbers and immediately panicked. However, at that moment, the leader seemed to see something and was immediately startled. He saw everyone had entered a combat-ready state. While Jung Sung stood there doing nothing, the leader immediately shouted in dissatisfaction, "Wait. Run Sung. Get equipped. You have only been here for a few days. And you are still so clueless. Did you even learn how to activate it? If you have, then you should know how to activate it instead of standing there confused." After a long pause, Run Sung finally replied, "I have not tried it yet." This made the man even more irritated. He loudly criticized, "If you can't do it, do not be so cocky here. You do not even know how to use a weapon." Hearing this, Run Sung was taken aback. After a while, he finally reacted, "Is that? Maybe I was thinking wrong." The man snorted again. A trainee without a team badge should not act so recklessly, standing out like that. Just watch us today. Before he could finish speaking, Run Sung interrupted him. "Maybe I won't need a weapon after all." This made the leader panic. He could not believe it and asked back, What are you doing?" Dun ignored him, slowly lowering his center of gravity, placing both hands on the ground. Getting into a running stance, San automatically reminded him that he did not need a weapon to face those ants. With this thought, he immediately charged forward. Jung Sung's speed was so fast that the naked eye could not see it. He charged into the swarm of gray ants in front of him, and seeing this, the hunters behind panicked, thinking he had gone crazy. But Jun did not care. He was starting to attack the gray ants. Seeing him, they raised their pincers and thrust toward him. Jun Sung dodged slightly, avoiding the gray ant's attack. Then he lunged forward, kicking its body. Just as he took one down, two more rushed at him. Seeing the sharp pincer coming at him, Jun Sung instantly panicked. He quickly threw himself to the side to avoid it, but it was not over yet. The next scene left him stunned. The large pincer of the gray ant was stabbing toward Jun, but he refused to give up. Hurriedly dodging, then grabbing the pincer and attacking it with his fist. His action caught the gray ant off guard. It looked confused at Jun Sung, using its own pincer to stab at him. Immediately, the gray ant was taken down by Jun Sung. He looked at the gray ant's lifeless body in front of him, his eyes devoid of emotion. However, there were too many gray ants, and he was now surrounded. But Jung Sung suddenly glanced in one direction, then swiftly dashed toward it. The hunters behind saw all of Jung Sung's actions. One of them, unable to believe it, exclaimed, "Holy God, is that even possible? Can he really get through each ant one by one?" At that moment, another person suddenly shouted, "Wait, that is the queen ant." Just as he said, Jun Sung had appeared in front of the queen ant. It glanced at the swarm of gray ants, and in an instant, they turned and fled. The hunters immediately panicked and shouted, "They are running away. Block them quickly, or it will be a hassle if it escapes." Jun Sung glanced at them and softly murmured, "You think you can simply avoid the fight by using your heads? Anyway, it seems that creature is signaling something." He looked at the queen ant and asked, "So you are the queen ant?" "Right." The queen ant did not respond, just stared back at him. Jun Sung did not say anything more. He charged forward, ignoring the careful warnings about the queen ant. His steps were extremely determined. He flipped around the queen, then successfully landed on its head. Jun Sung held onto its head tightly. However, its strength was so great that he had to grit his teeth to hold on. The queen ant stubbornly resisted. Unfortunately, he could not hold on for long. Its head was pulled from its neck by Jung Sung. This violent scene left the hunters behind speechless, especially the leader, who previously thought Jun Sung was just a kid. But clearly, he was more of a monster. How could someone barehanded decapitate such a beast? "What are your hands made of?" Jun Sung did not care what they thought. He lifted the queen ant's head and walked towards them. The closer they looked, the more horrified they became, starting to murmur among themselves. The leading hunter heard their loud noise, furious, and shouted, "Stop the nonsense and focus. The queen ant is dead." He then commanded, "Without a commander, those ants are just a disorganized mob. Find all of them and destroy them." As soon as he finished speaking, the whole team began to launch an attack on the gray ants. Run Sung, observing from the side, did not participate. The ordinary ants are taken care of by other hunters, so you can catch your breath. Everything seems easier than you thought, but it is true. Even this mission is important for lower-level hunters. Now the feeling of chaos in Jun's center has subsided somewhat. With about half of his strength remaining, he must gradually join forces with other hunters to finish them off. Just then, another ant suddenly appeared, biting the neck of one hunter. Seeing this scene, everyone immediately panicked. "What is that? Damn. That is not an ordinary ant. We have no information about that thing." Jun Sung also widened his eyes in suspicion, shouting in panic, "What is going on? What is happening?" At that moment, the leading hunter also shouted in fear, Why the hell is that thing here? The ant in front is the queen ant. Its level is 4 stars. Quite difficult to deal with, the leading hunter immediately ordered. Everyone regroup. Quickly call for reinforcements. Get out of this area and set up a no-go zone immediately. We have to leave the queen ant, and those who have come into contact. The whole team prepare firepower for an attack. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone started shooting at the queen ant. Once the firepower was sufficient, they turned and ran from that place. They had not expected to encounter the queen ant here. They almost ended up dead, but the queen ant was faster than they thought. Like a gust of wind, it lunged at a person left behind. Without hesitation, it stabbed its pincers into that person. Seeing this scene, the hunters immediately panicked. How could this happen? How could it appear so quickly? Over here, the queen ant had grabbed the body of that hunter and slowly approached. The hunters in front immediately retreated. Their guns also stopped firing, because it had turned that person into a shield. No one dared to shoot. Just then, the queen ant suddenly acted, throwing the person forward, their body crashing into the others in front. Taking the opportunity, the queen ant charged forward, causing the hunters behind to panic and continuously fire at it. But they could not stop it. The queen ant's sharp claws were aimed straight at the commander, making him tremble in fear. His face turned increasingly pale. Commander felt like he was about to die, but at that moment, a figure suddenly rushed in. It was Runsung. Realizing the situation was dire, he came to the rescue. Seeing him, the leader's face showed surprise. Junsung did not care about his expression and focused on attacking the queen ant. He threw a punch at it, knocking it back. After dealing with it, Runsung glanced at the commander and asked, "Are you okay?" The commander nodded in confusion, then remembered the important matter and shouted, "Wait! Why are you still here? I clearly said to leave this area." Runsung replied nonchalantly, "Because I never considered you my commander. That is why I can save you now." At that moment, the queen ant stood up from the wreckage, trembling slightly, frowning. Indeed, the auto hunt had activated and detected them, but it could not attack the commander. As if hitting a pile of metal, the queen ant glared at Runsung, obviously seeing him as her enemy. Runsung was not afraid. He calmly smiled. Then he had to understand its nature. While he was thinking, the commander started to speak again. "Hey, are you planning to fight the queen ant?" Runsung nodded casually. "Yep. That is right." Hearing this, the commander immediately got angry, dissatisfied, and scolded. "Are you crazy? Do you even know what it is?" Runsung Dammak replied. "That is the queen ant, a level 4 monster." He was stunned to see Runsung so calm and asked, "Even knowing that, you still want to fight? It can't be compared to a level 3 queen ant because we can't face it," he said. No matter how strong Junsung's background was, this was still his first hunt. Even if you want to play the hero, you have to consider the situation. After hearing this, Runsung awkwardly said, "Actually, I do want to do that because the queen ant won't let them escape easily. If everyone runs away, someone must hold it back, especially since there are many injured people." Soksung wanted the commander and others to stick to the original plan. He would stay behind to face it. At this point, Junsung not only felt no fear but also calmly smiled, thinking it was a good opportunity to test his skills against a level 4 prey. The commander's face went from pale to white. He thought the boy was insane. Did he really want to fight a level 4 monster? Clearly, everyone needed to buy time, but choosing a level 4 prey was a risky move. Thinking about this, the commander could not help but bite his lip. There was no other plan, so he would go along with the boy's wishes. Devil should fight the devil. With that thought, he immediately looked at Junsung and said, "Then you hold the monster back. We will call for backup." Junsung heard this and did not reply, just calmly nodded. Soon after, the commander turned and ordered the others, "Everyone, leave the scene. Those who are unharmed should take care of the injured. Let us move quickly while you hold the monster." In the end, only Runsung was left to face the queen ant. At that moment, it suddenly threw its head back and let out a loud scream. Jun was not afraid. He calmly took a stance, his gaze incredibly resolute. Today he would have a fierce battle with the queen ant. Just then, the queen ant charged forward. Runsung, seeing this, clenched his fist tightly. Without a moment's hesitation, he threw a punch at the queen ant's body. The queen ant felt the pain but did not step back, frantically clawing at Junsung. "But you managed to dodge, then threw a punch." The queen ant's claws were simply too fast. Just as you avoided one, another came at you. You stumbled back in shock, and the claws drove straight into the ground. You bit your lip, realizing this was indeed a fearsome beast, attacking without hesitation. While you were frozen in thought, the queen ant attacked again. You quickly ran back, then started to focus your mind, aligning your body with the incoming strikes that barely grazed you. It is good that auto-hunting was activated. You needed to make a decision before your energy ran out. Right at that moment, The queen ant leaped down in front of you. Its movements were grand. This was a perfect opportunity. You decided to gather your strength and see it through. Without hesitation, you began to punch the queen ant. Your fists flew wildly, striking at her. The queen ant took hit after hit without a chance to recover. And she was getting furious. She grabbed your fists tightly. In the blink of an eye, she had you locked. You panicked and kicked at her. The queen ant was caught off guard by your response. Getting hit by your straight kicks, her claws released you. And seizing the moment, you landed a punch on her. You had used over half of your energy, and things were becoming dire. Wasn't she a level 4 beast? Even if your attacks were not as threatening as you thought, the real problem was her defense. Plus, she had more legs beneath her abdomen, making things even more complicated. If this keeps up, you won't be able to jump. You only had about 3% of your energy left. You could not fight much longer. While you were thinking, the queen ant stood up from the rubble and was ready to attack again. Meanwhile, at a nearby camp not far from the crack, the hunters who had participated earlier returned to treat their wounds. The unharmed were gathering in another tent. The commander, leading, spoke up. Even though they had reorganized their forces, the losses were still too great. Since they had already requested reinforcements, they just had to wait here for the support team to re-enter. Hearing this, someone questioned, "But is that really okay? What about that new guy?" Hearing the discussions about you, the commander could only sigh in defeat. "I acknowledge that, but we can't do anything. In fact, it might just increase the number of casualties. Without support, it would be like before, so many nearly dying. After all, he was acting alone from the start, so they did not need to waste their troops. Moreover, the level of the queen ant and the queen is completely different." The commander asked if they knew why the queen ant was level 4. Clearly, she was superior to regular ants in every aspect, but the main hassle is that humans can't fly. Back on the battlefield, Jun Sung is looking up at the queen ant hovering in the air, his mind racing. Is it finally ready to strike? While he is still in shock, the queen ant lunges at him, and he quickly dodges to the side. Seeing its fierce attack, he can't help but panic. But before he can catch his breath, the queen ant charges at him again. Claws raised, Jun Sung can't afford to be careless. He grips its claws tightly with both hands. He bites his lip, trying to hold it still and prevent the queen ant from moving. He can't help but think, why is it so troublesome for something that can fly? If only he could just grab its neck. Would not that solve everything? But life is not that simple. The queen ant slipped from his grip and flew away again. Jun Sung gritted his teeth in frustration. This is really annoying. Even though he can endure this through automatic hunting, his energy is running low. Looking at its speed, he realizes there is no way to escape. He needs to think of a solution fast. Just then, a notification from the automatic hunting system suddenly appeared in front of Jun Sung. Startling him, a line of text appeared, suggesting a position change, and he frowned. Is this a new skill? It showed up twice. What kind of skill is it? Meanwhile, the queen ant turned back, seemingly ready to attack him. Jun Sung shut his eyes tightly. If that is the case, he would have no chance of winning, since he never believed it could lead to his defeat. A moment later, Jun Sung opened his eyes and began to change his stance for activation. Immediately, the automatic hunting system responded to his words. Jun's body quickly transformed. The energy circle within him kept spinning, and the remaining strength was focused into one point. Jun concentrated the energy into his fist. Just as the queen ant charged at him, he struck out. The queen ant was momentarily taken aback by his action, but Jun Sung did not care. He kept attacking. His punch landed squarely on the queen ant's neck. With that, its head was severed from its body, lying in two different places. Jun Sung gathered his energy. Letting out a sigh of relief, he finally caught the queen ant. A moment later, at the crack's location, Jun Sung was no longer alone. Hurried footsteps approached. Reinforcements led by the previous commander were rushing in, but when they saw Jun Sung standing there, they were stunned. In front of him lay the headless queen ant on the ground. Someone could not believe it and exclaimed, unable to accept that the queen ant was dead. Did the rookie really kill a level 4 monster? Even the previous commander was equally dumbfounded. He actually did it, but some still refused to accept the truth. How could this be? Did he really catch it? Something feels very strange. With that word, another person nodded in agreement. Right after that, someone ignorant spoke up, questioning in a trembling voice. Hey you. What happened? Can you explain it? Hearing this, the commander's face turned pale. What is this? Why did the atmosphere suddenly shift like this? Is it because we did not witness the new recruit's abilities? Thinking this, he hurried over to reassure the trembling one. Wait. First, just be straightforward. Just as he was about to finish his sentence, another voice came from behind. Cutting in. That is right. The one who hunted the queen ant is Oh Sung. If it is hard to believe, You can request to see the footage. Hearing this voice, everyone turned to look. What is going on? Who are you guys? But as soon as the words left his mouth, he saw the badge on the uniforms of that group. They immediately exclaimed, "Could you guys be from the Call Corporation?" Hearing that name, Jun Sung instinctively turned his head. A few days later, at the Xi'an Hunter Academy. After returning, Jun Sung came here to train. He was trying to lift weights to enhance his strength. After a while of training, he finally set the weights down. Seeing him, Sang-guk came over and said, "With that kind of exertion on your muscles, you should have some rest." Jung Sung sighed and said, "That is just how it is living quietly. The ability I used when fighting the queen ant is called Asu form. A burst of energy used to amplify at a moment's notice. A level far beyond what Jun is now is a technique that can only be used when pushing the limits. So it can only be trained through practice. It needs to be hunned repeatedly to expand the range of automatic hunting abilities. The feature of automatic hunting is limitless. Its development relies solely on one's own efforts." While Jun Sung was thinking, Sang-guk spoke seriously. "Good. You can manage your expression very well. Now we need to talk about the achievements you made during your first hunt." Saying that, he began to pull out documents for Jun to look at. Jun stood there watching him, feeling a mix of emotions. Sang-guk was both giving him energy and managing things. With someone like that, should he talk about his automatic hunting abilities? After a moment of hesitation, Jun Sung finally spoke. "Sang-guk, I have something to say to you." "Actually, just before he could finish, Sang-guk interrupted. "How can you fight like that?" Run Sung was startled, glancing at Sang-guk's expression, which made him smile. Unsure if he should say it now, Run Sung looked confused and said, "I do not understand what you mean." He replied calmly, "There could be many reasons. Like a hidden past or a genius secret that is hard to come by in this world. But those are not the reasons Sang-guk chose. Run Sung. Abilities and talents are heavily influenced by what we call luck. I used to be just like that. Which is why I know what is important here." As he spoke, Sang-guk pointed to Run Sung's chest, smiling sincerely as he continued, "If there is nothing inside, then no matter how lucky you get, you will still hit rock bottom." Hearing this, Run Sung was a bit taken aback. Then he smiled and said, "I might not be like you." Sang-guk, shrugging nonchalantly. Sang-guk pouted and said, "Oh really? Well then, I am out of ideas. I have made my choice, so I have to take responsibility. When you and I have enough trust between us, I will ask you directly. Of course, you also have the right to refuse to tell." Jung Sung smiled at this and nodded lightly, replying, "Yep. I understand." Shortly after, Sang-guk took out the documents. He read aloud, "Now let us calculate this time. The total number of captured monsters is 67. None were captured alive. There are 65 level 2, 1 level 3, and 1 level 4, with a total reward of 53,550,000. Specifically, a level 2 monster is 550,000, a level 3 is 4.1 million, and a level 4 is 13.7 million. A total of 1,400 key of exoskeleton was collected from 66 soldier ants and queen ants. Everything has been put on the auction waiting list in the hunter market." At this point, Sang-guk handed Jun Sung a piece of paper, saying, "And you need to see this." Jun Sung accepted it. Confused about what it was, Sang-guk slowly explained, "This has not been ordered yet. If you want, I will sell it right away. If you like, I will do exactly what it says here. What do you think?" Run Sung looked at the paper in his hand, silent for a long moment. Finally saying, "Please make it for me." Sang-guk seemed to have anticipated this and replied calmly with a smile, "I knew you would say that. It is almost time for your appointment." "Right. Your meeting today." Damak nodded, and Run Sung quietly replied, "Yep. It is the time mentioned by those I met when we captured the queen ant." Just then, Sang-guk's phone in his pocket suddenly rang. He quickly reached for it. "Krahang Hun. What is going on?" The other end quickly responded. Making Sang-guk's expression a bit unpleasant, he hurriedly said to Jun Sung, "This seems quite urgent." Trang Hun mentioned that the person had gone directly to the hospital, a representative of the Q group, Young Kangchen. 12 years ago in the far south of the territory, had faced a monstrous 6th level threat named Kaidan that endangered the entire country. But only one hunter had formed a team from a group of hunters and miraculously recovered, achieving the second best record in Asia and 5th in the world, earning the highest platinum certification for that merit. Currently, he is the CEO of the top Korean company, the head of the combat enforcement department, and that person is Young Kang Cheon, who is now at the hospital where Jun Sung has just completed the transfer. Trang Hun looked at the person sitting across from him, sweating with fear. Kang Cheon sat in the center, quietly observing Jun Sung. After a moment, he finally smiled. He slowly opened his mouth, exceeding expectations. "It is a pleasure to meet you. I am Young Kang Cheon." Jun Sung, hearing him speak, politely replied, Nice to meet you. I'm Jun-sung. Kang Qian nodded slightly and said, good. Then shall we have a chat? However, Jun-sung did not hesitate to refuse. It would be better to change places first. Hearing this, Kang Qian opened his eyes. Focusing intently on Jun-sung, he slowly explained, if I sit here talking to you, it might affect the director's work. Trang Hun waved his hand. You have not even had a chance to speak, and Kang Qian has already spoken first. Is that? I have been thinking it over. I apologize. Saying this, he stood up from his seat and sincerely spoke. I am the one who helped Jun-sung here. I almost acted disrespectfully. Jun-sung also stood up. He is just my treating doctor. The two ignored Trang Hun and walked straight toward the door, talking as they went, leaving Trang Hun standing there in confusion. After a long while, he finally breathed a sigh of relief, feeling alive again. At the same time, inside the hospital, Kang Qian slowly began. If you do not mind, can we discuss this? Because I dislike wasting time. Jun-sung calmly nodded in response. It is. Please go ahead. With your approval. Kang Qian's facial muscles relaxed. Then he glanced at Jun-sung, suggesting, in that case, you should join the Kura group. Jun-sung was taken aback. He asked in confusion. A rookie like me, a Kura. Damak nodded. Kang Qian replied nonchalantly. Those who have seen you hunt are people I trust very much, and now that I have met you, you could become a capable hunter like him in the next 10 years, whether in reputation or ability. Kang Qian will ensure it and pull Jun-sung along. So he suggested that you join Kura. Jun-sung looked at the outstretched hand filled with goodwill, hesitating for a long time before speaking. Thank you for speaking well of me. But I have no intention of joining the Qual group. As soon as those words left his mouth, Kang Qian's expression turned sour. Although Jun did not intend to operate alone pitifully, he just realized that a hunter who could judge and act independently was not suited for an enforcement organization at all. After thinking, Jun-sung calmly spoke. Luckily, I had someone helping me while working alone. If I teamed up with that person, I think I could manage. Kang Xiaonan carefully observed Run-sung, who also looked at him calmly, without any impatience. After a while, Kang Xiaonan sighed in resignation. He regretfully said, is that? What a pity. Seeing his expression, Run-sung felt a bit guilty and started to speak. Just as he was about to finish, Kang Chan suddenly interrupted. Could it be that you, Run-sung, do not want to become someone like Lei Jie? Hearing this, Jung-sung froze and quickly held the elevator door. He asked in confusion. You mean Lo Hak? Damak nodded. And Kang Qian slowly explained. That is right. My goal is to create the next Lus. You know that the best hunter organization in the country, 2F4, does not just have good traits. The 10 regions of the glorious S Federation of China have elite teams and companies. Yet what people often talk about is not the organization but personal heroism. Or in other words, the star Kang Qian mentioned can immediately bring up examples from Korea. More than both F4. The person everyone knows. You know who I am talking about. Right. Run-sung was stunned for a moment before answering. Is it Liu? Damak nodded. And Kang Qian casually said. That is right. Lai Dai. He has to be described as an extraordinary genius. A miracle-born talent. Right. He is a star known for solo raiding a rift of hurricane scale. An unprecedented achievement. Kangan wants to train a genius like him and create the best stars and teams. Hearing this, Jun-sung could not help but be astonished. The best stars and teams. As he was bewildered, Kang Qian handed him a piece of paper. He slowly explained. This is my contact number. As I mentioned, the plan is about training the best talents. Therefore, I will gather promising individuals and will assign the experiences you need. Although the plan is already set, there is always room for those who qualify. Kang Chan said that in 2 months, if a rift larger than expected occurs, he would invest in a focused handling team including promising members as mentioned earlier. Although there were variables like the queen ant last time, he is referring to rifts of a scale like the army ants arranged previously. Jun-sung was left stunned after hearing this. The closer the rifts are to each other, the harder it is to hunt. Especially the center will be assigned to elite soldiers. Newcomers won't be able to enter. Kangan continued. If you want, I can include you in the proposal. And you do not necessarily have to sign with us. Profit distribution will be clear. And after finishing the hunt, it will be a free relationship. Jun did not respond. He was still thinking. Although there are dangerous factors, it is clear that a lot can be gained. Hunting experience in rifts up to the secret of hunting Q is a good condition. Seeing the hesitation in his eyes, Kang Qian smiled and then said, well, I will be going now. If you change your mind, contact me within this month using the number I gave you. That is my direct number. So I will take my leave. With that, he stepped into the elevator and left. Run-sung stood there, bewildered. After a moment, he let out a sigh of relief, as if a weight had been lifted. The team's hunters focused on dealing with the crack. It was not a bad idea. Run-sung could think of that. Meanwhile, Kang Qian was in the elevator heading down. He was lost in thought. realizing that many people in this world would never even get the chance to ride the elevator with him. Yet here he was, interviewing Run Sung, and ended up being interviewed in return. It was the image of an interviewer standing by the elevator, contemplating whether to close the door or not. Thinking of this, Kang Qian could not help but smile. After taking a big hit, a young man with questionable boldness, no matter what. If it were not for the hospital director earlier, who was behind Run Sung at that moment, the elevator doors opened, and Kang Qian quickly stepped out, only to encounter Steinke approaching. Upon seeing him, Semsling bowed his head in greeting. Kang Chan merely nodded indifferently in response. But as Steinke stepped into the elevator, he suddenly realized. He hurriedly turned to call out, waiting for a moment. Could it be? However, before he could finish speaking, the elevator doors closed. All Kang could see was Suk's mysterious smile. That moment, he remembered they had not met since he retired, so he could not recall immediately. But Sun Jek was clearly the genius with abilities like Jiek from 4 years ago, so the one behind Run Sung must be him. Thinking of this, Kang Chan smiled wryly. Having taken another hit, just out of the government and now trying to steal players too. On another note, upstairs, after Saintry went up, he heard Jun Sung recount everything, and without hesitation he suggested, I think you should give it a try. Jun Sung looked at him in confusion, hesitating to say, but I did not intend to sign with Q. Snunny casually replied with a smile. You just said you had freedom of choice, so it is unclear why you would want to go there. Aren't you curious about what hunting is like, no matter the experience?
Yep.
That is true. Run Sung realized this and shyly scratched his head. Stexio looked at him intently. He clearly wanted to learn. He was so lost in thought that he crushed the pastry in his hand, and by the time he realized it, it was too late. Sanandre could only let it go and move on to the main topic. Although the next 2 months would be quite hectic, if he really went, he had something to show. Upon saying this, he suddenly wore a mysterious smile. A moment later, in the academy's training room, Sexiete had also changed into workout clothes. He spoke seriously. In class, I shared how humans can use energy. Right. Dun Sung nodded slightly, replying,
Yep.
There are 3 methods. The first method is energy as a combat technique, using aura to enhance strength by enveloping it around the body or weapon. The second method is the awakening of special abilities in naturally gifted individuals, which are diverse powers like freezing, fire projection, with a genetic influence so significant that few in the hunting world possess them. The third way is a technique passed down by humans rather than being innate. It is said that many cultures and secret organizations have used this method for generations. And while it can be learned, it is very rare. At this point, Samasing spoke up again. You remember very well. Now what I am going to show you is the technique I created. I will only show you once, so pay attention. Saying that, Zasnunk suddenly placed his foot on the wall, leaving Rundung stunned. However, the scene behind him was even more surprising. Snussing was able to walk on the wall. He could even hang upside down from the ceiling, as if he were falling, as he demonstrated. He explained. At first, I called it the dimensional step. And this is the technique you need to get familiar with over the next 2 months. Rundung stared at him in disbelief, exclaiming, How is this possible? Snuntry jumped down from the ceiling and asked, How? Can you see clearly now? Rundung nodded slightly and replied,
Yep.
That is really cool, with a faint chuckle. Seiznadrifi continued. If you go out into the world, the name will have to change. But just as I was saying this, he suddenly stopped, coughed twice, and then spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Rundung immediately panicked. You were shocked to realize that Sankao's energy channels had become overly concentrated. While you were still confused, Snake spoke up. I may have overdone it a bit, but I have medicine here. Saying this, he took out a vial of medicine and poured it all into his mouth. Rundung was even more astonished, wondering how it could have gone this far. A person who injures their energy channels and uses their body thoughtlessly like this. Before you could finish your thought, Steinkike interrupted, saying that this technique would not be taught without showing it to you first. Rundung was heading towards a superior hunting organization, and would have to compete against many promising individuals in the Qual group. If Junsung wanted to operate there, he needed to master this technique. Hearing this, Junsung could not help but feel confused, and Snumf remained calm, saying, Before I can't demonstrate it for you anymore, you need to practice. How does my form look? Runsung looked at his determined expression and let out a reluctant sigh. It is very miraculous. Seems like you are defying gravity standing like that. It can't look like a normal human's posture. Snuffy chuckled softly, saying, It is not standing still, it is neither a technique nor a joke with gravity. Humans instinctively know how to choose steps that match their own bodies. He had observed this obvious truth for a long time. Although he had enhanced his own strength, he thought it would be meaningless to walk like normal. Through that thought, his body had been reinforced. With such a body, he could master both gravity and inertia. improving control and applicability so that no matter the circumstance or place, it could be deployed. Of course, without the method Steink had created, it would not be possible. Saying this, he transferred the information to Jun's phone. Then he continued, I have sent you an explanatory chart. Read it over. Because starting tomorrow, I will teach you how to move your body. Sanunk reassured that there was no need to worry too much. He was fine. After that, they wrapped up the training and returned home. Run-sung looked at his back, his eyes filled with determination. He was not anything divine. It was just excessive. Wanting to show you the energy he had already transferred to you. How much energy does he have left? If there is already automated hunting, that technique should be learned quickly. Right, but even so, what Run-sung has trained until now is not to become a puppet of the automated hunters. Relying solely on them is not acceptable. Moreover, even if it is a reward for hunting, you just need to get familiar directly. In the next 2 months, Jun-sung has to create something of his own. 2 months later, a large-scale crack indeed appeared in the city. Kangin had called Run-sung to look at the crack in front of him, and he asked, how does it feel to see it directly? This is the crack with the wind. Jun-sung replied calmly. It is clearly different from the gray ants last time. Kang Chan looked at him and asked, so do you want to see the Korf camp, where we deal with cracks like this? Jun-sung nodded slightly, answering. Yep. Then, Kang Chan led Run to his hunting team. Jun-sung looked around and could not help but feel amazed. The scale was truly enormous. Kang Chian nodded slightly. He felt the same way. Just the raiding hunting team had more than a few hundred people. Those with expertise and the support team were continuously communicating and preparing, which could minimize the danger. Hearing this, Jun-sung could not help but feel emotional. It was not empty words but indeed a terrifying scale. This was too fort. At that moment, Kam Chan walked over to a tent. He slowly said, and let me introduce. The team for you that I mentioned earlier is the ambitious project of RQ. The prospects, the Alpha team. Jun-sung looked inside. And indeed there were quite a few people. They were also looking at him. Kamen immediately introduced. As I announced earlier, this is the new member. Jun-sung politely nodded. Hello. My name is Oh Jun-sung. The Alpha team glanced at him and quietly said, hello. Jun-sung focused on them. And although he had prepared for it, the frustrated looks from those who came after him were indeed present. Kang Chian felt they needed to talk, so he asked to leave. He certainly realized that the Alpha team was not pleased at all because someone who did not fit in was given special treatment. But there was nothing he could change. To bring Jun-sung back, they have to leverage the prospects of Q now, as long as he sees how smoothly they work together. The strategies and the systems. He will change his mind. After being in the Alpha team, Jun-sung will become the leader of the soon-to-be-formed Beta team. Therefore, he must introduce himself to them now, because if both the Alpha and Beta teams gain awareness of the opponent, their combined strength will be greater than imagined. But right now, the scene in the tent was quite awkward. Doom was completely ignored by them. He had fully anticipated this. At that moment, a young man with blonde hair approached and said with a smile, hello. I am the Alpha team leader, Jiang Junchuan. Saying this, his eyes scanned from top to bottom. Then he expressed doubt. But is that all the gear you have? It looks like just basic protective equipment. Jun-sung heard this and asked in confusion, is this kind of outfit not good? With a slight laugh, Jun casually replied, there is no such thing as not being good. But still, are not you and the main team handling the cracks? Usually, weapons and gear are part of the preparation, but basic equipment feels a bit lacking. At this point, Jun paused, then continued with a smile. Everyone at least has level 3 protection. You should borrow from the seniors. As soon as he said this, a young man's derisive laugh echoed in the tent, followed by Jun Chon's mocking tone. If not, you can go ask in the supply room. However, he shook his head in refusal. My gear is about to be delivered. As soon as he said that, Jun's face turned as dark as a pot. Just then, a loud voice came from outside. Hey. Jun-sung. The delivery has arrived. Jun-sung looked outside and saw a man carrying a large box approaching. Apologetically, he said, sorry for being late. My father-in-law said it has been a while since he worked on the Queen Ant's outer shell, so it took a bit longer. Jun-sung did not mind and calmly replied, good thing it arrived before the fight began. The delivery guy smiled warmly, adding that the procedures at the checkpoint were quite complicated, so he almost ended up late. Meanwhile, the Alpha team noticed the name printed on the shipper's shirt and was taken aback. Isn't this the top company for hunter gear? Is that the outer shell of a level 4 Queen Ant? At this moment, he smiled and said, you will see for yourself. The longer the crafting time, the higher the quality. Jun-sung nodded slightly. Even if it is a bit late, as long as the quality is perfect like a custom order, it is. I could have bought something ready-made, but you still want to wear the gear from your first hunt. The queen ant armor in front of you truly makes you feel completely satisfied, of course. The Alpha team was also stunned when they saw that armor. In an instant, the sound of discussion filled the air. However, it was not long before the whispers suddenly stopped. Because Jun Sung had walked out wearing the queen ant armor, fully equipped from head to toe, looking extremely impressive. Someone could not help but comment. Looks pretty good. Right. The first gear suits you well. Seeing everyone around Jun Sung, he felt dissatisfied. Having intended to target him at first, but now found it pointless. He bit his lip fiercely. Fine. Let us see if this time Jun Sung's role is just to observe. On this side, Jun Sung had no idea someone was aiming for him. He was very pleased with this first gear. It felt quite comfortable, as if he had used it many times before. Didn't they say to put the name of the custom product on it? Thinking of this, Jun Sung could not help but look at his wrist. And sure enough, he saw a Latin phrase there. Its meaning is the embrace of the queen. Jun Dung could not help but smile. Guessing the one with the knack for naming this must be the hunter. Still, you feel very satisfied. Today, you will try your best to take action and see how it goes. A moment later, the Alpha team's vehicle set off. Jun Chuan stood at the center, confidently announcing, "From now on, we will summarize the strategy. Everyone confirm the information you received." Jun heard this and took out his phone to see that the monster they needed to hunt was a level 3 creature, with the combat zone being a level 4 area. Jun Chuan gave them time to read and then spoke up. "We will hunt them one by one." The two moved in a pair, using crossbows designed for large monsters while hunting. Saying this, Jun Chuan glanced at Jun, whether accidentally or intentionally. "Besides you, the Alpha team originally had 10 members, so with pairs, they formed 5 teams. Therefore, there was no room for a lone wolf like you. According to the instructions, the bait will lure the monster forward. If they can lure it to the ambush location, they will spear the monster with the prepared harpoons, then deliver a final blow." Jun Chuan reminded them to not be careless since this was a level 4 monster, and they needed to catch it quickly and efficiently. Soon after, they got out of the vehicle to prepare for battle. Jun felt the same way. However, as soon as he stepped down, he was called back by Jun Chuan. "Since you are joining the combat, I need to tell you first. Right now, you are an outsider to our group, so you just need to observe. Do you understand?" He added. He shot a malicious look at Jun. You knew exactly what he wanted, and just smiled back. "I understand." A moment later, at the location where the fissure appeared, the monster had turned the place into a wreck. The level 4 beast relentlessly attacked everything around it. At this moment, its gaze fixed on something below. As a member of the Alpha team, without waiting for the other person to react, it began its attack. Its long vines shot forward like lightning. The other person hurriedly ran away. The vines plunged into the ground. However, the monster did not give up, continuously pursuing from behind. At the same time, from a distance, someone observed. Seeing this scene, he smiled smugly. Indeed, the highest speed of the team, running at a terrifying pace while luring the monster into a trap. The Alpha team was the best. The representative was merely being overly cautious. Thinking this, he immediately ordered that they had successfully lured it, and would soon move to the ambush. Everyone prepare. Moments later, the monster indeed ran toward the ambush. The Alpha team quickly hid above, while they also prepared their crossbows. When the time was right, Jun Chuan shouted, "Now, fire the harpoons." As soon as he finished speaking, the Alpha team shot their arrows. 2 long arrows flew like the wind, striking into the sides of the monster's face. The pain made it furious, struggling to escape. At that moment, Cho said, "Now attack its legs. I will finish it off." The Alpha team immediately complied. Shortly after, one of them slashed at the monster's leg. Its body trembled from the pain and then fell to the ground. Taking this opportunity, Jun Chuan charged like an arrow. He plunged his blade into the beast's head and grinned with satisfaction. Great. It must have hit the weak spot with just one strike. This is how a team leader should be. Just then, the intercom suddenly erupted with a shout. "Jun Chuan, get out of the way." Unfortunately, Jun Chuan could not react in time and was hit by the beast's vines. He was knocked away, painfully spitting out a mouthful of blood as another beast appeared before him. Jun Chuan was taken aback at the sight. How could this happen? The summary clearly stated there was only one beast in the combat zone. The Alpha team members were equally panicked. Damn it. What should we do? Hurry and save him. But before they could act, another commotion caught their attention. When they looked over, another beast appeared. Seeing it, they gasped. The summary clearly said there was only one here. Why are all of them converging here? There is nothing we can do. We have to give up on Anhan Qian. Meanwhile, Run Sung behind them sighed, thinking they told him to just sit back and watch. After thinking, he immediately powered up the machine on his head, then covered his face with a helmet. He was ready to charge in. At the same time, on the ground, the beast had wrapped its vines tightly around Jianchuan's legs. It lifted him into the air, hanging him upside down, and Jianchuan could not help but feel fear. I can't die like this. What are his team members doing? Hurry. Call for help. No matter how much Jianchuan struggles, the beast is about to swallow him. Looking at the sharp teeth in front of him, Jianchuan turned pale with fear. This can be how it ends. He hated the thought of dying by being eaten by a beast. In a moment of desperation, Runsung ran up and cut the beast's vines. The pain caused it to release Jianchuan, but from that height, he would still fall to his death. Yet, as he closed his eyes and waited, he felt no pain. When he opened his eyes, he saw a hand gripping his leg tightly. Runsung was hanging on the metal sign with one hand, while the other was holding John, who was upside down. From below, they could see that it was Runsung in the armor. He had not expected Runsung to come to his rescue. But how could they escape with two beasts in front of them? Just as Jun was worried, Runsung suddenly spoke up. Hey, this might be a bit dizzying. The words left him bewildered. Before he could comprehend what was happening, his head spun, and then Jun was launched backward like an arrow. But in front of him, the monster blocked his way. On this side, Runsung had clung to the sign in the center. Before the beast vines could strike down, he quickly dodged. Immediately after, he dashed toward Jun, reaching out to pull him closer. He kicked the beast's vines, using the momentum to run away. But anyway, you can't carry in and fight them at the same time. Junsung decided to jump to the building across. Acting on impulse, he jumped towards that building with an Intao. However, at that moment, a shocking sight unfolded before him. A monstrous creature was charging towards him at incredible speed. Panicking, he accelerated his jump into the building. The glass shattered around him as he broke through. Debris flew everywhere, hitting both Junsung and the other person. But danger still lurked behind them. Junsung quickly got up and ran. He glanced at Jianchuan and asked, "We need to go deeper inside. Can you move?" Jianchuan nodded slightly, and then both hurried inside. At that moment, the monster had caught up. Standing beside the building, the two quickly hid in a corner. Jianchuan dared to let out a sigh of relief and asked, "We are alive. I thought there was no way out." Rundung glanced at him and asked, "Are you okay?" He nodded slightly, replying, "Yep. Thanks to you. How are you feeling?" Junsung replied nonchalantly, "I just have some minor bruises. I will be fine after I catch my breath." "You almost got us into trouble at the end." Jianchuan admitted he made a mistake but did not argue. He asked suspiciously, "How could you run like that between its tentacles?" Junsung replied casually, "I learned it somewhere." Hearing this, Jianchuan panicked. "It sounds easy. You just say you learned it somewhere." While he was still thinking, the walkie-talkie suddenly crackled to life. "This is Team Alpha. Is the captain okay?" Jianchuan immediately responded, "I am. What about you guys?" There was a panicked voice on the other end. The team members had gathered first. "Sorry we could not come to save you, Captain. There is an additional monster, so the danger has increased." Hearing this, Jianchu could not help but bite his lip. "Damn it. This is not the time for fighting." After a long pause, he finally spoke. "Yep. I understand. The capture plan failed, so the whole team is retreating." Jiansung, listening to their conversation, could not help but ask, "Is it going to end the hunt like this?" Juncho sighed and replied, "Yep. How can we handle it with two more guppers outside?" At this point, he was so frustrated he started pulling at his hair. "Damn it. How did it fail like this? How am I supposed to explain this to the director?" Just after he said that, Junchuan noticed Junsung had stood up, and he asked suspiciously, "Where are you going now?" He replied casually, "I am going outside." As soon as he finished speaking, Junchuan gasped, "What did you say?" "I said we are retreating." Junsung smiled casually and said, "You did not say anything about retreating when we got out of the car. I am just an outsider." Junchuan's expression darkened upon hearing this. Runsung did not care, his smile growing deeper. "So whether your team retreats or not is none of my business. There are also injured people over there. So before you can retreat, make sure to hide well. Do you understand?" After saying that, Runsung immediately lifted his foot to leave. "Earlier, you did not use auto hunt and moved with your own ability, which had many shortcomings, almost leading to danger. Your capability only reaches that point. The training assessment ends here. From now on, it won't just be a simple win or lose test. If that is the case, then no need to hold back. This is a hunting ground, a battlefield. Hunt or be hunted. And if there is a strategy for that, then whatever it takes should be utilized." Thinking this, Runsung activated the auto hunt system. The hunting time has begun. Meanwhile, at the main command center of the Quell group, Kang Chan received news about Alpha Team's battle in the gorge. After hearing this, he fell silent, recalling the technique he had not seen before used to catch the gray ants. It was clearly a technique that Steinos had used in the past, although he was not at his level. With practice, just 2 wins could reach that level. Impressive? He definitely needs to bring Jun-sung to the Cole team. While Kang Qian was thinking, the intercom in his ear suddenly rang. Director. This is Jiang Jun. I apologize for the first mission. Kang Qian interrupted sternly. Thank goodness you are okay. How's the attitude being adjusted? But before he could finish, Jun spoke up first. Even if the attitude is adjusted, I predict it won't be possible. I requested a retreat due to operational failure. This made Kang Qian furious. Are you questioning a retreat? Although it feels burdensome. If it is the Alpha team being restructured, they could hunt the Jaipur. How can you be afraid of the prey and decide to retreat on the first hunt? Although he thought that way, Kang Qian knew that if he forced it, the Alpha team would become puppets. For now, respect the Alpha team. We will discuss later. Thinking this, he said in a deep voice. I understand. Ozone is there too. Right. Hearing the question, Jun awkwardly replied. Ozone is not here. Kangan immediately panicked, asking, what do you mean? What does that mean? Jun hesitated for a long time before answering. Ozone just said he went out to fight with me. But what should we do? Hearing this, Director Kang Qian's face immediately turned grim. After being silent for a while, he seemed to grit his teeth and said, on the roof. Jun Chuan heard this and asked in confusion. What? I can hear you clearly. Causing Kang Qian to grind his teeth in anger, unable to hold back anymore and directly exploded. I said go to the rooftop. You fools. Go up there and record Ozone's movements for me. Immediately after, Kang Qian threw the intercom away, cursing in annoyance. Damn it. What is with this bad attitude? At that moment, a staff member ran in to inform that the director had connected with the camera of Captain Jiang. Kang Qian said nothing, but his face clearly showed displeasure. Although he had pulled Run Sung into the promising group of Alpha, it ultimately only helped him see complete disappointment. Kang Qian had not even had time to feel sad when his eyes widened in horror. On the screen appeared two monsters, tightly wrapped around each other, and Kang Qian could not believe it. Shouting, no way. How could this happen? A few minutes earlier, at the crack location, Run Sung jumped down from the building right after preparing to hunt. As soon as they spotted him, the two monsters began to roar fiercely, but Run Sung paid them no mind. Charging straight at them, he clenched his fist tightly and then struck hard at the monster's body. But what surprised him happened next, as expected. When Jun sliced through, the tentacles were cut cleanly. Conversely, cutting vertically increased the number of tentacles. Currently, he was surrounded by a mass of giant tentacles. However, Run Sung was not panicked. He calmly stepped on the tentacle of the monster. Jun Sung's speed was so fast that it was invisible to the naked eye. Immediately after, he wildly punched towards the two monsters. After doing this, Run Sung lifted himself into the air. Below, the two monsters had started to argue, as expected. They did not realize they were allies, proving they could not connect, except for the slow tentacles. If used correctly, none of this would be a problem. While Run Sung was pondering, the tentacles of the two monsters lunged at him. Left with no choice, Run Sung had to lift his feet and run. Dodging those tentacles, his speed was incredibly fast. The two monsters could not catch up. Run Sung ran along the tentacle of the monster. He recalled his conversation with Sun Gufsai that day, where he asked him if the technique name was three-dimensional manipulation, to which Astainka replied it was not anymore. After all, it felt like an old collaboration, so he had changed it to look better. Sunafunk had thought a lot about this, but this time he decided the technique would now be called spin gap or spider step. At this moment, Jun Sung was moving exactly as the technique's name suggested. He spun in a circle on the monster's tentacle, causing the two monsters to continuously crash into each other. Seeing his movements from the control center, everyone began to exclaim, "Oh my! That move is from a newcomer. It seems the rumors are true. Why is he just dodging?" At the same time, Kang Qian was taking in all of Jun's movements. Although not flashy, he was skillfully using what he had learned from Stain Unix. But he could not understand why Jun was prolonging the time. Clearly, Jun had plenty of opportunities. Yet he was only dodging the tentacles or cutting vertically to increase their number. It seemed intentional, but he had no idea what his intention was. However, at that moment, Kang Qian suddenly thought of a bold idea. Could it be that Run Sung wanted to capture the monster alive? While he was thinking, the challenge roars of the two monsters rang out again. They had now become entangled with each other, unable to move. At this point, Kang Qian finally realized what Jun Sung intended to do with those monsters. You cut off the engine, extend the number, pull in the tentacles, and combine them together. Additionally, use the water from the surrounding terrain to strike or entangle it in the ruins, thus blocking its movement. The Alpha team standing not far from the battlefield also watched the whole scene. They looked confused, not knowing what to say. Just then, the radio suddenly transmitted Jun Sung's voice. Jiang, I am out. I have caught the tentacle monster, so please report to AQ. Jun was a bit dazed hearing this, took a while to respond, and nodded, saying, "Yep. You have worked hard." Jun-sung casually added, "You guys in Alpha have worked hard too." Saying that, he hung up, still feeling a bit overwhelmed. Was this the hunting ground at the center of the rift? It was not as big as he imagined. At that moment, Kang Qian's voice came through his radio. "I am young Kang Qian. You really did a great job." He praised him for doing very well, from saving Jian Qian to catching the tentacle monster. He had seen it all. Then asked Jun-sung if he was injured anywhere. Jun-sung calmly replied. Kang Qian sensed his displeased tone and began to ponder. Was he disappointed to see Alpha's presence, no matter the excuse? He had to keep him around. Thinking this, Kang Qian seriously said, "First, I want to thank you for saving Jiang Qian. Also, you have brought a great light to our Kuai Jit by saving our future. So I personally want to repay you somehow." He wanted to do everything within his power. Now, no matter what, Kang Qian had to keep Jun-sung around. He should offer a large sum of money or information and support related to hunting the colossal beasts. Whatever he wanted did not matter if he could keep this person. Kang Qian would listen to everything. At this moment, Jun-sung slowly opened his mouth. "If so, I have one thing to ask." Kang Qian immediately responded cheerfully. "Yep. Say anything." Jun-sung quickly expressed his wish. However, after hearing it, Kang Qian was stunned, and he asked in confusion, "What are you saying right now?" At the same time, in the second combat area of the core industrial zone, a monster also appeared. It was Zo. The core combat team had just defeated it, and everyone cheered joyfully. The situation had ended. "Captain, the strategy was successful." However, the female captain of the combat team seemed hesitant about something, speaking in a deep voice. "It ended faster than I thought. Now, we will wait for the hunting results from the Alpha team," a hunter happily said. "Captain, it seems we do not need to wait anymore," the female captain asked in surprise. "What? Have they finished over there?" Nivima nodded, and the other person continued. "Yep. But they said it was a major failure. But thankfully the kids in Alpha did not die." Soon after, they began to whisper about the Alpha team because the Alpha team was heavily invested. Failing their first mission was hard to accept. Some people knew about the rookie trembling in the queen's armor. Some admired him while others were displeased. The female captain heard it all. After a moment, she interjected. "Enough. The director must have a plan. Stay alert and await orders from control." Everyone nodded in agreement. At that moment, Chan's intercom rang. "Captain, this is Yua. This is Kang Qian." Yuhai immediately responded. "Yep. Director, what is it? A newcomer?" "Yep. I understand. Is his name O-jun?" Kang Qian was calling to inform Yuhai that Jun-sung would be joining her combat team. After ending the call with Kang Qian, Yue went to where the rift appeared. She stood there deep in thought. Hunting is dangerous. Directly hunting monsters comes with risks. The danger is that you could die at any moment. That is why the business has changed. Monsters are no longer simply viewed as disasters. In hunting, it is hard to distinguish between destruction and preservation, avoiding risks and ensuring safety, while adhering to a predetermined strategy. Hunting has become a trend like in the past. Everyone must have a sense of responsibility for safety. Just like Yuhai, driven by the loss of family to monsters. Everything now feels like a relic. While she was lost in thought, someone approached from behind and spoke. "Captain, is that you?" Yuhai did not turn around. Calmly replying, "You have arrived. I received contact from Director Jun earlier." Saying that, she extended her hand for a handshake. "Captain of Team Ob 1 of Core. You." Jun-sung nodded in return. "I'm Jun-sung. Looking forward to assisting." Yuhai looked at him intently. After a while she spoke. Having heard he wanted to try hunting at the Rift Center, Jun-sung did not hide it and calmly replied, "That is right." Before he left, Jun Chuan advised him to observe from a distance, as it might cause disruption, treating it as a learning experience. Jun-sung sunk into his thoughts. Yuhai noticed and asked, "What is wrong? Did I startle you?" Yuhai squinted at him, coldly repeating the question. "I asked why you wanted to come here." She heard he had hunted 2 monsters and even saved the Alpha team. If he stopped now, would not his hunting achievements be enough? Kang Chan would reward him generously. Hearing her words, Jun-sung did not know how to respond. After a long pause, he spoke. Clearly having gone hunting at this point, he suddenly hesitated, leaving Yuhai somewhat confused. In fact, Jun's initial goal was to test his practical combat abilities, and each hunt consumed his stamina and resilience. Thinking of this, he said seriously, "But that is still not enough. It is not the hunting stage that Jun prepared. I really want to experience it at the center of the rift." Hearing this, Yuhai could not help but scoff. "You really want to experience it?" Rung Sung saw her reaction and did not know what to do, just standing there in confusion. Just when he thought Yuhai would stop, she suddenly spoke up. "I know now." Her sudden words surprised Jun Sung. Yuhai looked at him intently, and after a while, She continued. I know what you, Sung, desire. Do you know how to read the position of the heart during a hunt? A moderate position in our hearts. Although she thought the monster waves would not chase them anymore. If they came, whether he fled or went solo, he should just follow his instincts. After hearing this, Jun Sung asked in confusion. Besides that, is there nothing else I need to protect? Yuhai shook her head and replied. There is something I must say. She suddenly paused for a moment, then glanced at her teammates and spoke up. I know you, Sung, are capable. But everyone here right now is also very skilled. Yuhai said that she might make Jun Sung uncomfortable, but she would definitely say what needed to be said. Saying this, she brushed past Jun Sung and patted his shoulder twice, reminding him, don't he hurt the ones in our hearts. Hearing this, Jung Sung suddenly felt it was familiar. Didn't you tell me something similar before? He was very willing to respond. I understand. Receiving a satisfactory answer, Yuhai also smiled. Just then, her subordinate suddenly shouted. Captain, there is a sound from the crack. Yuhai quickly ran over. And indeed, another crack appeared in front of her. She frowned and asked, what is the situation? Compared to predictions, the crack was closing quite slowly. The subordinate immediately reported. It is not good. Team Maruchan and the two teams ahead have gone inside and exceeded the time to return. Upon hearing this, Yuhai frowned and murmured. It is not another team, but Team Maruchan that can make it back on time. If the crack opens, the monsters will pour out. Outside, there are already hunters, and the team going in will go inside the crack to seal it. But those monsters are not too difficult to handle. Maruchan and Kuro are like the 2F4T team. The number of members is small, but their abilities are top tier. In this hunting mission, Q is the ambush team while Maruchan is assigned to enter inside. Yuhai felt uneasy about what was happening inside the crack. At that moment, something suddenly appeared inside the crack. They flew out from inside. As they got closer, Yuhi's team realized it was something from the Maruchan captain. They immediately breathed a sigh of relief. So it seemed like the end came a bit late. However, they could not be happy for long, as that strange object suddenly plunged into the ground. This scene made the OB team step back in shock. When they looked closely at what was lying on the ground, their expressions turned even worse. Even Yuhi's face was pale, because what fell on the ground was not an object but a human corpse. The person had lost an arm, and blood stained their entire body. Yuhi's team obviously recognized that it was the captain of Team Maruchan. Realizing the situation was dire, Yuhai immediately shouted orders for the entire team to prepare for a special attack. Hearing this, everyone in the OB1 team immediately received orders and grabbed their weapons to prepare for battle. Yuhai glanced back and said, I feel uneasy, but I think we can't abandon this mission. Just as she finished speaking, she realized there was no one behind her. She did not think much of it, even feeling lucky that it was safer here. At that moment, something burst out from the crack. A group of 4-star monsters charging out. Seeing them, the faces of the OB team turned grim. Isn't that a Santiga monster? One that you only read about in books. And it is rarely seen even in the North American mountains. How did it end up here? While they were bewildered, Yuhai spoke up, instructing the team to hold their positions and quickly approach the crack. Hearing this, they were confused. They did not understand why she was giving such orders, planning to confront a monster they had never seen before. But there was no time for them to think. Yuhai took the lead and charged forward. They had no choice but to follow her, though they were still unsure. Just after taking 2 steps, someone spotted something in the sky and shouted, oh my. By the time the whole team looked up, the sky was filled with hundreds of monsters. Yuhai sensed the situation was dire and quickly called Kang Qian. Director. You. Kang Qian quickly replied, I am watching. Go ahead. Yuhai urgently reported. Our OB1 team is taking on the first mission. Kang Qian listened silently to her report, and when she finished, he responded, got it. Good luck. In the combat zone, the swarm of monsters was engulfing the sky. This was a level of danger above 4 stars. Their scale was massive, gathered in a pack, and they could seize multiple areas in an instant. On the ground, Yuhai was running while directing her team. Don't think about capturing them. Eliminate as many as possible. Don't let a single one escape. If these monsters break out of the area, countless civilians will be in danger. Yuhai must stop them immediately. At the same time, someone else was also rushing towards the encirclement of the monsters. Holding a crossbow, he ran forward with determination. His eyes were extremely resolute. Kangen, monitoring the situation through live feeds, began directing everyone. However, he felt increasingly uneasy. He needed to come up with a plan right away. If Yuhi's mission fails, the terrorist organization would unleash bombs across the area. He did not know how serious it would get, but they absolutely could not let the monsters escape to harm the people. While he was pondering, someone approached him from behind, stating that a few outer protection teams had contacted him. He thought they would provide an update, but what he heard was that they suggested retreating. His subordinate reported in a panic that the support teams from other sides kept increasing their personnel and had made this request. Given this dangerous situation, they have decided to withdraw the contract. Hearing this, Kang Qian's face turned from pale to white. Immediately, he exploded with rage on the spot. That crazy bastard. The scream startled his subordinates. Kang Qian continued to rant. Do these idiots think they are just office workers? Do they even know what this job is really about? This is not just a regular money-making job. It is about containing the dangers of those monsters. That is why only skilled hunters can survive. Right, if they act foolishly. Who will take responsibility for their lives? The most important thing right now is to do what a hunter must do. They can back down because it is dangerous. Kang's face turned green with anger. But he had no choice but to suppress his rage, and said through gritted teeth, "Fine. If they want to retreat, let them." Then he ordered, "Prepare the equipment. We will go assist ourselves." As soon as he said this, those around him panicked and tried to stop him. "Director, this is a bit hasty. If you go out directly, the command center will be left unstaffed." Before they could finish, Kang Qian snapped back. "What do you mean hasty? Does what I say sound impulsive? If we are thinking about this issue, I am the one responsible here. From now on, they need to do what they can. Those who assist need to go out." Meanwhile, on the battlefield with the monsters, Yu-hai was attacking them with her gun. However, there were too many. As she took one down, another rushed at her. The roars of the monsters seemed to shake the sky. Yu-hai narrowed her eyes at them, determined not to back down. Of course, the monsters felt the same way. They charged at her like mad. Yu-hai snorted coldly and fired her gun. In an instant, 2 large holes appeared on the bodies of 2 monsters. Moments later, they crumbled into pieces on the ground. After taking down the 2 monsters, Yu-hai glanced into the distance. A horde of monsters was rushing toward her. Yu-hai furrowed her brow. How long could she face them? If she wanted to turn the situation around, ambushing them was not an option. She needed to quickly seal the crack. With this overwhelming number, approaching the crack was impossible. If there was no other way to move, she had to get close to the crack as fast as she could. If she mastered the strength and agility to move like this. Just as she was pondering, a scream abruptly interrupted her thoughts. "Captain." The lead monster startled Yu-hai with its scream. She looked up to see a monster flying toward her, but as she raised her gun to attack, it flew away. At that moment, another one charged at her from behind, with no other choice. Yu-hai could only take down the one rushing at her first. She raised her gun and shot the monster. But by the time she killed it, the leader had flown far away. However, at that moment, an arrow suddenly shot out of nowhere, striking the leader monster directly. Witnessing this, Yu's eyes widened in shock. Upon closer inspection, she realized the arrow came from Run Sung, who was hovering in the air. The leader monster fell helplessly from above. Seeing this, another monster rushed to attack Run Sung, but he remained calm, gripping the arrow string, then used the momentum to kick the monster in the head. Just like that, the monster was pinned down by Run Sung on the ground. Yu-hai ran over from a distance and asked curiously, "Aren't you going to run away?" Dan Max shook his head, and Run Sung calmly replied, "I have not found anything I need yet, so I came back here." Hearing this, Yu-hai became even more puzzled and murmured, "If it is something necessary, then..." Before she could finish, Run Sung confirmed what she was about to say. "That is right. I picked up this gun, hoping it will be useful in this situation." It is unclear where he got this gun from, but what Yu-hai was concerned about was not this. She asked suspiciously, "What? You plan to join this mission? For a beginner like you, it is extremely dangerous." Jun Sung replied nonchalantly, "I am here because I have something to do now." Yu-hai furrowed her brows and asked, "What do you have to do?" Smiling subtly, Run Sung replied, "This situation requires more than one person. Since I am already here, helping you is what I should do." Yu-hai was taken aback by his words, and after a while, she smiled softly in response. "So that is how it is. Now we can't talk any further." At this moment, Run Sung suggested, "To seal that crack, we need to approach it quickly. Now I need to see if I have enough strength to use." After hearing this, Yu-hai shook her head and said, "I am going with you. After all, 2 people are better than 1. If you go alone and happen to encounter a monster while trying to seal the crack, it will be impossible for you to win. With 2 of us, we can divide the tasks. One can block the monster while the other seals the crack." Jun Sung found this reasonable and curiously asked, "Does the team leader have any abilities related to movement?" Yu-hai sighed and replied, "Unfortunately, it has nothing to do with my team. But if you go alone, you won't solve anything." Jun Sung did not mind much, and he calmly said, "Then there is no other choice." With that, Run Sung suddenly knelt down on one knee. This was to let Yu-hai ride on his back. Seeing this, Yu-hai was a bit taken aback, but soon after, she could not help but laugh. She apologetically said, "Sorry, this image is totally unexpected. Yu-hai had not thought it could be like this. But well." She would trust him. With that, Yu Hai turned her head and called out loudly, "Deputy Commander Lei Jin Gu." Immediately someone rushed over. She commanded in a serious tone, "From now on, you will be responsible for monitoring the scene." Hearing this, Jin Guk asked in confusion, "What? What did the commander say?" Yu Hai did not hesitate to jump onto Jung Sung's back, casually saying, "Now I will help you seal the crack." Jin Kanks, hearing this, became even more confused and hurriedly advised, "What, are you two really going there? Wait a moment. Captain, are you going with a newbie?" But before he could finish, Run Sung took Yu Hai and flew into the sky. As soon as he spotted the monsters, his bow and arrows instantly fired. Yu Hai's gun also began to attack, and the two worked together perfectly to eliminate the monsters blocking their path. At that moment, Yu Hai suddenly shouted, "Running! The entrance to the crack is right ahead. Let us go." Jun Sung nodded immediately, taking Yu Hai into the crack. Moments later, Jun Sung had set foot on the ground inside the crack. He set Yu Hai down on the ground and looked around. The surroundings were dry, hot, and quite humid, resembling a tropical climate. The air felt thin, making Run Sung a bit short of breath. At the same time, Yu Hai was also observing. Suddenly, she saw something in the distance. Among the rocks lay the corpses of the Maruchan team, and also the body of a monster. Yu Hai's expression immediately darkened. Indeed, Maruchan had done everything they could to seal the crack. They had failed to prevent the monsters from flooding in. If that is the case, there should be a circuit breaker nearby. With this thought, Yu Hai began to search with her eyes. Sure enough, she spotted a machine in the distance. It was the circuit breaker for the crack. If enough energy was supplied and a surge was applied, the breaker would seal the crack. The Maruchan team had nearly charged the breaker. Just one person was enough to provide the remaining power, and adding a bit more would trigger it. Yu Hai realized this and prepared to step up to charge the breaker. However, before she could do anything, a monster appeared behind her. Was this the 6-star Santiga? Yu Hai looked at it in panic. This was the leader of Santiga, the one who had wiped out the infiltration team. She had to take it down, but facing it, could Yu Hai spare enough energy to charge the breaker? But there was no other choice. While she was thinking, an arm suddenly blocked her path. Run Sung calmly said, "I will deal with that. Team leader, please charge the energy." Hearing this, doubt flashed in Yu Hai's eyes. "I understand your intent." But she had actually used up most of her energy getting here. It seems she did not have much energy left to charge the breaker. It was better to let her handle the monster. Yet Run Sung insisted, "I will take care of that. Right now, it is my responsibility." With no other choice, Yu Hai had to agree. She ran to the circuit breaker and said, "The time needed to charge is 5 minutes. Just hold on. I will definitely handle it with all my life." Jun Sung nodded in agreement, standing in front to protect her while she charged the breaker. At the same time, the monster had already approached him. It bared its sharp teeth at Jun. But he stood there calmly, not afraid at all. It was almost laughable. After all, there was no way to escape now. Right. Run Sung's remaining energy was low, so he had to avoid its attacks as much as possible with auto dodge. Right now, the monster has begun its attack. Seeing this, Jun Sung panicked immediately. The monster's body rushed forward like a gust of wind. Jun Sung hurriedly activated the automatic hunting system, but it was useless. Its massive body crashed into him, and he trembled as he stood up from the ground. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Even the automatic hunting system could not dodge it. If it were not for the Queen's embrace, Jun Sung would have been shattered, as if hit by a truck. When the monster glowed, its power was enhanced by increasing the hardness of its skin. This monster was proving to be quite challenging, but Jun could not afford to lose like this. Behind him, Yu Hai was charging energy into the circuit. Gritting his teeth, Jun Sung looked determinedly at the monster. He had to change his approach. Hitting it directly was not the right strategy. The monster was startled by Jun Sung's actions. It did not understand what he was planning. Jun did not care. He activated the automatic hunting system once more. He had to break its assault and do whatever he could. Finally, he decided to use his form, gathering all remaining energy to strike everything away. In this way, Jun would attack the monster's weak point. He might die, exhausting all his energy and ending it. Even if he could not stop it, he would at least end it. Because Yu Hai could not defeat it either. As long as he fell, everything would fail. He had to hold on to buy time for Yu Hai. More than just doing it, Jun Sung would surely accomplish it. At that moment, the monster roared, then charged toward Jun Sung. Naturally, he did not panic. Standing calmly there, the monster's body emitted light again, and an energy surge appeared in Jun Sung's hand. He clenched his fist and punched forward. In an instant, he and the monster rushed past each other. The energy in Jun Sung's hand began to weaken, and soon after, he fell to the ground. It seemed that at the same moment, the monster sensed something was wrong. Its body had been struck, and fresh blood began to pour out like rain. The painful roar of the monster echoed in the clearing. Jun Sung grinned. Good. Gotcha. But he could not be happy for long. His eyes instinctively narrowed. Jung Sung's body was trembling uncontrollably. He had reached his limit. His body could not take it anymore. Yet Santiga still had not fallen. It was still roaring, and at that moment, it suddenly flapped its wings and lifted off the ground. Jung Sung looked up at it. Knowing it wanted to escape, he bit his lip fiercely, refusing to let it succeed, thinking quickly. Jung Sung took out his crossbow and shot without hesitation. The arrow instantly pierced Santiga's body. Jung Sung did not dare loosen his grip. He used the last of his strength to hold on tightly. Because the wound was bleeding, the monster screamed loudly in pain. Over here, Jung Sung was still holding onto it. But the rope was getting tighter. He could not hold on much longer. Being pulled forward by it, Jung Sung widened his eyes, thinking he would miss it. Just then, Yuhi's scream suddenly echoed, startling him. Jung Sung, it is all done. Yuhai has recharged the power switch for the crack, and it is working again now. The moment the energy from the power switch flowed out, the crack gradually began to close. Seeing this, Yuhai shouted, "The gap is closing. We need to get out quickly." Jung Sung was still trying to pull the bowstring tight. He could not let this guy escape. His eyes began to dart around. He seemed to think of something the monster was desperately trying to break free, so he could use that against it. With that thought, Jung Sung's hand holding the bowstring suddenly trembled. Then, he simply let go. The monster regained its freedom and charged wildly forward. Jung Sung followed suit. Jumping up, he was dragged along by it. Seeing this, Yuhai was startled. Just then, Jung Sung suddenly reached out, saying, "Captain, please hold my hand." Yuhai obediently reached out towards him. Jung Sung successfully grabbed her hand and lifted her up with him. Just like that, before the crack could close, the Santiga carried both Jung Sung and Yuhai out. Looking at the tall buildings below, Yuhai sighed in relief. "We made it out. This is the real world." However, Jung Sung said solemnly, "It is not over yet. We need to finish this quickly before that guy gets here." He had hurt Santiga, so he suggested aiming for the wound caused by the spear. If it was an energy bullet from Yuhai, it could suffocate it. Hearing this, Yuhai took out her gun. She said calmly, "I do not know how to land from this height. But this is not the time to discuss that." As soon as she finished speaking, she aimed her gun at the monster's wound. Without hesitation, Yuhai pulled the trigger, sending a beam of energy straight at it. The monster's massive body lost gravity and crashed into the window of the nearby building. The sound of shattering glass echoed, and Jung Sung and Yuhai fell along with it. They rolled twice on the ground and landed safely. Yuhai struggled to sit up, raising her head to look forward. The giant monster was now lifeless, falling like a severed puppet. Seeing this, Yuhai immediately cheered. "We did it. Jung Sung, we did it." But when she looked back, the person beside her lay still, a bad feeling rising in her heart. Yuhai hurriedly lifted Jung Sung's helmet to check. Feeling his steady breath, she let out a sigh of relief. Startled, he had just lost consciousness for a moment. Thank goodness. At this point, Yuhai finally had time to observe Jung Sung more closely. She did not know if it was because he was too good or too reckless. Thinking of this, she sighed helplessly. But still, there were things that needed to be done. Yui glanced at Jung Sung, smiling sincerely as she murmured, "You have worked hard, Jung Sung. It was truly a wonderful hunt." Meanwhile, below the city, Kang Qian had also arrived at this location. An aide standing beside him was reporting, confirming that the fissure was completely blocked. The remaining Santiago were being cleaned up. "I have called the emergency staff. They will be here soon." Kang Chan nodded slightly, then glanced at the monster's corpse at his feet. He could not help but smile. They had really done it. A few days later, at Trang Hun's hospital, Jung Sung was brought in for treatment. At this moment, he had woken up. Jung Sung stared at the ceiling for a long time before realizing he was in a hospital. Then he propped himself up, his body still in pain, probably from being hit by that monster. Just then, a voice suddenly rang in his ear. He was wondering if he had struggled after being attacked by a level 6 monster. Jung Sung glanced over and saw Sun Greik standing there, holding a box of pastries. He smiled and asked, "How's your body doing?" After the checkup, Trang Hun was really angry. Hearing this, Jung Sung could only smile wryly and reply, "Ha, thanks to that, I am fine." Snunfi nodded slightly. "That is lucky. You will be busier from now on. If you had been seriously injured, it would have been a big deal." Saying this, he handed Jung Sung a box. The boy looked confused and asked, "What is this?" Sunifin casually replied, "You will know when you open it." Jung Sung, feeling puzzled, opened the box to take a look. At first glance inside, he was even more astonished and speechless. Inside was a hunter badge. The hunter ranks are divided into 5 types of achievements. White is the lowest, followed by bronze, silver, gold, and platinum. This ranking system has been clearly established recently, with forms being renewed every year. Based on the achievements on the leaderboard, one can assess a hunter's capability, such as leveling up, maintaining, or being downgraded. The badge that Jun Sung received was a silver badge. You gasp and mumble. Is this a silver badge? Sanguk chuckles softly. That is right. It is awarded to you. I was going to give it to you right after the hunt ended. He suddenly pauses, glancing at the distant trash bin. Without hesitation, Sanguk tosses the silver badge into the bin. While Jun Sung watches in horror, he casually says, that is just trash now. Do not worry about it. How much is this gold-plated thing worth anyway? Run Sung looks confused and asks. What flag? Sanguk slowly explains. Didn't you get a stamp last time after your hunt? Now it is useless. He pulls out another box, raising an eyebrow. Do you know this? The hunter's stamps from silver rank and below are gold-plated. But the gold and platinum ranks are made of real gold. The core of the platinum rank does not seem to be made of platinum either. It is just a bonus. The association handles this pretty quickly. Not even a day. Jun skeptically opens the box to take a look. Inside is a badge and a hunter's card. Among the platinum ranks, this one is the highest. This ranking only goes up to 20. Run Sung goes from one surprise to another. Speechless at this point. Seeing his expression, Sanguk winks and says, how does it feel? Congratulations. From today on, you are officially on the leaderboard. That evening, Jun Sung sits on the subway heading somewhere. Next to him, someone is glued to their iPad. The video they are watching is an interview of Kang Chian with a reporter. He has seen this interview before. Back then, he was very curious and asked. They keep mentioning Park Kang-han. So who is Park Kang-han? Take a guess. Sanguk smiles mysteriously, making Run Sung choke on his snack. But he does not care. He talks with great enthusiasm. Doesn't the tone seem a bit off? I have given you a stage name, so that ordinary people can know. If you look at the hunter rankings, the name Oh Jun won't appear. Instead, it will be Park Kang-han. That will be public if Jun Sung wants it. Putting the name issue aside, the reporter asked Kang Chian if Park Kang-han and Sin Yu Hai are the ones handling this. Kang Chian admitted without hesitation. The reporter continued. But there was a question everywhere. Kang Chian frowned and asked him, the question you want to ask. The reporter said slowly. Everyone is curious about Park Kang-han's ranking promotion. There has never been a precedent for a newcomer to be promoted in the rankings. What do you think about this? The reporter's question was a bit tricky, but Kang Chian still answered professionally. Is there a problem with that? All of Park Kang's activities are public in Ku's video. You can verify that right now. In fact, he did not want to say these words. Originally, Pangan was not supposed to take the lead on the crack, but he volunteered to step up and stop it regardless. In such an urgent situation, it is really hard to say without people like Park Kang-han at the urgent scene. There were also quite a few people requesting to withdraw. Those people are not capable of shining. They have shirked their responsibilities and duties. They even changed their identities. Be Kang-han truly is someone qualified. Kang Chian said this and immediately challenged. So why is not he on the leaderboard? A capable and responsible person deserves to be on the leaderboard. Right, even watching through the screen. Since Undre could feel Kang Chan's dissatisfaction, he sighed and said, he really has not changed. Jun Sung questioned with suspicion. Is the result of this situation R? Nivima nodded. Stenige casually said. Actually, Park Ching-han, your achievements are well known everywhere, so this time could elevate your status. Worth praising. Now, everywhere is talking about Park Si-mung. It has been a long time since such a star appeared in the industry. He said now you are famous. Once you start, you have to keep going. However, Run Sung shook his head in denial. Because I received the highest rank for supporting the crack. I want to focus on that now. If there is no achievement to maintain, I will drop quickly. Once you start, you put your all into it. Hearing this, Snug smiled with satisfaction. I knew you would say that. So does not my stage name make it meaningless for you? You should be happy about that news. Saying this, he suddenly pulled out an invitation card and casually said, the Hunters Association has sent you an invitation to the welcoming party for Baidi Kang-han. The association is currently considering solutions for the damages. Back in reality, Jung Sung stepped out of the subway, lost in thought. The price of fame is being known by many people. Of course, you want the world to know you. But if you are blinded by the glitz of fame, Jun's recovery will definitely be delayed, and training time will be messy too. Now you have to focus more on improving your abilities. After a while, he stood in front of a bustling building. Before he could enter, the security staff stopped him. It was rude to go inside. You need an invitation and identification. Rundungdo took out what he needed from his bag and handed it to him. The security staff took it, looked it over for a while, and finally spoke. You are a hunter. If you are a hunter, you need to wear a badge when entering the hall. Run Sung nodded slightly, then took out the badge to wear. The security guard was shocked and exclaimed, could it be that you are the one who leveled up in the rankings? Big Sing Hun chuckled softly and calmly replied.
Yep.
That is, hearing this confirmation, the security guard could not help but shout, "Oh my god, it really is Pang Han." This immediately attracted everyone's attention over here. Park Kang Hun's face turned pale. This was a disaster. Sure enough, someone came over to greet him right after. "Excuse me, you are Park Kang Hun." "Right. It is nice to meet you. I'm Bijun." Jun Sung hesitated, unsure of how to introduce himself. Meanwhile, Jahun was happily chatting. "I did not expect to see you at this party. If you are here alone, can we sit together? What do you think?" Just as Jun was feeling awkward, a shout rang out from behind. Sure enough, Run had arrived. Jung Sung turned to look at the sound and saw Jack approaching. He smiled brightly and said, "Hey, it has been a while. About half a year." "Right." Without waiting for Jun Sung to respond, he continued cheerfully, "Lucky me. I suddenly had to come here and did not know anyone. Looking at you, it seems like you came alone too." "Right." Then Daihek put his arm around Jung Sung's shoulder, affectionately pulling him along. "That is great. Let us sit together. Coming alone like this must be awkward." "Right. Like a play." He acted out both roles, looking up at Jae-hun and saying, "Sorry. I need to borrow this person for a bit. Is that okay?" Jae-hun did not dare to hold him back, waving his hand and replying, "No problem." So Jack successfully pulled Jun Sung away from the crowd surrounding him. A moment later, in a quiet place, Dae finally let go of Jun Sung. He gratefully said, "Thank you for helping me out of that awkward situation." Dae pouted and smiled. "What are you thanking me for? I was a bit flustered too, so please forgive me. I sometimes find myself in awkward situations as well. Being surrounded by so many people feels really uncomfortable. It is not special at all. For example, if an animal is surrounded by a pack of wild dogs, if a lion suddenly appears, will those wild dogs run for their lives? That is the question. What will those wild dogs do when the lion appears silently?" Dae glanced at Jun Sung and laughed. "If the lion shows up, won't they run away in panic? The lion and that animal are just a metaphor." "Right." Jung Sung smiled involuntarily and shook his head, saying, "That is a bit too much praise. How can I be compared to a lion? If I were really a lion, I would not need anyone's help like this." Hearing this, Dae suddenly said mysteriously, "Is that then the lion must be young? It might grow up quickly soon." Jun Sung was stunned by his words. "What does that mean?" A moment later, in the building where the conference was held, a person stood on the high podium, representing the speech. This person was the chairman of the Special Defense Agency, Jiang Trang-guk. He declared boldly that this conference would start immediately. As you know, the appearance of monsters perfectly matches their respective habitats. Recently, it has been discovered that monsters around the world are appearing in places completely different from their habitats. Just like a monster that usually appears in North America is now showing up in South Korea. Therefore, the defense agency believes there needs to be a response at the association level, which is why they invited everyone here. Currently, the defense agency is working and collaborating internationally to confirm the situation and clarify the cause. At the same time, Jun Sung below is also listening intently. He is just unconsciously looking at the person sitting next to him. Earlier, Dae left a rather confusing remark. Before Jun Sung could grasp what he meant, he suddenly sighed and then smiled, saying, let us talk about this later. Actually, I want to thank you. Your sister Unseen is currently in China." As he spoke, her eyes sparkled thanks to Jun Sung, and he truly felt grateful. Hearing this, Jung Sung felt quite embarrassed. He scratched his head and said, "It is nothing. No need to thank me." Jay did not pay much attention and continued. "Regarding China, I know that Chinese entrepreneurs are also participating in this event. They are very interested in it for global development." Jay felt it would be great if Jun Sung could experience it once. He said that the stage called China is indeed very large, with people and monsters being extremely massive. If he goes there, Jun would also be delighted. Back to reality. Jun Sung is still lost and thought about Dakshi's words. Is he Chinese or just a small lion? Why did he suddenly say that? He still does not understand what he means. Are all geniuses like this? Reading this person's thoughts seems pointless. Just then, Jung Sung suddenly noticed that the expression of the person next to him was a bit off. Before he could figure out what was happening, he heard Trang Jiffy declare loudly, "Thus, our defense agency has specially decided to legalize travel in restricted cracks starting today." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone below was immediately stunned, with some even excitedly exclaiming, "That is how it should be." On the contrary, Run Sung was quite confused. Going in meant diving into the hunting industry. After the fisher closed, hunters willing to stay would continue to explore and operate. As the number of hunters and their strength increased, the battle against the monsters would gradually sway towards a decisive victory for humanity. Humanity began to grow curious about the monsters outside the fisher. They thought they might be pioneers exploring a new world. Everyone was looking forward to the exploration of the remaining fisher, and the journey had begun. But the price of arrogance was brutally destructive. Not only the hunters but even the military with special equipment was obliterated, the only survivor, barely holding on, left behind a cryptic word before falling into chaos and becoming a cripple. Since then, the industry has been banned. At this point, Trang Jie continued. Of course, unlimited travel will not be permitted. Therefore, cautiously, we will select hunters who definitely meet the qualifications according to the defense agency. Everyone below fell into contemplation again. Of course, it was about capability. Is there any hunter who would refuse this? Div is the aspiration of every hunter. If successful, they could gain honors and wealth that no one else has. Kang Chan looked around at everyone, unable to suppress a smirk. The atmosphere was entirely different now. At the same time, another man also wore a mysterious smile. He seemed to have thought of something. Ignoring the reactions of everyone, Trang Jie continued to speak. Additionally, there were no course of actions involved in going in. If hunters only recorded income information until returning, they could freely perform any actions there. All those byproducts would also be considered the property of the hunters. And now he would announce the list. The first list was composed of the entire rankings. The first one, of course, was rank 1. When Jun Sung heard his name, he congratulated him. Surprisingly, the last name was Jun Sung. This left him quite bewildered. Right after the announcement, a wave of criticism flooded him below. Seeing the chaotic scene, Trang Jie had to reassure everyone. Everyone, please be quiet as it is still being announced. There will be time for responses later. However, the people below continued to talk, and someone even stood up to protest. Who was the director of Gan Cha? He vehemently argued. I want to say that Ozun Sung is a newcomer who has only had a license for less than half a year. Is it right to give a crucial task, like traveling to a newcomer, while overlooking the veterans? Hearing this, Trang Jie felt a bit awkward but still tried to provide the most reasonable answer possible. Unfortunately, that guy JJ is holding on tightly. We can't view those personal action cam videos. I have heard that according to public opinion. Besides some published edits, there are private videos that have not been revealed. Jay is watching him intently from behind. This guy Ju is the director of Gold. He has significant influence and is a well-known hunter, pretending to represent others not on the list. The defense agency's stance will also encounter issues. Is it true that by holding on like this and dragging out the time means not falling behind the newcomer Jun? Being new, he must have a lot to say. JG is, of course, unaware that someone is evaluating him. He continues to question aggressively. I have doubts about the defense agency's choice. There must be notarization from another reputable agency besides the defense agency. Just as those words ended, someone stood up to speak. Let me handle that. Ju was startled and turned around quickly. The speaker was Yu Hai from the Korra group. She stood up from her seat and said clearly, I will be straightforward. There is nothing to say about the strength of Mar Sung. I trust and guarantee that. Kang Qian beside her also smiled and spoke up. Chairman Jill, my friend must be in quite a hurry. Jay was not surprised by this. After all, Kang Chan had made a strong statement when he went back to Rouse Sung on air. Even second-tier people like Yu Hai have stepped up here. In fact, this is the notarization of Qual. Jay's face instantly turned sour. Yu Hai is someone with full strength, experience, and reputation. So if it is her notarization, the other ranks can be overlooked. Ju has no more excuses to hold on. Yet he still clings on like a leech. Refusing to let go, he pursed his lips and spoke. I am not doing this to deny Sung's abilities, but what is the most important ability for a hunter? It is not just about dealing with attacks and defenses in any situation. Yu Hai frowned at this statement, and she temporarily had no rebuttal. Taking this opportunity, Ju continued. However, if we watch the released video, Jun's attack method is only close range. A hunter can excel at everything. Is not he lacking? As soon as those words were said, Dia Eft was left speechless. That is vile. Is this a smear? The atmosphere has turned harsh, and no one even realizes it. Just as you think. Everyone is currently dragging Ju's ancestors into the insults. Dia Hex felt this way and could not listen anymore. He had to say something at this moment. Before he could do anything, Jun Sung stood up. Surprising him, he said clearly, I'm Jun Sung. I fully understand the opposition from my seniors and apologize for this. I also thank the person who stood up to notarize me. I would like to clearly state my position. Seeing him speak, Yu Hai immediately felt happy. In contrast, that jerk JJ was not so pleased. Ignoring everyone's reactions, Jun Sung declared firmly, I have no intention of rejecting this opportunity. Instead, as a hunter, I strive to meet the expectations of the association and the defense agency. Of course, you understand Jill's worries, so if possible, you want to prove your long-range skills here. Can Run Sung ask Director Trang Gai for permission? The Trang Jake nodded in agreement without hesitation. That is a good idea. If you do that, we can wrap up this issue neatly right here. I agree. Show us the skills you mentioned. This made the crowd below buzz with excitement. Everyone wanted Run Sung to show off his skills and embarrass Ju at the same time. A man standing in the corner heard the crowd and could not help but smile. It is a bit boring. But it has been a while since we have seen something this interesting. Right. Saying that, he glanced at the person standing next to him, seemingly asking for their opinion. A moment later, in the exhibition room, Run Sung had arrived. He glanced at the 2 guns placed on the table. These are all weapons used to attack large monsters. Energy is available, and they can increase blood damage. This is one of the most basic weapons for hunters, except for those with special abilities like salt and alcohol. Thinking of this, Run Sung picked up a rough-headed gun. You, watching from behind, could not help but feel puzzled. It is certain that Run Sung is not someone with the ability of alcohol or salt, so he could use it. But why has not he shot yet? At the same time, Ju felt disdain in his heart. Let us see your skills. Shall we? Is this just an exhibition room? Do you want to show off your beauty with this? Of course. Had no idea what they were thinking. He was still focused on aiming. Remembering back, he had also participated in a shooting training course with Suk. He had taught Run Sung many things. He said anyone could talk casually. So if you do not practice diligently, you will quickly fall behind. Besides, their country does not have a long historical bridge like China and Japan. Run Sung thought. Then I will do something too. He systematically arranged the whole country. Spin, and it is part of that result. He did this and used it for hunting. At that time, Run Sung became confused after hearing it. But Run Ji did not care much. He put on protective gear and then said, "Put on your safety gear." This is the second lesson. Soon after, he began aiming at the target in front of him, and Run was currently following his movements, firing a bullet. In an instant, the target was shot off the table, starting to deflate. Seeing this, everyone immediately became confused. Even Yuhai was no exception. On the other hand, was very pleased, secretly looking down. Indeed, nothing special. If you do not use alcohol or special poisons, you can never control the energy released from your body. However, the distance plane has just been hunted, developed, and continued by Junung. The energy that Junung fired at the target was constantly swirling, and in an instant, it enveloped the entire target and then directly exploded. Everyone watched in shock, their eyes wide. At this moment, Jejidu's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. He never imagined it would turn out like this. And that mysterious man, on the contrary, wore a mysterious smile. He was clearly just watching the show for fun. Jun Sung, undeterred by the gossip around him, stood there calmly. Over here, Yuhai was observing the bullet that had just exploded. She was wondering how Jun could have made it explode. Could it be that he created and maintained the lubricant in the gas with a special form? It also seemed like it was torn apart from the inside by multiple blades, rather than a gunshot. It definitely was not salt. Since there was no alcohol, it could not be alcohol either, which means it could only be pure tile control. Jun Sung was still standing tall there. He glanced at everyone and said, "That is it. With this, I can prove that I have long-range reaction." Right. As soon as he said that, Ju's face turned ugly. He basically could not say a word. Trang beside him reminded. "Sung is asking you. The one who requested the proof needs to respond." Right. Ju turned pale. But he could not do anything else. He could only purse his lips in acknowledgement. "I acknowledge Chu Jun's qualifications and the selection process of the National Defense Bureau. I admit that my objections were incorrect." Hearing this, Jung Sung smiled with satisfaction. "Thank you. Everything has come to an end," Trang then said. "Then I will conclude the meeting here. The meal is ready, so please move to the banquet room that has been prepared." Immediately, everyone moved to the dining room. After the recent events, more and more people surrounded him, which of course displeased Ju. He stood in a corner and took in everyone with his eyes. He gritted his teeth and cursed inwardly. "Damn it. This is so humiliating. I should have stopped back in Kwai." While Ju was deep in thought, someone called him. Startling him, Ju looked at the 2 newcomers and exclaimed in surprise. "Isn't that Director Sejin? I did not know you were coming. Please smile and respond." "Ha. This time I also received an invitation. It is a pleasure to meet you." Chu Jin, the director of the South Korea branch of TENS, a large corporation that has surpassed China and reached Z-Razor. China is the largest venue in Asia for active hunting activities. Any hunter dreams of operating in China, but it is nearly impossible. Because unless it is a contract with a major company like TENS, they do not grant visas. This policy is feasible because there is a dense group of talents that do not require foreign hunters. The top hunting teams in South Korea have continuously closed their operations in China. But there have been no successful cases yet, except for one unique case. Lak's sister, Lenon. She is the only one who can enter China as a special case. A notable figure in China, Jingen accepted Unseen as a direct student. This connection was established when her natural charisma matched Jingen's aura. Since there was a first case, there could also be a second and third Unseen appearing. Therefore, for Selin, Ju thinks it is necessary to make things clear no matter what. At this moment, Selin laughed loudly, saying, I had a wonderful sightseeing trip today. I think it is great to be here. Hearing this, Ju's expression turned sour. He must have seen all his images. Which is why he said that, but he still smiled and replied, Are you talking about ozone? That is quite an impressive aura. Sin then waved his hand and said, Humans are more interesting than technology. He then questioned his friend named Ozan, who had not been licensed for half a year yet. Ju nodded slightly in response. Yep. That is right. Hearing the affirmation, Sin was even happier and laughed loudly. Sure, it is a silly story, but it clearly has feelings. I learned that technique neatly in a short time. Ju frowned in silence. No matter how much China reports on technology and hunting, that is still a rather arrogant assessment. Is not that technique is useless. Sin did not know what Jai was thinking and continued to laugh, saying, Ha. It has been a while since I have met a friend with such good qualities. You think so too? Right. Just as Job finished speaking, the person next to him had disappeared. Sin looked around in confusion, and soon his face lit up with surprise. Is that kid really going to look for Ko Jun-sung? At the same time, outside in the cool courtyard, Jung-sung sat on a bench, letting out a sigh. Is this a bit too much? Since the technique is not perfect yet, how can one demonstrate it without making mistakes? Saying that, he could not help but look at his hands. His hands were still shaking, so he used the other hand to steady them. He sighed and muttered, as if he still had not relieved the tension. Anyway, I successfully completed the technical trial, so I guess the name of this technique will be announced soon. While he was thinking, someone approached where he was sitting. Jun-sung jumped and turned his head to ask in confusion, Is someone here? But unexpectedly, that person had already come up beside him. Run-sung's eyes widened in shock. When did this person get here? Ignoring his confusion, Chun-jap spoke first. You are Run-sung. Want to play a match with me? After saying this, he looked at Jun-sung with anticipation. In contrast, Jun-sung was extremely bewildered. Is this guy new to this? He does not understand anything at all. Because Chun-jae was speaking in Chinese, Jun-sung naturally did not understand. He just stared at him blankly. Just then, Sin rushed over. Enge questioned Thang and I. Sure enough, you are here. I told you not to cause trouble. Then he bowed his head to apologize to Jun-sung, saying, Sorry for bothering you. Jun-sung quickly stood up and politely spoke. It is all right. But how do you know me? Sejin chuckled softly and said, I recognized you when you demonstrated earlier. Saying that, he took out a business card and handed it to Jun-sung. Introducing himself, Director of Korea. Chu-sin. I was looking for you because I have something to discuss. Hearing this, Jun-sung was immediately startled. This is the largest hunting corporation in China. Sin continued to introduce. This kid is my nephew. He is a bodyguard who became a hunter thanks to his decent skills. As you can see, his personality is a bit rash, so he may have caused you some trouble. Either way, Sung did not understand what he was saying. You refused to give your opinion. Shaking your head and replied, It is no problem. But may I ask why you are looking for me? Sejin chuckled softly, sincerely saying, Although I am the director of TENS Korea, I am not here for business today. I want to establish a relationship between us. This left Jun-sung a bit confused. What does that mean? Seeing you silent, Seo-jin spoke up. As a hunter, you probably know about TENS Korea, right? But maybe you do not know this since it is not widely known. In fact, the owners of TENS are all hunters. And he here takes pride in this long-standing tradition. Moreover, Sin and Chunja are both disciples of that person. Earlier, while watching Jun-sung demonstrate, Sin had a thought. You are more than qualified to inherit their tradition. Jun-sung just stood by, listening, as this information was quite hard to digest. Ignoring your reaction, Sin continued. So it might be a bit rude, but I recorded the moment you demonstrated and sent it to my master. Do I have answered your question? Jun-sung was taken aback. He skeptically asked. That, Damak nodded. Seo-jin calmly said, That is right. The number one in the world wants to see the potential within you. Jun-sung was stunned. He asked in shock, If it is the number one, are you talking about that mine? Saudi did not answer, only mysteriously replied, That person is one of them. But this is classified, so it can't be revealed. Of course. That person is the strongest among them, a once-in-a-thousand-years genius. If Run-sung is to become that person's disciple, there is one condition. Jun-sung frowned slightly, silently asking what the condition was. Sin casually replied, For you to become that person's disciple, you must completely become that person. This teaching won't take away Jun's freedom, but during the learning process, using other techniques is not allowed. The techniques Jun-sung demonstrated earlier, all the things that person forbids, you are allowed to use. Hearing this, Jun-sung could not help but interject. I know what you will say next. His words surprised Sin. He asked in confusion. What do you mean? Jun-sung ignored him and calmly said, As of My relationship with my master has been severed. Right. Selin frowned in surprise, muttering in doubt. That is right. I have never told anyone that. Just as he was about to finish, Jun Sung coldly interrupted, thanking him for the offer, but respectfully declining. Sin was shocked and exclaimed, have you thought this through? Why not? You know this is a rare opportunity. One you won't get again in your lifetime. At this moment, Chun Jop beside them did not understand what they were talking about and muttered in confusion. Uncle. What is with this atmosphere? Si Jin frowned slightly. If that is the case, then it is better this way. After thinking, he spoke in Chinese. He has declined the offer. This made Chun Jako's expression ugly. He gritted his teeth and cursed. What a stupid guy. Si Jin did not hesitate to add fuel to the fire. Continuing, he said the techniques he has learned so far are enough. No need for any more foreign techniques. This only made Chun Jot angrier. Immediately, he yelled loudly, causing Jun Sung to turn in surprise. Chun Jake cursed loudly, but to Jun Sung, it sounded just like barking. Si Jin kindly asked, do you need me to translate? Jun Sung nodded slightly. Sejin began to translate what Chun Job was cursing. You are a bit too full of yourself. You have a little skill and you are already showing off and throwing away this golden opportunity too. Jung Sung sighed helplessly at hearing such harsh words. You glanced at Seo Jane and said, I do not think we need to hear this. I am leaving. But how could Si Jin let Jun Sung go so easily? He continued to translate Chun's words for you, and that successfully angered Jun Sung. You coldly asked, what are you talking about? Chun Jop obviously did not understand the Korean that Jun Sung just said. Standing there in confusion, Jun Sung stood facing him, his expression darkening. He gritted his teeth and scolded. You are bold enough to say that in front of me. So Jin translated your words for Chun Chuks. He scoffed contemptuously. If you are so confident in your skills, do you dare to face me in a duel? Si Jin felt a bit confused, wondering why Jun Sung was so angry. He quietly advised, sorry, but if you meet him once, you might change your mind. Just as he was speaking, Jun Sung coldly interrupted. If we are fighting, then let us fight. Step up and face Chun Chop. He spoke with utter disdain. Let us see how skilled you really are. You punk. So right after that, the three of them headed to the training room. Both Jun and Chun Joes were fully equipped. At this moment, Chun Joes was extremely confident. He quietly asked, Seljin, what should we do? Wrap it up quickly or take it slow to see the difference in skill levels? What do you think? Jun basically did not understand what he was saying. He was just getting ready for the match. So Jin heard Chun's words and reminded him with some dissatisfaction. Don't underestimate others. Chun was a bit confused, scoffing. But that guy has looked down on us before. That was true. Scene felt a bit awkward. To make this fight fair, they needed to translate the words. But in terms of skills, most hunters in history did not have many moves. This has existed in China for a long time, even for thousands of years. Getting this opportunity, yet Jun still refused, no matter how much he advised. What kind of person was this young man? Thinking of this, Sejin quietly said. Anyway, he is still a talented guy. Chun asked. Dissatisfied, still thinking about enlightening him, he pouted and replied, don't like it. Indifferently shrugging, Chun casually said. But I won't bow down to that guy. It is obvious just by looking. Chuckling softly, Scene lightly reminded, it will be fine. Once he submits, things will change. It is not easy to shine alone. Clearly, Jun Sung was a genius. So to break this barrier, a challenge against him was necessary. After a while of preparation, Jun and Chun Jeka stepped onto the battlefield. Chun Job confidently stated, I will let you have 3 chances. Seeing Jung Sung's blank look, Chun Jae remembered that he did not understand Chinese, so he corrected himself and spoke in English. Jun Dung understood this, but he remained silent and said nothing. At that moment, the sound signaling the start of the match echoed. Jun Sung immediately took an attacking stance. Chun was still extremely confident, casually smiling as he stood there. Just then, Jun Sung attacked, but Chun managed to dodge every strike. As he dodged, he thought to himself, not bad. You are quicker than I expected. Even in the heat of battle, he had time to reflect. How foolish. Jun Sung landed a punch on Chun, causing him to recoil in pain. Chun's eyes widened in shock. How could he have missed Jun Sung's teleportation? While Chun was lost in thought, Jun Sung threw another punch. This time, he did not dare to slack off and quickly dodged. Now they had exchanged 3 attacks. Chun then began to counter, launching a palm strike toward Jun. But then something that shocked him happened. Jun Sung managed to block his strike. Though he was still pushed back a few steps, Jun Sung definitely would not give up easily. He stepped back, gathered momentum, and charged forward. Fists clenched, moving quickly. Seeing this, Chun felt a bit displeased and shouted angrily, come on, do not let me see the gap in our levels. I am not like you. As soon as he finished speaking, He lowered his center of gravity and took an attacking stance. The two rushed in to fight again, leaving Jin below the arena in a daze. He even used his phone to record the entire fight between the two. Up on the arena, Jun Sung attacked like a storm towards Chun. Jin watched in increasing amazement. This was unbelievable. Jun's strength far exceeded his expectations. Regardless of what he hoped for, the battle between the two continued on the arena. At this moment, Chun was attacking Jun, but he leaned back to dodge and conveniently kicked his right calf. Chun snorted coldly, dismissing that petty skill, then leaned back to avoid Jun's kick. Not pausing for a second, Chun raised his knee to try to take Jun down. Jun Sung saw this and panicked. He quickly leaned back, successfully avoiding that strike. This infuriated Chun, who felt like he was dealing with a rat. Soon after, filled with rage, he charged at Jun again. However, Jun was countering his moves, and he could not land a hit on him. Chun was furious, turning purple. Why was this happening? Was there something wrong here? His techniques and movements were all off. It felt like a circus act. Why was it happening? While he was thinking, he got hit by a kick from Jun Sung. Chun's cheek bore an imprint of Jun's foot. He gritted his teeth, thinking, damn it, he can win. Let us see him lose his mind. On the other side, in contrast to Chun's juvenile demeanor, Jun was incredibly composed. This only made Chun more furious. If he could just properly execute his techniques, he would win easily. But at that moment, Chun noticed some drops of sweat pooling beneath his feet. Chun frowned slightly. When did he start sweating? Not only that, Chun was also trembling. Was he exhausted or was he just tense because of Jun? At the same time, Selen's expression also looked quite grim. Seems like Jun is moving quite randomly. But that movement is a destructive skill, a technique for direct confrontation. He only sees the opponent's movements. He has never experienced this skill. Now Chun Chop feels like a formidable enemy is about to kill him. He refuses to back down, attacking furiously. But every move is caught by him. He deflects his attacks effortlessly. Seeing this, disbelief fills Chun Chop's eyes. How could this happen? He refuses to accept it and shouts loudly, why not? Damn it. Jun Sung ignores his rage and focuses solely on deflecting the blows. At this moment, Chun is filled with rage, concentrating all his weight onto his legs, creating a powerful fist, and shouts, come on, wherever you are, try this once. As soon as he finishes speaking, Chun delivers a palm strike towards Jun Sung. In an instant, he strikes, and Jun uses his hands to shield his temples. Immediately after, he swiftly grabs Chun Chop's head. Without hesitation, he knees him in the face. The sudden change in situation leaves Jin outside powerless to react. Meanwhile, Chun Chop has collapsed on the ground, kneeling before Jun Sung. With blood pouring from his nose like rain, Chun covers his face with his hands. Confused, despite being kneed in the face, he still retains consciousness. As he thinks this, Chun's body suddenly begins to tremble. He looks up and challenges, you are fighting me without using energy. Jin helplessly rubs his forehead, thinking the same, because Jun Sung's attack has not caused any significant damage. In response to this challenge, Jun Sung coolly replies, maybe I just did not intend to use it. However, Chun Chop is unwilling to accept this. He stands up and yells, damn it. Use your energy again. I can still fight. Jun Sung ignores him and glances at Jin, saying, what do you think? I took him down without using energy. And that is not enough to determine the winner. Besides, what Chun Chop said about being able to continue fighting is just nonsense. As soon as he finishes speaking, Chun Chop weakly collapses to the ground. Jung Sung does not care and turns to leave the arena. Jin watches his back, starting to sigh. He had predicted that Jun would be devastated if he lost to Chun Chop. But how could that happen? How could he lose so one-sidedly? Thinking of this, Jin could not help but speak up. That was amazing. Hearing this, Jun Sung immediately halts. He replies in a deep voice, not all. I am a hunter and that guy is a hunter too. Our mission is to hunt monsters and protect the people. A fight between hunters like this is meaningless. Chun Chupi. Hearing this, could not help but cough twice. Jun did not care. Continuing, that is just a personal dispute, and I am still not used to getting angry. You should advise them not to focus too much on the competition results, whether it is you or Chun. Even seen. As he said this, Jung Sung suddenly paused and glanced at the phone, coldly saying, the person on the other end is also watching. This made Scene flinch, as at that moment, a loud crash came from the phone. Dunex Dung sneered lightly and said coldly, please convey to the one on the other end that if they have anything to discuss with me, they should contact me through the company or come see me directly, or at least avoid arguments and hurting others' feelings. After saying that, he bid farewell to the two and left. Zji wanted to call after him, but at that moment, a deep voice came from the phone. From what I just heard, I was insulted in a way I never expected. Scene could not help but shiver. Quickly turning around, and he said in a low voice, It is all my fault for misjudging. What should I say? Just as I had not finished, the person on the other end interrupted. All right. No need to say more. It is not that I am angry. I found it amusing, so that is enough. Sijin was startled to hear this. Does his master find it amusing after 30 years of being taught? This was the first time he heard something like this. At that moment, Selen's master chuckled softly and said, Then I will talk about the next issue. Then he began rambling about his plans. Hearing this, Chunjop on the ground had to jump up like a fresh shrimp. Meanwhile, Seujin was in extreme shock, unable to believe. Asking back, What? A few days later, Junsung continuously appeared in the media, such as the hunter Park Kang-han successfully hunting the 11-star monster. For example, if Park Kang-han appeared during a hunt, a surprise broadcast or an unexpected interview, boldly declaring he claimed the #1 spot, Kang-chan naturally also saw news about Junsung, and he could not help but feel emotional. Honestly, still full of spirit, saying something like, Do not bother or mess with me anymore. Speaking of which, Kang Qian looked up at the person across from him, winking with a smile. What an interesting friend. Right. We need friends like that to bring life to the industry. I wish there were a few friends with such performance skills in the industry. Do not you think? The director Joki-suk. The person sitting opposite him was Joki-suk, ranked 3rd in the standings. Hearing Kang Qian's words, Keen snorted coldly. If you have watched everything, put your phone away. After all, there are still other issues to focus on. Shrugging, Kang Qian pouted, saying, I thought the director would be interested too. Saying that, he also put his phone away, letting out a sigh. Well, I said I had rearranged everything. Kang suddenly halted for a moment, then stared at Kyuk-suk. Questioning. Representative Du, am I crazy for selling core to China? Hearing this, Kyuk-suk immediately corrected him. Not China, but tea. Moreover, how many times have I explained that I won't sell? Snorting quietly, Kang Qian coldly said. Did you really say that? If you are talking about building a large system between South Korea and China, then I do not see how that is different from selling the company. Kyuk-suk narrowed his eyes at him. Not responding, Kang-chan raised 2 fingers and declared, So you just need to remember 2 things. First, Kang-chan is not a guardian deity. Second, Ten's a Nabin. I am not planning to sell the company that I have devoted my life to and become a nobody. Kyuk-suk could not help but sigh. He helplessly said, Do you even know what kind of opportunity you are looking for? Kang Qian snorted. Finally, you do not deny my words. You are saying this is an opportunity. Ki was unfazed by his criticism, speaking in a low voice. We have long been left behind. If we can catch up, we are just hoping optimistically. But what about the current situation? Kangan just silently listened without saying a word. Kiyu continued. The next generation of hunters in our country will certainly lead in the field of touch motors. They have now combined their inherent strengths and are developing at a very fast pace. Our predictions were wrong. Hearing this, Junsung raised an eyebrow and spoke up. Anyone could tell it was not true. So is that the choice you had in mind? He clenched his fists, his eyes full of determination, saying, That is right. The version of the eyes of a true warrior is that, besides the 10-year history, there are no hairs in China, so it remains only in the form of documents or graphs. After 10 decades, Ten suggested that businesses would provide results in partnership with them. Kang-chan scratched his head, saying, It is not that Ten's is being used, but an unverified copy, meaning it will voluntarily become a guinea pig. Kyuk-suk was still trying to persuade him, suggesting there might be a technique to open up, in exchange for transferring some rights. But Kang Qian was not interested. His stance remained unchanged. Hearing this, Kyuk-suk had nothing left to say, and he quietly stood up, realizing the situation. Well, actually, I only came to persuade at Ten's request. But honestly, it would be better for me without core. With that, he slowly walked out, leaving behind a remark. I have a piece of advice. There is a wall you absolutely cannot cross. The new team has just started betting their lives on that side. The results are not good. Right. It probably won 10 and well later. That is for sure. This caught Kang Qian off guard, but he quickly responded with a sigh. Honestly, this is a wall that can't be crossed. I never thought about that. The momentum was restored. And clearly, the proposal itself was worth looking forward to. But did Kyuk-suk really not know the downside of that proposal? Surely the company would be aware of the danger from Ten's intervention, but still accepted it. The reason is obvious. Thinking about this, Kang-chan nodded and said, The wall that can't be crossed is likely aid, which has never been able to surpass. This made Kyuk-suk stiffen with shock. Seeing his reaction, Kang Qian could not help but smile triumphantly. He realized that no one in finance was unaware. But indeed, the emotional burnout was truly Jun's doing. Kangan felt exhausted by the insurmountable distance with Zakes, but Jun, who appeared as a newcomer, sparked the anxiety, Reflecting on this, Kang Qian could understand JJ's bitter lament. It must be evidence showing that the gold internal affairs were hastily affected by the evidence. Pausing for a moment, Kang Chan continued. Director Joki, I have a word for you too. He said he did not know whether he had 18 dragons or a hybrid of energia or something. But Ki could not surpass Dex. Ki's face was still frozen in anger. After a long pause, he gritted his teeth and said, You have to see it to know. With a cold laugh, Kang Qian sneered. Thinking, what will the industry look like now? Entering the game will succeed, even if you oppose it. You can't stop it with those big pumps. Next, the materials in the industry would clearly change. If so, this side also needs a competitor. Is it just Jun Sung alone? In this chaotic time, what actions will he show in the future? He is looking forward to it. Meanwhile, Jun Sung is unaware of the underground struggles between the capitalists. Right now, he is sitting on a chair, resting. Finally, tomorrow is the day to go, and he is prepared to go crazy. Now it is just a matter of execution. At this moment, a low voice suddenly came from behind. I was admiring the night casually. Recently, none of my friends are responding to me. Run Sung jumped and turned around to see an old man standing beside him. He was wearing sunglasses, still sporting a smile on his lips. You are Oh Sung. I was very impressed with your interview. That was a really good interview, and it suits your status as well. Hearing this, Jun Sung politely nodded. Thank you, sir. By the way, are not you Korean? Damak nodded. The old man chuckled and replied, That is right. I often go to Korea because I have a business partner there. As he said this, he suddenly paused, staring at Jun Sung and coldly said, And this time, I want to see your face a little. This made Jun Sung alert. And sure enough, the old man's aura suddenly changed. Jun Sung was immediately taken aback. The man coldly spoke. Now tell him. Who do you think is in front of you? Jun Sung frowned slightly. This old man is really strange. First I need to activate the auto hunt system. Thinking this, he immediately reached to open the system. However, just at that moment, something was flying rapidly towards him. Jun Sung hurriedly dodged to the side to avoid it. He was shocked, his eyes wide. Is this a pellet? If it was not for the auto hunt, I would have been done for on this side. The old man still maintained his hand movement. He thought that just playing with his fingers a little would make the pellet fly out. Thinking this, he chuckled and asked, Did you dodge that? Jun Sung did not respond. He frowned in silence, dodging and then prepared to fight using the auto hunt. First, he needed to retreat. Thinking that, Jun Sung quickly stepped back, increasing the distance from the old man. Then he would attack with Spinlist. However, before he could do anything, the old man suddenly appeared behind him. He coldly said, That clumsiness is indeed interesting. Jun Sung's eyes widened in shock. When did he get behind me? If that is the case. He quickly launched an attack. With a loud bang, the ground suddenly shook. Dust and debris flew everywhere. Not only that, they formed a mist, beginning to attack the old man. The old man scoffed coldly. How adorable. As soon as he finished speaking, he unleashed a gust of wind. The mist dissipated in an instant. When he could see clearly again, he saw Jun Sung's figure within his sight. Jun Sung was startled by this move of his, surprised that he could dodge it. But even more surprising was that the old man caught up to him in just a few seconds. He punched Jun Sung in the back. Jun Sung could not dodge in time, and so he was hit with no other choice. Jun Sung had to go down to the ground. The pain made it impossible for him to continue running. At this moment, the old man approached and tightly gripped Jun Sung's shoulder. He coldly spoke, Your endurance is quite impressive. To still be moving at this point, that is remarkable. Enough to brag about it everywhere. Jun Sung bit his lip fiercely. This body does not listen to you anymore. Seems like I have been paralyzed. While Jun Sung was in a panic, the old man spoke again. How long will you endure? I am not mocking you, but I am like a Pegasus that can chase a rival for 10 miles. He then glanced at you, grinning as he said, Just do not regret it too much. The outcome won't be what you want. Without realizing it, the two of them had already run onto the boulevard. People watched them go from running to flying, starting to whisper among themselves. What is going on? Are they filming? Isn't that Park Kang-han? And is not that an older gentleman beside him? Hearing the commotion, the old man smiled and said, Well, with so many people around, there is no choice but to talk with you later. Just as he finished speaking, he suddenly saw Run Sung trembling. He could not help but be surprised. Had not he released the pressure points on him? At that moment, Run Sung suddenly looked up at the old man. He coldly said, If my thoughts about that person are correct, you owe me a proper apology. Isn't he your action against the law? Hearing this, the old man could not help but smile. Good. Did you just get your pressure points released and your brain is still foggy? Run Sung ignored the old man's sarcasm and continued. Aren't I the one asking you that? Do you always handle matters so casually? The old man treated Run Sung's words like a breeze passing by, potting as he said, Why are you getting so worked up? Kid. You came to me directly. What? Run Sung exclaimed in shock. What nonsense is he talking? With a slight chuckle, the old man adjusted his glasses and then said solemnly, if I were to act carelessly, no matter where I am, you would not even be able to speak. Run Sung snorted coldly. But I am talking to you right now. His words stunned the old man, who then threw his head back and laughed heartily. You really are a special kid. Now let me officially introduce myself. I am Jinkubei, the master of the two guys who have been following you. Upon hearing this, Jun Sung's eyes widened in shock. He is one of the 10 leaders of T-Jane Quick. But why did the boss come to find him? While Run was confused, Kubek spoke again. I did not mean any harm when I pointed your pressure points earlier. I did that just to have some extra time to observe your body. I truly could call it a masterpiece. Jun Sung shivered at his words, recalling how that dark goat had touched him. Taking a deep breath, Run Sung regained his composure and said, if you want to talk to me, you need to apologize first. As for Master Long Amai's respect for someone like me, I deserve an apology. That is the condition. You say sorry, and I will be happy to oblige. Otherwise, Jun Sung had not finished speaking when Kwai Bit sharply asked, then what will you do? What can you do to me? With a light huff, Run Sung pouted and said, if you do not apologize, I will call the police right now. This made Kwai Bit freeze in surprise, and the atmosphere fell silent. Then suddenly, Kwai Bit burst out laughing. He exclaimed excitedly, what an interesting friend you are. Calling the police in front of me. Does Jun Sung think he is afraid of this? How naive. You dare to negotiate terms with him. That is really something. At that moment, Jung Sung spoke again. If you keep talking nonsense, I am leaving. But how could Kwai Bitch give him that chance? He quickly interrupted. Wait. It can still be salvaged. I have a proposal. You and I will have a contest. How about that? As soon as he finished speaking, Kwai Bitch took out a red box and handed it to Jun Sung. Jun looked at the box in Kwai Bitch's hand, furrowing his brow. A contest. He nodded slightly, answering, yep. Let us give it a try. Jun Sung narrowed his eyes at him, puzzled, and asked, why should I compete with you? Indifferently shrugging, Kwai Bitch replied nonchalantly. Simply put, I have no intention of fulfilling your request. He said the way the rabbit moved was great for the rabbit, but was not that the same for the lion's gaze. After hearing this, Jung Sung furrowed his brow and asked, so if we are not on the same level, I do not need to apologize even though it was very rude. Kwai Bitch shook his head, laughing. It is just that I only apologize to someone of the same level. Dun snorted coldly. Speaking casually, is that? I do not see any reason to meet your standards. Hearing this, Kwai Bitch was not surprised, sighed, and spoke up. There is no other way. Wagging your tail like that is the survival method of the weak. I understand. His words made Jun Sung's expression stiffen. Seeing his reaction, Kwai laughed and said, ha. Your face changed immediately. So what do you say? Bet a game with me. If you win, I will give you this and apologize. The old man said that if Jun Sung knew what was in the box, he would definitely be shocked into unconsciousness. Jun Sung did not respond immediately, instead asking suspiciously, what if I lose? Kwai Bitch replied without hesitation. You become my student. Upon hearing this, Jung Sung finally realized the issue. He helplessly asked, so this is your ultimate goal? Is not? Indifferently shrugging, Kwai Bitch replied casually, if it were not, then why would I try so hard? I know how to do it. With that, he began to explain how the bet would work. They would reverse what they had just done. Kwai Bitch would run away and Jun would attack. If Jun Sung's attack touched him even a little, then he wins. If not, then he could snatch the box from Kubisi using any trick or method he wanted. Jun Sung listened quietly to what he said. Suddenly, he thought of a bold tactic. With that thought, he smiled. Great. I accept. As soon as he said this, Kwai Bitch immediately cheered. All right. What a refreshing friend. So shall we change the location? Jung Sung shook his head slightly. It has to be here. Right, Kwai Bitch said in surprise. Here. Really, aren't you a bit too confident? I have never lost in any similar bet until now. Jung Sung scoffed at that. So this will be your first loss. What? Kwai Bitch was taken aback by your words. Jun Sung ignored his reaction, focusing intently on the red box. After a while, he mumbled that taking the box seemed easier no matter how he thought about it. First, let us get that box. Hearing this, Kwai Bitch sneered derisively. Can that even be done? There was no sound. Just as he finished speaking, the box suddenly glowed gold, then vanished from his reach. Kwai Bitch stared blankly at his empty hands. Before he even realized how Jun Sung did it, the boy lunged at him. Kwai Bitch was caught off guard. As Jun Sung's 2 fingers pointed at his forehead, Kwai Bitch was stunned by this action. Jung Sung smiled triumphantly. Both requests are fulfilled. I win. But just as he said this, he suddenly felt a chill. At that moment, Kwai Bitch was enveloped by an aura of murderous intent that sent chills down his spine. Bystanders began to whisper about it. Jun Sung could not help but tremble with an immense force. It was then that Kwai bitch asked in a deep voice. How did this kid do it? With a slight laugh, Jun Sung coolly replied, as you said, by any means necessary. I retrieved the other card I had. Hearing this, Kwai bitch pushed his hand away. Snorting, explain right now, or you will lose those bold fingers of yours. Need an explanation. Jun Sung shrugged indifferently. Pouting, if you do not agree with the result, we can go back to the starting point. Gritting his teeth, Kwai bitch growled. What starting point? You do not think that is just a joke? Do you? Suddenly smiling, Jun Sung casually said. So I wasted my time on a fraud who won't even keep his promises. This made Kwai bitch's confidence wane. And then he threw his head back in laughter. This is not a complete scam. No danger and no theft. So there is no answer. I wanted peace for 20 years. But unexpectedly, I ran out of resources right here. Saying this, he handed the box to Jun Sung. All right. I admit I lost to this brat. He said he had given the box as promised. So hurry up and take it out. Jun took the box in his hands. Frowning in thought. At this moment, Kwai bitch spoke again. Did that trick take my box? What kind of trick is that? Jun Sung shrugged indifferently. Pouting. Do I have any reason to tell you? The stingy Kwai bitch huffed in dissatisfaction, but still sincerely reminded him. Do not open the box too much. It is better to keep the air out until you use the medicine. Jun Sung frowned slightly. Questioning. Is it a type of medicine? Kwai bitch suddenly felt the urge to retaliate. He coldly replied. Do I need to tell you? Jun Sung was left speechless. Seeing your reaction, Kwai bitch felt even more pleased. Leaving you without any words about the bet's content. If you want to try it, go ahead. The result could be a remedy or poison. With that, he turned and walked away. That is it. I am leaving. It has been a while since I have had this much fun. Hello, young man. But just as he took 2 steps, Jun Sung spoke in a serious tone. It is settled. Are you sure about that? Have you clearly apologized to me and my teacher? His words made Kwai bitch tremble. He took a deep breath and turned back, speaking in Mandarin. I do not know Korean. But Jun Sung would not let it go. You still insisted on speaking because it was disadvantageous. So he immediately switched to Mandarin. He simply said sorry and ended it. Kwai bitch looked at his determination. Cold sweat dripping from his forehead. Would the number 1 Din Kwai bitch in the world actually say sorry? Then the old man's pride will be seriously shaken. Thinking this, Kwai bitch suddenly rushes to attack. Jun Sung did not expect him to do that. So he kept getting hit with pressure points. In the blink of an eye, he collapsed into Kwai bitch's arms. Without a moment's hesitation, Kwai bitch took Jun Sung away from the crowded street. All that was left were whispers and murmurs from the crowd. After a noisy night, the sun began to rise again. At that moment, Jun Sung just woke up, but not in a house, rather on a stone bench in the park. He propped himself up to sit, muttering in dissatisfaction. What the hell did that old man do to me? Just disappeared like that. At this moment, he saw a red box placed on the bench, with a piece of paper underneath it. When he picked it up to look, it was a message left by Kwai bitch. Jun Sung read through it and could not help but feel emotional. This old man writes Korean so well, and his handwriting is not bad either. That night, in a skyscraper in the city center, he was very anxious, constantly pacing back and forth, mumbling. No way. Seriously. When will he get here? He kept checking the time and then started questioning said Jean. Hasn't it been a few hours since the time he was supposed to arrive? Isn't this a bit too much? Si Jean awkwardly replied. He will be here soon. This made Kai even more dissatisfied. He scoffed. You have said that several times already. I have other plans. Just as he finished speaking, the door behind him suddenly opened. A figure walked in from outside, dressed in traditional Chinese attire. This person was none other than Kubi. The moment he saw him, Ki's face turned pale. Standing in front of Ki was the leader of Tens. How could he stay calm? At this moment, Kwai bitch spoke up, looking at you directly. As soon as these words were spoken, Ki hurriedly bowed his head to apologize. I apologize. It is an honor to meet you. Jakiesh, the director of Kanjen. The word sounded calm at first glance, but in reality, Ki was trembling. Cold sweat on his forehead. To learn that, he had to impress Kwai bitch first. At the same time, Kwai bitch was quietly observing him. After a long while, the old man finally spoke. All right, I am listening. Hearing this, Ki looked up. Happily speaking. Yep. It is truly an honor to meet you. Actually, just as he was about to finish his sentence, Kwai bitch coldly interrupted him. Now that we have met, that is enough. Saying this, he ordered Scene to leave, making Scene feel awkward and wanting to stop him. Of course, Kwai bitch did not give him a chance, complaining in dissatisfaction. I thought I was just going for a leisurely stroll. Why did I have to run into this rude kid? I am so I think I need to go home and sleep for a bit. As soon as he said this, Kin's face turned as dark as coal. He hurriedly ran over to stop him. Please wait a moment. I have been waiting for you here for hours. If you keep going like this, Cakesnasty spoke while pulling Quibish's shoulder. This successfully caused Quibish's face to fall, and the atmosphere turned cold in an instant. Around Quibish, a thick layer of killing intent spread out, making everyone feel like they were in the depths of hell, proving that he was very angry. Cakesnasty's footsteps immediately halted. He was frightened by this killing intent. Meanwhile, Quibish glared at him. His eyes filled with warning. Cakesnasty instinctively trembled. His forehead beaded with cold sweat, feeling as if he could be killed in an instant. The atmosphere became tense, and no one dared to approach Quibish. After a long wait, Quibish finally retracted his killing intent with satisfaction. He turned to Key and said, "I have nothing to say. I said I am tired now." This statement left Key confused. Unfortunately, Quibish did not care. He just pointed and scolded, raising the desire to learn. "Otherwise, I only have one thing to say. You are a dog." The last 3 words turned Cakesnasty's face as dark as dog feces. But his anger hit the air, and Quibish did not take it to heart, warning in a low voice. "A dog can only obediently eat what its master gives, not randomly touch its master's feet." He was infuriated by these words, his body trembling with restraint. At this moment, Quibish reached out and squeezed his face, coldly saying, "Remember this well. I am not pleased with the disobedience of the dog I raised." Saying that, he turned and walked away, his figure extremely graceful, as if the vulgar insults just now had not come from him, leaving Cakesnasty staring at his back with a face turning purple. A moment later, at the foot of the building, Quibish walked in front, muttering to himself. "Sure enough, that kid has no willpower," said Jean, walking behind, heard this and asked in confusion, "What did you say?" Quibish realized he misspoke and quickly shook his head. "It is nothing." "All right. You want to say something, right?" Sejin hesitated for a moment before finally speaking up. "The Joki XGF is a talent at my fingertips." Before he could finish his sentence, Quibish coldly interrupted. "That guy has no hope." Sejin, feeling a bit confused, murmured, and after a while, remembered something and spoke up. "Earlier, did you say you have met everyone?" Nivima nodded. Quibish said casually, "That guy. Rung. I have met him." Scene was a bit surprised and asked in doubt, "Really? You seem quite satisfied." He curled his lips in disdain, which seemed quite ordinary. However, to Jean, it sounded quite impressive. Thinking of this, he continued, "Before coming here, you resolved the task sent from Han Nam Sion, right?" Quibish lightly nodded in response.
Yep.
Although he was not easy to deal with, he had still gotten involved. Then Jin, hearing this, joyfully exclaimed. But before he could finish, Quibish cut him off. "Now it is already lost. But I have already given it to that guy." Sejin frowned slightly, hesitantly asking, "If it is that guy, could it be Jujun-sung that you mentioned?" Thinking of this possibility, shock appeared on his face. "Is he really satisfied enough to hand over such a supreme treasure to you?" Quibish felt a bit awkward, unsure how to explain, stammering a bit. "Yeah, that is how it is." A few days later, Jun-sung officially entered the system. He was still wearing the Queen Ant armor, slowly making his way into the crack. From now on, Run-sung would venture alone into the world, with only one way to return 19 hours later, at the location he fell from, 52 kilometers away, where the crack would emerge, needing to survive until reaching there before the crack closed. Until then, Jung-sung's first goal was to return safely. Right now, he was running frantically across an open area. He was equipped with exploration gear and a camera. Jun checked his equipment as he ran. After a while, he mumbled, "All right, let us proceed with the exploration." Run-sung kept running, crossing a series of towering rocks. After a while, he spotted something. In front of him was a group of monsters hovering around. They were quite high-level beasts. Run-sung paid little attention and directly activated the auto-hunt mode. Without any hesitation, he charged toward the pack of monsters. He smirked and said, "All right, the hunt begins." Run-sung single-handedly plunged into the monster's encirclement. The beasts saw him as prey, charging madly forward. Their sharp teeth lunged toward him without hesitation. Seeing this, Run-sung quickly lifted his foot and leaned back to dodge the monster's attack. But at that moment, he suddenly realized there were monsters behind him too. He was now surrounded. Run-sung panicked and shouted, "What is happening?" But there was another problem. Sun had automatically decided to run away on its own. With the level of Miki VIP, he had enough capability to hunt it. At this moment, the auto system controlled Run-sung to stop running, then reached for the gear behind him. He quickly retrieved the wooden box that Quibi had given him. Jun did not understand why he was pulling this out now. The situation was not good at all. He anxiously opened the box to take a look. Upon seeing what was inside, he was taken aback. Inside was a round object that looked quite similar to a golden elixir. Run-sung's eyes widened in shock. He did not expect it to be this. But before he could grasp the situation, The auto-hunt system made him take out the elixir, even more surprisingly. It was dropped straight into Jun's mouth. He had no choice but to let the auto system control his body, then swallow the elixir. Runsung's expression at that moment was like he had swallowed a fly, looking extremely unpleasant. But the moment the elixir went down, he felt something change in his body. In an instant, Junsung's speed increased. He dashed forward, then spun in a cinematic manner. Runsung was extremely confused. This was all too dizzying. But the auto-hunt system did not care, still controlling his body to run at a speed invisible to the naked eye. A while later, in an empty lot filled with dust from Jun's speed, the haze finally cleared to reveal Junsung, looking far from okay. He sighed heavily, lying on the ground with an extremely grim expression. Time passed, and soon the monsters had caught up to the empty lot where Junsung was resting. They surrounded him, bewildered to see him sprawled on the ground, but before long, they recoiled in terror as Junsung suddenly yelled, his body enveloped in a faint glow. Meanwhile, outside, reporters were covering Junsung's infiltration of the rift. At the same time, Kwai Butch and Sin were watching the news. After hearing this, CG showed a troubled expression, looking like he wanted to say something but hesitating. Kwai Butch sensed this and spoke up. Do you have something to say? Sijin glanced at him and hesitated, saying, in this case, if Junsung can't come back, Master must have prepared for it. Right. Prepared for what? Kwai Butch replied. Somewhat confused, Sin, feeling more anxious, spoke up. The treasure is not at the golden elixir. We have found that, have not. The initial estimate has jumped over 20,000. Kwai Butch lightly pouted and said indifferently, what you are saying is not interesting at all. Actually, you are not the only one confused. He said that when the golden elixir enters the stomach, it melts, causing an issue. But at most, it is just fuel. Hearing this, Sin looked puzzled and asked. Kwai Butch did not answer but suddenly snapped his fingers, startling Sin. Then he raised an eyebrow and said, Yep. It is a raw material, and if successful, that issue will disappear. Sejin was taken aback by this, continuing to ask, then how will it transform? Shrugging indifferently, Kwai Butch replied, I do not know for sure. The first time I took the golden elixir, I could control the heavenly death emotion. The second time, when he took it, he started changing bones and flesh, completely turning into a different person. If used regularly, the body parts become perfected. The more Sejin listened, the more his face twisted in disbelief. This was too hard to believe, but Kwai Butch did not care. Continuing, if you take it, you will probably be in so much pain that you will pass out. So you won't even know. This made Sin freeze in place. So why did he give it to Junsung? Kwai Butch did not think too much about it and continued. Let us observe this once, I promised him. How much is that transformation expected? On the other side, inside the rift, Junsung was still struggling with pain. After a long while, he slowly opened his eyes, sweat dripping down his face. Junsung frowned in astonishment, mumbling, what am I supposed to do now? Clearly, he was being chased. Yet, here he lay on the ground, without a single wound. The more he thought about it, the more confused he became. Junsung first pushed himself up to sit, rubbing his aching head. He tried to remember what had happened earlier. That is right. I ate the elixir. Just then, a horrifying scene appeared before Runsung. All the monsters lay sprawled on the ground, fresh blood flowing like a river. Clearly, they were dead. Junsung's eyes widened in shock. Was it because he had to deal with Meng Jian's automatic hunting that he fought so fiercely? How long has it been now? He tried to recall the previous situation. He really fought those monsters. Remembering something, Runsung panicked and shouted, what the hell? How long has it been? He hurriedly looked at his watch. There were nearly 4 hours left. He had to get back quickly to finish it, or he would not be able to get out. Thinking about this, Runsung quickly took to the air, preparing to leave this place. However, his body suddenly hung there. He felt something was wrong. Filled with doubt, Runsung landed back on the ground. Unable to believe what was happening to his body, he stood there, unsure of what to do. A moment later, Runsung looked at his hands, checking the energy in his body. Indeed, he realized something was off. Until now, if he overexerted himself, he would faint. But currently, his strength could easily flow into his body. Could this be the effect of the elixir? Realizing the difference in his body, Runsung took off the Queen Ant armor and quickly ran forward. His speed at this moment was so fast that the naked eye could not see. Runsung dashed across many small mountains. Feeling his speed, he excitedly shouted. His body suddenly felt too fast, initially feeling a bit overwhelmed. But he had put on 3 layers of armor as backup, so he would be fine. Due to the changes in his body, the armor felt a bit tight and stuffy. The sudden growth in his body size made the armor quite constricting. However, this condition of his body was relatively good. This was indeed the effect of the elixir. The more he thought about it, the happier Runsung became. This unusual state of his body was amazing. If so, then he could go outside now. A moment later, Runsung ran to a small mountain. He looked around. There were still 4 kilometers left. Enough time to complete it. Luckily, he could leave smoothly. But the initial painful transformation had led to a loss of sensation. Runsung also felt miserable. He had prepared so much, and in the end, it all turned to dust. Remembering the previous situation, Junsung could not help but wonder why the automatic hunting system urged him to eat the elixir back then. With the level of Miki Vip, his natural strength was enough to take it down. While thinking, Junsung suddenly saw a flare in the distance. He frowned slightly, feeling something was odd. Junsung sped up and ran forward. Not long after, he stopped because there were people in front of him. Junsung recognized them as the quartz team. One of the 240. Their national team was so solid that it could be compared to a military unit. On this trip, they were tasked with holding down the key point. Junsung looked at them a bit dazed. The one welcoming him was one of the 2 F4T from the quartz team. But the atmosphere was a bit serious and quite eerie. Right now, the leader took off his helmet. He is Info 1, the captain of the quartz team. He looked at Junsung and asked, "That is you?" Junsung. "Right." Junsung nodded slightly and replied, "Yep, me." "You guys, this is about the quartz, is not?" Xe Wang was taken aback, suspiciously asking, "You know us? You are in armor. And indeed you look different from usual. Are you injured anywhere?" Junsung shook his head gently, saying, "There was a little incident with my body, but I am fine now." Hearing this, the other person, looking somewhat anxious, said, "Really? Then let me help you. We need to get to the hospital quickly." Junsung waved his hand to refuse. "I do not need anyone to help me." But just as he finished speaking, a sharp pain shot through his body. Junsung suddenly got attacked by the person in front of him, caught off guard, and took the full force of the hit. His body flew backwards. Junsung crashed hard into a tree, the pain causing him to scream out. Xe Wang coldly scoffed at the sight. The atmosphere in the crack was somewhat eerie. Junsung still felt the echoes of pain. He bent down, kneeling on the ground. Looking up at the person in front of him, he gritted his teeth and asked, "Who are you? Why did you attack me?" Xe Wang did not answer, coldly stating, "Useless. Right now you won't be able to move. From now on, you won't be able to use your energy anymore." Completely cut off, this left Junsung stunned with a frown. Unfortunately, Xe Wang did not care. He spoke in a deep voice, getting straight to the point. "Where did you get that ancient armor? Don't change the subject. Clear evidence shows that you are a descendant of the celestial horse." Hearing this, Junsung's hand trembled reflexively. He was suspicious that these people were related to Kwai Beach. Not receiving an answer, Xe Wang urged again, "Answer me, or do not blame me for how things end." Junsung was unhurried, standing up from the ground, not backing down, saying, "Why should I answer you?" This made Xe Wang furious, grinding his teeth and cursing, "You bastard. Have not you heard the saying about seeing the coffin before shedding tears?" Junsung basically did not care. He was wondering how this was related to the bastards in front of him. Was it because he ate the automatic hunting elixir? Could these guys know about the existence of the elixir? Thinking this, Junsung could not help but smirk. "Because of that old man, I have been bothered multiple times. And now I am stuck here arguing with you all, which has messed up my first transformation." Xe Wang glared at him angrily, coldly questioning, "What did you say?" Junsung did not care. He continued, "Have you heard of the martial arts novels? Are you just going to follow my lead?" As soon as he finished speaking, he activated the automatic hunting system, then shouted, "Where is the ancient armor?" "Then look closely. See where it is." His actions infuriated Xtavian. He gritted his teeth and cursed, "All right. You have crossed my line. From now on, suppress this guy for me. Open the formation." As his words ended, Thaichen's group surged forward. Their movements were incredibly skilled, leaving Runsung stunned at the sight. The speed of Thaichen's team was unbelievable, wielding weapons in their hands. These were called suppression sticks, which they often used. Runsung cautiously observed their actions. In an instant, Thaichen's group had surrounded him. This is known as the Heavenly Blade Demon Suppression Formation. At this moment, Xung was extremely pleased with himself. He smiled, seemingly confident of victory in his grasp. Immediately, the formation was activated. Thaichen's group began attacking Runsung. He hurriedly dodged. If he were hit by even one blow, it would be the end for him. His speed was so fast that it startled Thaichen's group. Unfortunately, Runsung did not care. He took this chance to rush behind one of them. Unbeknownst to him, a gun had appeared in his hand. Without hesitation, he fired, and the energy bullet shot straight into the guy's head. The bullet pinned him right between the eyes. Just then, a surge of energy suddenly struck. Runsung quickly dodged, his eyes filled with surprise. At that moment, a triumphant laugh suddenly rang out. Ha. Rung. You are stronger than in the video. But this formation is not easy to deal with. Finish him off. Jun Sung narrowed his eyes at X Yang, remaining silent for a long time, surrounded by Thechen's group. The atmosphere felt heavy. Jun Sung's expression was also quite grim. Seeing his reaction, X Yue could not help but snicker, disdainfully saying, "Is this your first time in a group fight? Your movements look like they came from a dictionary." Shortly after, he loudly commanded, "From now on, we hunt. Control him." As soon as he spoke, Thechen's group began to spring into action. The suppression sticks in their hands were activated. Seeing this scene, Jung Sung's eyes involuntarily narrowed. The iron rods had now turned into flexible whips, striking like serpents weaving through the air, powerfully aimed at Jun. He dared not relax, quickly dodging, and then taking advantage of the moment when two members of Thich and charged at him. He fired his energy gun at them. But the two did not seem affected at all. They continued to charge forward recklessly. This scene left Run Sung at a loss for words. Soon after, the whip from afar struck him. Run Sung could not dodge in time and got hit on the arm. However, he did not back down. Grabbing hold of the whip, he spun around, and without hesitation, he squeezed the trigger. The energy bullets shot towards Thechen's members, forcing them to retreat. Taking this opportunity, Run Sung gasped for breath, sweat pouring down his face. At that moment, Aang spoke again. "What is wrong? Can't keep up with the strange feeling. Can you? Your spin and street technique is clearly a good one. But without space to jump, it is useless." The quartz team keeps attacking, not allowing any room to expand, while also using their staffs to widen the distance. If that happens, it will throw Jun Sung off balance. He will just be too busy dodging to hit anything. Xpuffy Wang is getting more and more pleased with himself, wearing a disdainful smile, and then he continues to give orders. "If you see his weakness now, you must control it immediately." As soon as he said that, the quartz team sprang into action. Without any hesitation, they charged into attack. A staff whip struck Jun Sung, making him let out a soft groan. With no other choice, he had to retreat. But before he could catch his breath, the scene before him shocked him. Two opponents suddenly appeared in front of him, and he hurriedly raised his gun to fire back. Unfortunately, Jun Sung could not hit them, and the two kept closing in on him. Their staffs were raised again and struck down. This time, instead of dodging, Jun Sung directly reached out to grab it. Suddenly, a light sparkled in his eyes. It seemed that at the same time, the ground began to tremble. Unbeknownst to him, a number of energy bullets had appeared in the area, and at that moment, they exploded. Energy shot out in all directions. They were like small serpentine strands continuously attacking forward. The quartz team did not expect this situation and got hit by the energy, one after another. They were pierced by the energy. Not only that, they were left suspended in mid-air. This scene made Zexwang panic. He could not believe it and shouted, "What is this?" Bullets from the ground. Over here, the quartz team was completely controlled by Jun Sung, looking like fish on a chopping board, waiting for him to handle them. He stood at the center of the formation, doing basically nothing, but his eyes seemed to see everything, easily managing the quartz team. At this point, Xi Wang no longer looked triumphant. He shouted in panic, "What on earth is this guy doing?" Meanwhile, the entire quartz team had fallen. Jun Sung slowly walked over to him and said coldly, "This technique is called Parasite B. Just like the one you thought was useless. Right, it is my first time controlling so many Parasite Bs at once. But clearly, I am doing better than you." His words left Xi Wang in shock. His eyes were filled with disbelief. "Impossible. Did you predict their formation movements?" The bullets did not miss. They were intentionally shot into the ground, and that technique called Parasite B. During the demonstration, I saw Jun Sung shoot, but it could not possibly have such power. Why is that? Sexy Wang basically could not understand. At the same time, Jun Sung was also contemplating his next move. The energy cost of the Parasite B is not as great as you might think. Clearly, during the demonstration, I was exhausted after using just a portion. Jun suspects that his abilities may have increased, but he quickly denies it, feeling that his vitality before and after taking the potion is completely different. It is tightening effectively. He can feel it, but right now, it is not the time to think too much. Jun Sung looked up at Xkosing and spoke, "Then let us talk now." Seeing his momentum, the other person panicked and stepped back. He trembled and asked, "If you have abilities like that, why are you working for that evil Jin Kwai Bike?" Jun Sung coldly replied, "I have nothing to do with that person." This left Xtang startled, but he did not care. He continued coldly, "I do not know what your relationship with that old man is, but it has nothing to do with my profession. Creating a scar is unforgivable." With that, he aimed his gun at the middle of the man's forehead. Young's brain reflexively trembled, and he bit his lip and said, "Consider it as you killing me." However, Run Sung bluntly shook his head. "Anyway, that guy's actions were all recorded by your action camera. That evidence is enough for an accusation. This made Xuang's face even worse. But Jun Sung did not care. He said seriously, I do not think I will kill you. Just after saying that, he hit him. XCY did not expect Run Sung to strike like that, and so he took Jun Sung's punch. Falling hard to the ground, the pain causing him to grimace. Jun Sung looked down from above, snorting coldly, muttering, I told you. I do not think this is a martial arts game. Let us end it here. You fools. All the chaos ended like that. Expo Young and the Crystal team were captured. He had to undergo interrogation during the investigation. In the investigation, he was found to be an infiltrating Chinese hunter. However, there were no answers as to why he intended to kill Jun Sung. However, the investigation revealed that behind Team X Young was teacher Man Ing, ranked 4th among the major corporations in China. Gorong, as in the video, Jun only referenced and investigated as a victim. He did not provide any special testimony. The investigation could not uncover the motive, continuously facing difficulties, and the situation remained unresolved. Meanwhile, Jun Sung was sitting in the park waiting for someone. Not long after, Kwai Buk approached from afar. He glanced at the man and said in a low voice, You have arrived. Kwai Buk chuckled softly and said, This is quite unexpected. If you speak up, no matter what I say, I won't be able to stay in this country. Run Sung firmly pressed his lips together. I do not need to speak. You also can to stay in this country for long. Upon hearing this, Kwai Buk was not very surprised, just pouted and smiled, saying, That is probably true. That is how it is. What about you? Jun Sung did not respond. Seeing him silent, Kwai Buk hesitated for a long time before speaking. I have thought it through. Jun Sung glanced at him and said, Go ahead. Kwai Buk said firmly. It is indeed impossible to apologize to your teacher. That is unacceptable. This made Run a bit silent. Kwai Buk did not add anything more, and the atmosphere suddenly became heavy. After a long pause, Kwai Buk finally broke the silence. So what are you planning to do with me now? Jun Sung hesitated for a moment before speaking. So that is how it is? Kwai Buk looked at him in confusion, only to see him suddenly stand up from the chair. Then he spoke in a low voice. This does not seem like something to discuss here. Follow me. Kwai Buk was even more confused. Where are you taking him? A little later, at Sanik's house. He was cooking in the kitchen. His cooking skills were extremely proficient. Definitely chef level. The dining table was filled with many eye-catching dishes, clearly all cooked by Sanik. But looking at the plate of kimchi tofu on the table, he muttered awkwardly. 2 men eating kimchi tofu. Something feels off. Just then, the doorbell suddenly rang, snapping Sanik out of his thoughts. He cheerfully mumbled, It must be Jun Sung. Sure enough, when he opened the door, he saw Jun Sung standing outside. Though he hesitated and asked, Can I bring one more person to dinner? Sanik was a bit taken aback, but did not think much of it, nodding in response. Of course. Why not? Just as he finished speaking, he saw Kwai Buk coming from behind. Sanik could not help but frown. Isn't he this uncle a bit off? It is no wonder he thought that. Kwai Buk had a somewhat stern face, and an aura that made others cautious, and the fashion was definitely not ordinary. That shabby shirt and those sunglasses. What was that about? Sanik really could not stand that fashion, but since it was brought by Jun Sung, he could not be rude. Quickly saying, Nice to meet you. Please come in. There is nothing to prepare, but please sit here. The 3 of them sat down at the dining table, but the atmosphere was a bit tense. With no one speaking, Sanik felt quite awkward, wondering if he should say something. After hesitating for a long time, he finally spoke. Juning, what is your relationship with this person? Is he that uncle? Not really. Jung Sung shook his head gently, denying it, saying awkwardly, Before introducing, I need to use the restroom. Saying that, he went into the bathroom, leaving Sanik alone with Kwai Buk. The 2 of them meeting for the first time together felt even more awkward. Sanik sighed helplessly. He did not know what to say anymore. Just then, Kwai Buk suddenly spoke up. Do you have anything to drink? Just some tea will do. Sanik was slightly startled, taking a while to respond. Yep. I will get that. So he stood up and walked into the kitchen. The moment he left the table, Kwai Buk kept watching him. Sanik could not help but shiver. Why was he looking at him like that? Wasn't he that a bit creepy? At that moment, Kwai Buk spoke. Your muscles are impressive. Those words made Sanik even more awkward. What else was he saying? While he was still confused, Kwai Buk stood up and spoke more than expected. Is that why Jun Sung brought me here? Saying that, he walked straight into the kitchen, standing opposite Sanik and said, Give me your hand. Sanik jumped back, awkwardly responding. What does that mean? Kwai Buk, on the other hand, remained calm and explained nonchalantly. Thanks to the rune, I was not caught up in troublesome matters, so I see it as a reward. Not a bad thing. So give it a try. Sanik frowned slightly, a hint of hesitation in his eyes. Who is this old man? Really? Yet, In the end, he extended his hand for Kwai Bitch to take. The moment their arms touched, a surge of energy suddenly emanated. Sin Kuk felt the energy within him and could not believe it. Eyes wide open. It could not be. He thought he should at least feel some pain to make it normal. 3 blood vessels in Sanak had been blocked. But connecting that with high-level energy control was indeed hard to believe. Thinking about it, Sanak began to observe Kwai Bitch. Who is this old man? Just then, a foot stepped out from the bathroom. Run Sung stood there, not disturbing the two. Time passed, and after a while, Kwai Bitch finally released Sanak's hand. After a moment, Sanak's face was now drenched in sweat. He could not help but let out a soft groan. Then observed his body again. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Sanak looked at Kwai Bitch, stammering, "Uncle, I have energy in me right now." Kwai Bitch nodded nonchalantly. "That is right. What you are thinking is correct. Until all the shields he added to the lymphatic system wear off, he can utilize energy. Even just a little. But it will only take a few minutes." This made Sanak's eyes widen in shock. Immediately after, he could not help but smile. Sanak tried to channel the energy in his body, and in an instant, his body vanished. Then reappeared outside the dining table. Around him appeared remnants of energy. Meanwhile, Run Sung observed from the other side. Seeing this scene, could not help but feel amazed. Not seeing any magic being used. This is the real spin slet. Sanak was still lost in astonishment, his body moving as he wished. Thinking of this, he clenched his fists, feeling extremely satisfied. After a long while, he turned to the two behind him and gratefully said, "Running and Uncle too." Although he did not know what it was, he truly thanked both of them. Unconsciously smiling, Kwai Bitch casually suggested, "Let us take a walk while you say those words." Sanak nodded without hesitation, and in an instant, he disappeared. Seeing his hurried demeanor, Run Sung could not help but smile helplessly. At that moment, Kwai Bitch suddenly spoke up, feeling as if he had regained limbs that had been cut off. A person with such qualities had to live like an ordinary person for 3 years. Saying that, he walked over to Jun Sung. Kwai Bitch raised an eyebrow and smiled. "Anyway, it seems like you have something to say." Damak nodded, and Run Sung straightforwardly spoke. "Do you want to make a deal with me?" Hearing this, Kwai Bitch felt somewhat intrigued. He raised an eyebrow and said, "A deal? I guess I know what you want. The recovery of that young man." "Right," Run openly admitted. "Right. Can I give what I ate to him?" Kwai Bitch focused on him, silently responding, "Did I never say? That formula is very expensive. Furthermore, tonight he will catch a flight and leave this country. So you need to tell me what you want now." Jun remained firm, stating that, he said, he would cover the treatment costs. "That is the deal condition." Hearing this, Kwai Bitch could not help but chuckle sarcastically. "What kind of condition is that? Do you think Jing Kwai will make a deal so easily? Are we that close? Do you trust me?" Jun Sung lightly shook his head, confidently speaking up. "I believe in my own worth." His attitude left Kwai Bitch a bit stunned. Jun continued, "By the way, I won't accept unreasonable requests like his disciples do." This left Kwai Bitch speechless. "Is this how you ask for help?" He scoffed coldly. "Let us put aside the deal. There are still many issues to resolve." Before he could finish his sentence, Run Sung interjected, "I am a hunter, not a scammer. As a hunter, I want to do the impossible. If you need something, then please leave now." The atmosphere suddenly fell silent. The two locked eyes, and no one spoke. Just when Run thought he would not get a response, he heard Kwai Bitch scoff. Then he spoke flatly, "Fine. I accept the deal with you." A moment later, the door of the house opened again. Snunkinu walked in from outside. Even though his face was drenched in sweat, he still cheerfully said, "How long has it been?" "I ran for an hour." But then Stenko only saw Run alone. He curiously asked, "Run, where's that guy?" Run Sung casually replied, "He is." Seninake frowned in surprise. "What? You could not even say thank you to him. What a surprising experience. A thread method. It is truly unimaginable method. I thought I would not be able to run again." Saying that, Stungagakes took a bottle of water from the fridge and drank it all. He sighed with relief, while Run Sung looked on, speechless. At this moment, Sistoinker approached the dining table and slowly spoke. He had just run for about an hour, which was his best achievement and the happiest moment he had with this body. He thought he would become greedy. However, at this point, Astanjeki suddenly realized there was still a table full of food left untouched. He exclaimed in shock, "You have not eaten yet. Wait a minute. Just heat it up." Run Sung called out to stop him, saying yes. Confused, furrowed his brows and asked, "What is wrong?" After hesitating for a long time, Run Sung finally spoke, "I just tried talking to that person. There is a way to treat your body." As soon as he said this, the house fell silent again. Sensenungre narrowed his eyes at him, but clearly surprised by this. Meanwhile, Run Sung was waiting for his response. After a long pause, Sinzing finally asked quietly, But that is not free. Right. Jun did not answer, so he continued. Do you seem like you do not know anything? For the past 3 years, I have tried every method to heal my body. The conclusion is always the same, there is no solution, but meeting that man earlier, who has the ability to control supernatural powers, was definitely beyond my expectations. Anyone could guess that it was successful. It was indeed a miracle. Hearing him guess, Runsung panicked and wanted to explain. But before he could speak, Stingy interrupted, saying there is no way a VIP case like that would be treated for free. Clearly, this is just bait to catch Runsung. Right. He said Run did not need to pay that price for him. Hearing this, Runsung sighed helplessly. Brother, it is not a big price. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Stinky slammed the table angrily, saying there is no such thing as a price that is not big. The cost of repairing a body like this is never cheap. Runsung knew he was worried about him, and he shook his head to reassure him. Unfortunately, Stinky did not listen. He almost shouted, I said I am fine. Samsung Creek took a deep breath and sighed. I said I am fine. Seeing Stang get so stubborn, Run raised his hand to signal him to stop. He slowly said, the condition is the 5th time, a freelance contract with tens, followed by participating in the 5th event in China. With that, the contract will end. The distribution of byproducts and profits will agree as before with the Quar. Sistun Gek was stunned and asked, participating in the 5th event in China. Nivima nodded, and Runsung replied calmly, it is the best strategy in history. This is a good opportunity to gain experience from abroad, as a hunter. Who would not want such a chance? Sanik felt the same way. But he was still worried, sighing as he said, then we need to carefully review the contract to see if it is a joke or not. Junsung knew what he was thinking, shaking his head and saying, no need to do that. I have already discussed everything with Jinka BC, and I want to keep you as a manager anymore. This left Sanik startled. He waved his hand, and a surge of energy shot out. Knocking over the chair beside him, Sanik rushed to grab him by the collar, angrily saying, stop joking around, kid. But Junsung remained calm. This was no joke. Sanik glared at him, questioning, you used to always ask me to be your manager, to help you? And now that you are starting to get attention, you want to do whatever you want, right? That kid. Junsung shook his head slightly, helplessly saying, isn't the situation different now? Can your body recover? This only made Sanik angrier. He gritted his teeth, saying, I told you I am fine. Who are you to make such decisions? Wow. Su's face looked really bad. He did not want Junsung to get into trouble because of him. Junsung glanced at him, a look of hesitation flashing in his eyes. After a moment of thought, he finally spoke. When you started managing me, you said this? Right. Donnie put me in the tiger's mouth. Sanik was taken aback. He did not understand what he meant. Junsung slowly opened his mouth. In my eyes now. You are that tiger's mouth. Not knowing what you want. Looking really foolish. Just now, when Sanik returned, instead of grabbing a beer from the fridge, he opened a bottle of water to drink. If he was not managing his body, he would have had a beer. The more Junsung spoke, the more stunned Sanik became. Taking this opportunity, he pushed Sanik's hand away and held onto him tightly, forcing him to look into his eyes. Junsung firmly said, look at me. You know what you want. Right. You want to run like you used to. Hearing this, Sanik lowered his head, too afraid to face Jun. But he would not let go. Continuing, from now on, do not stay behind me anymore. Starting tomorrow, let us go back to how it was. And right after he returned home, he hoped Sanik would come back to him. At this moment, Sanik finally looked up at him, murmuring in confusion, who knows what will happen in China? Junsung did not answer right away and pulled his hands away from him. After a while, he finally spoke. You do not need to worry about that. Don't think of this as a debt. The contract with T is a great opportunity for my career. Your treatment is just like external profit. Hearing this, Sanik fell silent. Junsung knew he had his own thoughts but continued. Wherever I go hunting now, no one can make me back down. Whether it is in China or anywhere else, I will still be healthy. So Jun said he just needed to trust him and wait a little longer. Sanik was taken aback by his words. But before he could say anything, Junsung slammed the door and left, sitting helplessly on the chair. He sighed softly after a while and muttered, just believe and wait, like a child. With that, he could not help but rest his forehead in his hands. A week later, right at the international airport, after hearing that Jun would be heading to China, reporters were waiting at the airport, eager to interview him. However, he walked straight onto the plane without saying a word, leaving the reporters outside. They sighed helplessly. Missed it again. He really is elusive. Do they have to announce his departure at the same time? A female reporter hesitantly spoke up. But is that okay? A Chinese hunter was caught off guard on the last trip, and many in the industry are talking about it. Another person nodded in agreement. There has been a fierce debate in China. Their talent is being attacked by the new hunter from Korea. The female reporter asked suspiciously. So what reason does Oh Jun-sung have to go to China before this is forgotten? Meanwhile, on the plane, Jun-sung had settled into his seat. He took out his phone to check, and then sighed helplessly. It has been a week without Sonush. I am really confused. Speak of the devil. And he appears. Snunk was calling Jun-sung at that moment. He quickly answered the call. A smiling face of Snunky appeared on the other end. Still not too late. Are you on the plane? Jun-sung was a bit unsure of how to respond. Did he know what he was thinking? Snunk laughed and said, Why are not you talking? Are you feeling shy? At that moment, Jun-sung regained his composure. He shook his head and replied. The one who disappeared seems fine. Hearing this, Sinjine could not help but chuckle. Huh. What is that about? What did you see? As you can see, I have started training again. And the progress is good enough that I could immediately return to normal. He then started rambling about his training process. After a while, Sezong-gi finally stopped. Satisfied, he thought for a moment before continuing. Alright. According to what you said, China is a bit different. What you learned appears in someone's mind. Saying that, Sezong-gi clenched his fist against the screen, his tone extremely serious. Those people over there just handle everything. His words surprised Jun-sung, but he quickly smiled. A few minutes later, Jun-sung's flight to China officially took off. A few hours later, in the most luxurious city in China, Shanghai, Jun-sung stepped off the plane and headed straight to the hotel to rest. He then went up to the VIP room on the top floor of the hotel. As Jun-sung looked around, he could not help but feel amazed. It was so large and extravagant that it was hard to believe. Just then, the door suddenly opened, and a stylish office lady walked in, her tone neither heavy nor light, saying, Hello. Ocha? Is your accommodation comfortable? Jun-sung politely nodded. Yep. Very good. Receiving his response, the female staff continued. And I will be responsible for guiding and managing your schedule. Please let me know if you need anything. Jun-dung was shocked to hear this. This girl seemed younger than he thought. But suddenly he felt he should not be prejudiced. He nodded and replied. Thank you. I have a few questions. The K-vehicle casually spoke up. You do not need to be formal with me. As you can see, I am just a subordinate. I am here because of your request. Jun felt a bit awkward with her attitude, but still voiced his request. I want to meet Jean quick. I have not seen him since arriving in China. Just as he was speaking, Sakufku suddenly interrupted coldly. What? Did you call him Jink Butch? Jun-sung was a bit confused and asked back. Is there a problem? His attitude made XQ furious. She raised her voice to question him. Is the principal your friend? Calling him by such a casual name shows a lack of upbringing. Jun-sung was a bit surprised to hear this. He could not believe that old man was the principal. However, aside from that, he needed to correct what Sue said. Jin Kwaibi and I have a business relationship, so I can call him however I want. This only made Shu even angrier. She fiercely scolded this losing person. Seeing her hostile attitude, Run-sung was a bit stunned. What is this? Is that old man some kind of untouchable deity? Moreover, is this how a subordinate behaves? Thinking of this, Run-sung could not help but smile. It really seems so. Immediately, he huffed coldly and said, Okay, fine. If you want to fight, go ahead. His sudden change startled XQ a bit. Jun-sung did not care and continued coldly. However, remember this. No matter what your opponent does, you are the only one responsible for the outcome. As soon as he finished, he unleashed his energy. Seeing his momentum, Tax turned pale. She quickly stepped back 2 paces. Jun-sung coldly warned. Originally, once you use energy, it is time to fight. The reason I am being polite is that you were sent by tens. And I have to save face for my business partner. If he got involved with her here, Jun-sung would be in a difficult position. Of course, Siko K's position would be even harder, because she had caused trouble with the principal's esteemed guest. Jun spoke while moving closer to Seok. He stopped only when his face was close to hers. His deep voice rang out again. Listen carefully. If you make any similar moves again, I will treat you like a thug. Not as someone from that name. Got it. Kefku was frightened by Jun-sung's words, nodding vigorously like chopping firewood. All right. Hearing this, Jung snorted in dissatisfaction, talking empty words. It seems you are not listening to what I say. Want to strike? He warned that if she kept this attitude, he would have no choice but to call Kubake and say that his secretary was useless. If CDK grew more frightened, trembling as she spoke, that is not allowed. Run-sung did not care, sternly stating, Second strike. Sue's face was getting worse by the moment. After hesitating for a long time, she finally bowed her head respectfully and said, I understand now. Please forgive my rudeness. I am very sorry. Seeing this scene, Run nodded in satisfaction. All right. You really are quite the hot-headed kid. If this were in Korea, you would not act like that. But here in China, The culture and tendencies are different. Jun also felt that when fighting Chunjop, the spirit of the Chinese was very rough, like a wild horse. Perhaps because they learned martial arts before the monsters appeared. Their temperament is so strong, which is also related to the conflicts between hunters. It is a type of culture. If you take it lightly, it will end badly. If you think like in Korea, everything will get swept away. After thinking for a moment, Run slowly spoke up. Just say what you want to say. X nodded slightly, quickly taking out his phone to report. I will discuss the schedule. You need to participate in a field trip to adapt to the site, but the timing can be flexible. Now, Jung Sung spoke up without hesitation. The snail car stood there, stunned and confused. Run Sung glanced at her and said, guide me to a crack that will open as soon as possible. A little later, at an open area where the crack appeared, Run Sung was led here by the snail car. But outside there was a group of people arguing loudly, just like a market, and they were even raising weapons to attack. The atmosphere was very tense. Rundung murmured, bit confused. Is this really a combat zone? It looks like a battlefield. The Q snail car driver nodded and then pointed into the distance. So over there is the reception desk. Following her gesture, Rung Sung saw 2 soldiers standing guard outside, and inside was a sign clearly meant for registering entrance. Behind it were 2 staff members handling this task, looking very professional. While not far away, a group of people was engaged in a tense standoff. Upon closer inspection, he noticed they were divided into 2 groups, one wearing gray armor and the other in red uniforms. Clearly 2 opposing factions. Observing from a distance, Run Sung could not help but sigh. Even after changing into combat gear, the atmosphere remained intense. Furthermore, was not there supposed to be a pre-reception on site? The Q car driver quickly clarified that if there were a pre-reception, the competition would be concentrated at the high-level fishers. So they gathered hunters with similar targets to discuss who would enter first. Hearing this, Run Sung nodded in understanding. At the same time, the 2 factions were still arguing. Weapons raised, neither side willing to back down. Rung Sung sighed at the scene. It was really chaotic. The Q snail car driver beside him continued to explain, attributing the disorder to the weak and the hierarchy, due to the strength of the Chinese hunters. Despite saying that, she was genuinely a bit worried, wondering if the people in front were from the Red Dragon Society or the Dragon Slaying Gang. If they were, things would be tough. Facing 2 major forces in the Shanghai hunting world made the reception quite difficult. But at that moment, Jung Sung suddenly exclaimed excitedly, First, we decide the order based on registration. Right. The Q snail car driver nodded, looking puzzled, confirming it was indeed the case. However, before she could finish her sentence, Jung Sung stepped forward. Seeing this action, Tech froze in shock. Jun Sung boldly walked through the entrance between the arguing groups. At this moment, Su finally reacted and hurried to stop him. Wait! Unfortunately, Run Sung did not hear her. He confidently walked inside, but not long after, he was stopped by a tall guy. The guy shouted something in Chinese, but Run Sung could not understand a word. At that moment, CQ rushed over to explain to the other person. Dun Sung leaned close to her ear, whispering, given this atmosphere, a light scuffle during the reception should not be a big deal. Right. Su was a bit taken aback but nodded in agreement. Receiving the answer, Run Sung apologized, then wrapped his arms around Su's waist. His sudden action left her completely stunned. The big guy in front wanted to attack you. But at that moment, Jun Sung sprang into action, quickly stepping on the guy's shoulder, and then lifting Su as he leaped up to the center stage. By the time the big guy realized what was happening, it was too late. He could only watch in confusion as the 2 left. Even Seok was taken aback. She never expected Jun Sung could fly. But Jun Sung paid them no mind and continued charging forward. The crowd below could only tilt their heads back to watch him until their necks ached. Moments later, Jun Sung struck a pose in midair before landing. The 2 guards froze for a moment as he appeared before them. Jun Sung glanced at Su-ku in his arms and commanded, translate what I say, Oja. The infiltration team is registered inside the crack. The Q vehicle is still recovering. You are still holding her, making her a bit shy. Not seeing her respond, he urged, translate quickly. The Q vehicle coughed twice as a reminder. Wait, we need to think about the future. Hearing this, Jun Sung coldly warned her. When it is time to bail, she would only have 1 chance left. This made Shu swallow her words. Then she began translating for the Chinese staff. Thus, Jun Sung's name was successfully announced on the golden board. Seeing this, Jun Sung nodded in satisfaction. Good. But the people behind were not so pleased. Their faces turned as dark as coal. One guy even gripped his weapon tightly, stepping forward as if to attack. Hearing the commotion, Jun glanced at Tape beside it, who looked frightened. Trouble was brewing. At that moment, the Chinese people began whispering about Jun, but Jun could not understand a word. He glanced at Suku, giving her a command. This time, as she translated, she looked at Jun Sung in confusion, Unsure of what he wanted to say, Jun Sung clearly stated something bold. Not just those here. Everyone step up, one by one. This made Shu go pale with fear. She trembled and asked, "Wait, the truth is? The principal is the leader. That is a secret." Jun Sung replied calmly. "I know. I will keep it a secret." But Siku grew more anxious and shouted, "Wait, this is Shanghai." Those people. She had not finished when Jun Sung cut her off coldly. "This is not T's territory." "Right, I have learned a bit. These people are from the Xichlong Hai and Zirlong Bang." "Right." Suku trembled more with each word. With no backup and all alone, he still wanted to provoke the two major forces in Shanghai completely insane. She thought it would be better to bail. At the same time, Jun Sung was pondering a question. Did Kwaibi have his eye on him since telling him to come to Shanghai? Wherever it is not its influence, there must be an ulterior motive. But he never thought he would be manipulated there. Although the freelance contract stipulated no hasty dispatches, any obstruction would vanish just that. While he was deep in thought, the whispering suddenly stopped. He frowned slightly. It seemed the biggest player had arrived. Sure enough, a figure was approaching from afar. Su CQ seemed to recognize that person. Her eyes filled with disbelief. Could it be that person was stunned after looking at the face of the other? The person turned out to be a girl, dressed in red armor, with long hair cascading down her back, holding a weapon. The girl's face was stunningly beautiful, rivaling that of a beauty queen. At that moment, Su looked at Run Sung and murmured that she was the current team leader of the Red Dragon Society. She is the daughter of the CEO. Jiang Bon. Bon ignored the gaze of everyone and walked straight to Jun Sung. She did not say anything, standing there for a long time, until Jun Sung thought she would not speak at all, then suddenly opened her mouth. Of course, he did not understand anything. Su quickly translated what Bon said. Basically, she introduced herself as the spokesperson for the Red Dragon Society. Sek told Jun Sung that he could leave the translation to her. Her cooperative attitude pleased Jun Sung greatly. He nodded in response. That is right. At that moment, Bayan spoke, suggesting he withdraw his name. If you do not want to die. Run Sung was shocked to hear this. Is he that arrogant? But Bayan did not care, continuing to speak with agility. I know you are a skilled hunter. However, she believed that with Jun Sung's abilities, the standards of this continent's rift were different from those at the edge of the peninsula he had been to. Retreat. As soon as those words were spoken, the crowd around began to echo in agreement. Yep. Retreat quickly. Run Sung remained silent, listening without saying a word, a look of helplessness in his eyes. After a while, he turned to Xu and requested, "Translate for me." Then, Run began to express his thoughts. "Thank you for speaking politely. To be honest, I am already prepared for any level of trouble." Bon sighed in relief upon hearing his words. Luckily, he seemed to understand her words. However, her joy was short-lived as Run Sung continued. "However, I do not intend to withdraw my name from the list." This statement angered Bon's companion, who gritted his teeth and cursed. "What? This guy?" But Bon raised her hand to stop him, narrowing her eyes as she looked at him and asked back. So Run Sung spoke clearly. "I am confident in my abilities, so I do not plan to back down. Besides that friendly advice, if there is another way to expel me, go ahead." "Of course. It has to be within the limits allowed by the rules here." Jun's words darkened Bon's expression, and the atmosphere fell into silence once more. The people of the Red Dragon Society behind also began to want to fight. Unfortunately, Jun Sung did not even pay them any mind, remaining calmly standing there. While they were noisy, Bon suddenly shouted for silence. As soon as she finished speaking, the insults ceased. Jun Sung could not help but feel emotional. As the team leader, she had quite a presence. But he said nothing, waiting silently for Bon to continue. After a moment, Bon looked at him and asked, "All right. You won. Withdraw your name." "Right." Run Sung firmly nodded. "Yep." Hearing this, she slightly frowned and murmured, "Then there is only one way." And he asked curiously, "What is it?" After hesitating for a moment, Bon slowly spoke, "You go ahead." So then, Run Sung made an agreement with the group from the Red Dragon Society to let him go first. They had now entered the fissure area, and the atmosphere around them felt tense as everyone focused on preparing their weapons. Those with spears used spears. Those with knives used knives. After all, they were professionals, each trying to do their part. At the same time, Bon glanced at Jun, who was warming up on the other side. Just then, someone suddenly approached to call for the vice president. She looked at the person and asked, "What is it?" He hesitated for a long time before speaking. "Are you really planning to add that Korean guy to our raid team? What if the water is muddied by unnecessary impurities?" Bon replied calmly. "So you want me to start killing alongside that guy?" Upon hearing this, the person waved his hand in refusal. "Oh no, that is not it." But just as he finished speaking, the tip of a knife suddenly pointed at his face, causing him to break out in a cold sweat. This red dragon knife was a family heirloom of the Bayan clan, crafted and regarded as a weapon of the hunting leaders since her father's time. recognized in the Chinese hunting community. At this moment, Bond spoke in a stern tone. Where is it that you and I contribute together? The other person answered without hesitation. It is the Red Dragon Society. Damak nodded. Bond calmly said. Right. There is no reason for me to pick up a knife, just because of a foreign guy. Upon hearing this, the other person felt regret and apologized. Bond declined to comment and slowly continued. Besides, has not someone said that a newcomer left and there was a problem during the operation? There can't be any issues. Do you understand? The person quickly nodded. Bond then instructed. So just wait until the battle begins. As soon as she finished speaking, the other person returned to his spot, unable to help but feel impressed. Indeed, as vice president, she had a plan. She was really skilled. Bond in front did not dare to look back because she felt a bit anxious, her face covered in cold sweat. And the atmosphere was really uncomfortable. She had only been a team leader for 3 years. She still could not get used to such an atmosphere. Thinking of this, Bond sighed helplessly. Perhaps she did not have the leadership ability. Just pretending to be. It is not that Bond hated hunting. She enjoyed going out to hunt or quietly training alone. But the scrutinizing gazes always on her made Bond feel very annoyed. However, Jun Sung was a bit different. If he were in danger, she would not be able to help at all. Even knowing this, what was with that calm attitude? The cautious expression right after joining the raid team. That arrogant attitude earlier felt like a lie. Jun Sung was over here warming up, seemingly sensing Bond's gaze on him. So he glanced back at her and even smiled warmly. Bond was a bit taken aback. What did that smile mean? This person was somehow different. He was a bit different from what she had imagined. Just then, a shout rang out, waking Bond up. Vice President. The fissure is opening. The monster is about to appear. Indeed, from the fissure, a pair of bright green eyes opened. Bond seemed to recognize it. Her face looked a bit pale as she murmured. That is a zhuhuai. It looks quite like a buffalo, but its body is covered in sharp spines. It is a 4-star monster. Right now, it is baring its fangs and claws at everyone. But it is not just one. More creatures are emerging from the cracks. Bond could not help but exclaim in horror. It is not just one. There are many. A group of zhuhuai stood fiercely in front of the crack. At this moment, Bond raised her Xich long knife high. She shouted loudly, from now on, the team will begin combat. Everyone, pay attention. As soon as she finished her words, the members of the Xich Long Association charged forward. Bond then looked over at Jun Sung on the other side, and he was also preparing to rush ahead. She wanted to see how strong he really was. At that moment, the sharp spines on the zhuhuai suddenly shot out. Seeing this, Jun Sung immediately became alert. But before he could react, a person suddenly flew past him. His figure was extremely powerful. Without a moment's hesitation, he swung his knife in a large arc. At the same time, another person charged in with a spear, while the zhuhuai wildly shot its spines at them. But the members of the Xich Long Association managed to dodge. Shortly after, he stepped back, leaping into the air, gripping the spear tightly in his hand, his gaze incredibly determined. Without hesitation, he thrust the spear into the body of the zhuhuai. With just that one move, he took down the monster. The massive body of the zhuhuai fell to the ground. Behind, Jun Sung was taken aback by the sight. He hunted a 4-star monster. The Zhu. With just one strike. Seeing his expression, the members of the Xich Long Association thought to themselves with great pride. Did you see that? You Koreans can't do that. Can you? This is the martial arts of the mainland. The skills you just witnessed are on a different level. Not only here. The members of the Xich Long Association over there are also battling zhuhuai. Their movements are extremely skilled. Perfectly coordinated, causing the monster to suffer continuous injuries. Not long after, the corpses of the monsters filled the ground. Jun Sung, who had not lifted a finger the whole time, looked at the scene in surprise. Clearly, they moved separately and had no connection. Yet they hunted so quickly. Moreover, the person he was most focused on was over there. Bison was facing a zhuhuai alone. And the monster looked at the woman approaching it with a clearly fierce glint in its eyes. But Bond did not care. She was closing her eyes to concentrate on adjusting her energy. She took steady steps toward the monster. After a while, Bond opened her eyes, raised the great knife in her hand without hesitation, and swung down in a large arc. The monster did not even have time to react before it was cut in half. Blood splattering everywhere, splashing onto Bond. Seeing this, the members of the Xich Long Association began to cheer. Truly, the vice captain. The captain is amazing. Jun Sung observed Bond quietly from behind. Her abilities were truly impressive. Could this be the power of the martial arts that Chinese hunters pride themselves on? At the same time, Bayan felt a bit unhappy because she wanted to take Jun Sung's power, but could not think of a way. She shot him a meaningful glance. Jun Sung was a bit surprised by her gaze. But at that moment, Bond spoke. The second wave will hit soon. Get on the cable car and break into the crack right away. As soon as she finished speaking, everyone entered the cable car. She hoped that when breaking into the crack, Jun would reveal his true power. Runsung had no idea what she was thinking. He was currently staring in amazement at the cable car in front of him. Do we really have to use this? Seeing his bewilderment, one guy inside smirked disdainfully, making it look easy. Immediately after, he maliciously pressed the door close button. Jun-sung stood there, eyes wide as it closed, and the cable began to move. Lifting it up, Runsung looked up at the cable car moving slowly upward. Feeling speechless, someone above spotted him still there and shouted, "Isn't that Korean guy getting on the cable car?" The malicious guy heard this and smirked. He must be too scared to get on. Right. He then looked down and yelled loudly, "Hey, Korean guy, you just stay there safe and watch." Bon did not stop her subordinate's actions. She was also puzzled as to why Runsung had not taken the elevator by now. Surely he was not scared. At that moment, Runsung finally spoke up. "Everyone is more enthusiastic than I expected. Anyway, let me give it a try." As soon as he finished speaking, he took a step back to gain momentum. Bon saw Jung-sung's action and panicked. Just as she saw him kick off a cable and jump high, the members of the Red Dragon Society inside the cable car were also dumbfounded. Jun-sung, of course, did not care. He ran straight toward the crack in an instant. He was in front of the crack. Before entering, Runsung did not forget to wave goodbye to the others, raising an eyebrow and teasing, "I am going ahead." Saying that, he stepped into the crack. This scene left the members of the Red Dragon Society stunned. Bon was equally astonished. He truly was not an ordinary person with abilities. After a moment of shock, someone finally spoke up. There is no way he could jump up there using just a cable. That is absurd. Bon glanced at the person who spoke, and the team's morale wavered. Thinking of this, she immediately said sternly, "Have you all forgotten? Or we?" As soon as she finished, everyone nodded in agreement. But someone still hesitated to discuss their strength and skills. Just as they were about to speak, another person shouted loudly, "We are the Red Dragon Society. Let us show that arrogant guy our skills." As soon as this was said, everyone echoed in agreement. Bon finally nodded in satisfaction, relieved they were back on track. Meanwhile, the cable car was nearing the crack. They regained their composure. Preparing to step out, Bon also reminded them, "Everyone get ready to charge. Now is the time to go into the crack." After that, she led the members of the Red Dragon Society inside. A moment later, in the desolate land inside the crack, this place remained as barren and wild as other cracks. However, as B stepped in, she was met with a horrifying sight. A thick cloud of dust suddenly appeared before them. Behind that cloud was a group of Cha-Hoi charging fiercely. She gasped. "The Chech-Huri are coming." Bon felt she had to retreat, but it was already too late. Thinking quickly, she looked at everyone and commanded the team to move out. Moments later, she led the charge. The Xich lone blade in Bon's hand began to strike down. A powerful surge of energy was unleashed in an instant. By the time the energy dissipated, a large trench had appeared in the ground. Bon glanced back and shouted, "Now was the time for everyone to rush in." And the Xich Longhai members immediately charged with their weapons. The momentum of Xchi Longhai was extremely fierce. They clearly wanted to crush the monsters with that force. Bon was eager to maintain this momentum, immediately shouting for the whole team to start hunting. With her command, the Xich Longhai members began to slash at the monsters. With that aggressive spirit, the hunting process went quite smoothly. However, there was still something troubling Bon, which was the thick dust created by the Chait-Hori horde, making it hard to see clearly. After thinking for a while, she solemnly ordered, "Team, report your status every 30 seconds. As soon as she finished speaking, she began to wield her blade. The horde of Chehuri was struck by her sword, fresh blood pouring out like rain. Bon squinted at them. The movement of the monsters seemed to synchronize with their actions. First, they needed to eliminate as many Chahui as possible, and then form a barrier. While she was pondering, the members of Xich Longhai began to report their status to her. So far, nothing seemed unusual. Bon nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, the veteran hunters of Xich Longhai could protect themselves well until these Chait-Huri were dead. Thinking this, she took up her weapon and charged forward, quickly establishing a barrier at the paths the Chechi-Hui had taken to collect the bodies of the slain. Chech-Hui are valuable beasts. If they have hunted to this extent, it would definitely be a big gain. Yet at that moment, Bon's gaze caught something. Immediately, she hurriedly lifted her Xech lone blade to defend. Bon frowned in contemplation. "This is a gala bullet." She squinted ahead and shouted, "Who is that?" Behind the hazy smoke, a figure began to emerge. It turned out to be Jun-sung. Seeing him, Bon exclaimed in surprise, "You are the Korean hunter who just shot." Jung-sung silently stared at her, not saying a word in response. However, he suddenly fired his gun at Bon. Though it was a surprising act, Bon managed to dodge. She glared at Jun, questioning him. What was this? Attacking other hunters during the battle. She suspected he was trying to cause chaos on purpose. She knew Jun Sung was a foreigner who had signed a freelance contract, even as an assassin. It was not strange. Thinking this, Bond snorted and said, "Good. You have aimed at me in Sich Long Hot Sai. If so, be prepared to pay for it." However, Run Sung on the opposite side did not take any action. He just stood there silently. Bond squinted at him, waiting for his next move. At the same time, Jun was also intently watching her. After a moment, he suddenly let out a cold snort. Right after that, he began firing energy blasts at Bond. She dodged the shots. But soon enough, she noticed something surprising. Although the bullets fired by Run Sung did not hit their target, they embedded themselves into the ground. Baijun frowned thoughtfully, reflexively tightening her grip on her weapon. Shortly after, Bayan started to block Junung's energy bullets. In her eye, it was just child's play. But then, Jung Sung suddenly made a move, appearing right in front of Bon Bon in an instant. She had not even had time to regain her senses when her body suddenly could not move. Bon's face turned pale in an instant. Could this be a technique to seal movement through bloodlines? How did this Korean guy know? Regardless of her doubts, Jun Sung had already scooped her up. Jun Sung did not care about Bon's reaction because the Chai Hui group was charging in their direction. Jun Sung narrowed his eyes at them, but chose not to confront them and jumped away instead. Run Sung moved at a speed invisible to the naked eye. Before long, he landed on a small mountain nearby. Run Sung quickly set Bon down, leaving her bewildered. He brought her here but did not kill her. What was his ultimate goal? Was he planning to wash away some wickedness? While she was lost in thought, Jun Sung was also staring intently at her. Bon was even more sure of her thoughts. This shameless guy. But at that moment, Jung Sung suddenly stood up. Bon sensed that he was about to do something. Unable to resist, she could only close her eyes and wait for death. After a while, without feeling anything, she only heard Jun's deep voice. "Sorry. Hold on." Hearing this, Bon's eyes widened in shock. Before she could regain her senses, she saw Jun Sung dart away like the wind. By the time he returned, he had another person on his shoulder, just like Bayan. This person had also been incapacitated. Bon was even more confused. What exactly was Jun Sung planning to do? Jun Sung did not know she was thinking so much. After finishing, he intended to leave. Jun Sung kept jumping down to find people and then returning. Each time he did this, he brought back someone from the Xech Long Hakshai lying on the ground. Before long, he had gathered all the survivors of the Xech Long Hakshai. Bon lay to the side, observing everything. She could not understand what he wanted to do. But the people of the Xech Long Hakshai were not so patient. They kept shouting and cursing. But Run Sung chose to ignore them. He was counting the number of people, and after a while, he spoke to them in English. "Can you hear me?" Bon frowned in confusion as she heard this. "Are you talking to yourself?" Knowing they would not understand, Run Sung gestured for them to be silent. "I said listen." Yet the people of the Xech Long Hakshai continued to make noise. Just then, a sound like machinery echoed from afar, repeating endlessly. Nothing unusual. Hearing this, the members of the Red Dragon Society gasped. "What did I just hear?" "It is the sound of our teammates still fighting below." But at that moment, a woman's voice suddenly rang out, leaving Bon stunned. The Red Dragon Society members were equally shocked. That voice clearly belonged to Bon. But how could she be here? At that moment, Bon realized the problem. Jun Sung knew they had figured it out. He spoke in a deep voice. "So now you understand. The sounds they heard earlier were all from the monsters. They were using the fog to hide, then mimicked human voices to lure them in." How could Run Sung recognize this? He had been hiding on the cliff not far away. From the first moment he saw this scene, he had a feeling. Clearly, that group of Chad Huri was charging in without any awareness. Moreover, Run Sung saw fear in their eyes. They were likely trying to escape. According to the information received, a Chin Hui were 4-star predatory animals that moved in packs. Such powerful Chahuri could run away. What could be scaring them? That is why Jun Sung quietly observed the situation as Bon's team charged in. Sure enough, soon after, Jun Sung discovered an issue within the fog. The continuous voice sounded very strange. No matter how he thought about it, he strained to listen. Immediately, Run Sung noticed that this voice was slightly different from that of the Red Dragon Society members. Could it be fake? Just as he thought, a strange tentacle appeared within the fog. Without any warning, it shot forward. The tentacle pierced through the neck of one member of the Red Dragon Society. And just like that, one person was sent to the altar. Run Sung observed with a frown. The monster was mimicking the sound of its prey. That thing was now blending in with the Che Huri and hunting those who ventured into the Moonlit Gorge. If so, the members of the Red Dragon Society were in danger. Run Sung thought for a moment, sighed after a while, realizing there was no other way. They could not even communicate. As soon as he finished speaking, he activated the automatic hunting system and began to hunt. Back in the present, Run Sung looked at the people in front of him and said helplessly. Other than using this somewhat losing method, There is no other way. Upon hearing this, Bon finally understood. He was trying to save them from danger, which is why he acted like this. So the teammates who were not here must have already lost their lives. While Bon was thinking, a footstep approached. She thought that they should fight together now, but then he suddenly apologized, which left Bayan wide-eyed in shock. While she was in doubt, Jun Sung reached out to pick up her weapon. Baijun was even more astonished. What is going on? Why is he taking her such lone dagger without permission? Shouldn't he be unsealing their acupoints? What is Jun Sung doing now? Jun Sung naturally ignored them, heading towards the cliff with 2 swords in hand. All he could do was apologize. His automatic hunting mode could not release the acupoints, and he needed to borrow these swords to fight. It also meant that this was the monster they could not handle. With that thought, Run Sung felt this was the best choice. Immediately after, he dove down the cliff. He landed on the ground with his swords in hand. At the same time, through the mist, 2 large tentacles were writhing incessantly. Run Sung squinted at them. What kind of monster is that? It was not until he got closer that he saw many tentacles and a gigantic body lurking in the distance. Moments later, a monster with sharp teeth and tentacles appeared. It had killed the entire Chai Hudi herd. Run Sung frowned silently. Is that the monster? But soon he noticed something was off. He looked up. At the same time, Bayan also saw something flying toward them. She widened her eyes in horror. It can't be? At that moment, a loud bang suddenly rang out. A part of the ground before Run Sung was shattered. When the dust settled, a gigantic monster appeared. On the cliff, Bayan could no longer hold back and crawled away. She struggled to crawl towards the cliff. Soon after, a look of shock appeared on Bon's face. Indeed, she was not mistaken. That monster was one of the 4 horrors of the same kind. At that moment, Jun Sung was also observing the creature. Bon did not expect to encounter the same kind here. The biggest failure recorded from all the previous encounters. The 4 horrors of the continent. Furthermore, one of them was the same kind. Thinking of this, Bon felt a bit indignant. She clenched her fists in frustration, blaming herself. It was her negligence. She should have ordered a retreat when she saw the Chai Hui herd. It was a mistake. Now they would all be wiped out. Just then, Run Sung suddenly spoke up. So this is the mastermind behind them. This one is quite large, so it might even eat the smaller ones. Saying that, he pointed his swords at it, snorting as he spoke. All right then, let us go hunting. Until now, there is still no accurate record found. When the monster appeared, they had avoided it frantically, but in the end, they could not escape the tragedy. When they failed to defeat the monster, the only outcome was piles of dead bodies in the city. It is called the 4 horrors, also known as the most terrifying horror of the same kind, and right now, Jun Sung was facing it alone. Bon watched his unyielding actions from above, her eyes filled with astonishment. A monster this strong. Why was not he running away? Run Sung still held his swords and walked forward, his steps extremely steady, absorbing the power of the terrifying Dan. The effect of the Dan not only transformed his bloodline, but also prevented him from equipping the embrace of the goddess, which was a bit regrettable. But with the Together K right in front of him, he did not have time to think too much. First, he had to escape from that bastard. After realizing that, Jun Sung began to channel energy into his muscles. The veins in his body swelled up, and in an instant, Jun Sung's physique became more powerful. Once he completed the transformation, he tightened his grip and charged toward the monster without hesitation. The speed of Jun Sung was astonishing. The monster was quickly slashed multiple times by him. Watching from the cliff, was startled by the scene. Jun Sung's combat skills were simply unbelievable. He moved among the beasts as if he were dancing. Up to this point, Jun had also activated the automatic hunting system. He began to slash away. The bodies of the Together K scattered on the ground, watching his comrades fall one by one. A Together K roared in anger and charged at him. However, Jun Sung paid no attention, continuously swinging his dual blades, decisively taking off layers of skin from the Together K. Under the fierce attack of Jun Sung, the Together K became enraged and struck at him with its tentacles. Instantly, it wrapped tightly around Jun Sung's blades. Seeing this, Bon anxiously shouted, "That is dangerous." Jun Sung frowned slightly, trying to break free from its tentacles. However, the Together K's tentacles suddenly loosened, leaving Jun Sung in a tough spot to resist. He frowned, his eyes beginning to strategize. Suddenly, Jun Sung lifted his leg and ran. With a loud crash, the rock in front of him shattered. The body of the Together K now resembled a slimy substance. Incredibly disgusting. At the same time, the tentacles wrapped around Jun Sung's blades released their grip. He regained his freedom and continued to advance. At this point, only 2 Together K remained in front of him. They were still baring their sharp fangs at him. Meanwhile, Bayan on the cliff had seen everything. She was astonished, thinking how strong could that person be. The power and impact were not simple at all. Had some transformation reversed Jun Sung's physical condition? His muscles and bones had reached their peak in an instant. His body and weight were not only breaking down, but the internal strength was surging at maximum. This truly left Bon in disbelief. Below on the battlefield, the Together K was frantically attacking Jun with its tentacles. It was not the avatar of Ki. Bon felt that Jun Sung could really take down this terrifying beast. Just then, the Together K moved its two massive tentacles. Without hesitation, it swung powerfully forward, causing dust to fly everywhere. However, the Together K felt it was not enough, and it crazily struck the ground again. Bon frowned as he watched from above. The destructive power was indeed extraordinary. Had it broken the entire ground? Meanwhile, Jun Sung remained extremely calm standing there. He smirked. After all, he had to cut off that many tentacles. As soon as he finished speaking, Jun Sung charged forward with his blades. Immediately, you struck at the tentacle of the Sang K, but it did not seem to be harmed at all. Jun Sung was left in shock. So you can take it down. The Feng K was furious from your relentless attacks. It aggressively attacked with its tentacles, not daring to let its guard down. Jun Sung raised his blade to defend himself. Yet he was still pushed back. Bon saw this and furrowed her brows in panic. She was quite worried. I wonder how you are doing. What happened? A moment later, Run Sung emerged from the dust. You frowned at Tying K, and it was clear you had taken a hit from it. Seeing you step out, Bayan finally sighed in relief from your appearance. It seems like you are fine. But at this moment, she also realized something. The level of the K had clearly changed. Jun Sung could not cut off its tentacle. At the same time, Jun Sung was pondering. Had this creature only been observing the others fight? Did it also take note of your strength? While Run Sung was thinking, the Ting K bared its fangs at you, as if threatening you. However, Run Sung smirked. This is interesting. As soon as he finished speaking, he sprinted forward. His speed was incredible. In an instant, he was right next to the Train K. The blade in Run Sung's hand began to dance along with its tentacles. He scoffed and shouted, "Get lost, you piece of trash!" Immediately after, his blade slashed at the tentacle of the Chang K. Pain surged through it, causing it to scream violently. At the same time, Jun Sung began to concentrate his energy. Without hesitation, he repeatedly stabbed into the body of the Tang K. Jun Sung's speed was unbelievable. It could not evade him, and in an instant, its massive body fell down. Seeing this, Bon was left astonished. Below, Run Sung stood in front of the Singa K, mumbling, "If I can cut it off, I can keep stabbing. Right? And besides, do you think this is the first time I have put all my strength into it?" Saying this, he broke into a proud smile. Bon stared blankly at Jun Sung standing opposite the Sunga K. She could not believe it, exclaiming, "Oh my god, was that blown away with strength?" However, just as she finished speaking, the ground suddenly shook violently, causing Bon's arm resting on the ground to tremble, and even Run Sung could not escape it. It seemed at that moment, the Trang K suddenly opened its mouth and screamed. Bon felt this scene was somewhat familiar. Panicking as she shouted, "Is it possible that Run Sung does not realize what is happening?" You coldly smirked and said, "Screaming like that means you are really furious. All right then. Keep trying. Ro." Saying this, you casually walked over with your blade. The more Bon watched, the more terrified she became. She shouted with all her might to stop you. "Do not come closer." A King K is but before she could finish, the mouth of the Chang K grew larger. Seeing this, Run Sung's eyes widened in shock, but it was too late. The deafening sound from the mouth of the Chang K erupted, causing the ground to shake violently from the scream. Jun's body could not help but stagger. Bon knew something was happening and shouted again. Do not listen to the sound. But Bayan's efforts were in vain. Everyone lay still on the ground, the sound penetrating their ears. And blood began to flow from Thakabu. Even Bon was the same. Fresh blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Throughout history, countless Chinese hunters have faced the same monster. But each encounter ended in failure. The main reason was this high-frequency attack. It obstructed the opponent's approach with a wall created by tentacles. Creating this high frequency to hunt prey was a terrifying skill that damaged internal organs and caused mental disruption. Rundung was standing very close now. Perhaps unable to resist, he quickly lifted himself away, trying to increase the distance from the monster. Yet, K's long scream had not stopped. The air felt like it was being torn apart. Bon was increasingly anxious. Even they, so far, could not hold on. What could Jun do being so close? But she quickly spotted Jung Sung still standing firm there. Moreover, there was not a single drop of blood on him. Bon's eyes widened in horror. He was unharmed. How could that be? At the same time, Run Sung had just escaped the high-frequency attack of Feng K and was trying to catch his breath. Unfortunately, a King K would not give him that chance. It opened its mouth again like a bottomless pit and continued to scream without warning. The ground shook again, and the stones began to crack under the pressure. Yet, not long after, The two monsters suddenly collapsed. Meanwhile, Runsung still stood there. Unmoving, he still bore no wounds. The more Bon looked, the less she could believe it. How could this be? If she looked closely, she would see that Jun Sung's body was slightly trembling. He was merely gritting his teeth to endure. How could it not hurt? Runsung felt pain so intense he could die from it. If it were not for the auto-hunting system, he would have fallen and died already. Thankfully, he had not revealed his automatic hunting mode, and had not been fully attacked by that sound wave. As long as Runsung was here to hold out, it would be fine. He tightened his grip on the knife in his hand, not letting out a sound of anguish. But Trun K would not let him off so easily. It had now sat up and began to scream again. Runsung stood at a distance, squinting at it, reminding himself to hold on. Yet, the monster's screaming grew louder and louder. The Jun Sung's eyes were strained to the point of blood vessels, bursting as he fought to endure. He could not afford to fall. If Jun Sung fell now, everyone here would perish. At the same time, Bon on the cliff could no longer bear that piercing sound. She covered her ears with her hands, but the sound still seeped through, making her face increasingly grim. They endured in silence for a long time. And finally, heaven did not forsake them. That sound had finally stopped. Bon immediately opened her eyes wide to see. The monster was now exhausted and had closed its mouth, while Runsung still stood there, his figure extraordinarily proud, showing no signs of falling. Bon feels like he just discovered a wonder. The tremors are no problem, but the companion is exhausted. It is unbelievable. However, at that moment, the companion suddenly used its tentacles to push down on the ground, lifting its entire body into the air. Bon frowned in panic, thinking, is it really going to come crashing down like this? Meanwhile, the tremors suddenly knelt down, a small trickle of blood appearing at the corner of his mouth, which he quickly wiped away. Even though it was a small action, Bon from afar still noticed it. She then realized that it was not just a scratch but that he was enduring it. She quickly shouted, "Danger! Run!" But the tremors remained oblivious, calmly standing there, while the companion got closer and closer to him. At that moment, the tremors suddenly mumbled, "Attack mode activated." No sooner had he finished speaking than the weapon in his hand was enveloped in energy. Seeing the scene, Bon could not help but be stunned. No way. Is he really going to confront it? Just as she thought, Jun had now dashed off like a gust of wind. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time. The companion had no idea it was preparing to face death. It continued to scream wildly at Jun. With a loud bang, a powerful wave of energy suddenly struck. The companion's body endured intense pain, causing it to scream uncontrollably. However, the energy continued to strike down until the companion lay battered on the ground. Witnessing the entire process, could no longer hide the shock on his face. Not only did the tremors bring it down, but the weapon in his hand was now embedded in its massive body. He raised an eyebrow, sneering. "I have been waiting for the moment you could not hold back your anger and charged at me like this." As soon as he finished speaking, the tremors withdrew the weapon and swung down, but the tentacles still wriggled, getting on his nerves. Seeing this, the tremors nodded in satisfaction. Clearly, the weapon could not cut through. Right, a solid body. But can it still be that sturdy inside? The parasites he had would spread throughout its body. Let us see how long you can endure. Immediately, the energy bullets he had buried underground suddenly exploded. A barrage of energy beams continuously struck, causing the companion to scream in pain. On the cliff, stared in wide-eyed disbelief at this scene. Jun was also intently observing the results of his work. Just how long can this companion endure? Meanwhile, outside, those facing the Crimson Dragon Society were still waiting. And after a long while without any movement, someone impatiently spoke up. "Crimson Dragon Society is late." Another person nodded in agreement. "Perhaps. Is there a problem?" The group of Zhu Huai was rushing into the crevice. Indeed, there were many corpses of Zhu Huai around them. Another person whispered, "If it is at this level, then it is unfortunate. It is a bit of a mess. Even the leader thinks so." Nodding, he said, "Perhaps. You guys from the Crimson Dragon Society are probably fighting like crazy inside." They kept discussing outside the crack, their tone almost mocking the pain of others. Just then, the crack suddenly opened, startling them. Before they could figure out what was happening, a monster burst out from inside. Upon seeing it, their faces grew even more grim. They naturally recognized it as a four-winged monster. At that moment, the monster opened its mouth wide and began to scream. Just like the members of the Red Dragon Society inside the crack, these people were also affected by the scream, spitting out fresh blood. They knew this was the high-frequency attack of the four-winged monster. Immediately, the leader shouted, "Everyone, quick, run. If we stay like this, we will be the ones suffering." But someone grabbed his shoulder and reminded him, "Wait, look behind the four-winged monster." Hearing this, the leader asked with some confusion, "What are we looking at?" Despite saying that, he turned to look and saw someone on the back of the monster. Who else but the little guy? You better finish your job, the four-winged monster screamed in pain continuously. The people below stared blankly at the scene, forgetting to run. Not long after, the four-winged monster fell to the ground, no longer attacked by the high frequency, and the people below bravely moved forward. Someone cautiously spoke up, seemingly not seeing any fatal injuries, and approached to check. Soon, they got closer to the monster. After observing for a long while, the leader confirmed it was dead. He reached out to touch it, but just then, a shout stopped him. Don't touch it. The other person flinched and withdrew their hand, and the people behind them looked a bit confused. Soon after, they saw the little guy peek out from behind. Upon seeing him, someone exclaimed in surprise, "Is he the one who caught it?" Jun Sung did not care what they thought, coldly stating, "I will say it again. Do not touch the monster I caught." As he said this, he stepped forward, his eyes filled with killing intent, warning in a low voice, "If you come any closer, I won't be responsible." This aura frightened the leader of the group. He did not dare act recklessly, but someone beside him hurriedly demanded, "What are you doing?" "It is the four-winged monster. Catch it quickly." The leader hurriedly reassured. But before he could finish, the other person had already hunted it. However, in the eyes of that guy, there was nothing but contempt as he said, "Does that flimsy identity even have a chance like this?" As soon as he finished, the people behind him revealed greedy smiles. A bunch of misfits wanting something for nothing. Just then, Sue's voice suddenly rang out. "Wait!" As soon as she finished speaking, she hurriedly ran over. Upon seeing her, those people immediately froze. The giant beast stood aggressively in front of Jun Sung, speaking loudly. It was the monster hunted by Ten's hunters. According to the rules, the four-winged monster belonged to Ten's and Jun Sung. She warned them that if they dared to touch even a hair of the four-winged monster, Ten's would officially confront the Dragon Slayer. These words made the group hesitate. But there was still one who was unafraid of death. He felt that even Ten's was nothing in Shanghai. He had the brains to step up. After thinking, he looked at the leader and spoke. Still hesitating, it was still the leader who could see the bigger picture. He cautiously reminded them not to step forward, or they would die. He feared the fierce, bloodthirsty aura of Run Sung. It felt like if they advanced even a moment, next year this day would be their death anniversary. Looking into the bloodshot eyes of the boy, it was too crazy, making anyone who looked feel terrified. The leader dared not move forward, quietly warning his team that if they took even one more step, that guy would attack. Did he want to challenge the hunter who had taken down the four fiends? Upon hearing this, the other guy immediately took a defensive stance. The leader waved his hand, ordering everyone to retreat. Those behind also felt this was a great opportunity, but some feared Run Sung would attack and did not dare advance. At the same time, the leader of the dragon-slaying group was observing Run Sung. Feeling impressed, despite being covered in injuries, he still protected his companion and his prey. Sienko Siku on the opposite side felt relieved when they saw them back off. She sighed and muttered, "We made it. If we had not been careful, we might have been stabbed." She then glanced at Jun Sung and asked, "Are you okay?" Jun did not respond, just standing there silently. But just 3 seconds later, his body collapsed onto Sue. Startling her, Sue quickly shook Jun Sung. "Are you okay? Wake up." Just then, from the crack, a group emerged. It was the Red Dragon Society. Bon was leading them, but she seemed a bit reluctant. Her hand clenched into a fist. Jun's first hunt had quelled the rising storm. The truth is, having hunted with G, one of the four fiends in their first hunt, left a deep impression on many, creating quite a stir on the continent. Sekaku, who was supporting him, was causing such a huge uproar, but all he knew was that he was unconscious. Of course, Jun Sung had no idea about this fact. Right after the hunt, Run Sung was taken to the hospital due to severe injuries. He was sleeping soundly, showing no signs of waking up soon. Jun Sung was lying in the recovery room. At that moment, someone came out from inside. This person was Sun, a first-generation professor of medicine and the main person responsible for the T medical support research room. Skepsie had been waiting at the door, and when she saw him come out, she called out, "Uncle." Ho Yun turned to look at her, then teased, "Well, it has been a while." "My niece." Skepsie did not mind and quietly asked, "How?" Ho Yun casually replied, "Not as bad as you think. It is hard to understand how he could be like this." Hearing this, Ski was confused, frowning as she asked, "What do you mean?" Ho Yun slowly explained, "He is covered in injuries, which makes me curious how he managed to hunt monsters in that condition, especially since the nerves in his ear have been severely damaged. You have no idea how strong his spirit is to endure that body." Kay heard this and was horrified, glancing into the room, murmuring for a long while, "He is a monster." However, Ho Yun shook her head in rebuttal, "He's a hero." "Right." Upon hearing those words, Skepsie could not help but scoff. "What kind of hero?" Ho Yun chuckled softly and calmly replied, "After all, he caught one of the four fiends all by himself. But Tita Fiku did not agree. She shook her head in denial. It is not beyond possibility. If the principal went, he could have hunted one of the 10 fiends. But as she spoke, she suddenly paused. It seemed she realized something. Ho Yun knew what she was thinking, smiling as she said, "Exactly. One of the 10 fiends is enough compared to the 10 fiends. If the truth were known, the hunters in China would surely be shocked when Jun Sung invaded Shanghai." The Kwaibi clan had said this. Someone questioned why the Bi allowed a foreigner to invade. He laughed and said it was because they dropped bombs on Shanghai. Seiyu was astonished upon hearing this. Her eyes filled with confusion. Ho Yun slowly explained that Ozun Sung in Korea is also called that, a symbol of generational change. Many young hunters have been inspired by him. Hearing this, QSEK frowned in deep thought. The strong will use their abilities and test them alone. The Kaninen indeed has a commendable mindset. Seeing her unwilling expression, Ho Yun sighed helplessly, advising her, at this point, "You should think carefully. Right, don't you know why the principal chose you to be Sung's secretary?" QSEK stopped in her tracks. Remaining silent, Ho Yun saw her silence and continued. "Even though you lost in the succession battle, perhaps your heart arrhythmia." Before she could finish, Sue coldly interrupted. "Uncle, do not say any more." She said if he talked about that, she would have nothing left to say. Seeing Sue's expression, Ho Yun felt guilty and replied, But I just thought you would not want to hear it." Turning to leave, "All right. We have discussed work, so I will head out first." With no other choice, Ho Yun could only bid her farewell. "Okay. See you next time." Watching Sue's back, he could only sigh helplessly. Venus disorder. A special ability granted. The level of progress to the point of losing reason for Seku's partner, that is her ability. Axiata could use her own physique to be the heir, but she refused and trained herself rigorously, participating like other reserves in failing, and then the order was given for Siku to assist a foreigner. At this point, Seku thought there was no reason for QBC to issue such an order, but even if that were the case, she would not follow it. The more she thought about it, the worse Kokyu's expression became. She angrily punched the wall. Kapsake thought of herself as a soldier, not the kind of girl who enjoys glory at the cost of her body. She suddenly thought of Jun. His power and talent truly made her jealous to the point of madness. 2 weeks later, at the hospital where Jun Sung was recovering, he was sitting in the recovery room, looking somewhat lost. CBCK was in the room, watching him intently. "You have worked hard to recover. How are you feeling?" Du Sung nodded slightly. "Much better now. I can hear more clearly. But I feel like her attitude seems to have changed." She did not know what he was thinking and continued. "While you were lying here, there was a loud report." Jun Sung was shocked and asked, "What report?" Xio Fiku slowly explained that the T-side had reported a monster hunt. A hunter had single-handedly captured one of the 4 beasts. Shanghai and the mainland are praising him. Dun did not seem pleased. He asked in a deep voice, "Did they reveal my identity?" She frowned slightly, questioning back, "Did you think they would hide your identity and nationality? With achievements and accomplishments, people will soon pay attention to you. That is how things work on the mainland." Jun Sung nodded, understanding. So that is the outcome-oriented mindset. Seeing him silent, Aksuki spoke up again. "Someone will come to visit you soon." Jun Sung furrowed his brow in confusion and asked, "Who's it?" Spike replied nonchalantly, "Vice President of the Red Dragon Society, Jiang Bon. I heard you used her weapon." She assured him they would be upset, because Jun used their weapon without permission, which would complicate matters. It is not appropriate to refuse a visit. But not seeing him is also against etiquette. Siku advised him that if Bon brought it up, just deny it. Jun Sung nodded. "Got it. I will be careful." X2K stared at him for a moment, then said casually, "Well, I will step outside for a bit." With that, she pushed the door open and left. Jun Sung watched her leave, feeling a bit confused. He sensed that Aksu's demeanor was much more polite now compared to before, but Jun Sung thought that this politeness was just a way to keep distance from him. Thinking of it that way made him feel more comfortable. While Jun Sung was pondering, there was a knock on the door outside. He snapped out of his thoughts and raised his voice. "Come in." With that, the person outside immediately pushed the door open and walked in. Seeing the other person, Jun Sung was a bit surprised. "You are really Bon. It is just that you look a bit different from 2 weeks ago." Without her armor, Bon was just a shy girl. Seeing her like this, Jung Sung felt a little awkward. He hesitantly invited her in, then awkwardly pulled out the translation device. Language barriers made conversation difficult. But at that moment, Bon suddenly took out her phone to join something. Surprisingly, it was in Korean. She said she heard he had ear pain. Jun Sung was a bit taken aback, then replied. She spoke Korean very well. Bon slowly typed her response into the phone. "I learned to write and read in 10 days. Jun Sung was even more amazed upon hearing the reason. "Why is that?" Is using a translation device in China considered rude? After thinking, you finally spoke up. First, I want to apologize for borrowing your weapon without permission. Bon was taken aback. She did not expect you to say that. Jun was also curious to see how she would respond. Without hesitation, Bon typed on her phone and held it up for you to see. I should be thanking you for saving me. But there was something more Bon wanted to say. Jun Sung frowned as he read her message. Do you have anything else to discuss with her? While Jun Sung was skeptical, Bon revealed what she needed to say. Seeing those words, you froze in shock. Bon actually wanted you to date her. With the condition of marriage. Jun Sung stared blankly at Bon, a bit speechless. He could not understand why she would propose something so sudden. What on earth is her intention? At the same time, Bon was eagerly awaiting Jun Sung's response. Her cheeks were flushed, clearly flustered. She took a deep breath to calm herself before wanting to continue the conversation. But at that moment, Bon's phone suddenly slipped from her hand, causing her to gasp in shock. She hurriedly reached out to catch it. But another hand was faster than hers. The one who caught the phone was Jun. Because of this, the two were now eye to eye. Moreover, Bon's hand was still holding onto Jun's. This situation made her cheeks turn as red as a tomato. Jun Sung, on the opposite side, was also very awkward. He stammered, your phone is here. But before he could finish, a flame suddenly ignited between their hands. Rundung furrowed her brows in alarm. It is too hot today. Bon realized she caused a problem and quickly apologized. Jun Sung pulled his hand back and saw a burn mark on his palm. Oh. Of course. Noticed it too. And her heart raced with anxiety. What should I do? She had not even said thank you and ended up causing a burn instead. After hesitating for a long time, she stood up from her chair, wanting to find water to extinguish the fire. But the flames in her hand were growing larger, making Bon even more panicked. Her mind was racing. The heat began to spread all over her body. Jun Sung watched this scene in shock. He seemed to understand what was happening to her. Perhaps it was due to her mind, generating energy based on the user's emotions. Although Jun Sung had seen a hunter use fire energy before. Could it be happening like this all of a sudden? Thinking about this, Jun Sung felt that if it continued like this, Bon's clothes would be burned to ashes. The searing flames were already starting to engulf her. Remembering the previous time at the territory of the Red Dragon Society, Bon had just returned and was scolded. She stood in front of the president's office. Lingering for a long time, she felt that her clumsiness had caused a huge loss, even resulting in deaths. Seeing Bon's sorrowful back, someone could not help but comfort her. Miss Vice President, please do not blame yourself too much. Who could have known the four fiends would appear there? Another person agreed. That is right. The life and death of a final hunter depend on his strength. Unfortunately, those people were too weak, which is why it happened. Oh. Hearing this, did not feel any less self-reproach. Sighed, and said, still, it is my responsibility. With that, she lifted her foot to leave. Her two subordinates could only watch and whisper helplessly. You do not need to think like that. I did not know the deputy director was so strict. The person beside her also worriedly spoke up. That is right. The young lady has been angry for 24 hours. I am worried she will blame herself too much. Over here. Bon was on her way back to her room. Along the way, she kept sighing, filled with self-blame. The loss was her responsibility. She had to make up for it. But how could she do that? Thinking about this, Bon suddenly remembered Junung. He had such powerful strength, comparable to figures of great stature on the continent. She thought if he joined the Crimson Dragon Society, it would be great. Thinking about this possibility, she smiled contentedly. All right. Let us go with that method. Bon was determined to have Jun Sung become a son-in-law of her society. If she could pull him into her society, she could make up for this loss. Bon felt this was the right decision. Her eyes extremely resolute, but until she realized she was clenching her fists. She paused, not knowing what Bon was thinking. She sighed to herself for a long time. All right, in any aspect, this is an action for the society. So Bon started to take action right after that, since the day she made the decision. She learned the language and changed her clothing to be more feminine. She did this continuously for 2 weeks before deciding to visit the sick. Bon suddenly felt this was no different from hunting. If she stayed calm, she could do it. However, right now, Bon was not calm at all. Her emotions were fluctuating wildly, and she could not hold them back. The fire burning brighter. At that moment, Jun reached for a nearby table, grabbing the flower pot that Seoku had arranged before leaving. Without hesitation, he splashed the water from the pot onto Bon. Seeing the water, Bon's expression softened, and the fire began to die down. But even though the fire was extinguished, the energy continued to burn. Right at this moment, Doong reached out again, casually pressing a few acupressure points on Bon's body. In an instant, Bon's eyes widened in astonishment. Her mind finally calmed down. Bon exhaled in relief, then looked up to thank Junung. Unfortunately, before she could say anything, He covered her mouth. Bon looked at him in confusion, wondering what this meant. She saw Juning signaling her to be quiet, and she frowned in doubt. Why should she be silent? It was only then Bon realized her clothes had been completely burned off. Just the touch of Jung Sung's hand on her body made her feel even more embarrassed. Her cheeks, which had just calmed down, began to blush again. Seeing this scene, Jun sighed helplessly, then reminded her. I understand. Stay calm. Watching his actions, Bon finally understood. If she screams here, everyone will rush over, and her image will be exposed. Thinking of this, Bon wisely kept quiet. Seeing that she was no longer moving, Jun Sung breathed a sigh of relief. He must have calmed down. He then went to check under the hospital bed for a spare shirt. Sure enough, Jun Sung quickly found it. He did not dare turn around and handed it to her directly. Here, put this on. Bon took it with gratitude and thanked him while putting on the shirt. She exclaimed, Oh my, why show this ugliness? This person must be very disappointed. Thinking about this, Bon could not help but sigh. After a while, she finally finished putting on the shirt. Feeling too embarrassed to stay here, Bon stood up and wanted to leave. Well then, I will be going. But at that moment, Jung Sung suddenly spoke up. Wait a moment. Making her freeze in surprise, he sat there, looking at her intently. But from the outside, he seemed harmless. Then it should be fine. Thinking this, Jung Sung slowly spoke. Would you like to have a meal with me? Since you are speaking Korean, Bon did not understand. So Jung Sung switched to English and repeated his invitation. Hearing this, Bon's cheeks immediately flushed. Seizing the golden opportunity, she quickly agreed, fearing that if she hesitated for a second, Jung Sung would change his mind. So afterward, Bon drove Jung Sung away from the hospital. Jung Sung sat in the passenger seat, and seeing her driving speed, he turned pale. Is she a reckless driver? Before long, Bon's car stopped in an empty lot. Bon skillfully turned the steering wheel while Jung Sung beside her was scared stiff. The car drifted beautifully and parked neatly in the parking spot. Bon quickly got out of the car and said, We have arrived. Jung Sung also got out of that scary car. He could not help but sigh. Bon asked with some confusion, Is something wrong? Jung Sung shook his head lightly and replied, Nothing. In fact, he was secretly amazed. How fast was this girl driving in the city? Thinking this, Jung Sung looked up at the surroundings. In front of him was a large mansion. Bon glanced at Jung Sung and said, This is the headquarters of the Red Dragon Society. Upon hearing this, Jung Sung was astonished. They clearly passed through the city center. So why is the garden so vast? Besides, she only mentioned having lunch. Jung Sung did not understand why Bon brought him to have lunch at the Red Dragon Society. With doubts in mind, he followed Bon deeper inside. Not long after, Jung Sung saw a group of people practicing martial arts outside the garden. After passing through that courtyard, he entered another secluded area. Jung Sung remained silent, observing as he walked. He could not help but feel amazed at the scale. So this is the Red Dragon Society. A moment later, Bon led him to a corridor, glanced at him, and said, Well then, I will change my clothes. Jung Sung nodded slightly. Yep. Okay, right now. Only the guide and Jung Sung are left. The guide leads him to a large dining room and tells him that his master will arrive shortly before leaving. Jung Sung is left alone in the room and walks over to pull out a chair to sit down. But just then, a sudden shout erupts. That is not where you belong. Jung Sung flinches slightly, frowning. The voice is quite commanding, and he thinks it is quite bitch. While feeling confused, another low voice chimes in. You are younger than I thought. Ah. Very young. The one who arrived is an old man dressed in traditional Chinese attire, a face Jung Sung does not recognize. He furrows his brow and says, Your Korean is impressive. The old man nods and smiles, replying, I have traveled to many countries for the smallest tasks before returning here. I am Zhang Dongchan, the president of the Red Dragon Society. Jung Sung is a bit surprised by his identity but still politely greets him. Yep. Hello. I'm Odun Sung. Zhang Chan observes him for a while before speaking. Alright then. You are interesting. Saying that, he suddenly reaches out to touch Jung Sung. Jung Sung does not mind, casually looking at the hand extending toward him. Seeing him so calm, Dongchan is a bit taken aback. At this moment, Jun finally speaks. Sorry, but I have to decline. Is that? Dongchan says indifferently. But inside, he feels a bit amazed that even though his hand moved quickly, Jung Sung remains so nonchalant. Jung Sung awkwardly replies, Yep. Many people want to touch me. Before he can finish, Dongchan bursts out laughing. Ha, I see. That makes sense. With such a physique and talent, everyone must be quite surprised. Du Sung squints at the person in front of him. Kwai-bik does not seem like a martial artist, but this man is a true martial master. While he thinks, Dongchan speaks again. Alright, if you do not like it, you should know how to say you do not like it. But actually, I have something to ask. Hearing this, Dun Sung feels a bit confused. Dongchan disregards his reaction and continues. Yep. How do you feel about being here? Junsung responds without hesitation. It is truly amazing. Really grand. Thinking back to what I have seen before. The majestic size of this house and the disciples here. It all means something. After a moment, Junsung asks. I also want to see a top-notch hunting organization headquarters on the continent. Dongchan shows no expression after hearing this and casually asks. And then what? How do you feel? Dunsung thinks for a long while before speaking. Me see. I am still not quite sure. The hunter's capital. The facilities like hospitals. All these bases are quite impressive. But for Jun, that is about it. He feels there are quite a few loose elements. The only thing he can gain here as a hunter is the work history in a country called China. And nothing more. As soon as these words are spoken, Dongchan falls silent. After a long while, he speaks seriously. Is this what you wanted to say? It is worse than I expected. It is just a stubborn emptiness. Runsung shook his head and replied. I do not have such strong feelings. Dongchan snorted coldly, saying, but you can't deny it. As soon as he finished speaking, his demeanor changed instantly. The oppressive heat quickly enveloped the entire room. Just then, someone else entered from outside. Buying, noticing the uncomfortable atmosphere, could not help but call out, Dad. The air has calmed down now, and Dongchan's intensity has also subsided. At that moment, he suddenly laughed and said, rice cakes without filling. You say rice cakes without filling. Runsung was confused and did not understand anything. Dongchan smiled and spoke up again. It is true to say that Bayan was bewildered by this change in the situation. What does it mean to say that? At this moment, Dongchan glanced at her and asked, have you arrived? Ban was startled and hurriedly replied, yep. Not yet. Junsung also glanced at her, unable to hold back his admiration. This outfit is truly stunning. While he was pondering, Dongchan suggested, all right then. Let us have a meal together with you. Sung. As soon as he finished speaking, someone brought a lot of delicacies and placed them on the dining table. The three of them also sat down. Dongchan sat across from Jun and Ban, nodding appreciatively. It looks quite fitting. At the same time, Junsung was surprised by the situation. He did not understand why they had arranged it this way. Thinking about it, he coughed lightly and said, I only suggested having a light meal with Miss Jiang Ban right now. I do not quite understand why I am here. Hearing this, Dongchan explained, that is because of me. I called my daughter to bring you here. Dunsung frowned slightly, puzzled, and asked, why is that? Dongchan glanced at B and said in a deep voice, my daughter mentioned that she had suggested meeting you. Oh. Hearing her name mentioned, quietly said, Dad. I only did it for the meeting. The fact that I asked you to bring Junsung here is the same. Saying that, he glanced at Junsung and called out, hey boy, look up at him. Waiting for the next line, Dongchan hesitated for a moment, then opened his mouth to ask, can't you become my son-in-law? This question plunged the dining atmosphere into silence. Ban looked awkwardly at Junsung. Her father had brought it up so suddenly, and she had not told Junsung about it yet. At this moment, Junsung finally spoke, that is surprising. Why would you say such things? Hearing this, Dongchan snorted coldly. You did not say anything earlier. You are right. Runsung felt a chill run down his spine. Dongchan did not wait for him to understand and continued asking. The explanation is quite simple. Let me ask you. How do you see me? Runsung calmly replied. I think you are not an ordinary person. Damak nodded, and Dongchan said in a deep voice. Yep. Not ordinary. Both my appearance now and my Red Dragon Society are the same. He asked you. Is not the headquarters of the Red Dragon Society grand enough? Someone like him does not belong here. Dunsung, upon hearing this, asked suspiciously, is it because we are hunters? Damak nodded, and Dongchan replied indifferently, that is right. You are understanding correctly. As hunters, We must work to protect humanity from monsters. From a small martial arts school, they suddenly became the largest hunting organization in Shanghai. However, despite that, looking at such rapid growth, they have lost their essence. Dunsung frowned and asked, "You mean the essence?" Dongchan squinted at him, and after a long pause, replied, "The strong survive."
Oh.
Hearing this, seemed to understand what he meant. At that moment, Dongchan spoke again. "The essence of a martial artist. What we ultimately pursue is strength. And with strength comes respect and envy." He asked if you understood what he was saying, because he always strives so hard to improve his abilities. Runsung frowned, silent, and did not respond. Dongchan did not pay much attention and continued. "Our Red Dragon Society has become powerful, but to be honest, there is no one as strong and young as you. The fact that you nearly collapsed during this encounter proves that. And yet we are supposed to be Shanghai's top hunting organization. Isn't that a joke?" Hearing this, Bon exclaimed in shock, "Dad. That is," but before she could finish, Dongchan coldly interrupted. "Failure is failure. I have said not to make excuses." Bon saw his attitude and looked unhappy, lowering her head to respond. Dongchan then looked at Junsung and said, "Anyway, that is why you should become my son-in-law." Junsung unexpectedly refused. "Do I have any reason to do that?" Hearing this, Dongchan looked at Bon and spoke. "This child can't keep the Red Dragon Society." Dunsung was a bit startled, speaking with confusion. "How can that be? With Jiang Bon's abilities, I think she is quite a formidable person." "Strength." Dongchan scoffed. "You are joking. Right, is being defeated by you in one move considered strength? He just said it earlier. The strong survive. That is the essence of being strong. You need to have that fighting spirit to earn envy and attract those around you." Dongchan believed Bon lacked that spirit and would not hold the guild together.
Jazz.
He tried to investigate all of your domestic achievements. Through that, Dongchan learned that Jun is known as the bomb of the organization in the country. You represent the desires of all your peers and are also a catalyst for growth. His Red Dragon Guild needs that. Dunexdung frowned slightly and said in a deep voice, "I already said. I have no reason to do that." Hearing this, Dongchan remained calm and continued speaking. "All right. I admit it seems like Tens has spent a lot. Indeed, because that guy's power is stronger than mine." Jun was surprised and asked, "Do you know the leader of Tens?" Dongchan smiled faintly and replied, "Not only do I know, but I have known him for a long time, which is why I decided to invest a larger amount. He said you just need to leave your name." Dunsung was shocked to hear this. The heir of a large organization like the Red Dragon Guild could be a future son-in-law. Are you handing the entire organization over to him, playing such a big game? After thinking, he hesitated and asked, "Isn't he that a bit excessive?" Dongchan shook his head calmly and replied, "What do you mean? I am determined to leave the Red Dragon Guild to someone with half my bloodline. All the assets and power of the Red Dragon Guild will be donated. He will leave a portion of it for his daughter. However, even without resigning, Dongchan will leave more than half at the peak for you." Bon was shocked and exclaimed, "Dad, you have not finished talking yet." Dongchan interrupted calmly.
"Yep.
I will pass my power to you. Kuvang, with your current power, if you add his power, you could become stronger than QB. If you inherit the Red Dragon Guild, Junsung will be even stronger than now. The Red Dragon Guild will also be more powerful with you at the center." He raised an eyebrow and looked at Junsung, asking, "Is my proposal acceptable?" Junsung did not answer immediately. He pondered and mumbled, "Surpassing even Jinkbuxi." Chuckling softly, Dongchan confidently said,
"Yep.
No one on this continent can give you those things, I guarantee it." Bon sighed, not daring to interrupt. She thought her father made such an offer, so Runsung would have no reason to refuse. Following that plan, she could pull him into the guild. But why does it feel so uncomfortable? She could not understand this feeling. At that moment, Run suddenly spoke, "I will decline." This made Bon gasp and turn to look at him. Dongchan also asked in disbelief, "What did you say?" Junsung, unfazed, calmly replied, "Guild leader Jiang Dongchan, it seems you have misunderstood something. Everything he has said to you so far, you are completely uninterested." At that moment, a sudden scream echoed from outside because a fierce heat appeared in front of the dining hall, causing those outside to panic. It felt like they were standing on a furnace. The heat was extremely uncomfortable. Just then, someone spoke up, "Danger. Everyone get back." The disciple of the Red Dragon Society immediately glanced at the newcomer, anxiously asking, "Manager, what is going on?" However, the manager did not wait for them to finish speaking before issuing orders. Those who were not martial artists stepped back immediately. Soon after, they quickly left the area. The manager squinted at the dining hall, a feeling of unease rising within him. Indeed, this was the intent of the leader. The flame intent occasionally emitted by the leader of the Red Dragon Society from the Jeong clan was powerful, but also dangerous. But why was he releasing such intent? What on earth happened inside? If he is angry, then something really big is going down. If he were to explode, this place would turn into a pile of ashes. Meanwhile, inside the room, cracks had formed at Zhang Chan's feet. While Bon stood in front of Jun Sung, she hurriedly urged, "Dad, please calm down." You baby. Jun Sung, on the other hand, remained silent, just standing there quietly. At that moment, Dong Chan spoke up. "All right, try saying that again." His face was filled with rage, his eyes full of killing intent. Dong Chan's voice seemed to only be heard by Run Sung, making him flinch slightly. Was this telepathy? Even without speaking, the sound was transmitted. A secret technique from China. So there really is such a technique in China. Thinking that, Run Sung replied, "What did you say?" Zhang Chan coldly stated, "Repeat what you just said." At the same time, Bon was very worried. She could not hear their conversation at all. Jun was still standing behind her. Feeling emotional, this is truly a miraculous technique. The voice directly reaches your ears. This technique felt quite sophisticated. Indeed, the leader of the Red Dragon Society, Jiang Dongchan, was at the top of Shanghai. Not receiving an answer, Dongchan urged him to speak quickly. Run Sung felt a bit helpless hearing this. If he answered unsatisfactorily, would he be reduced to dust? That could very well happen. Those with intent truly have ambitions. Although thinking that, he was not scared. Calmly replying, "I want to answer differently. I have absolutely no interest in what you are offering." Hearing this, Bon looked at him anxiously. "Ron?" Those words, indeed. She had not finished her sentence when Zhang Chan angrily shouted, "That brat." The pressure around him erupted once more. Bon panicked, trying to hold on but could not help but let out a soft groan. In contrast, Run Sung remained very calm, neither flattering nor afraid. Dong Chan squinted at him, thinking to himself, no matter how talented he is, the fact that he was offered to run everything is not a pleasant thing, yet he was rejected. Feeling disrespected. But he endured it to gain something bigger. But why? He thought, then yelled loudly, "Are you useless? How dare you?" At that moment, Run Sung suddenly spoke through sound transmission. "Can you hear me?" he said, pointing to his ear, seemingly signaling something. This action left Dongtran astonished, his eyes wide open. Dun remained unfazed and calmly replied, "Although I do not fully understand the principle, it seems simpler than I thought." Hearing this, Dongchan was once again surprised. Is sound transmission really called simple? However, he suddenly felt a thread transmitting into his ear. He had no idea when it had appeared. Retaining sound in the thread is not difficult. However, transmitting sound through the thread to the other person's ear that quickly is not easy at all. Even someone talented like B is still just in the training phase. Regardless of Zhang Chan's doubts, Run Sung transmitted sound again, because I am used to a similar principle. With that, a ring of energy appeared in his hand. He slowly continued, "It is a technique called Parasite B. I applied it, and indeed it works." Dongchan stared blankly at what was in Run Sung's hand. Speechless, Run Sung continued his explanation. "As a Jun, I tell you this. However, the one who threatened me first was the leader of the Jiang. Besides, if you were threatened, you would also take action at any time." Hearing this, Zhang Chan's brows furrowed tightly. The atmosphere quickly fell into silence. At this moment, Zhang Chan could not help but feel impressed. Truly strong. Secondly, the experience and talent to grasp the principle in such a short time. In this situation, I must focus on the technique first. After a long silence, he finally spoke. "I guess I have to stop being proud of my skills and show everything I have. You really do not know your place. You fit better as a martial artist than a hunter." Dun heard this and snorted, sounding like it was not a compliment, because he also had his reasons to refuse the offer. What he said was not a compliment. Zhang Chan confusedly asked back, "What does that mean?" Zhang Sung slowly explained, "It is nothing. Just that it is hard for you to understand. So I won't elaborate further." Unconsciously snorting, Dongchan coldly replied, If there is nothing to say, then there is only one thing left to do." As soon as he finished speaking, he gathered energy into his leg and stomped down, the ground cracking again. He coldly opened his mouth. "Since we are both confident in each other's abilities, you know what needs to be done, right?" Jun Sung understood what this meant, but he shook his head in refusal. "I refuse to fight." Zhang Chan was slightly taken aback, questioning, "Are you scared?" "It is not like someone will die," Zhang Sung slowly replied. "If I will have to kill." Zhang Chan was immediately startled. What does this mean? Jun Sung also did not know how to respond. He could not talk about the automatic hunting system. He sighed helplessly and said, "What should we do?" It is hard to explain to him. After hesitating for a long while, Jung Sung slowly said, "Just like the earlier secret communication. If the fighting continues, I will learn all your techniques." "Leader," he said if Trong Tron did not mind him using all the techniques of the Red Dragon Society outside, He would be very welcome. Saying that, he raised his eyebrows and asked him, "Do you want to give it a try?" The atmosphere felt much tenser now. The two were now in a standoff. Bon looked at his actions with a hint of disbelief in his eyes. Even Dongchan was equally surprised. Did he dare to provoke him? With that thought, he lowered himself mentally and prepared for battle. But at that moment, the ground suddenly shook, startling everyone. Jun Sung felt this too. He widened his eyes in shock. Both of them looked outside, but Run Sung acted faster and quickly ran away. Bon was also very panicked upon seeing this. What was happening? At the same time, Jun Sung had run to the window, but in front of him now was a crack. He gasped in shock as he shouted about the crack appearing. At the same time, outside the city, monsters emerging from the crack began attacking people. People were so terrified that they had to flee. The beast chasing them was the Black Hand Saint. Just then, a sudden scream made them look back, only to see someone rushing from afar. He was armed, charging straight toward the Black Hand Saint. Without hesitation, the man plunged his weapon into its head. His arm trembled continuously, and the weapon in his hand was bent. Seeing him, the ordinary people immediately felt joy. It is a hunter. He is alive. He is alive now. At this moment, the Black Hand Saint was also glaring at the newcomer. The one coming was a member of the dragon-slaying team. He looked at his weapon, his expression somewhat grim. Too weak. It was indeed a shoddy weapon. At the same time, another person ran over and shouted, "It is very dangerous here. Everyone get away." Quickly, the ordinary people left, leaving only 2 members of the dragon-slaying team. The newcomer glanced at his companion and said, "Damn it. It is supposed to be a holiday. Why did the Black Hand Saint suddenly appear? Is it a level 7 beast?" At this moment, the Black Hand Saint bared its fangs and claws at the two. The faces of the dragon-slaying team members immediately turned grim, which only raised questions about what the checkpoint personnel were doing. The person next to him sighed and said, "It suddenly erupted, so it must have been unexpected." Just when the sky was clear, a storm suddenly roared, and the whole city is in chaos. "How's our emergency communication going?" The other person shook their head and replied, "The Dragon Clan has given no directives at all, only announcing at the assembly point, and this side has not responded to communications." Hearing this, the guy in the blue shirt could only helplessly speak up. "Even if we say these words, it won't help. For now, surviving is the most important thing, because right in front of them is a level 7 monster." But even knowing it is difficult, the two of them still took an attacking stance. At the same time, the black-handed holy beast opened its mouth wide towards them, with no other choice. The two had to charge forward. On the other side, in the territory of the Red Dragon Society, Jun Sung and Bon had now donned armor. Jun Sung walked out and asked, "What is the situation like now?" Bon replied seriously, "It is serious. The whole city is in chaos, and information is still restricted in other areas." Damak nodded, and Run Sung looked at her and said, "Oh." Bon's footsteps immediately halted, waiting for him to continue. After a moment of hesitation, Jun spoke, "I have something I need your help with." "You want her to help bring Sir-ku, who is in the hospital, here. The whole city is in chaos because the crack appeared without warning, and since Bon is skilled at driving, she can quickly pick up your secretary." After hearing this, Bon frowned and asked, "Aren't I supposed to hunt the monster that escaped from the crack with you?" With a slight chuckle, Run Sung jokingly said, "So do not come back too late." Bon frowned slightly. "What do you mean by that?" Jung Sung slowly explained. "Right now, dealing with the monster hunt is more urgent, so I asked for your help." Hearing this, Bon felt even more awkward. Picking someone up is even more urgent than hunting monsters. Are you kidding? She did not dare to decide, glancing back for instructions. But Zhongchan hesitated for a long time before nodding. "Just do what he asked." Bon looked at him in shock, but he calmly said, "I am sure you are about to show me something." Saying that, Dong turned to Bon and spoke up. "This monster only needs the Red Dragon Society and the manager to handle it." Bon had no choice but to nod in acceptance. "I understand, Father." She then stepped into the vehicle. She shot a meaningful glance at Run Sung, who met her gaze and nodded playfully. Seeing him so confident, Bon tightened her grip on the steering wheel and accelerated away. The car sped ahead, leaving Jun Sung and Zhong Chan behind. At this point, Jun Sung finally spoke up, "Then I will jump into action too." Dong Chan nodded indifferently. "All right. I understand. I do not know what you plan to show me, but let us see your abilities." He chuckled softly, and Run Sung casually replied, "I do not know if you will be satisfied, but I will do my best as a hunter." "Excuse me." As soon as he finished speaking, his figure vanished. Zhong Chan stood there silently. Could he really be dissatisfied? In the end, he remained a mystery. Meanwhile, Run Sung, after saying goodbye, hurried off. A moment later, he tried to connect the communication device in his battle suit and called Sioku. Fortunately, it was successful. As soon as she answered, she asked anxiously, "Where are you right now?" The crack that had not been predicted had just happened, and before she could finish her sentence, Runsung interrupted her. I know. I am running into the crack now. Coke nodded in understanding upon hearing that. Junsung continued. I need to ask you something. Do you have the hotline number for the control center? The hotline that every hunter can contact in an emergency. Ku hesitated for a long time before answering. That does not exist. And Jun is not too surprised. You can expect that to be there in a place where hunters compete against each other. Just then, Su questioned again. But why are you asking that? Runsung frowned, wanting to answer. However, he spotted the Black Saint Beast ahead, which was only lightly injured and still alive. In contrast, the members of the Long Bang were quite badly injured, their weapons completely damaged. Indeed, you can't use poorly crafted weapons. Just then, one of them suddenly shouted, Wait! That! They looked into the distance and saw Junsung rushing towards them. Without hesitation, he ran towards the Black Saint Beast. Upon seeing Junsung, it opened its large mouth, wanting to bite him immediately. However, Junsung was not afraid. He calmly drew his weapon, a sword attached to his wrist. Runsung channeled energy into the sword, his eyes incredibly determined. He firmly held the sword, swiftly slicing through the Black Saint Beast. Fresh blood began to pour out like rain, while Runsung remained unharmed. The two members of the Long Bang were stunned by this scene. This technique is too unbelievable. This is the legendary technique. Meanwhile, Runsung did not care what they thought, landing on the ground, and the body of the Black Saint Beast fell at his feet. The two members of the Long Bang watched him from a distance, filled with admiration. Runsung is just too strong. They recognized him as the one who hunted one of the four beasts, truly living up to his reputation. At the same time, Juning and Siku's communication was still ongoing. Ko noticed he had not replied for a while and asked curiously, What is going on? He shook his head slightly, smiling as he replied, It is nothing major. Compared to that, I have a directive for you. Shortly after, Junsung began to relay his directive to Stu Cave on the other end. A moment later, Junsung requested, That is it. Just know that Saxki expressed some dissatisfaction. Scolding. Where did this unreasonable thing come from? Wait a minute. However, Runsung did not listen, directly disconnecting the call. Then glanced back at the two behind him, meeting his gaze. The two members of the Long Bang immediately flinched in fear. The two quickly exchanged glances, as if to ask what to do now. After a moment of hesitation, they concluded they needed to leave. If they wanted to hunt the beasts coming from all over, they had to split up. With that thought, one of them waved goodbye. Hey, thanks for saving us. We are leaving now. However, Runsung on the opposite side did not respond, leaving the two confused. They thought it was because he did not understand Chinese. But at that moment, Runsung suddenly took a step forward. This sudden move startled the two in front of him. They gasped. Hey, what are you doing? Dunsung did not care, continuing to rush forward. The two members of the Daiba Long Bang were completely bewildered, unsure of what he was planning. Meanwhile, Bon's car was moving down the road. According to Junsung, Bon had picked Su up with him. Ku sat in the passenger seat, extremely dissatisfied, continuously grumbling, unable to comprehend. Bon heard this and glanced at her. Su was still complaining. He said to get in the car with Captain Jiang Bon, and immediately go to the location where I signaled. So what? Why do you have to go to where Junsung is, in this emergency situation? You need someone strong like Bayan more than someone weak and useless like Soku. As soon as he finished speaking, Bon suddenly turned the steering wheel, startling Xku, leaving her speechless. The car executed a beautiful drift on the road. At that moment, Bon pressed the gas again, speeding down the empty road. Inside the car, Ska felt scared by Bon's driving. Bon glanced at her, raising an eyebrow and asking, So what? Kay looked at her cold expression and quickly shook her head. Nothing. I won't say anything more. You should just keep quiet. This guy really can't joke around while driving. Bon shot a glance at her, coldly saying, All the roads leading to the city are blocked, since everyone was busy fleeing. The road to the city center, where Ozone had signaled, was still clear. Even if they contacted the central control room, the information network was completely paralyzed. Kaku-cc sighed, realizing the chaos in the city would only worsen. Monsters appearing from cracks were completely unprecedented. If there was a hotline among the hunters, it would not be this chaotic now. Still, why did Jung call Su? All she could do was translate. While she was thinking, Bon suddenly shouted. The Kukar jerked and turned to ask, What is wrong? But as soon as she finished speaking, she saw something ahead and gasped. What surprised them was a mountain of corpses of dark-skinned saints, fresh blood staining the road. After a moment of shock, Xpuku exclaimed, That is from the Oksung Sao. Bon also gasped in shock. Indeed very astonishing. Shortly after, Bon drove the car to the base of the building. They were walking while observing their surroundings. Feeling emotional, They had hunted so many monsters in such a short time. At this moment, Sue took out her phone to prepare to contact Jun. He texted her to enter the hotel in front. At the same time, on the hotel rooftop, a figure was standing alone there. A moment later, the two Bon climbed up to this place. The moment she stepped in, Siku was taken aback as she saw Jun standing tall on the terrace's railing. He did not turn around. Casually speaking, "You are here?" Sue quietly questioned. "What are you doing? You called me here without giving any reason." At this moment, Run turned to look at the two. A trace of blood appearing at the corner of his mouth. Q gasped. "Wait. Why do you look like that? What happened?" Jun Sung did not answer. Just raised his hand signaling her to stop. He spoke in a low voice. "It is nothing. I have memorized the city's layout now." Upon hearing this, Kay frowned. "The layout of the city? Why is that?" But this is not the time to ask that. Asking would just waste time. Thinking for a moment, she immediately said, "I understand. So what should I do?" Seeing her cooperate, Running Sung smiled with satisfaction. Then suggested, "First, take this." "I can't." Confused, "What is it?" Jun Sung did not say much. He just reached out and took her hand. Instantly, a stream of energy flowed from his hand to hers. Elash. That energy turned into tiny threads spreading everywhere. Sek frowned slightly, realizing it was an aura thread. It could connect to anywhere regardless of where it went. At this moment, there were more than 20 threads, meaning it was connected to 20 districts. Bon seemed to realize something, exclaiming, "Oh, Run, if I am not mistaken." Before she could finish speaking, Jun spoke up first. "That is right. This is what I created using the sound transmission technique your father used." Bon's eyes widened in astonishment. "Sound transmission?" Kag hesitated, mumbling, "So this is indeed Jun Sung knowing what you were about to say." Speaking nonchalantly, "I have connected with all the hunters I have met in the city. Now you hold the link created by the aura thread." Hearing this, Sue was stunned. A mass sound transmission linking over 20 people. What absurdity is this? Even Bon thought it was impossible. What kind of terrifying technique is this? While the two were still in shock, Run Sung continued, "I am not telling you to fight. You can contact other hunters through the aura thread, receive situation reports, make judgments, and give commands. Perhaps this temporary hotline means that copy will become the control center. If you represent T, you must accept to follow all controls. Talking is not a difficult skill." Jun Sung told Sek to go ahead. She awkwardly asked, "But what should I say?" ZMMC shook his head. Run Sung calmly reassured her, "Don't worry about that. I will tell you the command rules. It is not hard. You will get used to it." The more she heard, the more frightened her expression became. Telling her to command all the hunters in Shanghai. Can it really be like that? Why does this person want her to do that? Jun Sung did not ask Sue for her opinion, calmly explaining what she needed to pay attention to. After a while, you raised an eyebrow and asked, "Do you get the gist? Then now you will tell her how to command." At the same time, on another side of Shanghai, the Black Beast was still madly attacking the city. The hunters from the Dragon Clan were trying to fight it off. The leader of the hunters here was a middle-aged man, his expression somewhat grim. In front of them, there was not just one beast but many. Seeing the scene, someone panicked and shouted, "There are too many monsters. We need to retreat first." However, the man scoffed and said, "Ridiculous. If we lose this place, everyone's refuge will be exposed." As soon as he said this, the person hesitated, wanting to advise him. But the man firmly shouted, "Reinforcements will arrive soon. I will stake my honor as the leader of the Long Dragon Gang and fight to the death here." Got it. At that moment, the Black Cloak Saint was slowly moving towards them. The leading man could not help but frown and curse inwardly. They were indeed short on manpower, needing to survive until the reinforcements arrived. He had heard such thoughts conveyed. However, one thing puzzled him, although managed by tens. It was the voice of a young girl. This was quite confusing, with no other choice. They had to hold their ground here, not just because of the conveyed words, but also for the honor of the Long Dragon Gang. At that moment, the man suddenly saw something. A brilliant flame suddenly appeared on the head of a black-cloaked saint, and in an instant, the fire engulfed its body. The burning pain caused it to scream in agony. Seeing this, the leader of the Long Dragon Gang panicked. While he was bewildered, a voice suddenly rang out from behind. It truly was a tough battle. The man immediately turned to look back, and saw someone approaching. There were a few others behind him wearing the armor of the Red Dragon Association. The leader spoke sternly. "The hunter from the Red Dragon Association has come to assist the Long Dragon Gang." Following the directive of the vice president, hearing the name Red Dragon Association, the leader of the Long Dragon Gang was taken aback. He never dreamed that the Red Dragon Association would come to help, but Bongdi did not care what they thought. He charged forward. The blade in his hand stabbed straight into the body of the black-cloaked saint. At the same time, each strike also carried flames, and in an instant, The body of the black-cloaked saint was engulfed in fire again. Seeing Bongdi's attacking momentum, the leader of the Long Dragon gang smiled. Immediately after, he looked at his men and shouted, "What are you all doing? Letting the Red Dragon Association take all the credit. Hurry up and clean up." These words fell into Bongdi's ears, causing him to glance over involuntarily. The other man did not back down, raising an eyebrow to return his gaze. This was the first time the two strongest associations in Shanghai were hunting together. All thanks to their shared excitement. But no matter what, defeating the black-cloaked saint was the most important thing. At this moment, the black-cloaked saint opened its large mouth to attack them. By this time, they were no longer afraid and began to attack with all their might. Today, Shanghai was experiencing a situation unprecedented in history. An information relay system spread everywhere, helping hunters in the city gather and work together to eliminate the monsters. The one responsible for transmitting the news was Sek Kill. Even she feels this is amazing. The chaos in the city has been resolved in an instant. At the same time, Junsung is sprinting towards the monster's appearance. While running, he is still receiving reports from Soku. He nods in satisfaction. Good. The most dangerous area has been secured. XBK immediately responds from the other side. Yep. We can breathe easy for now. She did not expect it to be resolved so quickly. Earlier, Jun had pulled out a map and taught her how to command. Shanghai is divided into a total of 15 zones. The central rift area is 1, and the emergency situations are numbered from 1 to 15. From now on, if any area reaches emergency status, send elite hunter teams there. That way, we can save civilians who can't escape and hunt the monsters. Exuku closely examines the points on the map, remaining silent for a long time. Seeing her unusual expression, Runsung asks suspiciously, "What is wrong?" Exbuq thinks for a long time before daring to ask if he really just thought of this method. As soon as the rift opened, she chuckles softly, and Runsung calmly replies, "How could it be? I applied the hard operation method I learned in Korea. Although you operate solo, you were once part of a hunting team." Back to reality. Kikulsiku. After finishing the report, questions suspiciously. But where is he going now? Junsung does not answer. He just smiles and says, "We are here." Tsukusuke is somewhat confused, and Runsung does not say anything more, because in front of him now is the rift. Below, the black-clad holy guardians are moving continuously, searching for targets to attack, and their numbers are astonishing. Runsung looks at them indifferently, a smile of excitement on his face. "Great. We have reached the central rift area." Hearing this, Skapste can't believe it and exclaims, "Wait! The center of the rift. You are going there alone." Runsung casually responds with acknowledging it. In the center of the rift, countless monsters are present, and there is also a commander tightly wrapped around a building near the rift. Tsukuka knows it will be dangerous. Worriedly exclaims, "Are you crazy? Hundreds of monsters are there. And you are going alone." Junsung hears this but does not explain. He just states calmly, "We are about to enter Phase 3. The rift progression without a warning." Skapsike is left stunned after hearing this. Junsung continues to explain. Phase 1 is monster invasion. Phase 2 is to slow down the monster's attack. And Phase 3 is when the monsters invade again and pressure Phase 2. Although we can still hold on for now, we won't survive Phase 3. You need to go to buy time. Right. Kuxi's face darkens after hearing this. Runsung continues nonchalantly. "If we have time, we will attack the center. You say you know the whole situation. But what if Phase 3 starts now?" But Runsung facing hundreds of monsters alone still feels off. Moreover, there is the difficult-to-handle leader. Although very worried, grits her teeth and says, "I understand." Runsung chuckled softly and replied, "Let us get started." But at that moment, Xki suddenly called out in a serious tone. Make Junsung a bit confused. After hesitating for a long time, she finally said seriously, "Don't recklessly throw your life away." Junsung was a bit surprised by her words, but he quickly smiled and replied, "You are quite kind." With that, their conversation was cut off. Junsung began to move, thinking to himself, "Isn't Sievku adorable?" But putting that aside, he had things to do. Now was the time to hunt. With that thought, Runsung jumped off the building. The two black-clad holy guardians opened their mouths to bite at him. But at that moment, two sharp swords appeared in his hands. Without hesitation, Runsung slashed down, decapitating the two black-clad guardians. Satisfied, he smiled but did not rest for a moment, continuing to rush towards his next target. A little while later, a helicopter appeared in the sky over Shanghai. Just then, the helicopter doors swung open. Inside, a group of people appeared, clad in armor. Likely hunters, the leader spoke in a low voice, saying they had arrived here in just 2 hours through emergency transport, and could get here so quickly. Not sure if it was rude to say, but the city center seems to have suffered less damage than I thought. This man is Hekagen, top 10 of the Chinese hunter rankings. Hearing this, the person beside him could not help but ask in surprise. Really? DC nodded casually. That is right. I do not know how it happened. But they should have been injured for not being prepared. If we are talking about luck, then yes, they really are lucky. Even so, he thought that the Shanghai hunters were more capable than he expected. Just look down directly and you will see. With that thought, he turned to the person beside him and asked, "Besides me, the others in the top 10 must be here too, right?" The person beside him quickly replied, "Yep. 3 people have arrived now. But it seems that getting to the center of the rift will take some time." Just as he was finishing, Defian nodded in understanding. It was indeed so. He then ordered his team to form a strike team and seal the rift. It sounded noble. But Defian just wanted to monopolize the results. Immediately after, he shouted loudly, "All right. Let us infiltrate the center of the rift now." Done. As soon as he finished speaking, Defian stepped outside. Without hesitation, he leaned and jumped down. Defian's teammates quickly followed suit. A little while later, they finally landed. Defian glanced around to count the people. Tulong nodded. "Okay, everyone is here. The monsters will soon swarm the central area." He warned everyone to stay alert. After that, they moved inside. Defian thought that no matter what kind of monster appeared, they would not be his opponent. But just then, the person in front suddenly stopped. Defian furrowed his brow in confusion, wondering what was going on. But before he could get an answer, his eyes widened in shock because right in front of them was the piled-up corpse of the black-clad saint. Everyone's face instantly turned pale, and could not believe it as he shouted, "Is this the corpse of a beast? Moreover, it is not even intact. Body parts are scattered everywhere." The members of Yi's team quickly went to inspect, their eyes filled with disbelief. The dead black-clad saints are here. How could this happen? It is no surprise they were shocked. The scene here was truly indescribably tragic. The group of dead black-clad saints is right here. How could this happen? They were understandably astonished, as the situation here was truly horrific. At this moment, everyone looked up at the crack in the sky, feeling an eerie stillness. No more beasts appeared, but did not think this was a good sign. He thought for a moment and suddenly said, "What if the 4 hung beasts have emerged and eaten the small beasts?" As soon as he said this, the people behind him immediately panicked, while smiled excitedly. "Great. This is interesting." As soon as he finished speaking, he drew the sword from his back. This is the Ziha sword, forged from volcanic lava. Seeing it, those around him began to lament, while smirked. If the opponent was the 4 hung, he had to use this. He could not let anyone else take the advantage. He did not know where it was hiding, but he believed it would not be able to escape his sword. At that moment, suddenly a disturbance appeared behind the head of the black-clad saint. With a loud bang, it suddenly exploded. Within the dust and fog, a figure emerged, and immediately thought it was a beast. And without hesitation, he charged forward with his sword. His gaze was incredibly determined. He had to take it down at all costs. Quickly, he swung his sword at the thing that had just appeared. However, the shadow seemed to have dodged, then disappeared without a trace. And was stunned by this sight. How could it avoid him? When he looked closely, it was a person, not a beast, and frowned in silence. Realizing it could evade the strike of the Ziha sword. Who is this person? The one in front of him was undoubtedly Jung Sung, who had arrived at the center of the crack since it first appeared, and could tell from Jung Sung's appearance that he was not an ordinary person. He asked in a deep voice, "Which organization are you from? What is going on here?" Unfortunately, Jung Sung did not understand a word, lost in translation. Thinking about what to do, since he could not speak, he resorted to body language. He pointed into the distance and then pointed up at the crack. The members of Diveng immediately froze, and thought that Jung Sung was telling him to hurry and grab the shield and go up. Indeed, those guys thought the same. The bald guy angrily yelled, "What the hell are you pointing at, punk?" Dexian gestured for him to be quiet, then looked at Sung and introduced himself. "Helping in from Ho-san. You know my name, right?" He thought Jun Sung seemed like a capable person. If you help them seal the rift, that would be great. If you cooperate with him, he will share some loot with you. Dexian was very confident about his proposal. Hunting with the top 10 would be amazing for those nameless hunters. However, Run Sung did not respond at all, quickly turning to leave. His action angered the others. The bald guy shouted threateningly, "Hey, are you ignoring us?" Hearing this, Run Sung immediately turned back and glared at them. That gaze was terrifying, causing him to panic. At that moment, Run Sung seemed to enunciate each word distinctly. "I have something to do above." As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished before their eyes. Dexian's group did not understand what Run Sung said, but they knew he just spoke in Korean and wanted to capture him. Dexian shook his head and refused. "No need. Sealing the rift is more urgent." He said this because he knew who Jun Sung was, the one who hunted together that time, and had the audacity to look down on the top 10 after killing all the monsters that crawled out of the rift. Helping Y would be something to deal with. Soon after, they entered the rift. However, As soon as they stepped in, they were wide-eyed, because inside was also filled with the corpses of the black beast. The bald guy saw the scene and could not help but exclaim, "Oh my! The monsters inside the rift have been wiped out too." Dixie and only then understood Jung Sung's words. "You are telling them to finish up and go back. There is nothing left up there." Thinking of this possibility, he could not believe it. Mumbling, "Did that guy take them all down by himself?" 4 days after the crisis in Shanghai, an unpredicted rift appeared in the heart of the city of 20 million people. The tragedy from this disaster also affected the whole world. Meanwhile, according to Ten's statement, Jun played a significant role in this incident, but the exact details have not yet been verified. The special envoy will soon report in detail about his activities. Jun Sung was sitting on the stairs resting when suddenly someone approached, startling him. It turned out to be Sue. She walked over and whispered, "It is." Jun Sung glanced at her, sighed, and said, "Isn't the break time still on?" The place where Jun Sung was now was a ruined area of Shanghai, where many workers were cleaning up. These workers were busy when they suddenly encountered a strange sight. Surprisingly, Jun Sung was carrying stones to help them. He did not care about the gazes of others. Placing a large stone in the empty lot, Jun Sung glanced at Sioku beside him and asked seriously, "So we just need to clean up these debris?" Sioku nodded slightly.
Yep.
After receiving the answer, Jun Sung lifted his foot to leave. Assistant K was also following closely beside him. Seeing him work, the workers began to whisper among themselves. They did not understand why a hunter like him would come here. At that moment, Siokai, walking behind Jun Sung, suddenly called out,
"Hey.
"Why are you here at the northern site?" Jung Sung frowned slightly and asked in return, "Why would I be there?" Damak nodded, and Sioka voiced her confusion. Clearly, when hunters needed urgent solutions, they would help the northern area. But it was still Shanghai. After all, hearing this, Jung Sung suddenly fell silent. Not seeing him respond, Kuyu continued, "There is no need to do things like this here. There is no TV camera, and no one even knows about it. It would even be considered weird." Just as she said, the workers watched the backs of the two, feeling quite useless. Because in their eyes, hunters could not do such things. But Jun Sung nonchalantly replied, "I do not care how they look at me." This statement surprised Siokaio. He slowly explained, "Isn't it the style here to do what you want without caring about others' opinions? You have said it many times. This is just what I want to do. It is better to move and train a bit than to lie in a hospital bed." Hearing this, Sioka hesitated for a long time before finally speaking. However, there was no one else around him now.
Yet,
she stopped mid-sentence, feeling that saying so would be pointless. Jun Sung did not care about her words and just did as he pleased. He lifted a large stone again, and then began to clean up the rubble under the doubtful gazes of the workers. After the official statement from the name, rumors spread throughout Shanghai about how Jun Sung in the area around the Rift Center displayed extraordinary sound transmission techniques to all the hunters. Through that technique, he commanded the hunters to rescue the people and fend off the monsters. But hunting all the monsters in the central rift area alone was an unfounded act. In the dramatic scene, everyone was confused. Jun Sung had gathered the hunters through a mysterious technique, and was the one who achieved the greatest feat in preventing the tragedy. However, Jun did not care much about these things. Although he said that, he was extremely miserable by claiming he was only a supporting role from the start. And no one sought him out. To be honest, thanks to Jun Sung, casualties were minimized. Yet now, there was no one next to him except Ku Kao. Because you are a foreigner, Siku feels that Tens is extremely negligent about this. Even she, living anonymously and dying unknown, has a different feeling. Not only did you directly reduce casualties for Shanghai, but now you are also helping to clean up the aftermath. Meanwhile, Jun is still tidying up when he suddenly feels that the Kukar is watching him. So he turns his head to look at her. Kai hesitated for a long time before speaking. "I will request full compensation for you. I will gather all the evidence from the black box of the surveillance camera and fight for your rights." Jun casually nodded in response. "Okay, I trust her." It seemed like that was it. But Q suddenly suggested that she would help him too. This made Jun Sung confused. "What does that mean?" Charlie said. "Well, I have nothing to do anyway. And I am a hunter too. Let us do it together, boss." Jun Sung looked at her in bewilderment. But he quickly could not help but chuckle. Kao immediately questioned him. "Why are you laughing?" Run Sung scratched his nose and pouted, saying, "You have such a serious face. Calling me boss again." Immediately, Q became furious, her eyes red as she glared at him. Jung Sung sensed her anger and turned away. "Have you seen this bomb?" But who said this girl, who always values her pride, would suddenly say such things? At this moment, footsteps suddenly appeared from behind. Both Jun Sung looked over and saw Bon leading someone over. Jun Sung waved and greeted. "Why are you here?" Bon did not respond. She suddenly clasped her hands in a salute. The members of the Red Dragon Society behind her did the same, bowing to Jun Sung and shouting in unison. Greetings. Hero Junsung. He looked at them in confusion, awkwardly speaking up. Why are you greeting me like this? Why suddenly? Bon respectfully explained. The hero has granted us a great favor in Shanghai. Hearing this, Runsung felt even more awkward, scratching his head and asking, is there a new crack in this matter? Bon gently shook her head, replying, the leader ordered us to come help the hero. Junsung was surprised. Dongchan asked them to help. Normally, the hunters of the Red Dragon Society would not do these things. But seeing Runsung like this, they could not just sit still. Although it was by the leader's order, many volunteered to come here. News of Runsung helping with the reconstruction had spread throughout Shanghai. Soon after, the members of the dragon-slaying gang also came to lend a hand. Not only them, but other hunters also came to help. They kept cleaning up until 2 hunters lifted a rock and discovered something. They immediately shouted, there are people here. A woman and a child trapped underground. They quickly rescued the survivors from under the rock. Luckily, they were still alive. It truly was a miracle. Because of this, everyone was very happy, doing good deeds while saving people. Who would not be happy? At this moment, B walked over to Runsung and said, I think you were very disappointed when you came here. But still, if you earn respect, everyone will follow. This is also an unspoken rule here. She then suggested, so I will check out another area. Dunsung nodded slightly and replied, one person leaves. Another arrives. Behind them, Saku's excited laughter rang out. This is the potential of China. At that moment, she had taken off her outer jacket, her face smeared with dirt, yet a smile remained on her lips. Dundung glanced at her and asked, really? Skxk pouted and said, don't be so serious. Honestly, there is a lot to say even if I think about it. Junsung just chuckled softly in response. Ofika looked up at him, wanting to say something else. She wanted to express that the scene before them was the miracle that Jun had created. The work continued non-stop throughout the night. What should have taken 10 days was completed in just over a day. Truly a miracle. Jun's reputation had reached new heights. A few days later, at the hotel where Junsung was staying, his health had improved significantly, thanks to the help he received to recover. Now he needed to prepare for today's schedule. However, at that moment, there was a knock at the door. Runsung curiously went out, opening the door and asking, who's it? Upon seeing the person outside, Runsung's eyes widened in surprise. The other person smiled and said, nice to meet you. Junior, I am Lahimi. This person was the 4th individual, the head of the Wim group, and also the one who had attacked Run. Junsung stared at him, his expression wary. Himinin then smiled and said, actually, I have a few things to discuss with you. You have put on an excellent performance in Shanghai. Dunexdung frowned slightly in confusion, wanting to say something. Himin nodded and replied, by today, you are about to break into the top 10. Congratulations, Junior. Hearing this, Runsung was even more confused. Into the top 10. While he was still doubtful, Himinin suggested they talk for a bit. Junsung felt indifferent and nodded. But at that moment, another hand suddenly blocked the door. Runsung looked up at the newcomer. The person was Gipin, glaring at him. Junsung would not back down either. Is this guy crazy? Why is he blocking someone else's door? Seeing his attitude, Gipin scoffed coldly and scolded. As expected, you are still just as arrogant as before. You dare to speak like that to Senior Lei Himin, but after 6 more days, he would not let you continue this arrogance. The more Junsung listened, the more confused he became, raising an eyebrow to ask, who are you? Anyway, your words startled Jipin. Dunsung did not care, potting as he continued, stop pretending to know each other. Where exactly have we met before? Dihin was angered by his words, gritting his teeth and cursing. This brat. Do you dare to look down on me? Without waiting for Jipin to explode with anger, Runsung unleashed a surge of energy in his hand, and without hesitation, he punched toward Gipin. He was caught off guard and took the hit. After that, Runsung slammed the door shut, and regaining his composure, began to pound on the door, shouting loudly for it to be opened. Hearing this, Rundung sighed, somewhat speechless. Which hospital let this guy out? Just then, a sudden sound behind him startled him. He is more hot-headed than I thought. Dusung glanced back and saw Ho Min casually speaking from the bench. Great. Anyway, 6 days. We won't need to talk. The Ding Dung looked at him in shock. When was that? He clearly shut the door properly when he went out. He was still confused when strange black smoke appeared in the room. Runsung covered his nose, wondering why it smelled burnt inside. But quickly, he realized something, raising an eyebrow and muttering, it is Matt. Haimin was a bit surprised and then praised him. Not bad, seeing my abilities. But you remain unfazed. Still very cold. I am indeed a sorcerer. When Junsung heard the term sorcerer, he frowned and fell silent. Inside the body of the sorcerer operates using Oka in a way similar to a skill tool, Using sorcerers as fuel and operating machinery is called the system of magic. Therefore, magic differs from technology as it can surpass physical phenomena and use mystical power. However, very few people can wield magic. Himmin is one of them. At this moment, Himnin spoke up again. Just as you think. This smell is the source that activates the magic. To be precise, it is the oil residue. Hearing this, Runsung was even more surprised. Does he really read my thoughts? Thinking that, he questioned skeptically, is this a type of ancient magic? With a slight chuckle, Min replied casually, this is just an inductive thought. Although you seem indifferent now, your breathing has already become strained. Next, your pupils will constrict a bit. Junsung's body was sending him many signals. From his pupils to his complexion, lips, and limbs, they all indicated that he was very tense. Reading a person's thoughts is not difficult at all. Right now, Runsung is in the state that Min described, with two types of thoughts in his mind. First, did breaking the hotel security disturb the security or the guards? Second, did Hin really enter here before him? Junsung did not reply, listening as he continued. I entered before you closed the door. Or did I use magic to deceive your vision and step in for a moment? Right. The more Junsung listened, the darker his expression became. Hin continued to smile, saying, humans are so simple. If you give me an advantage, I might just take it. Reading someone's thoughts is a necessary method for sorcerers like me to survive. Jusung, who had been silent until now, finally spoke up. You are quite the talker. Himhen was a bit surprised, but quickly regained her composure and replied with a smile. That is right. It has been a while since I have hit an interesting topic. But earlier, when you mentioned the top 10, your reaction was completely uninteresting. He chuckled coldly, raising an eyebrow and asking, so how should I have reacted? Himmin spoke in a serious tone. Hearing that, do not you feel honored? Not all. Junsung immediately denied it, unable to believe anything right away. Even if it were true, changing members in just one day was very unlikely. Himmin frowned at him and spoke in a low voice. You underestimate the reputation of the top 10. Runsung calmly replied because it deserved that thought. Himmin slowly explained that if he took down one of the four hung, he would already be qualified. You are the only foreigner invited from everywhere. That is why I treated you casually. But now, that is not the case. Now Junsung has become a hero of Shanghai. Hearing this, Junsung could not help but be surprised and asked back, a hero? Damak nodded, and Haimai calmly replied, that is right. A hero. In fact, 6 months ago, I nominated you to a friend of mine outside. He is a junior I have nurtured for a long time. He is also the one I passed on the martial arts of Hosun to. A perfect young hunter to inherit Hosun. And that happened 6 days later. But Junsung turned everything around after only 2 hunting trips, becoming a hero of Shanghai. Junsung was a bit surprised by this. He calmly said, so you came here just to question me about those 2 awkward moments. Him stood up from his chair and coldly said, that is right. Count them. Those precious single gems that I entrusted to you. My prized disciple is being held captive in South Korea. And the potential kid who could inherit Hosun is lost because of you. At least Junsung has obstructed him 3 times already. While he spoke, Junsung quietly observed his surroundings and noticed that the black smoke was increasingly thick. Junsung's eyes instinctively narrowed, and he immediately switched to attack mode. But at that moment, he realized something was wrong with his body. And across from him wore a smug smile, and in an instant, Junsung collapsed to the ground. A look of panic appeared on his face, and his body senses were gone. Himmin squatted down in front of Junsung, coldly saying, are you clear now? You look quite miserable. The senses were disoriented, wanting to move but the body felt sluggish, as if they were completely unrelated. Right. Just after he finished speaking, he snapped his fingers. Immediately, Deexian burst in through the door. Hin grabbed Junsung by the collar. He lifted him up off the ground. Haimin coldly asked, so can we get to the main issue now? The choice. Oh Jun. He wants Junsung to obtain citizenship and join under him. Otherwise, Hin would crush him right now. He told him to choose one of the 2. At that moment, Helpin glared at Jun. Himmin continued. This time you are too excited. You have become a hero of Shanghai. Have not you? Sung did not say anything, just glanced at the 2 of them. Himmin did not care about his expression, continuing to laugh. How can someone who hinders me be in the top 10? It is truly embarrassing. To be honest, right now I just want to eliminate you. As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his hand, and quickly understood and tightened his grip on Junsung's neck. Junsung squinted, sweat forming on his forehead. Himmin was still talking. But it really would be a shame to eliminate a rising star, would not it? He said if you go back to your country and become top 10, it would not matter. The opinions of the top 10 would still be collected, so Himmin will go directly to persuade you. Normally, that would be something the old man would ask of tens. That old man does not care about this at all. He will just toss you aside like an object. Quake's intentions are not known only to Himmin. Saying that, He offered Jun the option to return home to work under me as one of the top 10. While Hyman was talking, he did not notice that Jun had already made a move. His arm was starting to tremble, indicating he was able to move now. Hyman was unaware of this, arrogantly stating that if not, he could be the target for my revenge, obediently bowing down at my feet. Just as he had not finished speaking, a shocking scene unfolded. Jun Sung had somehow freed himself from Geekin's grip, then landed a punch that knocked him to the ground. Jun Sung regained his freedom, distancing himself from him and DC in. Caught off guard by the punch, had blood starting to flow from his nose. He grit his teeth and cursed. "You dare." Just as he finished speaking, In lunged forward to attack. His fist quickly appeared in front of Jun, but Jun Sung was much faster, dodging and then conveniently landing a punch to his stomach. The pain hit immediately, causing him to spit out a mouthful of fresh blood. His body crashing hard into the wall behind him, Jung finally retracted his fist. Hyman stood frozen, watching this scene. After dealing with the small fry, Jun was now preparing to target the old man. Hyman's expression was like stepping in dog poop. Extremely unpleasant. He never expected that Jun would be able to counter his technique. The atmosphere instantly fell silent. No one dared to make a move. Hyman bit his lip in frustration. How did it come to this? Clearly, he had underestimated Jun. And even if he wanted to move, his body would not obey. Could it be that Jun had broken that? If that is the case, Hyman felt he was at a disadvantage. This hotel was now under his control. This room was completely impenetrable, a separate world. But using that much energy would weaken his body's defenses. That is why Hyman brought in along to protect himself. Who would have thought he could be taken down so easily? While the old man was lost in thought, Jun Sung waved at him like a dog. A smirk appeared on his lips, forming a wicked curve. In Jun Sung's eyes right now was a provocative look. Indeed, I saw it and became furious, gritting his teeth, with his energy flaring up in an instant. But Run Sung remained calm, standing there without a hint of fear. At this moment, Imai realized something was off. Thinking it over, it was really strange. Was Jun Sung suggesting that he charge forward? The technique is the choice to use the raw state of the whole body, while the spell only uses part of the raw energy. Raw is different from the body's energy, like a machine needing oil. That is the technique. Therefore, using the technique causes a significant reduction. However, during that reduction time, even when helping in who had collapsed, Run Sung did not charge forward but instead provoked him mine. Thinking of this, he could not help but smile. This was the signal he was sure of. Right now, Jun Sung could not move. Even if he could, he would need time. He believed that Run Sung had not dispelled the spell, and the technique of distracting Hai and messing with his own feelings was his strongest skill. Theoretically, it could be broken if all sensory limits were understood. However, that was just a theory. Jun Sung could never have that capability. Thinking of this, Hin reached into his pocket and pulled out a talisman. He smiled smugly and said, "All right, just as you want. I will make my move." Right. Besides, the image of Hin that Run Sung saw at that moment was an illusion. He could not actually see where Hin was standing. Right after that, Min snapped his fingers, and the talisman instantly caught fire. He thought he had to win quickly. In an instant, a flame suddenly enveloped Hin's body in the room. Then, a celestial titan appeared. Without hesitation, he charged towards Sung. Him laughed triumphantly. It was time to end this. At the same time, the celestial titan threw a punch at Jung Sung. Yet he still stood there, showing no signs of moving. Hamai saw this and felt even more pleased. He had anticipated everything. Could Run Sung even move? While Run was focused ahead, a shadow suddenly appeared behind him. It was the celestial titan. Having approached him without him noticing, mine, whom Jun Sung was seeing right in front of him, and the celestial titan were both closing in. He would not be able to escape. It seemed he would just collapse. But if he looked closely, a glimmer of excitement shone in Run Sung's eyes. In that moment, both approached him, and he smiled. In an instant, Run Sung turned his head to look back. This startled Min to the core. Did he really see his true self? Indeed, Jun Sung was charging toward his true form. The sudden change in situation caught Min off guard. He hurriedly yelled, "Celestial Titan, protect me." Following his shout, the celestial titan quickly appeared in front of him. Unfortunately, Run Sung refused to back down. Min bit his lip in frustration, his face extremely unpleasant. But Jun Sung did not care at all. He swiftly slid past the celestial titan and charged toward mine, delivering a punch to his face. The old man's face was swollen like a pig's head, making him grit his teeth in frustration. How did this guy do that? Run Sung on the opposite side glared at him angrily. Hin's whole body staggered and collapsed to the ground. Run Sung also pulled back his fist at that moment. However, when he looked at his hand, he felt a bit helpless, realizing he was still a little short on power. Just then, Hyman began to stand up. He shouted in anger. Damn it. The old man's expression was extremely ugly. Min gritted his teeth and questioned him. How did you know where I was standing? Answer me. Hearing this, Sung fell silent for a moment. But soon he smirked with satisfaction, going back to the moment before the attack. In that silence, Sung quietly observed Hin and realized that his current appearance was clearly a disguise. Began searching for his true form. If he did not find it, he could not win. He once thought that Himin was outside this room, but quickly dismissed it. Realizing the old man said the person casting the spell was the one giving off the smell. The source of the smell was clearly in this room. Where was Hin hiding his true self in this very room? Thus, Sung decided to try to provoke the opponent to draw his attention. Which was the purpose of his provocation towards Hin. Sure enough, he succeeded. The old man was distracted by his anger. Seizing the opportunity, Sung released a thread of energy. In an instant, the entire room was enveloped by it. Every corner was searched by the aura beams. Even the ceiling was no exception. Until the aura found a shadowy figure of Min hiding in a corner, Sung could not help but smile proudly. Found you. After hearing his method, Hin's expression grew even more serious. He never imagined that Sung's provocation was just to buy time, but rather to find his position. Hin was thoroughly infuriated by Sung. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, unable to hold back a cold laugh. Then directly threw his head back and laughed loudly. Jaime gritted his teeth and said, All right, Junior. You have made me change my mind. You are truly a talented and sharp-minded friend. Hearing this, Sung snorted lightly, coldly replying, I do not care how you judge me. First, you have to take responsibility for this mess. This only made Min angrier. He said in a deep voice, You think I have to take responsibility? Sung glared at him and calmly replied, Of course. If you start a fight, who does not have to pay the price? Hearing this, Hin sneered, I see. I certainly won't forgive those who dare to stand in my way. I have to eliminate you here. As soon as he finished speaking, another talisman appeared in his hand. Sung noticed and became alert. Him squinted at him, coldly saying, I will definitely do that. As soon as he finished speaking, he snapped his fingers, and a flame appeared, quickly igniting the talisman in Min's hand. Sung stood at a distance watching this, but he seemed to realize something. Sure enough, Min's figure vanished in an instant, and when he reappeared, he was in front of Duck In. The old man glanced at Sung and said, I will go ahead. I won't participate in a battle with such low odds. He knew that if he left him behind, it would leave evidence of a struggle with Sung. So he had to take him along to escape. Sung immediately recognized Min's intention and rushed over. Min did not care at all, raising his eyebrows and sneering. Then goodbye. Saying that, he snapped his fingers, preparing to run away. Sung bit his lip fiercely. You have to stop him. Without hesitation, he quickly struck out with a palm. In an instant, the energy-laden strike shot forward. Seeing something rushing towards him, Min immediately panicked. He realized Sung was about to break his balance technique. If that happened, I would definitely be done for. With no other choice, he decided to use the technique to escape alone. Boom. Sung's energy beam crashed into the wall. Sung looked up ahead, Long smiled, left him behind. Then he squinted at the person leaning against the wall. Helpin ultimately became the scapegoat for Hin. At the same time, on the hotel rooftop, Hin had run to this place. His face was extremely grim. He threw his head back and shouted, Gigi? I have left him behind. This damn thing. In an instant, the rooftop echoed with Min's furious screams. Just then, Spruke burst through the door and shouted, Boss, are you okay? Just as she finished speaking, she suddenly froze, because she saw Helpin lying on the ground, while Sung was sitting not far away. Seeing her, he waved and greeted, You are here. Xki stared blankly at the person, stammering, The one passed out next to you is Hakin. Were you ambushed? Sung calmly nodded in acknowledgement. Yep. Hearing this, Xduke immediately got angry. She gritted her teeth and cursed. That bastard. As soon as she finished speaking, she stepped forward to Helpin. She stood there silently looking at him for a long time. But just 3 seconds later, she suddenly smiled. Surprisingly, Siuku directly punched Helpin in the stomach, waking him up from the pain. Sung stood outside, stunned. The fight was not over yet, and she grabbed Helpin's shoulders, starting to scold him, saying that guy had just picked some worthless martial arts from Lai Himin and thought he was invincible. Who do you think you are playing with? Sung watched the scene, feeling a bit speechless. This girl still had a temper like ice cream. Ai Trang's first meeting was always like this. Thinking about it, he glanced at Sioku and asked, Is this guy famous under Lai Himin? Su immediately stopped cursing and then said discontentedly, Everyone knows that the master of the Mao Sen sect is a pompous guy. The attitude of that master is not just annoying. Saying that, she reached out to Helpin, snorting, If you are awake, open your eyes. I will make you unable to open them again right now. Helpin wet his pants. Quickly opened his eyes. Mumbling something. Afraid she would strike again. Runsung reminded. Wait, let him go first. He just fought with me. So his condition is really bad. He can't run. I got. Kay nodded. Her hands also lowering. Helpin's face was now drenched in cold sweat, continuously coughing hoarsely. The two of them stood there watching him. Just when the two thought Helpin would not say anything, he suddenly looked up and spoke in a deep voice. You are the subordinate of the old man Jin Kwai Bei. Right. Truly unfortunate. As soon as those words came out, Skax got heated, gritting her teeth. What? You bastard. But before she could finish, Runsung interrupted. Wait, Xpika was stopped by him. Dissatisfied. What is wrong? Letting this guy live is worse than death. He will become obedient right away. Dunsung calmly spoke up. I am not trying to stop you. I just have something to ask him. Zaxkun raised an eyebrow in surprise. Questioning. You have something to ask. Nivima nodded. Nervously but calmly replied. The 10 side still does not know about my ambush. Right. Of course not. Ku hesitated for a moment, but quickly gathered her resolve and said. Anyway, do not worry. This guy was caught ambushing the boss, so we can demand a significant compensation. However, he shook his head in refusal. That is not necessary. Saying that, he sat down across from him. This action made him a bit confused. After a long pause, Jung said. There is no need to report to the authorities or tens. If we can negotiate with the person involved, is not that enough? Upon hearing this, Jikian was incredulous, and even Sok looked equally surprised. Ignoring their doubts, Runsung continued. Of course. This guy has to meet our needs for it to be feasible. Upon hearing this, Dixian scoffed and asked. What do you want? With a slight smile, Runsung raised an eyebrow and asked. Can you give me the secret techniques of the Huashan sect? The next day, at the territory of the Red Dragon Association, by the crystal clear lake in the garden, Dongchan was leisurely fishing. At that moment, Runsung approached from behind. Dongchan did not turn around but already knew who it was. He casually said, You have arrived. Want to fish with me? Dunsung stood behind without stepping forward, casually replying, Since my father loves fish. My mother taught me not to hold the fishing rod since I was little. Hearing this, Dongcho could not help but smile, raising an eyebrow. He asked, Is that anyway? You look much more decent than before in that outfit. If you keep dressing like that, you will probably be less misunderstood. Runsung looked down at his suit. After a while he spoke up. Is that? Nivima nodded. Dongchan chuckled and said. It must look very attractive. I heard from the manager that you have something you need my help with. Right. Junsung indeed had something to ask. He pulled out his phone for him to see. Then explained. This is a record of the secret techniques of the Huashan sect. I need your help analyzing the terms in this, especially the techniques related to breathing methods. Upon hearing this, Dongchan could not help but raise an eyebrow. Breathing methods. Nivima nodded. Rumsung slowly began to speak. I had a brother who taught me how to control my breathing. He said that when he joined the task force with the Chinese hunters, there was something that left a deep impression. The hunter said that clearly their strength was inferior, yet their skills were incredibly rich and diverse. Normally, if you used basic techniques with such diversity, you would tire quickly. But that person did not, so he concluded that perhaps the Chinese hunters had some training methods that outsiders were not aware of. Speaking of this, Jun sighed and said, When I met the Chinese hunters, I only found one common point among them. Everyone valued breathing. And whenever they breathed like that, the power of their skills increased. If that is the case, is not the breathing technique just a method for cultivating meridians? Hearing your almost accurate speculation, Dongcho could not help but praise you. Indeed, if you can deduce to that extent, you are not just anyone. At this point, he suddenly paused, taking a long time to speak. However, you said that breathing method was obtained from that young brat from the Huashan faction. What was his expression like when you got that? Duan Sung recalled a bit of the situation from that day before he spoke with dissatisfaction. An expression like that means you could learn this, right? Hearing this, Dongchan chuckled coldly. Is that? It really is. What you obtained is the Z-head divine skill of the Huashan faction. In this continent, the breathing method of any faction cannot be compared. It is merely in the books. If you learned that, of course, you would become stronger. The Z-head divine skill is now just a discarded part of the mind technique. Even Master Wan Tong failed in practicing it. If you only analyze the secret techniques, there is no way you could learn it. Moreover, why would Dongtron agree to help Run Sung? Are they that close? Last time you and he almost fought. Jun Sung was not flustered, calmly replying, Even though our relationship is like that, it is not the same as my relationship with the Red Dragon Society. This left Trongtron a bit confused. Jung Sung slowly explained. In the previous battle, I and the Red Dragon Society teamed up. You know how much the Red Dragon Society benefited from that operation. So you and the Red Dragon Society can be seen as having a mutually supportive relationship. Right. This made Dongchan find it somewhat amusing. But Runsung did not care. He bowed his head sincerely and continued, in the future, I also want to be a good teammate of the Red Dragon Society. So Junsung hopes you can help me. Zhongqi narrowed his eyes at him and replied after a while. You are quite good with words. In the end, it turns out we owe you a favor. This is not something a martial artist should say. However, Junsung expressed that he wanted to be a good teammate of the Red Dragon Society, which pleased him greatly. As a hunter, building relationships is also good. Saying that, Dongchan nodded in agreement. All right, I will teach you. Actually, I had prepared in advance since I heard you would be coming here. Hearing this, Runsung looked at him gratefully. But just then, Dongchan suddenly raised an eyebrow and said with a smile, Who said I would teach you directly? While Run was confused, someone approached from behind. Dongchan spoke in a deep voice. Finally, you have arrived. Runsung unexpectedly turned to look back, and at this moment, Dongchan spoke up. Say hello. It is your master. The newcomer was Bon. She looked a bit shy. After a long while, she finally spoke in a low voice. I hope you can help. The Red Dragon Society has a building called the Red Dragon Tower. It was built for the purpose of studying martial arts. This is also where countless martial arts research books from the leaders of the Red Dragon Society have accumulated over hundreds of years. The Zextra Guild is a private place. Only the guild master and heirs are allowed to step inside. But this time there is an exception. Junsung is welcome to the Zextra Guild as a client. He is here to learn about breathing techniques, and Bayan is responsible for translating into Korean for Jun. He stands to the side, observing, and after a while, he can't help but feel emotional. Is it already over? Bon chuckles softly. The content of this material is not very long. First, I will explain what the breathing technique is. In other words, I will give you a brief overview of what inhalation technique means. Disung stands nearby feeling a mix of emotions, experiencing a somewhat awkward vibe in the room. But when it comes to martial arts, that feeling disappears. While he is dazed, Bon speaks. First, there is something I want to tell you. The inhalation technique does not strengthen the veins. Here, practicing the veins is similar to chorea, continuously flowing to increase intensity. After hearing this, Junsung curiously asked, So what role does the breathing technique play? Bon does not answer. Just pulls something out for him to look at. She asks quietly, Do you know what this is? Junsung observes for a moment before responding. This is a pendulum used during the body's practice to release aura. Right. Divri mods, and Bayan slowly replies. That is right. This can only be used during practice. The mechanism of this spinning top requires the body to release some aura. But if it only releases aura, it fundamentally won't be able to move. Saying that, Bon begins to concentrate. After a while, she suddenly smirks, and in an instant, the spinning top starts moving rapidly. Soon after, the thread of the spinning top makes a complete circle, wrapping directly around Bon's hand. Junsung watches this scene, his eyes widening in disbelief. Clearly, he felt an extremely small amount of aura. Can such a single breath cause a collision? Thinking this, Junsung realizes and nods. So that is it. The inhalation technique is a way to train the veins. The operating technique is indeed it. Bon nods and explains. Exactly. You have got the right answer. The inhalation technique can help you maximize the effectiveness of your practice. Junsung says he understands now. Bon hands him a piece of paper and says, Also, this is the translation of the recently completed T-He Divine Art. Please read through it. Junsung takes it, intending to review the T-Hachal Divine Art. But then hears Bon let out a sigh of relief. Junsung glances at her for a moment before looking back at the paper. He stares in disbelief. What is in here is too incredible. The T-He Divine Art. Clearly this is the result of the mental techniques from hundreds of years ago in the history of the Ho-Sen sect. Junsung stammers. This contains all the necessary positions of the veins in the operation of the divine art. But before he could finish, Bon chuckles and says, You are overthinking it. What they call divine art relates to the inhalation technique. Damak nodded, trembling seriously as he spoke. To put it seriously, it is just like the standards of soccer. Additionally, the essence and quantity, the physical and spiritual aspects are not an experiment at all. Bon felt the same way. She calmly spoke up. Originally, that is how it is. All the original secrets in the history of martial arts are like that. All so-called divine arts are written in such metaphorical ways. The methods and details are expressed through a short poem or a song, which one must memorize. All the books in this study are materials about the research of the Red Dragon Divine Art and the Red Dragon Association over the past hundreds of years. In other words, there is a lot of necessary research here. Junsung nodded in response. Indeed, that was the case. Bon continued. Really long. I do not encourage you to practice the Purple River Divine Art. Even if you practice according to the original, it is still extremely dangerous. Hearing this, Jun Sung could not help but frown and asked in doubt, dangerous. Damak nodded. Bon slowly said, that is right. But you have also seen that the training methods here are quite simple. Clearly, if this technique had training methods like those here, it would be easier to discuss. According to records, to practice divine arts, one must find the correct meridian among thousands of meridians in the body. But suppose if Jun Sung mistakenly activates a meridian, even just a little, it could lead to severe spiritual backlash. Upon saying this, Bon reached out and took Jun Sung's hand. She sincerely advised, so let us stop here. It is very dangerous. However, just as she finished speaking, Bon realized she was holding Jun Sung's hand. Her cheeks immediately flushed with embarrassment. Bon quickly let go of his hand. Apologizing. I suddenly grabbed your hand. She did not even know why she did that. Feeling so embarrassed, Jun Sung looked at her expression and could not help but smile. She must be a sensitive person. That is why she felt so embarrassed. No matter what, the body is damaged. But research can end in a day or two. That guy Hyman will definitely not withdraw so easily. To silence Jun, whether at this moment or in the near future, he will surely ambush you again. It is clear that this person's strength now far exceeds yours. So you have no choice but to master your breathing technique. But how to do that? While Jun was hesitating, he suddenly saw something. The automatic hunting system suddenly appeared. Jun Sung could not help but frown. Why is that? His survival instinct here was not threatened at all. Could it be that if he wants to practice divine arts, he needs to press this button? Thinking that, Jun Sung reached out to press the button on the system. Immediately, the system responded to him. As long as he did not give up, he would have to bear all the difficulties and patience. If he could endure it, Jun Sung would be able to possess everything. At that moment, the automatic hunting system turned red. In an instant, Jun's body began to change. Seeing this, Bon was astonished and called out Jun Sung's name, but there was no response, and her expression turned to one of panic. Could it be that Zhang Chan had entered the Red Dragon building? He glanced at Bong Di and asked, did the girl call for me urgently? Bong Di hurriedly replied, yep. Master. Dong Chan frowned slightly, mumbling in confusion. What on earth is happening? With suspicion, he pushed the door open and saw Jun Sung sitting cross-legged on the floor, with Bon standing guard beside him. Dong Cho frowned at her and asked, daughter, what is going on? Bon immediately responded. Suddenly, he started to cultivate the Purple River Divine Technique. Just as you said, Jun Sung is currently surrounded by a layer of energy. Bon spoke up anxiously. He might be going into a trance. Please help him. Hearing this, Dong Chan frowned and scrutinized the situation. Jun Sung's face was now drenched in sweat. After a long moment, Dong Chan suddenly smiled. He scoffed. That arrogant brat. Let him deal with it himself. Bon felt even more anxious upon hearing this. Dong Chan glanced at her and reminded, this is really nonsense. Do not you know? As he spoke, he approached Jun Sung. At this moment, his expression had improved a little, and the surrounding energy was becoming denser. Seeing the scene, Bon exclaimed in amazement. This energy? You have not finished explaining yet. Zhang Chan, standing beside her, explained in a deep voice. Indeed. The legendary technique is the operation of the Purple River Divine Technique. It is recreating a path to fully open the new meridians. Much better than before. That kid is reckless. Hearing this, Bongdi was taken aback. He exclaimed in disbelief. Oh my. All the meridians. Is that even possible? Damak nodded, and Dongchan replied seriously. Of course it is. This is not visible at the moment. Saying this, he could not help but praise. Truly remarkable. After completing the cultivation of the Purple River Divine Technique, we will witness what a new master looks like. He really looks forward to Jun Sung. At this moment, he slowly opened his eyes. The next morning, in the Red Dragon building, Jun Sung had cultivated all night long. The three of them were still observing him. Bon was a bit worried, afraid that something might happen to Jun Sung. Yet, a few minutes later, Dongchan suddenly smiled. Feeling emotional. Finally completed. It seemed that at the same time, energy waves gathered in the air towards Jun. The atmosphere vibrated in an instant, affecting the three of them. Bon frowned slightly, sensing a fragrance in the air. When she sniffed closely, she realized it was the scent of orchids. After a while, Jun Sung slowly stood up. Zhang approached from a distance and smiled. Congratulations. It took a whole day and night, but he succeeded. Congratulations on your achievement. Contrary to his calm demeanor, Bon and Bong V Oven behind him were wide-eyed in shock. How could this be? In less than a day and night, he could learn the Z2 Shaijin Zhang. Sung heard Dongchan's words and simply smiled in thanks. Then he bowed his head to them, sincerely saying, it is all thanks to Leader Bayan and the brothers of the Red Dragon Society. Seeing his attitude, Dongchan could not help but smile, satisfied as he said, thank you for thinking that, but you are being too polite. However, just after saying that, His tone suddenly changed. He asked seriously, "Have you thought of a name for the new martial art you have learned?" This left Bon even more astonished. "What does that mean? Didn't I just learn the Ziao Shan Hang?" Dunsung was a bit surprised when he realized, and he asked doubtfully, "How did you know that?" Smiling unconsciously, Dongchan replied lightly, "Just looking at your expression gives it away. The characteristic of Ziao Shine is not purple-green, even though he only read about it in books. He knew what the characteristics of Zi Heishan Jineng were. He had guessed that Jun Sung had awakened to restore his martial arts. Having been found out, Jun Sung did not hide it, honestly saying he could do that when checking the meridians to restore Zi Heishan Zhang. I realized that even though it was a powerful martial art, I wish there was a way to better harmonize it with me. So he transformed it into a martial art that suited his body and created a new one." Hearing this, Bon's eyes were filled with disbelief. "So it is not Zetu Shanjiang but another martial art. How could that be possible?" Just then, Dongchan suddenly smiled mysteriously. His smile made Bon even more astonished. "What does this mean?" At this moment, Dongchan looked at Jun Sung and said, Is it really like that?" Jun Sung was also very considerate, sincerely saying, "I truly owe Leader Jiang and you a favor, and I will definitely repay it in the future." Just as he was saying this, Dongchan raised his hand to stop him. Run Sung was a bit confused. "What do you mean by that?" Dongchan glanced at him, speaking in a serious tone. "Are you really planning to just leave like this?" While Run Sung was trying to understand what was going on, someone came in from outside and spoke up. "Leader, the item you ordered has been brought in." Hearing this, Bon immediately looked outside. Upon seeing that, she was instantly alarmed. What was brought in was the Red Dragon twin sabers. Bong Lian asked in confusion, "Leader, did Chan not wait for him to finish before cutting in with a smile? I am in a great mood today because I have met a worthy opponent." As soon as he finished speaking, he walked over to grab the saber. Pointing it straight at Sung without hesitation, Rung Sung squinted at the blade aimed at him, but there was no trace of fear in his eyes. At that moment, Zhang Chan spoke up, "The duel we had before was never resolved. Let us finish it now." As soon as these words came out, Bon was immediately shocked. Is Dad really going to fight with Run Sung? Damak nodded, and Dongchan replied casually, "Yep. I want to have a match with him." Run Sung stared at him, hesitantly asking, "I do not know what your reason is. I mentioned this before." But just as he was about to finish, Dongchan coldly interrupted, "You are a hunter, are not you?" But Jiang Dongchan is not just a hunter. He is a martial artist. So even if Jun Sung does not understand, he knows the meaning of strength. After hearing this, Jun Sung was taken aback. However, he remained very determined. He raised an eyebrow and continued, "Don't you want to test the martial skills you have just learned? Besides, you do not actually dislike competitions of strength like this." This made Jung Sung's eyes involuntarily narrow. After a while, he nodded and smiled, saying, "That is right. Exactly." So he no longer hesitated, directly agreeing to a match with Trong Tron. Soon after, the two went down to the training ground, with Trong Tron holding a chain whip. While Jun Sung did not bring any weapon at all, the two stood facing each other. Neither had made a move yet. Below, Bon looked on in a panic at the scene. Her father was already old. How could he? Zhang Chong glanced at her from the training ground. Seeing the worry in her eyes, he could not help but sneer. The girl seemed really concerned about him. Jun Sung was confused by what he said, but Dongchan laughed and said, "Don't worry. This time you might get seriously hurt, so take care of the girl a bit." Hearing this, Jun Sung nodded and replied, "Since Ms. Bayan is worried like that, I should say a few words too." Zhang Chan was angered by his words, grunting in response, "Are you serious? I think my daughter will have to suffer a bit now. Besides, if we are talking about getting hurt, he could get hurt too." Thinking of this, Dongchan immediately spoke up, "Then let us get started." But at that moment, Run Sung suddenly spoke up, "Can I ask one thing first?" Dongchan frowned slightly in confusion. "What is it?" He slowly opened his mouth. "I heard that the leader is ranked second among the top 10 strongest." Zhangchan looked a bit confused but still nodded in response. Yep. With a slight smile, Run Sung continued to ask, "So how much stronger is Jin Kwai Butch than you?" As soon as he said this, Trong Tron's face stiffened. The members of the Xich Long Phi below began to angrily scold Run Sung for being disrespectful. Indeed, Dong Tronde's anger immediately erupted. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "You want to know about that?" Saying this, Trong Tron pointed his weapon upward, glaring at him, a strange smile curling on his lips. His foot also stepped back a little. Preparing for an attack, Run Sung did not dare to be careless, quickly activating the auto-hunt system. Immediately, the auto-hunt was activated, and at the same time, Trong began to charge forward. Jun Sung could not help but panic. This speed was too fast. He quickly dodged, and a large crack appeared where he had just stood. Run Sung looked down from above and could not help but feel 2 words of amazement. But Trong Tron did not give him any time to rest, charging at him with dual weapons. He wore a smug smile as he approached. Ready to test strength, Dun squinted at him. After a while, excitedly exclaimed, "That is right, is not?" In an instant, the two rushed into fight, and the ground was already covered with many cracks. Seeing this scene, the members of the Red Dragon Society began to look worried. Bon stared intently at his father, anxiety evident in his eyes. At this moment, Jun Chan was charging toward Jun. However, remained calm and dodged easily, but before long, he suddenly widened his eyes in horror. Because the opponent was striking down with a blade from above, Jun Sung panicked and dodged the old man's attack. He frowned in deep thought. It was too fast. There was hardly any time to prepare between the two attacks. The expression on the man's face was filled with murderous intent, not giving Jun Sung a chance to rest. He lunged forward with another strike. His movement was quite swift, causing Jun Sung to feel alarmed. With a loud crash, the training ground erupted. Meanwhile, Jun Sung had quickly evaded. He landed on the ground. At the same time, Dong Chan was preparing to attack again. He dashed forward like a flash. The two blades in his hands were like weapons demanding blood. Without hesitation, Dong Chan lunged at Jun Sung. Jun's eyes widened at the sight, not daring to be careless. He quickly stepped back. The two blades nearly grazed Jun's body. He had to retreat further, increasing the distance from Dong Chan. At this moment, Dong Chan had a smug smile on his face. Jun Sung was also getting into an attacking stance. Below, the members of the Red Dragon Society were still intently watching the match. Bongdi finally spoke up after a long silence. How terrifying. The strength of Oh Jun Sung is only at this level. Bon next to him nodded and muttered, "That is right. Very strong." Thinking she was worried about her father, Bongdi immediately reassured, "Don't be too tense. The leader will know how to adjust his strength." However, Bon shook his head and denied, "That is not it. Do not you know, right now, my father is not going to hold back against Jun Sung." Hearing this, Bongdi exclaimed in astonishment, "Wait, if that is so, then what Bon said means that right now, he does not see Jun Sung as a junior or subordinate. He is treating him as a true enemy. And if he will definitely use that." At the same time, on the training ground, Jun and Zhang Chang were still facing off. Jun Sung was silently reflecting on his opponent's attacks. Each attack had a sharp power. Indeed, it was very strong. The strikes were very fluid, with relentless attacks that left no room to breathe. If he wanted to create distance, it would be very difficult to avoid using Jun Sung's footwork. Right at that moment, Dong Chan sneered, saying, "You dodge very well. But what are you doing? Why not counterattack?" If he were Jun Sung, he would have taken advantage of the openings. Jun Sung felt the truth in those words. If he activated the automatic hunt, it would not be impossible to fight back. He could use long-range weapons to exploit the gaps. But if not controlled well, the automatic hunt would definitely not stop. And at that moment, whatever would come would come. While Jun Sung was hesitating, Dong Chan sneered and asked, "You are probing me?" Just as he finished speaking, his demeanor changed. A flame appeared around Zhang Chan, indicating a preliminary adjustment. While the state of his skill could last until he had to resort to emergency measures, the heat radiating is proof of that. To counterattack and confront that strike would be foolish. Therefore, Run Sung remained motionless. At this moment, Chan spoke coldly, "No matter how much you keep avoiding, it does not concern me. But can you still keep avoiding?" Run Sung did not respond immediately. He was quietly observing. At this moment, he seemed to see something in the distance. Run Sung's eyes darted around, as if he had made a decision. While he was thinking, Dong Chan spoke again. "All right, I'm coming." Just as he finished speaking, he stomped down, causing the ground to crack. Dong Chan swiftly dashed in front of Jung Sung. This speed was quite fast, surprising Run Sung. Not wanting to be careless, he quickly dodged. He ran straight up the old tree behind him, and in an instant, Run Sung leaped to the top. Zhang Chan looked up at him, unable to suppress his admiration. Indeed. Good footwork. Well done. Now let him show you what the true Red Dragon blade is. Immediately, the blade in Dong Chan's hand began to gather energy. Run Sung looked down, disbelief in his eyes. In a blink, the old tree was engulfed in flames. The flames surged higher, nearly reaching Run. The old tree he was standing on had completely caught fire. At that moment, Jun Sung landed from the air, his expression somewhat shocked. This was just too absurd. Dong Chan seemed to notice Jung Sung standing behind him. He turned to look at him, raising an eyebrow and speaking, "This is the true Red Dragon twin blades. Easily wielding a weapon that absorbs heat, like awakening two red dragons. As the leader of the Red Dragon Society, it must be like this to be recognized." Upon saying this, Dong Chan suddenly paused, and after a while continued, "Having absorbed the heat, let us end this battle with these blades." As soon as he finished, he smiled provocatively at Jun. Dong Chan's momentum grew stronger, the flames around him continuing to blaze. He glared at Jun, coldly stating, "Let us end this." As soon as he finished speaking, Dong Chan dashed forward like the wind, the flames moving with him. Seeing this scene, Bong below could not help but exclaim, "That is terrifying." This was the first time in 10 years he had seen Zhang Chan like that. His power was even greater than before. Bong beside him nodded in agreement.
Yep.
Father has indeed grown much stronger. His power had far surpassed hers. Thinking of this, Bong could not help but look at Jun Sung standing on the training ground. At this point, she just hoped he would not get hurt. Meanwhile, Zhang Chan spoke. "All right, I'm coming." Saying this, he wore a smug smile. As soon as he finished, he dashed off again. In the blink of an eye, Dong Chan appeared in front of Dun Sung. He could not help but panic. This speed was too fast. Even Bong below was equally astonished. Bong was also very surprised by his father's speed. That stance could be even faster. At the same time, Dong Chan charged forward with twin blades. He wanted to see if Jun Sung could withstand the ultimate technique of the Red Dragon Society. Flames were raging on the blade, burning everything in the world as the twin red dragons struck. Instantly, the two blades slashed toward Jun Sung. This time, he did not dodge but directly took the hit. At that moment, a strange phenomenon occurred. The flame suddenly split in two and flowed backward. Bongdi thought Jun Sung had been burned. Everything is over. Bong was instead very worried about Jun Sung, hoping he was not seriously injured. But at that moment, strange plum blossom petals suddenly appeared in the air. This made Dong Chan furrow his brow in alarm. He tried to catch a whiff of the fragrance wafting in the wind. Soon, Dong Chan realized it was plum blossoms. At this moment, a cold snort from Jun Sung suddenly echoed from within the flames, causing Dong Chan to show his fear. When he looked closely, the two blades had been stopped by Jun Sung. He let out a sigh of relief. He had successfully blocked Dong Chan's attack. Seeing this, the faces of the Red Dragon Society members turned pale. Looking at the plum petals scattered in his hands, Bongdi exclaimed in astonishment. "What is this?" Bon also exclaimed in surprise. "Plum blossom. Could it be?" However, Jun Sung did not care about their reactions. He calmly knocked away Dong Chan's twin blades. Dong Chan's expression instantly turned grim. But before he could recover, Jun Sung charged at him. His speed was incredible. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Dong Chan. This made him even angrier, and he immediately retaliated. The flames that were once split suddenly merged into one, but Jun Sung's energy was formidable, slicing through like lightning. The air vibrated violently, and Jun Sung swiftly dashed past Dong Chan. His gaze was extremely determined, while Dong Chan stood frozen. But if one looked closely, a cut had appeared on his waist. Dong Chan's body staggered unsteadily. He glanced at Jun Sung and spoke in a deep voice. "What else are you hiding?" "Your skills." Jun Sung did not respond. He just let out a breath. At that moment, he realized an issue. According to Bayan, internal energy cultivation was not just about strengthening the meridians. It not only enhanced performance but also had to change the physical properties, resembling the concept of dying but also completely different. Although Jun could not yet perceive the energy clearly, it was enough to counter the heat from the Red Dragon technique of Dong Tran. This divine technique allowed him to transform and utilize energy automatically, a new technique created from the Zihua divine skill. Though still incomplete, if Jun Sung used this, after thinking, Jun Sung glanced over to the other side. The troll standing there sensed his gaze and was slightly taken aback. At that moment, Jun Sung quickly charged forward. He released energy from his hands, forming a sharp dagger. Without a moment's hesitation, he stabbed towards the center. With this new technique, he could win. Seeing Jun Sung charging, Dong Chan excitedly shouted, "Ha! Good job." In an instant, the blades of the two clashed. Meanwhile, below, Bon and Bong Vian were still observing the battle. They were waiting to see who would emerge victorious in this fight. In the midst of the battle, Dong Chan frantically stabbed at Jun. The tip of the dagger, as usual, was ablaze with brilliant flames. He raised an eyebrow in provocation once more. Jun was not afraid to use the energy in his hands to counter Dong Chan's dagger. In an instant, both fell into a stalemate. Below, Bong Xian could not help but feel amazed. It is terrifying. Jun Sung was able to match the leader's strength. Bon simply nodded in acknowledgement. Bong Lian glanced at her, puzzled, and asked, "What is bothering you?" Deputy leader. Bon shook her head gently and replied, "It is nothing." Even so, she felt it was very strange. Just being close to the heat radiating from the Crimson Dragon double dagger was enough to make anyone struggle. Blocking that heat was impossible. It had never been done. How could Jun Sung manage to block it? Despite Dong Chan's furious attacks, Jun was still holding his ground. This left her feeling very puzzled. How could Jun Sung block his dual daggers, even with the Jia divine technique? This should not be possible. How is he doing this? Alongside Dong Chan's flames, plum blossom petals appeared in the air. They could touch the flames. Yet instead of catching fire, they pushed the flames back. When Dong Chan saw this scene, he was somewhat horrified. The petals were dousing his flames, leaving him utterly bewildered. But it did not stop him from continuing to attack Jun. Jun quickly stepped back to evade his assault. He clenched his fists, his gaze extremely focused. The two fell back into a stalemate in an instant. Dine was astonished by this scene. What just happened? He could stop the heat from the Crimson Dragon double dagger with his aura. But Jun Sung managed to do it. This truly surprised Dong Chan, but not only did he block it, he also neutralized Dong Chan's flames. Was that the power of the Ziha divine technique? Dong Chan felt he could not conclude just yet. After thinking for a moment, he could not help but sneer. How interesting. Even so, his grip on the dagger tightened. Soon after, flames once again appeared at the dagger's tip. He charged forward while asking, "What technique is that? Let us see if it holds up after a few tries." Just as he finished speaking, Song Long Da lunged at Jun Sung again. This startled him, making him wary, and the energy in his hand formed once more. The aura blade quickly appeared in Jun's hand, and in an instant, a flame and an aura collided. Seeing this, the expressions of Bon and Bong Liyev immediately soared. On the training ground, the two powerful energies were still locked in a struggle, neither side willing to back down. As time dragged on, the tension in the air grew more frantic. The plum blossom petals reappeared in the air. The petals seemed to have a will of their own as they drifted down towards the fire on the chain dragon. Sure enough, the flames began to dissipate. In the center, his eyes widened in disbelief. This could not be happening, but while he was dazed, the shockwave knocked Dong Chan's chain dragon blade from his hand. The chain dragon blade embedded itself in the ground, and the flames completely extinguished. Dong Chan's eyes widened in shock. The energy blade, crafted with meticulous precision like a petal, had managed to neutralize his heat. So all those petals were created by Jun Sung. How careless of him. At the same time, Jun Sung was quietly observing the situation. But then he immediately charged into attack. At this moment, Dong Chan realized he had become distracted during the fight. He had barely probed when Jun Sung was already in front of him. Dong Chan finally snapped to attention, quickly raising his blade to defend. The energy blade in Jun Sung's hand quickly met the tip of the dagger. Below on the training ground, the members of the Red Dragon Association saw this and gasped. What is happening? Oh my! The leader's fire. Even Bon was equally astonished. She did not expect Jung Sung to extinguish her father's fire. At the same time, Jun was relentlessly attacking in the center, his momentum pushing Dong Chan into a defensive stance. But he was not an ordinary fighter. He noticed Jun's openings and countered. However, Jun Sung was quick as lightning and dodged. And at that moment, the plum blossom petals fell again before Dong Chan's eyes. They fell in increasing numbers, accompanied by a faint fragrance spreading through the air. Dong Chan's flames quickly diminished. Seizing this opportunity, Jun Sung appeared behind him. His gaze was incredibly determined, as if he intended to take down Dong Chan with this move. At that moment, Dong Chan's chain dragon blade ignited with flames once more. Jun Sung was a bit surprised. Was there still time to create fire? Soon after, Dong Chan raised his blade to counter Jun Sung's energy. This scene was quite unexpected, causing Jun Sung to step back 2 paces. Dong Chan seized this opportunity to squint at Jun Sung, incredulously muttering, "This kid, could it be?" At this point, he suddenly stopped speaking and began to roar as he charged forward. The blazing fire in the chain dragon blade flared up again. Dong Chan's momentum surged once more. Dong Chan looked at Jun Sung and spoke in a deep voice. "I can roughly guess what your technique is. From now on, I will attack even stronger and more fiercely." Hearing this, Run Sung could not help but frown. At this moment, Dong Chan took a step back to gather himself and then dashed forward like the wind. Run Sung dared not let his guard down, first avoiding the thrust of the dagger. But Dong Chan did not give him time to think. Attacking furiously, under the relentless pressure of the attack, Run Sung was forced into a defensive position, but Dong Chan was incredibly fast, his slashing techniques precise. In the end, Run Sung sustained wounds on his hands and a small cut on his thigh. But before he could recover, a brilliant flame struck at him. Run Sung narrowed his eyes at the fire, a look of caution flashing in his eyes. Seeing the scene, the members of the Red Dragon Society immediately felt cheerful, as their leader was aggressively attacking. Just moments ago, when the flames subsided, they were uncertain about the outcome, but now Dong Chan was dominating, seemingly assured of victory. While they were talking, they did not notice the atmosphere heating up, their faces already glistening with sweat. They began to question and speculate about the cause. But only Bong Levine knew this was not a release but rather a dispersion. Bon also noticed this. The aura of Dong Chan was gradually dissipating, and she had realized Jun's intention. At the same time, Jun had turned the tide, shifting from defense to attack. The cherry blossom petals continued to aid him, making Dong Chan's flames dissipate continuously. After being struck several times, Dong Chan could not help but throw back his head and laugh loudly. He planted his dagger into the ground, focusing intently on Jun Sung. This action from Dong Chan left Jun Sung bewildered. What did this mean? Even Bon was surprised by her father's actions. While they were still in a haze of confusion, Dong Chan spoke in a deep voice. "Right. If you are truly a real hunter, then he should fight with all he has. Should not he?" The battle between the two was still ongoing, both sides locked in a stalemate. Run Sung stood opposite, not understanding what Dong Chan was trying to imply. At the same time, Dong Chan was silently reflecting. He believed that no opponent could match the power of the flame flowing through the Jiang bloodline, including the Red Dragon divine skill, which maximized the body's hidden potential. Even the sacred weapon like the Red Dragon twin daggers could fully absorb modern techniques and the monstrous beasts. The dominance of the Red Dragon society was formed from their unity. However, that was still not perfect. Thinking of this, Zhang seriously praised Run Sung. You are indeed a skilled hunter. Hearing this, Bon was immediately stunned. This was the first time she had heard her father acknowledge someone. Zhang Chan, at that moment, realized something. This was not a battle between martial artists, but a conflict between a hunter and a martial artist. Realizing this, he spoke in a deep voice again. From now on, with what I used to fight you, I no longer bear the title of leader of the Red Dragon Society, but am simply Jiang Chong Trong. As soon as he finished speaking, his eyes narrowed. Immediately after, the dagger in his hand began to dance in the air, carrying a heavy killing intent as it slashed toward Jun. However, he remained unperturbed, calmly generating a sword aura to counter it. However, this time the power behind Dong Chan's blade was greater than usual, causing Jung Sung's sword energy to tremble slightly. This unexpected situation startled him. In an instant, the blade and sword energy clashed, causing the air to ripple. Seeing the scene, the members of the Red Dragon Society were immediately alarmed. Bong Vian gasped. The evil energy had vanished, and the leader's breathing was interrupted. In the midst of the battle, Jun Sung had created another sword energy to counter. Once again, the Red Dragon blade and sword energy collided. Both, watching from below, could not help but widen her eyes. Her father had changed his fighting style. Could it be that this is not the fighting technique of the Red Dragon Society? At that moment, Zhang Chan began to move. Vaughn immediately realized that her earlier speculation was correct. Zhang Chan was now incredibly wild, relentlessly attacking Jun with his blade, and Jun could not afford to let his guard down, quickly creating two parallel sword energies to counterattack. At the same time, he was also observing Zhang Chan's movements. The energy had vanished. The movements were different. It seemed completely overwhelming, and defense had become much more difficult. At that moment, Zhang Chan laughed triumphantly, and immediately afterward, a series of invisible daggers attacked Jun. He stared in shock, trying to defend himself, but he still got hit. Meanwhile, Bong Yin watched this scene below, gasping in shock and murmuring, "Deputy Leader, what on earth is that?" Bon shook his head and replied, "I do not know either. This is the first time I have seen my father break free from the techniques of the Red Dragon Society like this, purely attacking based on instinct. I have no idea why he suddenly did that." However, on the contrary, Zhang Sung felt that the attack was not just based on instinct. Just by looking, it was evident there were no gaps. Years of battle experience and natural movement, due to battlefield experience, made him the most difficult opponent for the automatic hunting system. While Jun Sung was contemplating, Zhang Chan attacked again. He was simply attacking according to his will, but within it contained the essence of martial arts honed over a lifetime. At that moment, Zhang Chan unleashed a brilliant flame. His entire body was enveloped in fire. Seeing this, the disciples of the Red Dragon Society widened their eyes in disbelief and shouted, "Can flames be released at will?" Above the training arena, Dong Chan was aiming his blade at Jun. He thought to himself that, if he were the person he was just a few minutes ago, he would surely mock himself now for his pathetic state. His performance had reached its peak, and his energy was being wasted through the flames. However, the reputation of the Red Dragon Society, if he could set it aside, would not matter. What he needed to focus on now was his own path. With that thought, he charged forward again. Seeing the brilliant flames rushing towards him, Jun Sung could not help but be stunned. He quickly slashed out a sword energy to block it, then jumped back to evade. A few drops of sweat fell from Jung Sung's face to the ground. It shows that he is facing difficulties. Dong Chan's movements are unpredictable, not to mention this intense heat. It is really powerful to the point of being unbelievable. The brilliant flames on Dong Chan's blade continue to blaze. The air is now enveloped in scorching heat. Everyone feels like it could roast their skin. Bong glances at Bon and speaks up. "This heat is terrifying. Deputy Leader, if it keeps going like this..." He had not finished speaking when Bayan sighed and replied, "Yep. The heat surrounding him is pressuring Jun Sung. It will gradually wear him down if the fight continues like this." Perhaps at this point, she suddenly stopped, gazing towards the training arena, where the intense heat was engulfing everything. Jung Sung stood nearby, feeling the heat becoming increasingly uncomfortable. At this moment, Dong Chan smugly laughed and said, "The victory in this fight will be mine." As soon as he finished speaking, the twin blades in Dong Chan's hands were raised again, the flame still raging in the air, not diminishing at all, and in an instant, it spread to engulf the entire training arena. The scorching sensation hit suddenly, and Bon exclaimed in shock, "The heat is too overwhelming." At the same time, Jun Sung was quietly observing Chan's moves. In contrast, Dong Chan wore a smug smile. If Jun Sung takes this hit, He will be cornered by the whirlwind of heat. Even if he dodges, the heat from the twin blades spreading in the air will wear him down. That would be his victory. Jun Sung on the opposite side intently watched every move of Dong Chan. Just at that moment, he suddenly smirked mysteriously and unexpectedly charged forward. Seeing this, Bon was astonished and shouted. Diving in the training arena, Dong Chan did not care whether Jun Sung charged in or dodged. He swung down with his blade, and at the same time, Jun Sung released his own sword energy. Instantly, their energies collided, creating a massive explosion. The spectators below were also affected, forced to step back a few paces. Meanwhile, at the center of the battle, Dong Chan was extremely shocked. He did not expect Jun to block his blade. If so, the heat would just be. Before he could finish his thought, he saw something even more astonishing. The sword energy of Jun Sung had vanished, replaced now by the sight of plum blossoms. At the same time, Jun Sung swiftly glided past it. Dong Chan gasped. Wide-eyed. How did it disappear? Wait a minute. It was only now that Dong Chan belatedly realized something. The plum petals falling in the air were starting to extinguish his flames. Not only that, this time the petals were engulfed in flames. By the time the fire was completely out, the petals had transformed into sharp sword energy. In an instant, it shot towards him as if it had a mind of its own. This scene left him wide-eyed in astonishment, yet each little petal was forming an illusionary sword. He never dreamed this would happen. At the same time, Bon below was equally panicked. She sensed the heat emanating from her father was gradually diminishing. Dong Chan would not back down either. He silently snorted. Very well. Suppose Jun Sung's illusionary swords can extinguish his heat. The power remains unchanged. With that thought, Dong Chan charged forward wildly. Jun Sung, seeing this, remained calm. Retracting the illusionary swords to gather them in front of him, his hands began to concentrate, forming sword energy, his eyes trembling yet extremely resolute. The sword energy quickly appeared. This was his strongest blade, created with high intensity for attack. Immediately after, Jun Sung carefully observed every move of Dong Chan across from him, the sword energy forming an attacking stance. Dong Chan was undeterred. Continuing to charge forward, Jun Sung would not give in either. Quickly advancing as well, one side wielded the blazing red dragon blade, while the other had powerful sword energy. In an instant, they clashed. But this time it was no longer a defensive stance. Dong Chan's red dragon blade was severed. One of Dong Chan's arms was also cut, blood pouring out like rain, while Jun Sung stood firm there. The sound of metal clanging echoed as the red dragon blade fell, coincidentally lying next to Dong Chan's severed arm. Seeing this, the faces of Bon and Bongdi turned immediately grim. Bongdi trembled, murmuring, "The leader has lost." Bon could not accept this reality. It was just too unbelievable. The members of the Red Dragon Society felt the same. They never expected the battle to end this way. Regardless of whether they believed it or not, the outcome was clear. Jun Sung had truly won. Sweat was now pouring down his face. But these drops were worth it. While he was catching his breath, Dong Chan approached from a distance. Jun Sung thought he wanted to continue fighting and immediately assumed a defensive stance. His gaze did not waver at all. However, Dong Chan stood silently there, staring at the handle of his blade. After a long moment, he finally spoke. "All right, you are very good." Although he was unwilling, he had to admit his defeat. The long blade was broken, and his arm was lost. He could not deny it. However, Dong Chan was not too dissatisfied. He was even grateful to Jun. Bon did not expect her father to concede so easily. She thought he would fight until his last breath. Hearing the words from over there, Jun let out a silent sigh of relief and immediately turned off the automatic hunting system. At the same moment, his trembling body staggered and fell. He just lay flat on the ground.
Oh.
Seeing this scene, worriedly ran over. Dong Chan, on the other hand, felt a bit helpless. He sighed and muttered, "Good heavens. The winner has fainted." And so, the battle ended with Jun's victory. Meanwhile, in a tall building in Shanghai, on the top floor, stood a solitary figure. Lai Himan. A moment later, the secretary came in from outside and reported, "Director, I just sent the proposal to TENS." Hearing this, Himan nodded in satisfaction. "All right then, let us start preparing. This will be a top-tier performance. Let us see how Jun Sung will respond. After all, nothing is at stake here. This time, let him finish you off." Thinking of this, Himan smiled wickedly. After 3 days of dueling at the Red Dragon Association's training room, Jun Sung was here, seemingly looking for something. Just then, Dian Chan walked in from outside and asked curiously, "You are here? Why are you still hanging around before heading back?" Run Sung glanced at him and casually replied, "There is something I need to look into further." Hearing this, Dong Chan chuckled lightly and said, "It seems you are feeling better now. 3 days ago, you were still wrapped up tight from burns." Jun Sung helplessly smiled and said, Thanks to the Red Dragon Association for their dedicated treatment. Dongchan did not pay much attention and chuckled. All right. There is no need to say that. While talking, Runsung accidentally glanced at Dongchan's left arm. He just realized that he had severed his arm that day. Knowing what he was thinking, Dongchan reassured him. Don't think too much. He said that if Runsung had not severed his arm then, his head might have been cut off. They had faced each other fairly. So he was quite pleased with that match. He asked, Don't you think so? Junsung hesitated for a long time before nodding and replying. Yep. However, at that moment, Dongchan dissatisfiedly said, Yeah, here I am. Injured. And my daughter only worries about you. Truly. Raising kids brings no benefits. Runsung just smiled without replying. Dongchan squinted at him and spoke after a while. Earlier, I asked if there is anything worth seeing here. As far as I know, you are not the type to come here just for a visit. Not really. Sir. Junsung shook his head slightly and replied. He just felt it was a bit hard to explain. When the automatic hunting button lit up, something felt off. Junsung believed there was something here. He activated the automatic hunting mode and began to search. Indeed, you found something strange. Above the bookshelf. When stopping next to this book, the automatic button lit up. Runsung thought for a moment and reached out to grab the book. What could it possibly be? A few days later, at the hotel where Junsung was staying, he was looking for Kshu. It had been 3 days without contact. She must be furious by now. Still, this time it is his fault, so he needed to apologize properly. However, as he pushed the door into the room, Jun halted in his steps because he saw Kshu sitting up straight, her face dark as a storm cloud. As soon as she saw him, she spoke in a low voice. You are back, boss. Her eyes were now as dark as a raccoon's. Runsung looked and trembled. Had she really stayed awake for 3 days straight? Thinking of this possibility, he immediately apologized. I am really sorry. I could not get in touch for the past 3 days. I had to take care of some urgent matters. If you need an explanation. I was just about to, but before he could finish, Kefku cut him off coldly. You do not need to explain. Whatever the boss had to do must have been important. Hearing this, Run sighed in relief. Smoother than he expected. Just as he was thinking, Su suddenly hesitated to speak. Actually, I have something to discuss with you. Runsung frowned slightly and asked, What is it? Suku slowly replied. The div plan for the boss is ready. Hearing this, Runsung was taken aback. He asked in confusion. Is it about infiltration and spying inside the crack? Nivima nodded. Sek answered nonchalantly. Yep. But the proposal comes from Wim Company. Junsung knew this company was the one that Lai Himan had mentioned. Taiv then said in a deep voice. According to the contract the boss signed with Tens will decide which outside company to cooperate with, and the boss is also obligated to carry out this mission without the right to refuse. Her words were indeed correct. Jun had really signed such a contract. He nodded and spoke up. All right, that is true. So what is T's intention at this point? Su really could not articulate anymore. Seeing her hesitation, Junsung understood what was going on and calmly said, You want me to go? Right, no problem. This statement shocks Ku, making her jump up. However, Jun was unfazed. Continuing, I will tell them that I am heading to Wim Company, Sek anxiously advised. That is clearly Lai Himan's scheme to trap the boss. That is outrageous. This is like tying his hands and feet. There are many dangerous factors involved in infiltrating the monster world, through the hideout of the minority dwarf tribe. This is a trap set by Himan. It will definitely be dangerous. Seki tried to persuade Junsung to refuse, but he still decided to go. He did not see any problem with it. His determination left Sioku astonished. Junsung, on the contrary, was extremely calm, sporting a smile, then leaned in close to her and finally said, It is just going. I have to honor the contract. There is no reason to refuse. So he told Sek not to worry too much, as no matter where he had to go, he had already signed a contract with Tens. And there was no reason for him to back out midway. This left Su stunned in place. Seeing she did not respond, Junsung continued, Let us settle that. I am going home to rest now. Seeing him about to leave, Siku finally reacted. She hurriedly shouted, Wait. Do you understand the issue? It could be life-threatening. Unintentionally smiling, Junsung calmly responded, I know worse things can happen. But what can you do to achieve what I want? I have to dive in. Besides, you hate those who strike from behind. With that, Junsung opened the door and left. Behind him, Su's nagging immediately followed. He could only helplessly cover his ears, ignoring Su's reminders. He tried to block them out and think about the upcoming journey. Thinking of this, he seemed to remember something. 3 days ago, in the library of the Red Dragon Society, Junsung held the book that the hunting system had automatically reacted to. Zhongchan had asked him if he was interested in it, but he did not answer and instead asked him what kind of book it was. Zhong slowly explained that this book is more than just a martial arts manual. It is a method of controlling internal energy that the Red Dragon Society has passed down through generations. Among the previous leaders of the Red Dragon Society were two brothers named Yuliang and Yujin. According to the usual rules, the eldest son Yuliang would inherit the leadership. However, he lacked the qualities for it. So the leadership was passed to the fifth son, Yang Yujin. This Jiang Gong was very troubled because he could not practice the techniques. So he found a strange method. The path of cultivation often follows the order of yin and yang and the five elements or deviates into heretical practices. The secret technique appeared in the classic of mountains and seas, detailing odd plants and secret methods. He trained with everything that changed his fate. Yang Yuang said that when he achieved results, he would become the leader of the Red Dragon Society. Later, the leader Jiang passed this book to the disciples of the Red Dragon Society. Janek Stung frowned upon hearing this. If he got this book, there would definitely be a big change. Right at that moment, the automatic hunting system indeed activated. A few empty slots appeared before Jung Sung. He frowned as he looked at the text that synthesized the information and the empty slots on the screen. So this book is one of the things that creates automatic duplication, with new skills worth using. This goes back to the present. Clearly, that Lei Himan is plotting something. But he will definitely go and settle the score with him. Last time, Hin had obstructed him. This time he must make that old man pay. Thinking about this, Jung Sung's eyes filled with killing intent. A few days later, at a large building in the city center, a press conference was taking place at the highest point. The reporters were present in large numbers. Bond stood outside, somewhat helplessly sighing. Finally, the day had come, and she was here alone, only able to observe quietly. At this moment, she was paying attention to four people in the distance. She recognized all four of them as Himan, who had organized today's press conference. Standing next to him was a newcomer who had recently ranked in the top 10 of the Huashan sect. The old man in a suit beside him was a fellow from the Red Dragon Society, sharing control in Shanghai, the leader of the Dulong gang. Jin Trung. The last person was a hunter ranked in the top 6 of Weiyang Tron. They were all accomplices of Li Himan. They intended to invite Jun Sung to join them. Bon had heard that before coming to China, Himan and Jun had a bad relationship, so this must be their plan to push him into danger. Jung Sung's body had not yet recovered. Bon hoped he would not come to this place. Just then, Hin's voice suddenly rang out. What a pity. Truly. Hearing the voice, Bon immediately snapped out of her thoughts. She frowned and asked, Are you talking about me? Hin shook his head slightly and replied, My apologies, not all. I was talking about the great hero Ozan. I have really wanted to fight alongside him once. But unfortunately, it seems he has no intention of joining. Bon frowned as she looked at him and asked in a deep voice, Why are you telling me this? With a slight chuckle, Hin casually replied, Deputy Leader, did not you once collaborate with the great hero Oz in this city? Thanks to that, the relationship between Master O and the Red Dragon Society has become incredibly close. This made Bon's expression darken. This guy still talks so unpleasantly. Just then, Kung Chan approached from a distance and spoke up. I also look forward to meeting Master O Juneng. If I could fight alongside Bon just once, I would be very satisfied. He asked her what she thought. After today, do you want to have dinner with him? Bon felt very troubled but was too hesitant to refuse. She responded nonchalantly. It is a great honor for me. But I have plans tonight. Hearing this, Qin Chan was unfazed. He raised an eyebrow and laughed. After all, a beauty like you, Bine, must have plenty of admirers around. Right. I am always free. Just let me know. Sure. Bon casually nodded. But she was sure she would never go to dinner with him. It is disgusting to even think about it. However, with reporters around, Bon had to suppress her disgust and shook hands with Kung Chan. No more than 3 seconds later, she pulled her hand back. Puzzled. But why are there so many reporters today? I thought it was supposed to be kept secret. Chuckling softly, Himin replied nonchalantly. Usually. Yep. But this is a special occasion. Bon was even more confused and asked, What is so special about it? Imai simply answered. Turned away. And whispered, It is a pity that Master O did not come. Let us start the ceremony. He then stepped up to the podium. Himan stood in front of the microphone and declared loudly, I am Li Himan, the commander in charge this time. Bon watched him from below, thinking to herself, this is indeed a trap. There is no way he is nervous about this. So what is the reason for them staging this? Inning continued to speak. Participating in this mission is my duty, and I will take pride in not overlooking any mistakes. As he said this, he suddenly paused, then spoke in a deep voice. Why do I take pride in this? The disaster in Shanghai this time is truly catastrophic. Countless lives have been lost, and cracks appeared unexpectedly. We need to find out the cause of those cracks. Himan stated that he and Wim Company would definitely investigate this, so that such disasters would not happen again. Moreover, he emphasized that he asks everyone to trust him to resolve this disaster. In this mission, Himan and Wim Company will do their utmost. Hearing this, reporters below began taking pictures and jotting down notes. And there were murmurs around. This scene made Hinan very pleased. He boldly declared that to prevent such a tragedy from happening again, we will definitely step up to stop it. Bon frowned at the fake person on the podium from below. Those words are not wrong. This is necessary for those who have suffered from this incident. Those words are not wrong. This is necessary for those who have been hurt in this incident. But is he really just that simple? Indeed. At this moment, Himan leaned into the microphone to continue speaking. This time, his tone shifted to one of regret. However, I have invited the 3 best hunters in Shanghai. Fortunately, 2 out of the 3 standing here did not hesitate to join. This made Bayan immediately wary of what that bastard Minin was about to say, not disappointing her expectations. Hin sighed and continued. The most anticipated one did not participate. What a pity. As everyone knows, it is the foreign hunter responsible for this disaster. He claimed he had sincerely wanted that person to join as a member of Div this time, but he received news that the guy was unreachable. It is truly unfortunate that he could not be contacted for such an important event. At that moment, a reporter who figured out who the old man was referring to raised their hand and asked, "The foreign hunter is that guy Jun?" "Right. Why is not he participating?" Hin feigned regret, shaking his head and saying, "I am not sure. And I can just guess. Maybe he does not know about this important event." Although he said that, Hin's words criticized Jun for not fulfilling his contract and not participating in the dangerous mission of another country. Sure enough, the stupid reporters below did not catch on to his intentions and started discussing Jun. And this was exactly the goal of that bastard Lai Himan. He wanted to use public opinion to impose moral pressure on Jun. Truly a dirty trick. At the same time, Bayan also realized this. Her face looked extremely grim. Hin was filled with delight. The game he set up, whether Jun participated or refused, Hin would still have the upper hand. Just hearing the reporters' chatter below was enough for public opinion to drown Jun out. Bayan grew more and more furious as she listened. Thus, that bastard Hin exploited Jun's foreign background to sway public opinion. This was also the purpose of calling the reporters, turning him from a hero of Shanghai into the biggest coward. Imai thought that before teaching Jun a lesson, he first needed to brainwash public opinion. And before finishing him off, he must make sure Jun loses everything. Bayan, realizing Himan's intentions, was extremely worried. If this continued, Jun Sung's reputation would be ruined. However, if she stepped in, the situation might get even worse. Just then, someone walked in from outside. Upon seeing the newcomer, Himan's expression shifted. Even Bayan widened her eyes in surprise. The one who came was the target of criticism all this time. Jun Sung. Min frowned slightly. Why was he showing up at this moment? Was he intentionally arriving late to ruin all of his efforts? Jun Sung did not care what he thought and walked right in. Of course, Him would not let him have that chance. He had to block Jun and drive him out of here. Thinking this, he looked towards Deek Xian, who was standing below. Immediately, the guy helping and got into an attacking stance. Without hesitation, he charged forward, reaching Jun Sung in the blink of an eye. This time, helping and decided to reclaim both principle and interest for the last time he got beaten. Unfortunately, his punches appeared painfully slow in Jun Sung's eyes. You scoff coldly. Moving slowly. Just as you finish speaking, Run Sung's figure vanishes. Duck In just punches the air and looks on in confusion. Speechless at this scene, suddenly, a gust of wind sweeps through the room, blowing everyone away, and petals of plum blossoms appear in the air. By the time Run Sung reappears, he is on the podium. Seeing this, the reporters are immediately in a panic. They have no idea what is happening. Who is this person that suddenly appeared? Jun Sung does not care what they think. He approaches Hai Mai. The old man's face is now as dark as a pot, filled with disbelief. He could not see Jun Sung's previous movement. While Himan is lost in thought, Jun Sung reaches out towards him, making him bewildered. Jun Sung squints at Himan and speaks coldly. Microbiome below sees him dominating like this, and a smile appears on his face. At that moment, Jun Sung grabs the microphone and speaks clearly. Hello everyone. I am the hunter Jun Sung. Jun Sung speaks in Korean, leaving the reporters below a bit confused. Though some begin to recognize and speculate about who he is, Run Sung observes their expressions and suddenly remembers that he needs a translator. At the same time, Yimin feels like everything is over. He completely missed Jun Sung's earlier movement, only seeing a few plum petals flying. Thinking of this, Hin suddenly recalls something. Could it be a technique from the Huashan sect? While he is contemplating, Run Sung calls out, "Hey Lai Himan." This makes him annoyed and he shouts loudly, "What? Shut up." Only after shouting does he realize he made a mistake. There are still a bunch of reporters filming below. The company staff are also confused and ask, "Sir, what did you just say?" Yimin finally reacts, quickly smiling and saying, "It is nothing. Sorry Run. I was lost in thought." "But what is going on?" Run Sung frowns at him and speaks. "Sorry. Can you translate for me? No one here except you knows Korean." This leaves H Min stunned. However, He quickly nods in agreement. I understand. Let me translate. Although he says that, inside him and is cursing Run Sung's ancestors. This brat dares to order him around. Being in front of reporters, he can refuse. After thinking, Him Min suggests, well then, let us get started. At this moment, Jun Sung begins to speak and translates beside him. Hello, I'm Jun Sung. As soon as the name is mentioned, the reporters below are startled and start snapping photos of Jun Sung, ignoring their reactions. Jun Sung continues, I apologize for not responding to the invitation 2 days ago due to personal reasons. While I was deeply focused on training, I heard this news. So I came here immediately. While translating, thinks to himself, you keep rambling on. Well, I will skillfully twist your words as I translate. Him Min suspects Run Sung seems to be trying to provoke him by asking him to translate. The old man will make you regret that decision. But just as Him Nin was feeling pleased, Run X suddenly stopped, then turned to the old man and spoke up. Thanks for the interpretation. This action made Hin freeze up, but Run did not care. He continued, the longest part is over, so I will speak for myself from here on. As soon as he finished, Jun stepped forward 2 paces. Still holding the microphone tightly, Jun Sung boldly declared, as for the conclusion, I am joining in. This time he spoke in Chinese, leaving the reporters below bewildered. Hai Min also did not expect this scene. He actually spoke in Chinese first. Kyung Tron below could not help but praise him. Even though his pronunciation was still not fluent, it was pretty good. At this moment, Jung Sung seriously said, tonight, I think this is a great opportunity. When this hunt ends, everyone will know that I am the best at this. This immediately made Kyung Tron lose his smile. His grin stiffened. Run Sung did not mind. He was extremely confident with his words, but the others were not very pleased. Jin Chung grumbled, this arrogant guy. King Tron finally regained his composure and gave a malicious smile, saying, this guy knows how to talk. Bomb was also confused by his words. Although a few days ago she witnessed Jun Sung's strength, not only they, but the reporters were also displeased. They began to criticize Run, calling him arrogant and disrespectful. Run Sung treated their words like barking dogs, not taking a single one to heart. He smirked and then spoke with hidden meaning. I have nothing to say about that. But I am not afraid of anyone or anything. So whether I participate or not, Director Lee Him Min should decide. This made H Min grit his teeth in anger. He cursed Run Sung for being slippery, originally intending to make him look cowardly but ended up ruining his plan. While Hai Min was pondering, the urging voices from below continued to ring out. After a long while, Hin slowly spoke up because he suddenly appeared here. I was surprised too. He spoke as the person responsible for this operation. He had always hoped Jun Sung could participate, but at this moment, a shout suddenly interrupted. No way. I oppose. Him In immediately froze. The one who spoke was D. Sayin. He aggressively criticized. As a member participating in the operation, I have my objections. The other person came late without prior notice. He can't participate. This made Him Min furious, cursing his ancestors for 18 generations. All the media outlets in China were filming, and he said something so foolish. However, in contrast, Run Sung smiled and spoke. Indeed, as soon as he finished speaking, he lifted his foot and dashed forward, standing right in front of XDC and in the blink of an eye. His action surprised In, but he still coldly snorted. Run Sung narrowed his eyes at him, coldly stating, if you have any grievances with me, prove it with your strength. Do not excuse yourself by saying your hand hurts. This caught Diki In off guard, but he quickly reacted, angrily replying, all right, I got. At this moment, the reporters had started raising their cameras, preparing to capture the fight between the two. The sudden turn of events caught Hin off guard, but the foolish D. Fei In was unaware of the trouble he was about to cause, aggressively snatching the sword from a nearby guard, sneering, let me show you what true martial arts of the Ho Sen sect is. As soon as he finished speaking, he drew his sword from its sheath. The icy blade quickly aimed at Sung. At the same time, an unusual phenomenon occurred, as suddenly petals of apricot blossoms began to fall through the air. Run Sung, standing opposite, remained extremely calm. At that moment, Dixian let out a loud shout and charged forward. He gripped the sword tightly, a flurry of small red illusory swords rushing towards him, but Run Sung stood there unafraid, calm as ever. Witnessing this scene, the reporters outside gasped, wondering if his power resembled that of the apricot blossom. D. Fian believed he had the upper hand because his sword could strike from 6 directions at once. He would not kill Run, but instead, he would laugh in his face. Just then, Run Sung suddenly sneered in disdain. As he spoke, sword energy appeared in his hands, and the apricot blossom petals began to materialize. Without hesitation, he swung his sword. This move was called the Plum Blossom Blood Dance. In an instant, the petals transformed into illusory swords and shot forward. They rushed like the wind towards Diangin. Upon seeing this, Dixian's expression turned grim. However, the speed of the illusory swords was too fast. He could not evade in time. Consequently, He was pierced by all the illusory swords, his body dropping heavily to the ground, several meters away from Run-sung. This scene caused a stir among those in the hall. My goodness. That last move was similar to a duxi in its technique. Right. It is incomparable. At the same time, Him-in, standing on the podium, also froze in shock. Indeed. That plum blossom technique belonged to the Hosen sect. He had no idea Jun-sung had mastered the divine art of ZH. At that moment, Jun-sung approached DC. He raised an eyebrow and said, "No need for bloodshed." Right. Hearing this, Deexian looked down at his body in confusion. Indeed. The places where the illusory swords had struck showed no blood. Seeing his expression, Run-sung could not help but chuckle softly. Then continued. So is it clear now? Who has the greater strength? Hearing this, Deexian let out a cold huff but said nothing. Meanwhile, Him-hin's eyes widened in shock. That was clearly the martial art of the Hosen sect. How could he? Even the reporters began to doubt the similarities in techniques between the two. They whispered among themselves. The Wim company had announced that only Hak-in knew that lost martial art. Yet, the technique of Ozun-sung was even more powerful than Hak-in's. Hin's face turned a bit grim upon hearing these words. Previously, during their fight, Jun-sung had not used the martial arts of the Hosen sect. Could it be that you surpassed the lost He Thun Kang? But I still feel something's off. It has only been a few weeks, and he could not even fully analyze Tia Then Chi Wung. While Hin was thinking, Jun walked up and said, "Can I borrow the mic?" Hin scoffed but still handed the mic to him. Then, Run stepped forward with the mic. Taking 2 steps ahead, his sudden move left the reporters stunned. Even Kang Chan and Jin Chung were waiting to see what he would say. After a moment, Jun finally spoke up. "I think I have shown everyone here clearly that I am the true Hosen." At this point, he paused, confidently gazing at everyone. Bon could not help but smile from below, and in an instant, the hall erupted. The reporters kept shooting and interviewing Jun. He calmly looked at the barrage of lights aimed at him, not saying another word. However, was extremely irritated. Wondering how this could be, not only was he undermining Jun-sung's reputation, but now he was also boosting it. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. His eyes filled with malice. After a while, the press conference finally ended. Run-sung pushed the door open and stepped outside. At the same time, Bon followed behind. She whispered, "Why did not you expose Lai Himin?" and went out first. Hearing her voice, Run-sung turned to look back. The two walked side by side down the hallway. Bon chatted as they walked. "When you appeared, it startled me. I felt sad that you left without saying goodbye." Run-sung felt guilty and said, "Sorry if I startled you. But you have to admit it was worth watching." With a soft laugh, Bon replied, "Yep." Especially Lai Himin's expression just now. Jung-sung sighed in relief. "Good thing you liked it." At that moment, Bon suddenly asked, "But you had something planned?" "Right." This left Jun-sung a bit confused. She chuckled softly. "From the moment you showed up there and declared you would participate in Chinese. Do you know the public's reaction online after the live broadcast?" Run-sung asked. Frowning, "What was it?" Bon mischievously replied, "It was explosive. To the point of being hard to believe." She then read some comments to Jun-sung, including a few negative ones, but mostly praising him. After hearing this, Jung-sung sighed, confirming it was as planned, but he did not expect it to be to that extent. Bon had only guessed. But hearing him affirm it left her wide-eyed in shock. Jung-sung slowly explained. "In China, showing off and proving oneself seems better than being modest, so I tried to act that way. Luckily, it seems to have worked." Hearing this, Bon could not believe it and exclaimed, "Goodness. You planned all of that?" Damak nodded, nervously admitting, "I also considered that guy Lai Him-min might be setting a trap, appearing midway to disrupt the scheme he intended to execute, while also presenting a completely opposite demeanor. At the same time, it challenges the other top 10, making those who witness it curious about what will happen next. Lai Him-min will also have a hard time making it difficult for Run before going, and the more he hears, the more he admires." His eyes shone brightly at the sight of him. Sung looked at her face, a bit shyly explaining, "Well, it is not like I planned everything in advance. I did not think I would provoke him. It just happened to work out." Damak nodded. Bon still admiringly said, "Still, you are really something. I did not think you could calculate that far." However, Run seriously replied, "But it is still not time to be at ease. Lai Himin clearly had a plan when becoming the leader of this trip. So I have a proposal for you." "Oh." After hearing this, was taken aback, and Run quickly spoke up, "For this trip, I need your help. Aren't you going to team up with me?" Bon nodded without hesitation. "Of course. We will stand by each other." "Right. I hope you will help me," Run replied earnestly. "Thank you. If there is anything you need, just let me know." "About that condition." Bon raised an eyebrow, thinking for a moment, but I do not know what she was thinking. Her cheeks suddenly flushed. After hesitating for a long time, she slowly opened her mouth. The condition is, if this trip ends well, can we go on a date? Saying that, Bon's eyes were filled with anticipation as she looked at Jun. Her words left him speechless. Later that evening at the hotel where Jun Sung was staying, he finally returned to his room. Run Sung took off his outer jacket and placed it on the table. Recalling what Bon had said earlier, he sighed helplessly, surprised by how she had suddenly brought up dating out of the blue. She hinted at dating him. In truth, he thought it was okay. It was not a big deal. However, right now Jun Sung had to focus on the upcoming trip first. Thinking about it, he opened the auto hunt system to take a look. At this moment, the empty slots were almost filled with the materials Jun needed. He had asked Kikofku to buy them beforehand, and after thinking, he immediately pressed the crafting button. In an instant, the system displayed 4 words. Synthesis complete. Jun quietly watched the light emitted from his system. A few minutes later, a destructive glove appeared before him. Jun nodded with satisfaction. Indeed, it could be synthesized into equipment using at least 5 materials. If he could synthesize according to the formula he knew, who knows what kind of equipment he could create. There must be necessary materials to create the item in the book written by Yun, which is the martial arts of the Red Dragon. This trip, Jun will collect materials, making that the goal of the journey. While he was deep in thought, Sue suddenly opened the door and walked in. He glanced at her and asked, "What is going on?" Ah-Q stood at the door, her face showing a troubled expression. After a long moment, she finally spoke in a low voice. "About that? Actually, the person has already arrived." Dun Sung looked at her expression, unable to help but feel suspicious. Is she scared? After thinking, "You asked, who is coming?" Before XBK could respond, a creepy laugh echoed. "I did not know you were into crafts." This sound makes one shudder. Right after, Kwaibeek walked in from outside. He raised an eyebrow at you, chuckling, "Long time no see." "Oh, Jun." Jun Sung frowned slightly. Instantly, a flash of sword energy appeared in your hand. You also activated the automatic hunting system. Jun Sung wanted to strike first before he was attacked. Seeing this, Kwaibeek could not help but smirk. As he saw plum blossom petals falling around him, Kwaibeek remarked, "Impressive?" As he finished speaking, a surge of energy appeared in his hand. The moment Jun's sword energy struck, Kwaibeek dodged swiftly and then launched a palm strike at Jun. His speed was quite fast, and Jung Sung took the full brunt of the attack. Your body spun in the air, and Xu was also affected. Falling to the ground, Jun Sung squinted at her. Then, he did not give up and pulled out a handgun. Without hesitation, he fired a bullet at Kwaibeek. Seeing the energy bullet flying toward him, Kwaibeek remained calm. Standing still, just when it was a few millimeters away, he tilted his head to the side, successfully dodging the bullet. At the same time, Jun Sung landed safely not far away but did not stop, stepping back to gain momentum. In contrast, Kwaibeek was not backing down either and struck back with a palm. He laughed triumphantly. "Let us see you dodge this." Jun Sung was startled, quickly activating his skills. In that moment, as Kwaibeek's palm came down, Jun Sung vanished. Inside the room, streams of energy appeared continuously, darting like lightning, too fast for the naked eye to catch. These were Jun Sung's afterimages. When you reappeared, it was right behind Quick. Jun squinted at him, a layer of killing intent appearing on his face. Kwaibeek sensed your movement, excitedly exclaiming in interest. Just then, a footstep suddenly rushed in. Jung Sung's eyes instinctively narrowed, because Sue was now standing in front of Kwaibeek. She shut her eyes tight, waiting for Jun Sung's punch to land. Seeing this, Jun Sung thought she had lost it. He quickly pulled back his fist, but his foot unconsciously kicked her. Sue took a painful kick to the waist. She bit her lip to endure it. Unfortunately, Skuku got kicked out as a result. A trace of blood appeared at the corner of her mouth. Jun Sung also landed from the air, looking worriedly at XQ. As her direct manager, he had to protect her, but the biggest problem was still here. At this moment, Kwaibeek spoke coldly. "I am having a great time. This is truly astonishing." The aura in his eyes was terrifying. Du Dung could not help but frown. If you had not kicked the car earlier, she would definitely be done for. While he was thinking, Quich approached Xuku. He coldly said, "Is this a place where someone like you can interfere?" Seeing his steady stance before her, Sukyu was immediately frightened. She trembled and mumbled, "I." Kwaibeek narrowed her eyes at her, coldly stating, "It is. You can act as you wish, but you should pay for ruining my fun." As soon as those words were out, Kiefke closed his eyes waiting for the impending doom. Kwaibeek, of course, showed no mercy. He raised his hand to strike her, but at that moment, a voice suddenly rang out, questioning if this was the consequence of saving his own boss. This made Kwaibeek glance over, his hand hovering in mid-air. Hesitating, the car's driver also looked over in confusion. Rundung had somehow settled into a chair, legs crossed in a relaxed manner, raising an eyebrow as he spoke. Finding it quite amusing, Kwai Bach stared at him blankly. He did not understand what the boy meant. Jung Sung slowly spoke up. I do not care if you are some kind of boss or cult leader. But how can I not laugh when your subordinate puts herself in danger for you? And instead of being grateful, you are angry. Kwai Bach was suddenly at a loss for words, confronted by the boy's accusation. Looking at his expression, Run Sung continued. She rushed to help you because you could not trust her as a superior. To be honest, it is quite heartbreaking to see you taking out your anger on her. You know that. Hearing this, Sek immediately panicked. What on earth are you talking about? Jun was saying ridiculous things in front of Quick, making her fear he would get angry. But up to this point, Kwok had not reacted at all. Moreover, the corners of his mouth were curling up, and soon after, Kwai Bich threw his head back and laughed heartily. This scene left X-Ku wide-eyed in shock, while Kwai Bich continued to laugh uncontrollably. This is a masterpiece. Run Sung was a bit speechless. Could this guy really laugh himself to death? I thought Kwai Bach would keep laughing. He suddenly spoke up, seeming to indicate that the boy was in trouble here. Because it is clear you know how to deal with the people of this country. You even distracted my attention. Indifferently shrugging, Run Sung pouted, saying, Anyway, it has already turned out this way. Even so, you must be surprised that this old madman is not easily retracting his killing intent. Meanwhile, Sue was watching the two from behind. Her eyes were filled with disbelief. Was this a dream? What are you looking at? At this moment, Run Sung spoke again. So on what occasion did you suddenly decide to barge in? Chuckling softly, Kwai Bech replied nonchalantly. Of course. Because I have something to do with you. As soon as he finished speaking, he pulled out a box. Seeing it, Run Sung immediately frowned. Noticing his reaction, Quich chuckled softly. That is right. This is the result of our deal. On another front, in South Korea, at Suk's building, a pair of hurried feet were running down the hallway, accompanied by cursing. What the hell is this crazy guy doing now? This person was Trang Hun. He rushed to open the door of Stong Kai's house and shouted loudly, Kim's son. Wait. But as soon as he said this, the scene before his eyes left him speechless in shock. He saw Sang-guk lying exhausted on the ground, drenched in sweat. Seeing Trang Hun, Sang-guk raised his hand to greet him. You made it? Trang Hun quickly regained his composure and immediately scolded. You crazy idiot. If you want to die, just go ahead. Dying in the bathroom at home. Really? Hearing this, Sang-guk just chuckled softly. Don't be so serious. Trang Hun scoffed coldly. Annoyed. Shut up. Just bear with it. Are you trying to drive me insane with your death wish? Why go through all this pain? After hearing him complain continuously, Sang-guk smiled wryly. Don't be so rude. If it is that painful all day, then it must be over. While checking his injuries, Trang Hun complained. Why do you keep doing such reckless things? You have made up your mind to become an excellent instructor at the academy. So why? Hearing this, Sang-guk suddenly paused, hesitating for a long time before finally speaking. I made a promise to that person. Trang Hun frowned slightly, asking in confusion. To Jun, Sang-guk nodded and replied. That is right. After hearing this, Trang Hun clenched his fists. Recalling the treatment for the blocked meridians 4 years ago, he and Sang-guk had done everything they could to find that method. Sang-guk knew better than anyone how fragile that ability was. Thinking about it, Trang Hun said in a deep voice. It is not that I do not trust Jun. But aside from that treatment, there are ways to train the body until it gets interrupted. Sang-guk knew what he was thinking and sighed in response. I have tried enough of that. But just exercising won't cut it. He said Jun Sung is suffering like this too. Hearing this, Trang Hun realized that Sang-guk had seen the news about Jun Sung in China. At this moment, Sang-guk slowly stood up from the ground, speaking seriously. Clearly, he was also struggling with special treatment in China. Nevertheless, he looked really cool. He also knew that Jun Sung had stood out significantly during the disaster in Shanghai. So he could not just slack off. After hearing this, Trang Hun did not know how to react. Could this be called stubbornness? After hesitating for a long time, he finally asked quietly. So that is why you did something like that? What he referred to was the wall in the bathroom. Even the ceiling had been cracked by Sang-guk using his energy. Sang-guk cheerfully replied. That is right. I finished that. Trang Hun frowned after hearing this, asking in confusion. The thing I heard about last time. You completed it with your body in this state. Sang-guk nodded slightly. Yeah, that is right. Receiving confirmation, Trang Hun could not help but curse. You really are insane. But Sang-guk did not mind much. He smiled brightly and said, Thank you. Trang Hun did not say anything. At that moment, he really wanted to look up and shout to the heavens. Not shout to the heavens. He hoped he could heal the idiot in front of him. Please, create a miracle. On the other side, in China, the conversation between Kwai Bech and Jun continues. Jun Sung looks up at the box in his hand, which is the elixir he used last time. Kwai Bech calmly speaks. This is the item promised for hunting 5 times. Do you remember our agreement? Runsung nods slightly and replies. I remember. I have already cleaned out Shanghai once. Kwaibuck has no objections. He says casually. All right. Normally I would not drag this out. But the situation has changed. Hearing this, Runsung frowns in confusion and asks. The situation has changed. Divri mods, and Kwaibuck awkwardly explains. I could not have predicted this. Perhaps that guy from Mao's son will invite you over for a meal. He mentioned that there is something he needs your help with. Jungsung furrows his brow and asks in a low voice. If I do that, Kwaibuck knows you are talking about conditions. Calmly says. I will return the 5 times. Then that thing will belong to you. It should be said that it belongs to that young man. Right. As soon as this was said, Rundung fell silent. After a while, he hesitantly asks, is it related to a life and death situation? Indirectly. Kwaibuck shakes his head in denial. Let me rephrase that. As hunters, we must swear that there is nothing we want to do. Junsung thinks for a moment before nodding and saying, I understand. I will accept that offer. What will I have to do? Kwaibuck can't help but smile, starting to reveal his true purpose. After hearing this, Jun's eyes widen in shock. He can't believe it and exclaims, have you lost your mind? Laughing softly, Kwaibuck raises an eyebrow and asks, so you want to do it? Rundung squints at him and after a long pause says, I will do it. Hearing this, Kwaibuck immediately becomes happy. Good. Very good. I know now. Then he asks if you have decided on a day to go. He will need your help then. And if you need anything, just tell the car. With that, Kwaibuck lifts his foot and walks toward the door. But just before leaving, a layer of killing intent suddenly envelopes him. In an instant, it spreads throughout Junsung's room. And of course, he feels it. His eyes narrow instinctively, and Runsung begins to become alert. Without any hesitation, he generates his own sword energy. Quickly, he rushes forward. However, Kwaibuck seems to be on guard. Not only is he unafraid, but he wears an intrigued smile. Jun realizes that the source of the killing intent is Kwaibuck, his business partner. The tip of the sword energy halts in an instant, just a few millimeters from Kwaibuck's face. Looking at the plum blossoms surrounding the sword energy, Kwaibuck can't help but speak up. Indeed, it has been a long time since I have seen plum blossoms so clearly. You truly have more talent than I expected. Saying this, Kwaibuck raises an eyebrow and praises Junsung. You sense my killing intent and reacted immediately. Truly exceptional. Runsung retracts his sword energy, scoffs, and scolds. You really have lost your mind. With a soft chuckle, Kwaibuck wipes the blood from his cheek and casually says, it is I who trust you. It has been a while since we met, and you are already bleeding. This might be the last time in this city. Right. Have you met the Xichlong society? Dunsung immediately mocked. If you were not exuding such a murderous aura, there would not be any bloodshed. Ivima nodded, and Kwaibuck cheerfully said, I knew you would not directly strike at me. You can be proud. Not everyone can be my opponent. Not even the Jiang family. Runix, hearing this self-praise, truly did not know what to say. He did not reply. And Kwaibuck turned to leave. See you later. But do not lean too much this way. The hunter is a bit overzealous. As soon as he finished speaking, he slammed the door shut. Runsung looked in that direction, feeling annoyed and thinking that every time he met that guy, he felt irritable. But if he thought back on what had happened, from the disaster in Shanghai to the fight with Trong Tron, perhaps Jun had already gotten used to this place. Kwaibi had set an unbelievable condition. But that was something that made others envious. Finally, the day of departure had arrived. Travku was walking to Jun's room, thinking about what would happen to her once this trip ended. She must have angered the leader, so she would definitely face punishment. Something like her current vehicle would no longer hold any value. She might even get kicked out of tens. She kept thinking aimlessly until she stood in front of Jun's door, quickly shaking her head, telling herself to focus. The important thing now was the success of the trip. Taking a deep breath, Axtu dared to push the door open. Boss, the day of departure has come. I wonder if he is ready. As soon as she entered, her eyes widened in surprise because she saw Runsung wearing the Queen Ant's armor, looking extremely imposing. Hearing the sound, Junsung immediately turned his head, raised an eyebrow, and smiled. You are here. Come on in. Ax quietly observed Junsung's armor. There was also a computer on his desk. After a long while, she finally spoke. This is your gear. Right. It really suits you. Ivima nodded, and Runsung happily said, yeah. I have not worn it in a while, so it brings back some memories. What do you think? Honestly, you should be in the hospital for a few days. That would be better. Kamsi Kill gently shook her head and replied. Hearing this, Dunsung was not surprised and chuckled. That is true. As soon as I tried to get you to stay in the hospital, you caused a fuss, saying there is something important right in front of you, and you can't abandon your mission. While speaking, Axiuku suddenly questioned, wait, why are you using honorifics with me? With a slight chuckle, Runsung casually said, I did not plan for that at all. If I give it my all in this fight. Today might be the last day. Now you are about to tell me not to carry too much weight on my shoulders. Right. Saying such things to her when he was still young felt a bit out of character for him, Isiki. Hearing this, was a bit taken aback and asked back. Really? Navima nodded, and Run-sung continued. That is right. Even if the leader's words are true. I have been too caught up having fun in this country. At this moment, Sek realized that this was Jun's true nature since the first time he met her or faced Lei Himin. All of that has just been an act of heroism he performs here in China. Sue's behavior has already caught Kwai Butch's attention, almost making her unaware. While she was still thinking, Run-sung spoke up. From now on, everything I need to do is inside the crack. The event is just a few hours away. He said he wanted to ask Seoko to handle the final details. Sek was slightly startled, then quickly agreed to take a seat. Jun had already prepared a place for her. Even if it were not her, he could handle these things on his own by intentionally asking her to do these things. Jun wanted to say that he acknowledges her role. Everything Siku has done until now has been learned from teachers. So she thinks she is nothing but a waste. Skevsuke has also been disrespectful to Kubake, having heard the criticism of how useless she is. But Jun not only sympathizes but also acknowledges her. This moved her to tears. In this moment, Run-sung spoke up again. She has worked hard for a long time. This made Q wake up, her eyes reddening again, tears streaming down. Q quickly turned to look back, but there was no one left in the room. She hugged her face and cried loudly. That idiot. She should be the one saying goodbye to Run-sung. She should thank him. Honored to be by his side, but the person has already gone. She could only focus on finishing the last task. Thinking this, Kinose quickly opened the tasks that Jun wanted her to do. However, she saw a file named Room. Curious, she clicked to see, and inside was a message from Junsung for XQ. She quietly read the playful lines on the screen, then could not help but smile. This really took her by surprise. On another front, at the preparation place, Hin sat on the bench, speaking in a low voice. There is no way the outcome will change. After the event ends, you will reap the benefits you were supposed to receive. Sitting across from that old man is just helping him. Of course. These words were also meant for himself. Min sighed a little helplessly. This is pointless. There is no way. Those who take ambition as their motivation are all like that. Once they miss a chance, they give it all up. Thinking this, Hin spoke again. If you do not want to become a teammate, for your own sake, supporting the handover with all your might is also good. As soon as these words came out, Dixian's face darkened even more, but Min did not care. He continued. You do not want the rest of your life to be spent kneeling at someone else's feet. Do you? Immediately, Dixian knelt on the ground and bowed his head, begging, I will do as you say. Please. Min glanced at him, scoffing in disdain, and helping in. Just kneel there. Groveling. At that moment, Kung reminded him not to speak up. I know already, so just keep quiet, buddy. Although the cabin is soundproof, there are countless people outside watching us. This made Diveng fall silent. He instinctively swallowed hard. Right now, there are really a lot of reporters outside, and they are filming. Plus there is a crack appearing in the nearby sky. Inside the vehicle, King Tron continues. We are about to leave, and we will see everyone soon. Are you really going to go out with that expression? Isn't he that disrespectful to the people and the fans? That is not it. Duckin hears this and shakes his head in fear, but just as he finishes speaking, something brushes against his face, and the pain immediately makes Duckin recoil. King Chan is the one who struck. Coldly warning. I told you to shut up. Jipin covers the wound on his face with his hand, feeling a sense of helplessness. He sees nothing. When did Kung Tron shoot? Is that really the reputation and strength of the top 6 world Kia? Seeing the scene, Inan speaks up to intervene. Come on. You two. Duck in. Alright then. The old man reminds everyone not to forget who their prey is. Hearing this, Kivin scoffs. If the director said so, then I will stop. As long as that guy Hagipin keeps the prey in place, then our host insect won't do unnecessary work. As soon as these words were spoken, Jin Chung sitting beside could not help but let out a cold huff. Min glances at Kung Tron. This guy has some issues, but to be that ruthless. His strength must be terrifying. The level of that guy is at the highest rank in the top 10. Achieving the peak is the greatest result among the materials that Himan invested in. Thinking of this, he grinned smugly before giving the order. Then let us go. Immediately, the 4 of them head out with their weapons. Him secretly smirks. He has already prepared the stones along the way, so now it is time to meet the prey. They quickly step out of the vehicle. Seeing them, a flurry of cameras pointed in this direction. At the same time, Run also pays attention to them. Beside you, there is also Bai and a company. Min approaches Run and smiles politely, saying, Were you waiting for us? Sorry for taking a bit of time to prepare. So today we would like to ask for your help. Just as he finishes speaking, he reaches out to shake hands with Jun. You narrow your eyes at the hand in front of you, remaining silent for a long time without responding. Meanwhile, Himin grows more excited. The moment you grab this hand is when it all begins, and Runsung will become his prey. However, after waiting for a long time, Jungsung still does not extend his hand. You remain standing there silently, saying nothing and making no moves. At the same time, in the back, Kung Chan is observing everything. He can't help but exclaim, "You have a really nice armor. If he kills you, that armor will belong to him." Himin had said they would attack as soon as Runsung shakes his hand. Now, going back a few days, in the classroom of the Wim Company, Him sits at the front, with 3 people from Kong Chan sitting beside him. Jin Chung is the first to speak after hearing that H-Min actually plans to do this. Damn Mac, and H-Min responds calmly, "That is right." Hearing this, King can't help but scoff. On the contrary, Dean Chung hesitated and said, "No way. That would be too hasty. The reporters will come rushing in." He-Min was calm and replied, "That is exactly the point. You have seen it before. That guy is very cunning. So we can give him a chance. You probably can't imagine being attacked right there. Your technique is not simple. The moment you step into it, you might miss." Dean Chung still felt uneasy about this tactic and hesitated to speak up. But the reporters would notice that. With a slight laugh, Haimai said seriously, "About that, doing it this way will be enough." Just as he finished speaking, another Haimin appeared behind Jin Chung. He exclaimed in surprise, "Where did you come from? You are really impressive." After saying that, he did not forget to clap in praise. Jin Chung's tone carried a hint of flattery. The director's skills were indeed legendary. He meant for us to deceive the reporters' senses. Ivima nodded. Eamon casually said, "That is right. So do not worry about what others think. The opportunity will come when he reaches out to shake hands with Jun. That is when you should strike." Back to reality. Kung Chan could not help but snicker. Director Lei said that. But is it really necessary? It seems everyone did not notice Jung Sung's movement when he appeared on stage. But he could not escape his eyes. Thinking of this, Kung Chan broke into a confident smile. If he had the bow at that moment, he could end Jun Sung with just one arrow. At this moment, the atmosphere in the area was tense and somewhat subdued. The reporters quietly went about their business without speaking a word. From a distance, Hin observed everything. He wore a smug smile. Everything is ready. Now in the camera lens. It looked like they were preparing to infiltrate the crack. Hin eagerly awaited the moment Jun Sung would shake hands. He would finish him off immediately. He had to see how Jun would learn the He Thon Kong. But above the empty land, Run Sung suddenly broke the silence. Indeed, this cryptic statement of his left Haimin confused. With a slight laugh, Run Sung smirked, realizing that all the calculations in his head were clearly written on his face, his aura radiating fiercely. Yet he asked someone to shake hands. These people are really amusing. Thinking that, Run Sung nonchalantly said, "Actually, I have something I want to show you." Just as he finished speaking, a talisman suddenly appeared in his hand. Upon seeing it, Hin's face looked as if he had just stepped in dog poop. He exclaimed in panic, "That is my talisman." "How did you get it?" Run Sung replied casually. "I got it from the person you previously discarded." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone instinctively turned their gaze towards DDC-in. DDC-in's face also looked quite ugly at that moment. Im-Yoon remembered that he had stuffed the talisman into Ding-in, who was unconscious. To escape, yet Rung Sung found that talisman. He truly shot himself in the foot. At this moment, Jun Sung chuckled softly and said, "So we know how to use this too." As soon as the words left his mouth, Himin panicked and shouted, "It is too late. Jun Sung has already acted." At the same time, Bon appeared beside him. Jun Sung's fingers ignited a flame in an instant. The talisman was burned away, and in a flash, the 2 figures of Jun Sung vanished. King Tron looked up at the sky in shock and yelled, "Damn it." Above, Himin and his group also looked up. Hin gritted his teeth in anger and cursed at that damn Jun Sung. While they looked up, Jun Sung and Bon had moved very close to the crack. One more step, and they could touch it. At this moment, Himin's face had turned pale. "He is escaping." King Tron scoffed coldly and said, "Let him get away." As soon as he finished speaking, he drew an arrow. Without hesitation, King Tron began to operate the bow. A powerful energy quickly surrounded the arrow. At this moment, Kain was also filled with energy. Seeing this, Himin could not help but widen his eyes in shock. What Keen was using was the arrow of the 9 spider web. Each one was made from 3 types of silver fiber and 6 types of giant beast organs. It was the strongest arrow in the continent. He could handle that ton-weight arrow with ease. Right now, he was aiming the bow at the crack. Then, he pulled back the bowstring, making him uncover his ears. Just pulling the bow caused this much shock. Even the reporters in the distance were not exempt. Each of his arrows carried immense energy. King Tron looked up at the sky and began to scream, "Get lost." Every arrow shot off in an instant. The sound of the wind slicing through quickly reached the crack. Jun-sung felt this and immediately widened his eyes in astonishment. By the time you see it clearly, you will realize that arrow is aimed at you. Bon also shouted in panic. Jun-sung on the ground thought they had succeeded, and he shouted loudly, "It! Finally done." However, he coldly scolded, "Shut up." Himon looked over in confusion, and then saw blood at his feet, along with fallen plum blossom petals around. King Tron's face was as dark as coal, and he gritted his teeth, cursing, "Jun-sung, you damn rat." At the same time, Jun-sung let out a sigh of relief. That was a dangerous toy. He almost got hit. King Tron looked up at the sky, unwilling to accept it. He did not understand why he missed. Did those petals interfere while he shot? Meanwhile, Jun-sung was so very suspicious. When he flew into the crack, he sensed the killing intent, even though he activated his automatic defense. That arrow still made it this far. Thinking of this, he could not help but feel amazed. Indeed, there was power in it. The nickname Demon Archer surely fits you well. Kung Troll, feeling increasingly unwilling, threw his head back and shouted to the sky, "Run, you damn bastard." No matter how much he shouted, Run-sung did not care. He glanced at Bon and said, "Well then, shall we go?" Bon nodded slightly in response. "Yeah." At this moment, Run-sung threw down the arrow he was holding and then stepped into the crack. Seeing this scene, Himnin panicked. Oh no, he is getting away. At the same moment, the trembling arrow thrown by Xung was falling, and it quickly struck the ground. With a loud bang, the earth echoed with a deafening noise, waking up the reporters nearby. Meanwhile, one reporter had noticed what was happening on the other side. The Hin group here had no idea that the reporter could see them, and then spoke up. "That guy has gone into the crack. We need to hurry if we want to chase him." However, a scream suddenly rang out, startling him. Immediately, dozens of reporters rushed over. Their voices began to bombard Hin with questions. "Director Lai, please wait. What was going on with those guys just now? Where's Mither? On-sung, who was with you earlier?" The crowd was in chaos. Min tried to calm them down. "Everyone, please be patient. The noise earlier had ruined his plan." However, he had no choice but to deal with the reporters first. Run-sung has already infiltrated the crack. Devon Trung, standing next to him, looked at the chaos and muttered in dissatisfaction. Seriously? How did it end up like this? At the same time, Kung Chan was still unwilling to accept what had just happened. How could Run-sung evade his arrow? Moreover, he even dared to insult him. Thinking about this, K-ung Tran's eyes filled with killing intent. He had to catch that guy at all costs. Meanwhile, inside the crack, Juning and Bon were running frantically ahead. Run-sung called out while running, "We have come this far. They probably want to chase us anymore. This area is forested. Let us try running in there." So the two of them really ventured deep into the nearby forest. Bon had been running for a while, her face soaked with sweat. At that moment, Run handed her a bottle of water. He smiled and said, "This is a reserve water bottle. We have been running for over 2 hours, so you will probably need it." Bon nodded slightly and thanked him before taking the bottle. She tilted her head back and took a long drink, then could not help but let out a refreshing sigh. After Bon finished drinking, Run-sung spoke up. "It seems we have put some distance between them, but we should not let our guard down," Bon observed from behind, secretly admiring. "You are really amazing. You are running just like me and do not seem exhausted at all. Your breathing is still completely steady. Your stamina must be excellent. I need to compose myself and not show it." While Bai was lost in thought, Run-sung suddenly called her name, startling her. Her cheeks flushed as a result. Jun-sung seemed unaware of her embarrassment and spoke seriously. "Actually, I have something I need your help with." Hearing this, Bon immediately panicked, but what she noticed was that Jun-sung had moved very close to her. Furthermore, there was no one else around, just him and Bon. The more she thought about it, the more embarrassed she felt. Besides, what exactly did Jun-sung want her to do? Jun-sung stared at her, hesitating for a moment. After a while, he finally spoke. "Could I take a look at the camera on your shirt?" His words left Bon a bit confused. Jun knew it was sudden, so he quickly explained. "The camera is attached to our clothes to record the journey. It is something the WIM company installed. If it was intentionally put there by Lihim, it should be removed immediately." Hearing this, Bon understood the problem. At this moment, Jun-sung noticed her unusual expression and asked with concern, "Are you feeling unwell?" Bon quickly shook her head and replied. Since she said that, he did not press further and continued speaking. "Of course, if we remove this camera, will keep it a secret and question why the recording equipment was removed. It might not be a problem for a foreigner like you, but Bon and the Red Dragon Society could face trouble." After hearing this, Bon shook her head. "It is no way," Jung-sung said firmly, then took out a few small cameras and handed them to her. "This is what I prepared. If we record with this, There won't be any issues. Then he suggested she turn her back a bit since it needs to be attached from behind. Bon was a bit surprised by this, but turned around to let him attach the camera for her. The sensation of his hand touching her through the armor made Bon feel embarrassed. Jun did not care much about such things. He was observing where to attach it. From her right shoulder to the elbows and then to her left knee. Right in front. Feeling Jun Sung's gaze on her, Bon's cheeks grew increasingly red. At that moment, Jun Sung touched her left shoulder, startling her, almost making her cry out. Jun Sung looked a bit confused, asking, "What is wrong?" Bon realized she had overreacted and quickly explained, "It is nothing. Just keep going." Jun Sung heard her and did not think much of it. Continuing to attach the camera to her, Baijan took a deep breath, trying to calm herself, reminding herself to regain her composure. It is just attaching equipment somewhere. It can't be as heated as it was in the hospital. She definitely has to focus, but from behind, Jun Sung could clearly see her head was steaming. Although he was puzzled, he remained focused on attaching the camera. Time passed, and after a while, Jun Sung finally finished. Baijan finally dared to breathe a sigh of relief. Luckily, he did not notice. Plus, when she was attaching the equipment to Jun Sung, it felt like she was putting on a collar for a lover in those movies. If she continued a bit longer, she might as well name the child. At the same time, she also breathed a sigh of relief, grateful she was not caught. The heat radiating from Bon spread from her fingertips to his body. He thought she was not feeling well, but she looked happy. Putting that aside, Jung Sung spoke seriously. At that time, "I requested you to be an ally. But there is one thing I have to correct." Bon frowned slightly, asking with curiosity, "Correct what?" Damak nodded, and Jung Sung slowly explained. "After all, during this mission, it will be hard for us to operate continuously together." His words made Bon even more alarmed. "What do you mean by that?" Jun Sung looked at her intently and finally spoke. "I plan to stay and not leave the crack, even if it exceeds the intended time." Bon was increasingly panicked. She spoke in confusion. "What are you talking about? Why is this happening?" Jung Sung sighed helplessly and said, "Of course I want to help Bon until the end, to get her safely to the exit. But that is a big issue." Bon shook her head slightly, pursing her lips and said, "That is not what I am worried about right now." This left Jun Sung confused. What does she mean? Bon leaned closer to him, speaking firmly. "What I am worried about is that you, Run Sung, are planning to do those dangerous things. Why would you think of doing something so reckless?" Hearing this, Run Sung felt a bit awkward, unsure of what to say. In fact, it was possible to get Bon out, but he could not explain that. Going back to the time before the meeting of Quibi and Jun, Quibi had asked him if he had heard those words before. Jun Sung fundamentally did not understand. He questioned back, "What do you mean?" Quebec slowly explained, "The world we live in and the other world is someone who wonders why what humans know about that world is nothing like this." Jun Sung was even more confused by this, asking what he meant. But nothing special came out. Quebec shook his head and chuckled softly, mentioning a little orphan boy on a TV who said that it was a commemoration speech, saying we know nothing about that world. At this moment, Jun Sung remembered that he had not listened to the speech and left halfway through. While he was thinking, Quick spoke again. "But is not that a pretty funny story in human history? Is there a land that has not been discovered in just 20 years? Moreover, there are not many experienced people in the world, not exceeding 3 digits. Almost like that, wanting to know. So everyone is curious like thieves. Not like this era is falling into urgency." Rundung frowned after hearing this, taking a long time before saying, "I do not even know if that is the truth or not." Quebec squinted at him and slowly said, "That is right. Even in 400 years, the desire to step into that world is still much greater." Dung Sung's face became a bit serious, and he chose to remain silent without saying anything. Seeing his expression, Quebec could not help but chuckle. "What is this?" Surprisingly, "You are not shocked at all." Hearing this, Run Sung felt a bit awkward and replied, "I do not know how to react right now." That is right. That crack has appeared in this world for several decades. But the truth has been around for centuries. The book from the Red Dragon Society clearly narrated this content. It wrote about the world beyond the crack. The first time reading that content, Jun Sung was surprised to the point of being speechless. At this moment, Ku spoke up again. "Then I will try to explain. It is a very simple matter. The appearance of the door is a recent event. But there is definitely something outside that door. He does not know since when. But the world is called by many different names, from Dihung the Zovian, Mautilu, and Bunglei. Fever Zung Fat, the place of the fairies, and Mount Tam Thun. Even if Jun Sung did not come from this country, he would surely have heard about it." Jung Sung frowned and muttered, "I did not think those pills would be so cheap. So you invested to prove those unbelievable things." Quebec slightly furrowed his brow and said in a deep voice, "It is not impossible. It is a current reality." He then presented a usp, saying, It has all the evidence and motivation needed. All you have to do is find the location I requested. That is my only requirement. Jung Sung squinted at the USP in his hand, nodding in agreement after a moment, satisfied with his answer. Quich smiled. But at that moment, Jung Sung sighed and said, "Really? This can be wrapped up in a day. This is a task that could take more than 30 hours. Kwai Butch replied calmly. It is good you realized that quickly. After thinking for a long time, Jun hesitantly said, this large-scale hunt is commissioned by the leader of the #1 hunting team in China, which means I am the one taking the risk. Dim appears within 30 hours. If the exit is missed, you will be trapped inside. By convention, that person will be considered dead until they escape the crack, Kwai Butch said calmly. A person capable of going for a long time. A foreigner disappearing won't be a loss, and even if it is in a place the government allows access. You meet all the conditions. As usual, Kwai Butch would hunt 4 times, and after refining his skills, he would send them out. But this time, is not everything going well? Great. He will give you a bonus. Hearing this, Jun Sung no longer hesitated, standing up to take the USP. But at that moment, spoke a Of course. Only if you do not get scared halfway through. Run Sung frowned at this remark. He looked at him intently and sincerely said, then try to make your way to the exit of the crack. The further away, the better. There won't be any issues. This pill is very valuable, so it is a pity to miss out on it. Jun Sung could not help but be shocked. Did he want to read his mind? Thinking this, he spoke in a deep voice. I do not think you are someone who overlooks business losses. Shrugging indifferently, Kwai Butch replied. So what? Dun Sung raised an eyebrow and explained. What I will bring back is worth countless times more than this pill. You can be thinking I will take that. It might even surpass you. With a slight laugh, Kwai Butch replied calmly. Yep. That is also a possibility. Isn't that an obvious thought? Those who seem to have nothing but arrogance often hide a dark side within. Jun Sung looked at Kwai Butch in surprise, noticing a different expression on his face than usual. While he was thinking, Kwai Butch continued. But you are not that kind of person. Run Sung was stunned by this remark. Kwai Butch confidently said, I do not think you are someone who would think that way, and of course, I do not think you are a decent guy. But did not you say yourself, you are a hunter? Right. At this point, he could not help but raise an eyebrow with pride, as if everything he said was correct. Du Sung, feeling more confused, muttered, so what if I am a hunter? Chuckling softly, Kwai Butch happily said, that is right. Exactly. Jun Sung could not help but be amazed. Did he really believe that the kid would not stab him in the back? How strange. Just then, Kwai Butch tossed the USP stick towards him. Run Sung reached out to catch it. Kwai Butch raised an eyebrow and said with a smile, here you go. I am counting on you, hunter. Jun Sung narrowed his eyes at the USP in his hand, remaining silent for a while, shaking off the memories of that day. Jung Sung sighed helplessly, unable to explain it. There was only one way forward. Thinking this, he spoke seriously. Why should I explain that to Miss Jiang Bon? As soon as the words left his mouth, Bon's face showed a hint of panic. Dunx Dung still maintained a serious expression. Coldly continuing, isn't that right? Whether it is Miss Bon or me, we are all in business. I have my own secrets too. Why should I lay everything out for you? Bon looked a bit flustered, stammering, well, if maybe I could help. Help how? He scoffed softly, coldly replying, Miss Bon, as an expert, you should know this is my business, and I will take measures to reduce the danger. But why does Koban want to interfere in something that does not concern her? He wondered if working together for so long had made her develop feelings. But mixing feelings with work was unprofessional. You keep questioning me. Bon truly had no words. She clenched her fists, seemingly trying to suppress her emotions. Run Sung knew this, but there was no other choice. If they did not clarify the boundaries now, Bon would be in danger. Unlike him, she was part of the Red Dragon Society. Even with the ring, it had to be that way. At this moment, Bian suddenly spoke up. The promise to help me has not changed. Right. As soon as she finished speaking, her eyes were filled with hope as she looked at Jun Sung. But he did not understand what she meant. Bon looked firmly at Jun Sung and said clearly, you said you would help me to a safe exit. So during the mission, we will work together. Right. Jun Sung was taken aback by her words, but quickly reacted. It was true, but it was also dangerous. Yet Bian was extremely determined, and he did not care about Run Sung's actions. Instead of the mission, let us stick together until I reach the exit. Are you really planning on not fulfilling that professional promise? Dun stared at her in confusion. He did not think she would say that, with no other choice. He could only sigh and agree. I understand. So please support me. Only for the duration we are together. Hearing him agree, Bon instantly cheered up. She turned and walked away, speaking as she went, then let us set off right away. Have you determined the target's location yet? Dun Sung nodded slightly, then followed behind her, feeling a mix of admiration and frustration. No matter how stubborn he was, he could not outtalk her. But so what? It was not a bad thing. Both of them ventured deeper into the forest, where they encountered a group of monsters. Bayan faced them without fear, charging straight ahead. Seeing her, the monsters began to attack. Baijin remained calm, summoning her powers. Flames quickly enveloped her entire body. With her Xich Long Zao, Bayan continued to slash down, annihilating them in no time. Only then did she let out a sigh of relief. In that moment, Jun Sung's voice suddenly rang out. You are really strong, Ban exclaimed, turning to look back in surprise. Jun Sung approached slowly, smiling with praise. Your strength seems to have increased a lot. This made Ban blush with embarrassment. She waved her hand and said, My dad says I am nowhere near your level. Jun Sung saw her modesty and continued to compliment her graceful moves. Ban knew what he was referring to. She nodded and smiled. This is my family's martial arts. What I use is the fire technique passed down from the Jiang family, which allows me to produce flames from within and move at incredible speed. Dongchan is known for its speed. However, the downside is that no matter how fast I am, I can't change direction freely like Jun can. Jun was not surprised to hear this. It seemed he had anticipated it, recalling how difficult it had been for him at that time. While Jun Sung was lost in thought, Ban spoke up again. Even if I can't compare to you or my dad, my strength has improved a lot since before. So let me help you hunt. Jung Sung flatly rejected her without hesitation. No way. Ban was refused again, pouting and pleading. But he shook his head firmly. Even if you whine, it won't work. We promised each other earlier. Your hunting will be done by you alone, and I will accompany you only for a while. You promised me. Hearing this, Ban could only sigh in defeat. Okay. I understand. With that, she turned and walked away, her silhouette a bit lonely. Jun Sung watched her retreating figure, sighing helplessly. This girl was quite stubborn, and he needed to be firm and set boundaries. Meanwhile, in another corner of the crack, Hin's group was present. Tron was talking to Jin Chung, Jin Bangmaster. Have you made up your mind? Jin Chung nodded slightly and replied, Yep. I agree with your opinion. I have to make a decision. Hearing this, Kong Tron immediately felt pleased. Indeed, Jin Bangmaster was decisive and brave. Thank you for your cooperation. With that, he glanced towards where Hin was standing guard while Hin rested. It had been 2 hours since they entered the crack. Yet Hai Min was still sluggish and unwilling to move. Kung Chan wanted to quickly chase after Run Sung, unsure of what he was planning. From now on, there was no need to follow Hai Mun's orders blindly. After thinking, he lifted his foot and walked towards H Mine. But before he could get close, he was blocked by Gip In. Kyung Trong glared at him and coldly said, You dare to block my way? Get lost. Jip In refused to back down, still standing there defiantly, saying, I have to protect Director Lai. Just then, F Min suddenly commanded, Jip In, that is enough. Step aside. With that word from the old man, Jip In finally moved aside. Kyung Tron slowly approached, suggesting they talk for a bit. Director Lai Hin opened his eyes and coldly asked him, What is going on? With a slight smile, Kyung Tron calmly replied, You do not need to look at me like that. I did not say anything wrong. He said that from now on, he would operate independently from H Mine. Hearing this, Yi Min frowned slightly and asked suspiciously, What are you planning to do? Indifferently shrugging his shoulders, Kyung Tron replied, There is nothing to do here. We have to hunt and gather intel. The original contract did not say we were just here for this job. He mentioned that he had already talked with Jin Chung. The two groups would conduct reconnaissance in turn, and then regroup at the exit. However, Min refused, saying, I have other plans. In that plan, you and Master Jin cannot be absent. I won't allow you to go. Hearing this, Kyung could not help but laugh coldly. This is crazy. Are you joking with me? Director Lai. Fine. I will be straightforward. So if you follow your plan, what results will you get in the end? It is embarrassing to be tossed around like this. Hai Min Mai squinted at him, remaining silent for a long time. Seeing this, Kung Chan began to criticize. The fact that I lent you my time and reputation is because I wanted to, but in the end, what do I get? He said he would chase after the intel. He had caught the arrows and the insults directed at him, and he must make them pay. In short, Kung Chan wanted to act alone with just his bow in hand. As he said this, he shot a meaningful glance at H Mine, saying, So Director Lee should also reflect on himself. At this point, Min let out a cold laugh, and the atmosphere suddenly became tense. No one was willing to back down. Jipin standing nearby was also intimidated by this atmosphere. Dean Trung was a bit calmer. He just stood by leisurely waiting for the outcome. After a while, Etchman finally spoke up to break the silence. All right, I will go along with your wishes. He agreed so easily, which surprised Ki. Min huffed lightly and coldly repeated, Didn't you hear? Just do as you wish. Kia Kwangtron found it a bit hard to believe. He thought it would be much tougher. Jip In on this side heard 8 Min's words and sighed helplessly. But at this moment, he continued, but is not one more person necessary? This made Kia Kwangtron a bit confused. Min slowly explained, my skills will always ensure safety. So right now it is not necessary to go for reconnaissance, but actively reconnoitering is also good experience for Jip In. Furthermore, this place is a different realm, so who knows what might happen. After all, the two of you might encounter some unexpected situations. Kung Chan narrowed his eyes at the old man, speaking coldly. What do you plan to say now? Oh no. Fine. The two of us will head out first. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned and left. Min did not react much, just pouted and said, I see. If that is the case, there is no other way. That is brave. King Tron did not know what the old man's goal was, but now was not the time for ideological struggles. First, King Chan was free, so from now on he would hunt Jun Sung. On the other side, the two Jun Sung were still in the forest. The Jun Sung was deep in thought as he walked. It had been 2 days since they set off, and they must have reached the location marked in Yu Din's book. Crossing the northern forest would get them there. The two of them continued through the forest, and soon they spotted a cliff. Run Sung stood in front of the cliff, frowning in contemplation. Below was where that thing lived, and at that moment, he could feel it. The terrifying sensation emanating from below. The creature known as the 9th dragon in legend, the supreme man-eating beast among all monsters, the monstrous Gashu. Below the cliff, the beast's red eyes slowly opened. At the same time, above, the air was filled with a strange chill. Jun and Bon were still standing there. Bon was startled by the sudden gusts. But only Run Sung knew that what made them feel cold was not this chilly wind, but something else. The heart-stopping, goosebumps-inducing sensation was clearly the killing intent of that beast. He felt it was beneath them. Thinking of this, he glanced at Bon and said, from now on, I will hunt alone. But Bon stood there silently without answering. After a long hesitation, she stammered, I want to help too. Let me hunt with you. Run Sung looked at her trembling shoulders and sighed helplessly. She could feel the ominous aura radiating from below the cliff. Yet she still said that, but he could not let her come with him. So he coldly said, this is dangerous. Bon shook her head slightly, firmly stating, just as she finished speaking. Bon felt something change in her body. She had been restrained by Run Sung, and because of that, she could not move. Jun did not care, reaching out to support her, then carried her back into the forest. Bon glanced at him, not understanding why he was doing this. A moment later, Run Sung placed her beside an ancient tree. Bon squinted at him, shivering as she asked, why are you doing this? Janek Stung coldly stated, from now on, hunting is my job, not something you should interfere with. He reminded Bon to listen carefully to his words. Her acupoint would be released after a while. After that, she should leave this place. For the remaining time, she should scout and find out when the crack would open, then come back. But Bon wanted to stay, a stubborn glint in her eyes. The more Run Sung looked, the more helpless he felt. He pursed his lips and spoke, his expression still resolute. All right then. I will be brief once more. You said you hate her tailing you. Got it. To be honest, whether she is around or not, the outcome is the same. Frankly, her sticking around makes things even more complicated. Hearing this, Bon's expression froze. She mumbled about it, but she could not articulate it. She could only sigh sadly. Jun Sung, however, did not care and coldly turned to leave. The cruel words kept flowing. Don't make things more complicated for me. You should go back. We won't have any reason to meet again after this. With no other choice, Bon could only watch Jun Sung's back as he walked away, yet her eyes held sadness. Jun Sung did not notice, continuing to run ahead. You have to do this. It might feel a bit cruel, but now's the time to cut ties completely. If you do not, Bon will be in danger. The target Run Sung needs to hunt now is even stronger than before. But when he reached that cliff, a shocking phenomenon appeared, leaving him in awe. A massive shadow loomed over the sky. The creature below the cliff had awakened. Though he did not know when, its body was unbelievably large, with fiery red eyes and sharp claws. Run Sung squinted at it, feeling confused. When did it crawl out? Is this really the Ganunji? There were no signs at all. There was no feeling or sound. It suddenly appeared like a ghost from the dark abyss. Run Sung suspected it had anticipated their every move and instinctively warned him to run. Is the Noanga monster beyond my control? If others saw Jun Sung about to fight it, they would think he was insane. That is true. But what can you do? Jun Sung relished that. With that thought, he quickly armed himself and coldly said, all right, let us see if you can act crazy. At that moment, the Ningoeng also turned to face him, and Run Sung ignored it. Charging forward, he ran up the Ningaomanji's body, and in an instant, Run Sung jumped onto its head. As soon as it spotted him, the Ningoeng opened its huge mouth, revealing its sharp teeth. Jun was not startled. He suddenly dodged and ran in another direction. Seeing this move, the Ngoenji's eyes widened in shock. Meanwhile, Runsung was running along the cliff. He used spin and slit to maximize his speed, running back toward the abyss to confuse the monster. But the Ngoenji did not act. It just stood there watching Jun Sung run away. He glanced back at it while running. Just then, the massive figure of the Gao Eng was nowhere to be seen. Jun Sung had run up the cliff. He frowned in astonishment. Where did it go? While you were thinking, the ground in front suddenly cracked open. You froze in your tracks, panic flashing in your eyes. Suddenly, you thought of something and quickly lifted off the ground. At the same time, the crack in the earth widened. And in the blink of an eye, the beast emerged from below. Its massive mouth opened wide, aiming towards the direction you were running. You widened your eyes in horror. Was it going to swallow you? Just then, beneath your feet appeared plum blossom petals, forming a circle. You quickly changed direction and ran. The beast only snapped at the air. You silently sighed in relief, grateful to have dodged it. But before you could celebrate, you were caught off guard again. Because at that moment, the beast was breathing fire towards you. You shouted in shock. Fire in its mouth. Is that possible? But before you could finish your thought, the flame shot out from the beast's mouth. In an instant, the air was enveloped by fire. You were truly going from one shock to another, hurriedly trying to dodge. The flames from the beast shot straight up into the sky, growing larger by the moment, seemingly wanting to incinerate you. The fire it breathed was heating the air, while you were suspended in mid-air. Luckily, you managed to evade its flames. You breathed a sigh of relief. It was truly too dangerous. The moment you saw the beast's gaze, you realized it was about to spit fire. You activated your snail technique with the plum blossom petals to move, but still could not change your direction. You jumped down. If you had been a moment slower, you would have certainly been buried by the beast's flames. You did not expect it to be a monster stronger than what was written in the books. It was on an entirely different level compared to the monsters you had fought so far. The beast was large but moved incredibly fast. Truly a terrifying presence. And those flames. Its breath was more powerful than you had imagined, a terrifying heat that could burn everything around. As expected, you could not hunt the beast through a battle of strength. It was definitely a monster stronger than what you had read in the books, but not stronger than what you expected. As long as you followed the plan, you could take it down. With that thought, you created a platform waiting for the plum blossom petals. In an instant, a solid footing formed beneath you. You spun around and landed powerfully. At the same time, the beast noticed you. You did not panic, calmly saying, "Next is my hunt." The beast narrowed its eyes at you, wanting to see what you would do next. Just then, you darted forward like lightning. You used the stain technique to create a platform in mid-air. Without hesitation, you began creating platforms made of plum blossoms in the air. Then, you used spin and slit to distract the monster. Sure enough, the beast was focused on your movements. Without any hesitation, it opened its massive mouth again and spat a fireball towards you. Right now, you just need to combine the two techniques you just used. In an instant, the flame surged toward Jung, but this time, it was not as smooth as before, leaving Go Ning stunned. Junsung had dodged its fire column, and now stood before it with a clone. This is a new technique from Junsung, creating clones with high-speed movement. To Mingon, there were now two figures of Junsung, and it could not tell which was real. At that moment, Junsung paused for a moment to think before attacking. Meanwhile, the Ngoenji opened its large mouth toward him. Without hesitation, it lunged to swallow Junsung, but it was just a moment too late. In an instant, Junsung's figure faced it. He smiled and said, "I." As soon as he finished speaking, a surge of energy appeared around him. He was using his technique again. And in the blink of an eye, his figure vanished without a trace. Only a few flower petal platforms appeared in the air. Ngoenji stared blankly at these things. And then, something unexpected happened. Junsung, who was just two before, now had over a dozen copies. He had surrounded Ni Gaoneng. Jungsung was extremely satisfied. He wanted to see how it would distinguish them. At that moment, Nugoen spewed flames to attack again. This time, it did not dodge but charged straight in. Its vision was its only weakness. He had to lure it into its weak spot. He checked the state and weaknesses in the book that Yin wrote. Following the plan precisely, the eyes, said to have the purest harmony, could not be compared to anything on earth. But Junsung would stab at those eyes of Ningawen. Of course, Junsung knew it would be very difficult to face dozens of copies one by one. At this moment, Nugoen spewed flames to attack again. The brilliant fire quickly charged forth, but the only thing it could burn were the clones of Junsung. Ngyoun kept its focus ahead. As there were still clones of Junsung in front of it, its attention was always on the clones. But they were just illusions. The real one had been above its head from the start, and as planned, Jun had pulled out a hidden sword from his wrist armor. Without hesitation, he dove down. It seemed that sensing his murderous intent, Niuan glanced at him, but now it realized it was too late. Junsung was faster. He would stab its eye with the sword in his hand. His speed was so fast that Gaoinga had no time to dodge, standing there frozen, waiting for the tip of the sword to strike. But just then, something unknown rushed in, blocking Junsung's sword. He stared in shock at what it was. It was an arrow. Where did it come from? Well, he was not paying attention. Another person had appeared on the cliff, holding a bow and arrow. Who else could this person be but Kang Tron? He wore a smug smile as he looked at Jung Sung. So it turns out it was you here. He finally found you. Jung Sung glared at Kyung Tron, cursing his ancestors in his heart. Kyung Tron tightened his bowstring, snorted, and said, "Go to hell." Immediately, he shot an arrow. The sound of wind tearing through the air rang out as the arrow flew quickly like lightning. Run Sung frowned upon seeing it. The arrows earlier had made his blade slip. While Run Sung was distracted, the sea creature had come up behind him, and a flame appeared in its mouth. Run Sung sensed the danger and quickly turned his head, thinking to himself, "This is bad. It is going to breathe fire." Right now, Jun Sung was facing the arrow from that scum Kyung Tron on his left, and on his right was the flame that could incinerate everything from the sea creature. The situation was extremely urgent. Run Sung hurriedly gathered energy within himself. Luckily, he was just in time, as each arrow from Kyung Tron shot straight into the fire of the sea creature. While Run Sung was hovering in midair, he breathed a sigh of relief. He almost got hit. Then he steadied himself using a flower petal. Run Sung frowned in thought, his expression somewhat serious. Right now, in front of him was the sea creature. Not only that, he glanced down below, where the scum Wyeong Chan was still aiming to shoot him, making him feel completely trapped. But what was puzzling was that Run Sung had gotten so far ahead that they could not pursue him. How did he find me? Meanwhile, Ki below was filled with smug satisfaction. He smirked, thinking to himself, Run Sung is really done for. Then he shouted loudly, "Run. I bet you are curious how I found you." Right. So how did Kyung Chan find Run? Backtrack a few hours earlier, and the two had separated to search for Jun. Jin Chung talked as he walked. In this world, predicting a direction is not easy. Finding a runaway from hours ago is like looking for a needle in a haystack. However, Ki Wong-tron raised an eyebrow and smugly said, "Is it possible? Just leave finding that guy to me." As soon as he finished speaking, he opened a box beside his leg, which contained a fox. Ki happily asked, "Have you heard of the celestial fox?" Dian Trung exclaimed in surprise. "Is it the creature that only exists in legends? It can scent and track prey from hundreds of miles away." Nivima nodded, and Kung Tron slowly explained, "It is indeed the celestial fox. The Wind Company experimented with breeding it with a blade-tongued fox to create this legendary celestial fox. However, it failed. Its short lifespan and fierce nature made it impossible to tame. Still, King Chan chose to take a few along when hunting, saying that he took out a vial for the celestial fox to sniff." Jin Chung, seeing this, asked suspiciously, "The scent of the celestial fox. Why is it that?" Kyung Trong grinned and explained, "I am quite cautious, so I left a bit of its scent on the arrow. At that time, Run Sung directly caught the arrow he shot." Hearing this, Jin Chung nodded in understanding. "So that scent was left on Dun Sung." Kyung Tron chuckled softly and replied, "Exactly." While the two were talking, the defective version of the celestial fox suddenly opened its mouth and let out a howl. Kyung Tron nodded in satisfaction. "Great. We have picked up the enemy's scent. Let us go after him." Back to reality. Kyung Tron was extremely pleased with his intelligence, raising an eyebrow with a sneer. "What now?" Jung Sung asked. Trembling, Run Sung, up high, did not respond. He was deep in thought. Clearly the power of Kang Chan's arrow was very strong, but it seemed he would not shoot again just yet. If that is the case, it might mean he can shoot continuously, which means he only shoots at decisive moments. Thinking this, Jun seemed to have an idea, and immediately rushed towards Ngawen. In an instant, a clone appeared before it again, leaving it confused. Jun Sung thought this might force Kai to shoot at a clone, and he just needed to dodge. Paying attention to him while dealing with Ngao Enji was fine. But below, Ki seemed to have realized Jung Sung's intentions. Sneering contemptuously, creating a clone that fast. What a lucky guy. However, that was all. As soon as he finished speaking, he drew the bowstring tight. King Tron could see through Run's movements. So this next arrow was aimed directly at the real body. Seeing the arrow flying towards him, Jun Sung panicked immediately. There was no time to dodge, so he decided to raise his hands to block. Once the arrow fell, Jun Sung had time to think about why it did not hit the clone, but aimed directly at him. It was too dangerous. He had to prepare his stance before the next arrow shot, but Jun Sung was mistaken. This time, What came at him was an axe. Jun Sung could not react in time and got hit, a look of shock appearing in his eyes. The one who attacked was obviously a comrade of Kyung Chan. Jin Chung coldly laughed, throwing the axe right where the arrow was shot. Kyung Tron was indeed thoughtful. He had hit his target, but it was not over yet. Kyung Tron drew the bowstring again. He raised an eyebrow and smirked. Let us finish this immediately. He released the string, and arrows flew once more towards Jun Sung. This time, Jun Sung could not dodge in time. Each arrow struck him. The helmet on his head also fell off because of this. From afar, Kyung Tron saw this scene and immediately laughed with glee. What a hit! He got shot. He was laughing more and more proudly, finally taking down Run Sung. At the same time, Run Sung fell to the ground, lying motionless, his face not looking good. King Chan and Jin Chung quickly ran over. King Tron cheerfully said, "Let us hurry and check his body." Jin banged. Jin Chung coldly huffed. "That is no problem. But I am your partner, not your subordinate. So do not order me around." Yep. Of course. Ha! Hearing this, King Chan was a bit startled, then quickly nodded and smiled. He is arrogant and has too much pride. At this moment, Jin Chung continued. However, we can check his body later. Don't you see what is important over there? What that old man is talking about is the Yingaoan Yi in the distance. Without the Run Sung, its target right now is those two. Hearing Jin Chung's words, Ki turned to look at him and spoke up. I got so focused on the Run Sung that I forgot to pay attention. Looking closely, it really is a huge monster. Damak nodded, and Jin Chung cheerfully spoke up. That is right. This one must be extraordinary. Its shape resembles a legendary dragon. If he can hunt it, clearly he will have a chance to turn his fortunes around. Remembering before, he had fought with Tron in that battle. Jin Chung said he wanted to determine the victor. However, Tron looked down on him greatly. He thought this was a very trivial matter. Then he casually pushed Jin Chung's axe away. Suddenly pushed back. Jin Chung was a bit startled, but he quickly regained his composure and charged to attack. But before he could do anything, he saw Tron raise his hand to stop him. He calmly said, "That is enough, Jin Bangmaster. There is no reason for us to fight here." After that, Dongchang conceded the right to hunt first in this crevice to Du Long Bang. He also stated that they had just happened to cross paths. There was no need to slaughter each other, and no reason to spill blood. These words left Jin Chung completely dumbfounded. Before he could say anything, Tron had already led his people away. Jin Chung was very unhappy and spoke up. "Wait! Who gave you the right to say stop in the forest?" Just as he finished speaking, he was stopped by Tron's gaze filled with killing intent. He coldly asked, "So you really want to fight?" This made Jin Chung tremble, not daring to advance any further. Zhongchan then smiled satisfactorily, leading the people of the Xichlong Association away. Ignoring Jin Chung's confused stare behind him, he clenched his fists in anger, knowing Dongchan was still one step above him. Although the hunter organization dominating Shanghai is the Xichlong Association and Du Long Bang, Tron is known throughout the continent as the second strongest in the decade. Everyone in Shanghai knows how much he falls short, even though he ranks second in Shanghai. Despite controlling power, his strength ultimately does not compare to Tron. Unable to withstand such remarks, Jin Chung sought out the Xichlong Association for a showdown with Tron. However, he was refused and not regarded as an enemy. At that time, Jin Chung was very unwilling to understand why the circle would not duel him. However, now he had a chance. If he could hunt the Nigaoang in front of him, everything would be different. Jin Chung would be honored as the first dragon hunter in history. If so, his achievements would far surpass those of Tron. Thinking this, his eyes were filled with determination. At the same time, Kung Tron was no exception. He was drawing his bow, aiming straight at the Nugunji in front. King Tron felt that his luck today was great. He had just killed the Run Sung and was about to hunt a dragon. He thought he needed Jin Chung's support. As much as he was arrogant, his strength was also impressive. Devon Trung, along with his team, is known as the strongest hunter in Shanghai. With just a swing of his axe, everything around his opponent gets destroyed. Meanwhile, K only needs to provide cover with arrows from behind, ensuring that no monster can escape his grasp. Therefore, he is extremely confident. At this moment, the sea dragon was eyeing them. It seemed that at the same time, Jin Chung took off running. The third elder charged forward along the massive body of the sea dragon. Seeing this, Ki was extremely pleased. He had hunted many large monsters like this before, so he was not scared. Thinking this, he shot an arrow at the sea dragon, the arrow flying through the air at breakneck speed. Kyung was so sure of his victory that he laughed out loud. "You are so big and slow, you can't dodge. Your only weakness is your size. I am going to kill you." However, just as the arrow reached the sea dragon, it casually tilted its head to the side and dodged. This situation wiped the smile off Kung Tron's face. At the same time, Jin Chung had already leaped forward. Accent. He landed on the sea dragon's head, confident it would not be able to dodge his axe, and intended to smash its head in. With this thought, Jin Chung summoned energy into his axe. Just then, the sea dragon's eyes suddenly turned a golden color. Its body was also enveloped in a golden energy. It seemed that at the exact same moment, Jin Chung's axe came crashing down. Suddenly, pieces of metal fell from the air. This scene caused Jin Chung to freeze in shock. His axe began to crack. He could never have imagined this would happen. Dean Trung could not believe it and shouted, "No way. How could it break?" At the same time, the fierce eyes of the sea dragon were staring at the two people in front of it. Kyung Chan was now unable to hide his fear. He trembled and mumbled, "Oh my, could this monster be using energy?" Just as he thought, the sea dragon could indeed harness energy. Jin Chung, upon realizing this, turned pale. His hand holding the axe began to tremble uncontrollably. He bit his lip and muttered, "This monster." Immediately after, Jin Chung jumped off the sea dragon's head and ran away without hesitation. If it uses mana, then there is no way his attack would be effective. Alone, Jin Chung would never be able to kill it, so he had to run. He thought he needed other hunters. Otherwise, he would not be able to take it down. The more he thought, the more terrified he became. And Jin Chung sprinted forward without looking back, but the sea dragon would not let him escape, chasing him down in an instant. Dian Trung grew even more frantic, trying to increase his speed. He absolutely did not want to die and regretted confronting the sea dragon. Dian Trung only wanted to win, which is why he aimed to hunt this monster. However, did he really want to fight against him? The so-called desire to fight. The Crimson Dragon Society was always the top organization in Shanghai, and thus he only wanted to fight for his own stance. He did not want to fight against the team. However, it felt like he had been completely raided by him. When Jin Chung realized he was discovered by that old man, the monster was already about to kill him. Jin Chung was now sweating cold, with no sound or sign of movement from the beast. At that moment, the claws of Ngoenji struck Jin Chung, sending him off to meet the king of hell. Ngoenji looked down from the sky at the bloody corpse, and then howled to the heavens. King Tron, watching from afar, almost bled from fear. This monster was like a ghost, undetectable, and had killed Jin Chung in an instant. This beast was not slow, but it did have moments when it needed to pause, and Qi could take advantage of that. With that thought, he immediately drew back the bowstring. In this situation, he would imitate a trembling prey. King aimed for the eyes of the Yingaoen, guessing that this was its weak point. For a hunter, striking at the opponent's weak point, like the eyes, is a deadly move, especially the area between the eyes of the prey. When Kai learned to hunt, that was the first thing his father taught him. Back then, he was still a child. His father had asked if that man named Lai Himan had left. He had once not understood why his father said that, but later he explained that Himan was dangerous and warned Qi to stay away from him. King Chan, however, was quite stubborn. He had questioned his father, more than just chasing some beast to this place. Even though his father said Himan was dangerous, he knew all about the old man exploiting him. But this world had changed. Wasn't he, that old man Tron, still unconcerned about his father? If he could hunt the monster, he could make a lot of money. If he was exploited, then he would exploit him as well. He refused to live in poverty like his father, and would not allow the world to laugh at him. Qi's father sighed in resignation upon hearing these words. King Chan, be careful. That was all he left behind. But Kai did not take it to heart. However, he succeeded afterward. He climbed to 6th place in the rankings, on par with Lai Himan. You have exploited him. All the power King Tron had cultivated until now was in that arrow. He could not die here. With this thought, King Chan pulled the bowstring back with all his might and let it fly. The arrow tore through the air, aimed straight at Ngoenji's eye. It did not have time to dodge, and took the full brunt of the arrow. Seeing this, King Chan immediately felt joy. He had hit, but he could not be happy for long as he saw his arrow engulfed in flames. Chung Tron froze, disbelief filling his eyes. Each arrow contained all his power and was melting away. How could this be? Realizing he could not fight back, King Chan immediately turned and ran. He could not kill this thing. He had to run, to hide in the forest over there. He thought he could escape. Unlike Jin Chung, the distance between Kung Tron and Gao Enyi was now sufficient for him to run. At the same time, fire began to appear in Gao Enji's mouth. Instantly, it shot out a massive flame. The ground where King Tron had just stood was shattered by the blaze. King Tron ran while swallowing a gulp of saliva, his eyes filled with fear. At this moment, he finally remembered his father's words. But perhaps it was too late. He had been blasted away by Gao Enji's fire. Ngoenji's fierce eyes were still fixed ahead. And then it threw its head back and howled at the sky. This sound jolted Run Sung awake. He tried to move his body, guessing he had been hit by Kung Chan's arrow, and passed out, also feeling paralyzed from that attack. At that moment, Ngoen seemed to notice Jun lying on the ground. Sensing that he was still breathing, it was determined not to let him go. A flame appeared in its mouth once more. Jung Sung tried to move but was unsuccessful. The automatic hunting system appeared before him. but he could not press it. While he was struggling, Ngoange let out a roar. Runsung immediately panicked. At this rate, I will get hit by its fire. But the flame suddenly flared up in the air. At that moment, Bon suddenly ran out of the forest. She reached out to him, shouting, Junsung. Junsung was startled and froze upon seeing her. As Bon rushed toward Junsung, the flame in Gomunji's mouth grew larger, quickly approaching the two of them. Seeing this, both their faces turned grim. Bon hurriedly picked up Junsung, channeling her energy to run away. Her fire was not as large as Ngoange's, but luckily it was enough to save both of them just in time. Ngoang looked down from above and saw no one in its flame. Bon had dragged Runsung to the side of the cliff. She breathed a sigh of relief, glad to have dodged just in time. But her body was still injured. Her calf was burned by Ngonunji's fire. Seeing the wound, Bon sighed helplessly. Even though she had used the Thulong technique to save Junsung in an instant, her leg was hurt, and now moving was difficult. She just did not have time to worry about it. She looked at Jun, who was in her arms, anxiously asking, "Are you okay?" He coughed twice and responded. But seeing Runsung's body, Bon knew he was seriously injured. Still, he wanted to stand up, so she reached out to help Runsung sit up. However, as she moved her leg, a sharp pain shot through her, but she still suppressed the pain to help Runsung. After a while, they finally managed to sit up. Bon still worriedly asked, "What now?" Runsung. He squinted at her and replied casually, "Thanks to you, I survived." "Thank you. But why did you help me? I told you to go back," he added. Bon frowned slightly and said, "Yep. You did say that." Runsung was a bit surprised and said, "So what does this mean?" Seeing his expression, Bon thought he was angry and hurriedly apologized. "I did not mean to ignore what you said." Rundung shook his head gently. "I do not blame you. If you had not saved me, I would have been done for. I am just curious." Hearing this, Bon cheerfully said, "I do not know why I could not leave." This only made Junsung more confused. Bon slowly explained, "After unlocking the acupoint and getting out of the forest, the moment I saw you faint next to that monster, I decided I had to save you." That was the only thought on her mind, so she acted without thinking. Hearing this, Junsung was taken aback. Why does this girl care so much about him? Moreover, he had spoken harshly before. Did not that hurt her at all? While the two were talking, Ngoanji approached from a distance. Junsung was startled, then shifted to fear because his hand still could not move. He just needed to press the button on the automatic hunting system. But could his hand do that? However, at that moment, Bon's hand touched his trembling hand. Junsung flinched slightly, glancing at her, only to see a bright smile on her face as she cheerfully said, "You always reach out like this when you fight, right?" Saying that, she took Junsung's hand and pointed it forward. Although she could not see the system, she could still help him press the activation button. Immediately, the automatic hunting system responded to him. From the air, falling plum blossom branches appeared. Seeing this scene, Ngoan was astonished and confused, not understanding anything. At the same time, Junsung was able to move again. He stood up to face Ngoan. Seeing this, Bon worried that he might be injured by moving like that. Just as she was about to speak, Junsung reassured her. "Don't you worry. Oh, I am fine." Saying that, he smiled at her. At that moment, Ngoan was angry because the plum blossoms fell on it. It kept roaring. Hearing that piercing sound, Bon could not help but flinch. At that moment, Junsung went to pick up Bon's chain-long knife. He casually smiled and said, "Let me borrow this." "Okay, the blade I prepared is already broken." Bon nodded in agreement without hesitation. "Of course. Go ahead. But if you feel okay, we should run." Junsung shook his head, refusing. She was injured now. Running would be difficult. Besides, I have not recovered yet. Moreover, you alone are enough to take down Gaoen. So just wait there and do not worry. Hearing this, Bon nodded in reassurance. Junsung also gave her a comforting smile, then turned to look at Nugumine. Without hesitation, Junsung took off running, holding the chain-long knife, while the red-eyed Nunanj stared at him. Meanwhile, below, Bon was worried about Junsung. Ngoeng was observing the person rushing toward it. After hundreds of years, it felt fear, so it quickly spat fire to attack. But this time, Junsung was prepared and easily dodged. In front of Gongyen, a bunch of Junsung's clones appeared. Not wanting him to get close, it raised its claws to strike down, but Junsung was faster, easily able to evade. Ngoengi was increasingly frightened as it watched Junsung rushing toward it. It felt small but was very agile, making it hard to catch. It cursed silently, thinking it would attack again like before, but now it was useless. Suddenly, a barrier appeared, blocking Junsung's thrusting blade. This situation shocked Junsung. He muttered in panic, "This amount of mana is also fire energy. At this moment, Ngoengi thought that nothing could withstand its flames. Any creature daring to attack it would be reduced to dust. However, at this moment, Runsung was smiling. Everything was going according to his plan. The red dragon blade in Runsung's hand began to dissolve Ngoengi's fire energy. In the blink of an eye, the fire energy grew weaker. Seeing this, Ngoengi's bloodshot eyes widened. Runsung, on the other hand, grinned and said, "This red dragon blade is a bit special. It can absorb fire energy." Just as he finished speaking, the fire energy shattered completely. Taking this opportunity, Runsung charged again. The red dragon blade stabbed firmly into Ngoengi's eye, causing it to howl in pain. Runsung smiled triumphantly. This was it. He held the blade tightly. Everything up to this point was perfect. Now came the finishing blow. Runsung would adorn the queen's embrace. The red dragon blade in his hand and Gao En's eye were both mixed with fire energy, ultimately combining with another piece of equipment. At that moment, an energy burst forth from Gao En's eye. It was screaming in pain, yet Run still held the blade firmly, not letting go. Flashing back to before he entered his room, Jun had researched in Gao En's and the equipment he had obtained. After a long while, he concluded that its weakness, written in the book left by Yin, was its eyes. To control pure fire, it meant that Gao En must have the ability to wield fire energy, although the energy could be pierced through with an attack using a mirror. What happened afterward was the real issue. Even if he could overcome the mana, Jun still needed a stronger method to destroy its eye. He would have to absorb as much fire energy in the mana into his weapon and defeat it. The only way to do this was through a combination skill, like the one Junsung had used to create the armor in front of him. Would it be possible to test the application of the combination skill now? According to the experiment, in the current situation, Junung possessed a catalyst that even surpassed the red dragon blade. Therefore, combining Go Munji's eye with its own mana was possible. Thinking this, Runsung shouted loudly, releasing a burst of mana into the air, while the roar of Ngaonen's grew louder. Below, Bon was dumbfounded by the scene, while Run focused on combining the equipment, ignoring the energy surrounding his body. Just after a short time, the red dragon blade in his hand underwent a transformation. And finally, Junsung's armor changed form. It shifted from silver to red, indicating a successful combination. Seeing his new equipment, Bon could not help but be amazed. Awesome. While she was engrossed in watching Junsung, she did not notice the danger lurking behind her. On Junsung's battlefield, Nginoeng was completely stunned and in pain from losing his eyes. The truth is, even the immense heat that had been held in Ngaoenji's eyes was completely stolen away by the trimmers. This was the first time in his life that Ngaoenyi experienced what fear truly felt like. Instinct told him to run away immediately. At this moment, Runsung sighed and said, "I am pretty tired too, but I can't let this opportunity slip away." With that, he gripped the chain dagger tightly and, without hesitation, stabbed it into Muganji's eye again. Fresh blood began to pour out like rain. The pain hit again, and Yuenju's body thrashed in the air, while Runsung took this chance to slip inside, quickly making his way deep into his body. Runsung quickly circled around, and before long, he spotted a strange purple object. This must be Ngao Minjai's heart. Runsung squinted to observe for a moment, while at the same time, Ngoen felt him deep inside his body, filled with rage. He would not forgive him. A glimmer of killing intent appeared in his remaining eye. The source of heat now surged within Gao Enji's body. He was shooting straight at Junsung, but the latter was unfazed, calmly watching him charge. In an instant, as he got close, Runsung immediately averted his gaze and generated a layer of energy to shield himself. Gao Enji's heat source was thus blocked. Runsung raised an eyebrow in satisfaction at this sight. Good. The mana in his eyes combined with the armor could make him stop breathing. Sure enough, outside, Ngoen began to scream in agony. His heart was beating frantically. Just as Runsung hoped, he was struggling to the death, and it would be difficult to pierce through this defense now, but that did not mean he was out of options. Thinking that, Runsung immediately lifted his foot and moved forward. Ngoenji's heart continued to contract, and in an instant, Runsung unleashed his ultimate technique, the parasitic bee. Thousands of energy beams shot into the heart, causing Ngoen to feel pain so intense he almost fainted. But that was not all. Those beams of energy even pierced through his body and shot out. Ngoenji's body thrashed in the air, and his heart had stopped radiating heat. Meanwhile, Runsung was half sitting, half kneeling, panting heavily. But fortunately, he was done for. Before long, Ngoenji's heart shattered, and fresh blood began to pour out. Ngoenji was now desperately thrashing, but death was certain for him. Before long, he helplessly collapsed. He fell directly down to the cliff where he was born. In an instant, as he fell, the cliff slowly began to close. In just a short time, the barrier was left with only a small gap. At that moment, a sound suddenly came from below the cliff, and shortly after, A hand appeared from below. It was Run Sung, who had crawled out of Evango Nunji's body. He quickly climbed to the surface, sighed in relief. Did it? Jun Sung is quite lucky. Your energy is also depleted. If you could not unleash the parasitic bee technique, you might have been done for, but Jun succeeded, just as per the original hunting plan. He defeated that terrifying creature. Now he will head back to Bon, bringing everything back to the starting point. However, at that moment, a sudden voice echoed in the empty space, startling Run Sung. By the time he looked back, Min was already standing there, having arrived unnoticed. Next to him was the hunting dog that helped Innie as well. Min raised an eyebrow and said with a smile, "A masterful finishing blow. You really did it." Jun Sung ignored the old man. What he cared about was Bon, who lay unconscious behind him. He frowned slightly, silent, thinking about that damn old man again. While he is lost in thought, Hin laughs and says, "Real Long congratulates you on this achievement." Jun Sung remains silent, standing there without a word. He is focused on Bon lying on the ground. He guesses she was knocked out by Himin, just after one battle. Another one is already brewing on the cliff. Jun Sung squints at In, who stands next to Himin. If he can find a weakness between them, he could save Bon. Just then, a sudden scream echoes. Damn it, the bastard Lai Him Minen flinches slightly. That voice sounds somewhat familiar. Min also looks toward the source of the sound. The one who yelled is Kyung Tron. He has not died yet, and now he is aggressively questioning, "You dare to use me?" Indifferent, Min shrugs and casually replies, "Pushing you was your choice. Everything I did was just watching you." Kyung Chan is not the only one in this world who knows what meticulous means. He must have his own precautions. After secretly placing the talisman in his gear, seeing the furious expression on Kong Chan, Min casually laughs. "Looks like you are mad at me. But if I had not activated that talisman, how would you get the chance to talk to Master Jin in the underworld?" Hearing this, Kinnan angrily tells him to shut up, but Min continues. "And is not there something more important to discuss? Right in front of that person." Hearing this, King Tron falls silent. He looks at Jung Sung standing across, gritting his teeth. "All right. We will discuss that after we take good care of Oh Jun." As soon as he finishes speaking, he kicks Bon lying on the ground, then forcefully presses down. King Chan raises an eyebrow, smugly warning Jun Sung, "The rules are simple. If you take one step closer, I will crush this girl." Seeing this, Run Sung is furious, cursing the 18 generations of that bastard Kyung Troll's ancestors. Seeing the look in his eyes, Himin smugly says, "Suro, you would better give up." He says it as if you should understand how hard it would be to close the distance just with those legs. And as you can see, the true power of that devil Bao lies in his sharp gaze. Even if Jun Sung uses a clone technique or distracts him, he won't escape Kung Tran's eyes, even if he tries his best to move in a ridiculous way. Unfortunately, just a gentle touch could end Bon's life. Run Sung squints at him, gritting his teeth, cursingly Himin. "You still have not finished speaking." That old man set the conditions. "What we are asking for is very simple. The armor you are wearing, the one that just became more powerful, and the other eye of the red dragon. You are carrying it, right? If Run Sung hands over those two things, Himin guarantees that Bon will safely return. But as for you, he can't make any promises." Hearing this, Run Sung shivered and coldly scoffed. "Nonsense." Hin was not in a hurry, calmly smiling as he said, "This could be a good opportunity. Just look at where you are standing. And what about this?" The old man said to set aside everything that had happened between the two. If Run Sung sided with him, both Bon's and his life would be guaranteed. This made Jun Sung a bit panicked. Did he really want to recruit him now? Even Ki Kong Chan could not believe it. He questioned in shock, "Lai Him Minen, what on earth did you just say?" "Shut up." Hin snapped in dissatisfaction. "I am speaking. So keep your mouth shut." King Tron. This made Kyung Tron startle. He trembled and fell silent. Min ignored him, looking at Run Sung and continuing, "You seem surprised. You have probably thought about this 100 times. So why not try it right now?" Of course. He also went crazy every time he thought about what Jun had done. But he had considered it very carefully. Run Sung slightly frowned, questioning back. "Considered carefully." Navima nodded. Hin slowly explained, "That is right. After losing you in the world beyond, I suddenly thought of that. It seems your ability to improve is quite rapid. The reason all Himin's plans to eliminate Run Sung have failed is that your skills keep improving to a level he never expected. He had been wondering how you could develop at such an incredible speed. And after discovering it, Himin found a few special things about Jun. Things that could not be explained by similar skills or thoughts." Dunx Dung frowned in thought. Is he trying to refer to an automatic hunting system? At that moment, Hin spoke up again. "Your secret. I want to know about it. It seems it relates to what I have been pursuing my whole life." Run Sung Hearing this, curiously asked, "Pursuing your whole life?" Nivima nodded. Imai smirked and replied, "That is right. About this world. The world inside the cliff. How could such a mysterious world exist? It may not seem like it, but he is a scholar. He has done all kinds of experiments just to uncover that secret, and that made H-Min think that perhaps that path would lead to the answer. Something that the most contemptible rival of his was holding. He asked Jun-sung if he did not feel curious. Jun-sung did not respond. Him-min continued speaking about the unique and mysterious nature of the world inside the cliff. Jung-sung did not care about what he said. He knew nothing about him. While Run-sung was thinking, Him-min continued to speak. "I am still researching that mystery. Doing everything I can." He had learned the military art that existed since the ancient empire by following Kuala Beach. And he had also discovered unique geniuses like helping in King Chan, and continued to study it. Him-min had built a Kyungtron from an unknown hunter to a notorious chosen one, as well as helped in evolve from an ordinary military advisor to one of them. Him-min confidently claimed that all of this happened thanks to him. He analyzed their abilities, revealed the truth to them, and guided them. Otherwise, no one could achieve such feats. Run-sung was taken aback by this. Hyam-hin did not know what you were thinking, but suggested, "If you still want to hone your skills, join me." He wanted to create a new beginning with Jun-sung, and was sure you would be interested. However, Run-sung flatly refused. "That is not it." This made H-min freeze in shock. Run-sung coldly replied, "I am not interested in secrets or anything like that." Hymin could not believe it and asked, "What did you just say?" Indifferently shrugging, you replied coolly, "Truth and mystery. Those two have nothing to do with me. What is more important is what I want to do and will do as a true hunter." At this point, Jun-sung suddenly remembered something Seo Kilu often said. After a moment, you snorted and said, "About your side. I do not want a partner who is a con artist like you." With that, you flashed a provocative smile. Indeed, Hin's face turned as dark as a pot. He gritted his teeth and cursed. "What the hell did you just say?" But before he could finish, another shout interrupted. "Fine. Then go die." Run-sung. The moment those words left your mouth, something brushed past your face. It was Kai's arrow that had sneakily shot at you. He coldly said, "For the first time, you are speaking my mind. Your life will become my reward." Immediately after, he drew back the bowstring, and 3 arrows shot toward Jun-sung. Jun-sung quickly dodged to the side. Seeing this, Hin coldly thought, "What a fool." He had wanted to spare your life, but in the end, you chose the path to death. He believed Jun-sung's strength was depleted. If he kept moving like that, both your strength and endurance would hit rock bottom. If Min let things be, he believed you would die here and would not be able to escape. At that moment, King Chan sneered, "You dance well. Do not you? How long can you dodge my arrows with that exhausted body?" 3 minutes. 5 minutes. With that, he shot a few more arrows at Jun. Your expression grew serious. Just as Himmin said, you could not shorten the distance using just your skills. Nor could you escape Kyungtron's sight, but that was if Jun used them. What if he used footwork? It is the fastest technique in the world. The flame technique was merged with the new armor. Using this, Jun-sung could leverage the footwork techniques of both Bon and Xich Long. Thinking quickly, Jun-sung focused on summoning Dime. In an instant, your figure vanished without a trace. Seeing this, Kyung-chan immediately stiffened. By the time Jun-sung reappeared, he was right beside him. You clenched your fist, ready to strike down, shouting fiercely, "Who do you think you are trampling on?" Ung-tron was caught off guard and took Jun-sung's punch. His face swelled up like a pig's head. Kyung-tron took a few steps back, eyes wide in disbelief at Jun-sung. He could not understand how the boy disappeared from his sight, and once again, Kung-chan had to create distance between himself and Jun-sung. He had to avoid him. Unfortunately, it was too late, and Run-sung landed a punch right in Kung-tran's gut. The pain made him break out in a cold sweat, but it was not over. Run-sung struck again. This time, it was Kung-ung-tran's jaw that took the hit, leaving him bleeding from his mouth. At this point, he still could not believe he had been taken down so easily. But he had to consider who he was up against. Run-sung just defeated that legendary clam fisherman. What could his dirty tricks do? Regardless of whether Tron believed it or not, he had been taken down. Run-sung glanced at the person lying in the distance, and let out a sigh of relief. At that moment, the helper could not believe it and exclaimed, "It could not be possible. He could not have been taken down this easily." Even he was quite surprised by this. Jun did not care what they thought. He was checking Bon's pulse. Her complexion was still rosy, and her pulse and breathing were normal. At this moment, Run-sung finally felt relieved. And then he glanced back at the two over there. Run-sung got up from the ground, causing the helper to fearfully shield him. A strong aura radiated from Run-sung at that moment. He coldly spoke, "So now it is just you two left. In an instant, Hin's expression darkened. The aura from Junsung was terrifying, causing the two of them to step back. But Runsung would not let them go today. He unleashed his own energy. The helper was now sweating in fear. It was clearly over. Why were not they retreating? It seemed he read his thoughts. Runsung spoke in a low voice. Let me tell you something. Retreating won't do any good. This left him stunned. Junsung pointed to the camera on his shoulder, slowly explaining. After I entered the other world, I switched the camera. Everything you said and did to me has been recorded. If Runsung passes through the crack and uses that as evidence, your hunting career will be over. This made his face go pale as a ghost. Yet, in contrast, Himinen threw his head back and laughed loudly, not forgetting to clap in praise. I get it now. Wonderful. As expected. This time Junsung did not let me down. What can I expect from you next time? Rundung snorted coldly, disdainfully replying. Next time. Not a chance. The end for all of you will be behind bars. That is after I deal with you from this moment onward. The moment those words left his mouth, Jikian panicked, but Himmin remained calm and impressed. This feeling of being suffocated. I feel like I have been checkmated. He said he did not want to run away from here or fight against you. But he guessed there was no other choice. As soon as he finished speaking, Hin pulled out a talisman, and in an instant, it split into four. Then, a wooden man appeared. He aggressively shouted, a direct confrontation is not my preference. But let us fight with all our strength. With this encouragement, Jip-in felt much more confident. If he could kill Junsung, everything would be over. At this moment, Junsung suddenly spoke up. Fight. Not quite. His words left both Jip-in and Himmin confused. Junsung coldly replied, what I am about to do is not called fighting. From now on, you will be the hunted. As soon as he finished speaking, Junsung's figure vanished. Jip-in immediately panicked and shouted. He disappeared. Himmin quickly reassured him. Don't panic. While they were not paying attention, the ground suddenly cracked open. Not just one. Many fissures appeared in the ground. Himmin seemed to realize something and shouted. Be careful. He is under the ground. He reminded them that if Junsung burst up, they could be caught by Himmin's spells and Jip-in's sword. So there was no need to panic. Just as he finished speaking, a hand gripped Dekian's leg. He was instantly alarmed. Did he want to pull him down below? Dekian's face turned increasingly pale. And then he desperately slashed his sword down at the ground, causing rocks and dirt to fly everywhere. But seeing this, Himmin silently cursed. This idiot. I bet Jip-in has lost his mind. He also guessed that Junsung had used a decoy, and that someone was hunting him from behind. Thinking of this, Himmin focused on controlling the wooden man. Just then, feeling someone approaching from behind, he smiled smugly. Then, the wooden man reached out to grab whatever was coming at him. However, the reality left Himmin stunned. Because it was just a sling, not junk. Meanwhile, Junsung was using both hands to pull Jip-in's leg. His hand was tightly gripping his ankle. The pain immediately shot through Dingyan, causing him to scream. Himmin was shocked by this sight. He did not expect Junsung to pull off a smokescreen twice. Junsung did not care whether Himmin figured it out or not. He broke through the ground and emerged. Dekian stared wide-eyed in astonishment at him. But it was too late to dodge. And what was meant to happen happened. A fist flew straight into his face. He was knocked far away, and Junsung retracted his hand. Snorting, another one down. Jip-in had been knocked unconscious, and foam was bubbling from his mouth. At this moment, he glanced at Himmin, coldly saying, now you are the only one left. Junsung was right. There were 4 of them that entered the fissure. Jinchung had been captured and killed by Engao Engine, and that troll had been taken down by Junsung. He narrowed his eyes at Himmin. Finally, the main culprit had arrived. At this point, Himmin's expression was no longer relaxed. After a long silence, he finally spoke in a low voice. You managed to withstand In's attack with that enhanced armor, and even broke his leg. Junsung has exceeded my expectations once again, and now you have truly become an uncontrollable monster. If this continues, he will be taken down by Runsung. But the fact that you exceeded his expectations was already anticipated. There is still another way. Thinking this, Himmin glanced at Bayan lying on the ground. The two were now in a standoff, neither willing to back down. After a long pause, Runsung finally broke the silence. Then we should end this. As soon as he finished speaking, he charged forward. The wooden man saw Junsung and clenched his fists. In an instant, he was in front of it, and it swung down. However, Junsung's figure vanished, and its punch only hit the air. At that moment, the ground cracked open again. Himmin clicked his tongue. Is it the same trick again? As soon as he finished speaking, he reached into his pocket and pulled out some talismans, then tossed them into the air, beginning to form a chant. Himmin would shed all the knowledge and protection he had gathered until now. In an instant, the wooden man was enveloped by a surge of energy, and its body began to grow massive. At that moment, Hyman shouted, "Destroying everything beneath the ground I stand on. Take him down." The wooden man received his command, then frantically punched the ground. In the blink of an eye, the ground was destroyed, dust and debris flying everywhere. Seeing this, Min's expression turned grave. Even this would not be enough. Run Sung's defenses were much stronger than he thought, making it very difficult, even if he put all his effort into attacking. This way, Hin could distract Run Sung and hide his true intentions. Thinking this, another talisman appeared in his hand, the last protective talisman, Sukuchi. But Hyman could not run away like this. As long as he had the video, he would be doomed. So Hyman had only one target left, Bain, who was unconscious. If he used her as leverage, he could win immediately. Hyman ignited the talisman and appeared beside Bain in the blink of an eye. He wore a smug grin. "Let us finish this." But life is not a dream. A deep voice suddenly rang in Hyman's ear. "I knew you would do this." He turned around in shock and saw Jun Sung standing next to him, then got kicked by him. Hyman was sent flying, crashing into a rock before falling down. Run Sung retracted his legs and coldly said, "From the start, your target was not me." Hyman trembled, kneeling on the ground, cold sweat on his face. Run Sung cracked his knuckles, his tone mocking. "Guessing your habits and prey style. Predicting the prey's every move is fundamental to becoming a hunter." And of course, Run Sung understood that at this moment, Hin realized something, grinding his teeth in frustration. "Damn it, I have failed." Run Sung ignored his words, still standing there observing. At that moment, a sound suddenly came from behind. He turned around. Run Sung glanced back and saw Bon approaching. He quietly asked, "You are awake?" Bon nodded slightly, replying, "Yep." Seeing that she is okay, Run Sung suggested, "We are almost done. Just take a rest." But as soon as he finished speaking, Bain placed a hand on his shoulder. On the opposite side, I watched this scene, not scared at all, but rather smirking with satisfaction. Bon's gaze was a bit strange, and she said in a low voice, "Let me fight too." "Okay." Just as she finished speaking, a shocking scene occurred. Jun suddenly attacked Bon, landing a powerful punch to her stomach. Bon's eyes widened in disbelief as she cried out, "Why me?" Rundung scoffed, saying disdainfully, "I told you. You always have to predict every move of your prey." The Bon in front of him was a fake. After transforming back, Hin's clone trembled, clutching its stomach and standing there. But in less than 3 seconds, it collapsed to the ground. Min across the way could not believe it, his eyes wide as he vaguely questioned, "How did you know it was fake?" With a slight chuckle, Run Sung pouted and replied, "Well, of course, that is the issue. You tricked your own master. You are on the same side as yourself. From the start, Hyman had set everything up, using a mind-altering talisman to swap Bon with this fake. So Bon is currently hidden behind a rock in the distance. And besides, Run Sung gave Hyman something. Today Ben got injured in the leg during the last hunt. So suddenly coming over to me like this, is not it suspicious?" As he said this, he could not help but chuckle. "I almost believed it. But you let slip that little detail." The rocket revolved. Hearing Jun Sung's explanation, Hin's expression immediately stiffened. There is no way to compete with Jun Sung. He revealed the final plan that the old man had kept hidden until the end by instantly guessing a flaw. While Hin was busy contemplating, Run Sung spoke up again. "So now you better brace yourself." Min stood up from the ground. Even now, he still could not believe it. He was unwilling to accept that he had lost so completely. Seemingly sensing Hyman's thoughts, Jun Sung coldly spoke. "It is only natural to pay attention to what you have done so far. Predicting the prey's movements is a basic principle written in the Chinese hunter's book. Of course, Hin is not a hunter, so he would never know that." As soon as he finished speaking, Run Sung unleashed his energy. Hyman saw this and regained his composure. This is not the time to panic. He had to say something to buy time. Thinking this, Hyman immediately spoke. "Wait. Run Sung, listen to what I am about to say." "Shut up." Jun Sung coldly uttered one word, then charged like the wind to stand before Hyman. Without hesitation, he lifted his leg and kicked down. The kick was as precise as Ronaldo's penalty shot, directly hitting Hyman's calf. Pain immediately surged through Hyman's face, turned pale with no blood left. His leg was broken, but Run Sung seemed not to care much, coldly saying, "Enough with the nonsense." As soon as he finished speaking, he wildly started punching. Hyman simply could not dodge in time, taking a flurry of punches from Run Sung. His glasses knocked off and shattered on the ground. Finally, Hin spat out a mouthful of fresh blood and then collapsed onto the ground in pain. However, he could not hold on for long and face planted into the ground, unconscious. The last name has finally been taken down, and his accomplice, Kung Chan, is still unconscious. But surprisingly, In has woken up. It is just that his leg is broken and he can't move. Rundung then spoke up. "I am a hunter, so I do not intend to put an end to you myself. But you say you are not that great for saving those who tried to kill you and getting involved with someone you care about. Thinking for a moment, Jun-sung glanced over at Bon lying across the way, referring to her. Pausing briefly, Run-sung continued, if I get out of here, the first thing I will do is tell them about your crimes. But until then, with all of them injured and isolated in a world full of monsters, whether they live or die is none of your business. Hearing this, In immediately panicked. But what can we do? Everyone has been taken down. Even the strongest is unconscious. Is there any other way? And so, in the empty land, only 3 people remained. Himin, the unconscious one, and the injured, leaving their fate to the skies. A little while later, Bon was brought outside, after a period of unconsciousness. She finally began to groggily wake up. When she opened her eyes, the first person she saw was Jun, who was talking to someone. Bon immediately sat up, her eyes filled with confusion. She was wondering where she was, but just as she moved, the pain from her wounds made her frown. Jung-sung sensed her movement and hurried over to check. You are awake? Bon stared at him, asking where this place was, but before Jung-sung could respond, she noticed a group of people moving around. At that moment, Jung-sung slowly spoke. We are outside the rift. It is safe here. The rescue team I contacted is waiting here. You should lie down and not exert yourself too much. However, Bon shook her head, indicating, it is, I am. Then she looked up and asked, more importantly, are you going to take on another request? What does that mean? Don't tell me you have not finished what you started. Run admitted, just as you heard. The request I received from Jean Quick from Tens is still not done. Hearing this, Bon immediately panicked and exclaimed, that is too reckless. You must be extremely exhausted as well. But since he was not listening, she turned to the person standing beside her and requested, if you are also a hunter, you know that is very reckless. Right, stop him right now. The other person suddenly felt a bit awkward being addressed like that by Bon, unsure how to respond. Runung was the first to speak up. This is my work as a hunter. After saying this, his eyes filled with determination, as if no one could persuade him otherwise. Bon looked at him intently. Her eyes filled with sorrow, and in the end, she could only helplessly sigh. There was no way this guy would give up. Seeing her expression, Jun-sung did not want to say more. Just warned. Your safety will be ensured by Ten's hunters here. Make sure you return safely. One day, you will definitely pay for everything. As soon as she finished speaking, he lifted his foot to leave, but after just a few steps, Bon called him back. Wait! Jun-sung hesitated for a moment, but he did not turn around. At that moment, Bon spoke seriously. If you really think you owe me, then you have to make sure to keep your promise. Hearing this, Jung could not help but ask, confused. What promise? Bon hesitated for a long time before shyly continuing. To definitely come back and go on a date with me. You will keep that promise we made. Right. This caught Jun off guard for a moment, but he quickly recovered, smirking as he replied. Oh really? But that was all. And Jun-sung took a step away. Bon felt a bit sad. She still had not received a clear answer from him. Just then, Jung-sung suddenly raised his hand. His fist clenched tightly. Seeing this move, Bon's eyes lit up. She exclaimed joyfully. That is a promise then. Just like that, Jung-sung stayed in the rift, leaving behind a promise to return. 6 months after Jun disappeared in the rift at Ma-pa district of San, monsters had started spilling out and attacking humanity. Hunters tried to eliminate them, energy bullets continuously firing at the monsters, but there were too many. The hunters could not hold out and turned to run for help. The world had changed, with rifts appearing more frequently lately. Now countless rifts had opened, leading to a surge of monsters attacking, severely depleting the number of hunters for defense. Even though the hunters had to hunt in 2 or 3 rounds, they felt exhausted facing the vast number of monsters, and at that moment, the hunter holding on here could no longer withstand it. He had been attacked, his leg injured, unable to move anymore. Naturally, the monsters had followed this hunter here. They surrounded him, and the hunter's expression turned serious. Is the world about to end? It would be nice if that person were here. The person he was referring to was Jun-sung, said to be the only one still in the rift until the very end. He was so amazing that the hunter wanted to be a great hunter like him. But his abilities were not up to par, and now he was surrounded by monsters. The desperate hunter closed his eyes, waiting for death to come. But at that moment, a voice suddenly rang out. There are more than I expected. This voice made the hunter suddenly open his eyes, and what met his gaze was a tall figure clad in red armor. The monster stood still upon seeing this person. The hunter seemed to see hope then, and he excitedly exclaimed, really? He's back. The newcomer did not respond. Only a blue system appeared before him. This was Jun-sung's automatic hunting system, of course. The one who had arrived was none other than Jun-sung. But the unshaven stubble from days without shaving made him look older than before.